Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Snetterton. And it's race day here for the British Superbike Championship and all of the support racing as well. And we've got a very packed programme for you today. We'll bring you all the action here live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. First session already green flagged in pit lane to get out on circuit for an 8-minute warm-up session for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes. They make their way out of pit lane, and it's my pleasure to welcome into the BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki studio this morning to guide us through the warm-up sessions. A very good morning to Larry Carter. Morning, Larry.
Good morning, Sir Alan. Good morning to everybody here trackside for round 4 of the British Superbike Championship.
It's a bit overcast this morning,
isn't it?
Slightly
overcast, Snetterton. Now, that's not for you good people around the track, and we know that you're going to be here in your thousands today. That's for the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of listeners that we've got around the world, because we are streaming live at BritishSuperbike.com and on TSLTiming.com as well. So if you sometimes think we're stating the obvious for you good people around the track, then it's not, because we have all those listeners around the world, and we will be getting the various messages in. But yeah, it is a little bit cloudy and overcast at present. And you know what, Al, when I came in at stupid o'clock this morning and walked across the track, I did feel one or two little spots of rain just walking across there. So
did you?
After yesterday's heat, and it was so windy here yesterday as well, then this little bit of cloud cover is a little bit welcome.
There were a couple of times yesterday that I thought we were on the brink.
We were, yeah. There was one or two dark clouds came in. The weather forecast as we have it, and we know it can be a little bit unpredictable this time of year with the clouds swirling around a little bit, is it's set fair for the day. It's going to be a little bit overcast and cloudy for the most part, but with lows of 16 degrees, which was around about 7 o'clock this morning, and highs of around about 26 degrees. So it should be a fine day. We are set for some cracking action on track. And if yesterday was anything to go by, Al, and on Friday as well, then we're seeing incredible pace. We've had history made in Superbike, Supersport and Superstock, with the fastest ever laps around the Snetterton 300 circuit set in those qualifying sessions. The race pace is a little bit slower, as you would imagine, but certainly we are seeing these insane speeds here at Snetterton.
I'll tell you what, Larry, this is a really good place where the studio is situated, which is just sort of adjacent to race control. Yes, it's quite small, isn't it?
The broom cupboard has expanded over the years, I must admit. When Paul
nice
Marcel
new
and I
as well.
first came in here, we had to get the old flies from Watford out.
It was a bit like
everything else like that. But you and the team here at MSV at Snetterton have done a wonderful job in transforming it into a studio.
A little studio.
And we are slightly detached from Duncan Vincent. Duncan will be joining us on commentary before too very long. He just has one or two. He wears various different coats, does Duncan, with his role. He's not just the BSB series commentator, but he is responsible for a number of media duties as well, including driving the hospitality cars and everything else around the track and doing videos. And he's just away on other duty at present, so he will be joining us on commentary very, very soon. So don't worry about that one. For all Duncan Vincent fans, there's a few out there, including Alan Hyde has got a few fans as well. We've been fending them off this morning already. If you are a fan of Alan Hyde, then you have got competition this weekend, because he's certainly got one or two fans here at Snetterton.
I have no comment to make about this, Larry, but thank you for pointing it out.
Well, talking about pointing things out, tell us how you can get in touch with us. We've still got 3.5 minutes to go in this sport bike warm-up session. Warm-up sessions predominantly this morning. Count for nothing, just blowing a few cobwebs off. We'll bring you up to speed with who's doing what, but the important thing is the crowd interaction, and given that when we go racing later on today it's going to be pretty wall to wall, then now is a good time to start getting your messages in.
Certainly is, and we're open for business all day on WhatsApp. So you need the app on your phone, WhatsApp. You need to add as a contact 07482 877 877. That's our number, 07482 877 877 is how you get in touch if you want to say hi to somebody, to wish a happy birthday, happy anniversary, start divorce proceedings, anything like that. We'll take it on WhatsApp.
Didn't we?
We did. We did. And we've got a bit of a follow-up message. Hello, brilliant day yesterday. Thank you. Any update on the hubby going to Metallica concert tonight and not coming to BSB, and his wife filing for divorce? Who won? Thanks from Sue and Darren.
Well, this was the ongoing situation. We offer lots of services here at BSB Radio by Kawasaki, one of which is matrimonial services, whereby we are the go-between. We are the marriage guidance counsellor, and we had a situation yesterday where Tony sent us a message in and said, I'm not too sure whether to go to, I'm a massive Metallica fan, do I go to the Metallica concert
London
tomorrow?
Arena tonight.
Or do I come to Snetterton BSB? And we said, well, there's no question whatsoever. There's only one place to be, and that's, of course, here in Norfolk with us. At which point, his wife, I think they called her Kirsty, started getting involved, saying, if you think you're going to the Metallica concert tomorrow, mate, you've got another thing coming. You're going to Snetterton BSB. And then started a thread between the two of them into the BSB studio, which culminated with Kirsty threatening divorce proceedings if Tony went to the concert. Now, we had to go off air last night after the sidecar race, or more during the sidecar race.
Following legal advice, we went off air.
And we haven't had any replies now. We're not too sure what the situation is there, so we will be monitoring that with interest as well. So we know that it's a little bit like a soap opera at present, so we will be bringing it up to speed. We'd rather just have your normal messages in, because we don't want to do too much marriage guidance counselling today, but if you have got those messages, then send us a message to studio@bsbradio.com.
That's on email or on WhatsApp.
07482 877 877.
That's the one.
The one that Alan Hyde, the number that Alan Hyde has had incredible amounts of money bid for.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
And we've not taken the £2.50 yet, have we?
Certainly not, no. It's far too important to
we
us.
at least want a fiver for that number, don't we?
Yeah, I should say.
Well, this is the Pirelli National Sport Bikes. Just the one race for them on the agenda here this weekend, and perhaps just time just to bring you up to speed with a slight programme alteration, because due to the fact that we're not running the BMW Last Chance qualifier today, that by virtue of the fact that we've all the BMWs have qualified effectively, means that now effectively that becomes, the 1020 becomes a warm-up for the BMWs. So if you have got a copy of the programme, and the question as to whether you've got a copy or not is, if not, why not? Because it is the definitive guide to the race day action here. But if you look on the timetable on page 5, it has just changed very, very slightly. And the reason for that is, as we said, we don't have the repechage race, the Last Chance qualifier for the BMWs. That is now a warm-up session, so 10:20 through until 10:28 is a warm-up session for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Thereafter, the first race, which is for the bikes you see out on track at present, now goes at 10:40, whereas originally I think that might have been 10:50 in the programme, so 10:40 for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes over 11 laps. 11:20 is the time for the Marine British Sidecars over their 10-lap race. That's 11:20 for the Marine British Sidecars. The pit walk, which I know a lot of you will be interested in attending, has a slightly revised time of 11:40 through until 12:15. So the revised pit walk time is 10 minutes early, 10:40 through until 12:15. And that means that the Rocket Off BMW main event now goes at 12:30 over 10 laps. So 10:40 for the sport bikes, 11:20 for the sidecars, 11:40 through till 12:15 for the pit walk, and 12:30 for the BMWs. That's the only revisions to the schedule. Okay, the 1P National Junior Sport Bikes are going out with the Moto 4 British Cup in warm-up, but that doesn't affect the schedule. So that is the way it stacks up at present, just around about 10 minutes difference. But we'd hate for you to miss the start of your favourite race or the pit lane walkabout just due to that slight timetable reshuffle.
So that's the end of warm-up. We've got a whole host of 8-minute and 1 10-minute warm-up session this morning. Next out on track, the R&G Moto 4 British Cup, amalgamated with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. They're out on circuit in around about 5 minutes or thereabouts. And we'll cover that here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, on 107.3 FM here at Snetterton.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Product Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
I need your help on this one, Larry. Some of the messages that we get into the studio, I sort of have to decipher. And this one, maybe you understand it better than I do. I've got Storm the Biscuits.
Right, okay.
Are there Storm Stacey biscuits available?
By the sounds of it, somebody who's a Storm Stacey fan, don't know who the message is from, but whether or not that means that she's got the sustenance.
The biscuit. I've brought the biscuits to
Storm.
Biscuits
to give to Storm Stacey, possibly, who, after yesterday, is in need of probably more than biscuits after that AGM Batham's Ducati expired in a big way in the first of the feature races yesterday. We will be bringing it up to speed.
It wasn't
with
the engine,
all
though, apparently. No, it was a pipe.
Yeah. The way it happened so very quickly. But at the end of the day, it denied Storm that podium. So at least he's got some biscuits to look forward to. Who's that from?
This is from Ryan, and he says he's going to win later on today. From Ryan, and can you say hi to Nat? Yes, we can. Good. Right, Storm obviously likes biscuits.
He obviously likes. Let's see what biscuits turn up for Storm then.
Yes, we will. This one says, morning chaps, listening down at Brundle. Please can you say hi to Andy, Maddie and Ollie, who are enjoying their first visit to BSB Snetterton. Cheers, guys. Maddie, thank you very much indeed for writing in, and welcome. It certainly won't be your last visit. You'll have an absolutely super weekend here at Snetterton enjoying BSB. The next bikes on circuit are heading down the pit. What I was going to say, I started the conversation earlier, Larry, and never finished it. The vantage point that we get down here, which is just opposite the timekeepers on the other side, the idea of speed as they run down towards turn one at Ritchie's Corner is absolutely phenomenal here. You sort of almost forget, because you come to circuits quite a lot. This is a long straight, isn't it? Yeah,
it is. It's the longest track that we actually visit in the British Superbike Championship. It's 2.99 miles, and back in 2011, the Snetterton tracks were reconfigured. Of course, there has been a long and illustrious history here at Snetterton motorcycle racing since the Second World War. And yesterday, I think one of the texts in was memory remembering the American Air Force, which was based here at Snetterton during the Second World War, which suffered some quite heavy casualties, which was appropriate yesterday on American Independence Day, the 4th of July. So, we never ever forget the sacrifices of years gone by. But yeah, the two long straights, the Senna Straight here, the Etna Senna Straight here, which heads effectively east, and then the long Bentley Straight, which effectively heads west. Those are the two configurations on this 2.99 mile circuit, which sees speeds topping out just probably around about 180 miles an hour for the Superbike. So they ain't hanging about down here.
They certainly aren't, and they are released out of pit lane now for a warm-up session for the R&G Moto 4 British Cup, and they are amalgamated with the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes, and they're being released in separate groups, aren't they?
Yeah, this is the first. We've never had a joint session before, so in my memory. So the fact is that the lap times are similar. The Moto 4 effectively Grand Prix machines are up against the 400 and 700cc road bike, the lesser tuned road bikes of the junior sport bike category, as the second phase goes out there. And quite simply, it means that the 1P National Junior Sport Bikes, they didn't have a warm-up schedule lined up, just due to time constraints more than anything else. They have a race later on today. They had a race later on yesterday afternoon. And the organisers have deemed that there's sufficient track space, there's sufficient, it's safe enough to release all of the riders out onto track. They're all of similar abilities. They're the younger riders rather than the more experienced riders. And that just gives the 1P National Junior Sport Bikes just an extra few minutes on track yesterday, because again, we were seeing some wonderful track action yesterday. Incidentally, it was Harrison Mackay that was quickest in the National Sport Bike, the Pirelli National Sport Bikes earlier on, and he took a career first pole position yesterday, much to the delight of probably half the paddock, when he was congratulated in Parc Fermé ahead of the Belgian visitor, Ferry Fleerackers. There are one or two amendments to the programme, even though we did our best to squeeze everything into the programme. There were one or two late additions into the programme, none more so than one rider that's out there in the National Junior Sport Bike, and he's a rider that actually won yesterday as an addition to the programme, and that is the number 3 of the South African of Ryan van Nooykerk, who is across here with his mentor Hudson Kenner, and they decided at the very last minute that they would come across to Snetterton, and not only did they see, but they conquered. They took victory in that race yesterday. Again, we will be bringing you up to speed with all of the results and all of the grids during the course of the build-up to the races, and Duncan will be at his desk, at his helm, to do that a little bit later on. But yeah, we've got the Moto 4 machines out there, as well as the junior sport bikes for their 8-minute warm-up.
And the time is just coming up to 20 past 9, 9:17 to be absolutely precise. And this is a really good time to get your messages into the studio on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Plenty of messages already have come into the studio, but we need plenty more. 07482 877 877. Messages on WhatsApp only, and on email, if you've got slightly more to say, maybe you'll send us an email, studio@bsbradio.com, studio@bsbradio.com. Another big, massive, huge, over-the-top shout-out for Lucas Brown, little, brackets, not so, legend. Big up, Lucas. Come on, mate. And that comes with love from Zach. Thank you very much indeed, Zach. Thanks for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877.
Lucas Brown, who runs in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, he got the season off to an absolutely cracking start at Alton Park when he set pole position, the very first pole position of the season on the MSG Suzuki. And we were thinking, hang on a second, this is a former British Talent Cup champion who went off to Europe for a season. Didn't quite work out for him, and he ended up back in the British Championship towards the end of last year when he continued that great run on. Sadly for Lucas, it's not really worked out for him since. That was probably as good as it's got. He's been in the leading bunch on a number of occasions, but the problem for Lucas is, as the email said, he's a very tall rider, and here at Snetterton, where you need to get everything tucked in behind the bubble, and your knees and arms and elbows and everything else just hugging the contours of the motorcycle, then unfortunately it doesn't lend itself best for tall riders such as Lucas. But rest assured, he'll be there or thereabouts, and it's great to have him back in the paddock after a season away.
And this one says, morning gents, wishing my lovely wife Glor a happy 15th anniversary coming up on Tuesday. Have a great day, guys. She's hoping Jack Kennedy can bounce back today. I'm rooting for Harry Truelove myself. Hope everyone has an amazing Sunday. Already buzzing for Brands Hatch. That comes from Paul. Paul and Glor, have a great 15th wedding anniversary on Tuesday, and great to have you here. And thank you for your regular support of us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. So there you go. Difference of opinions, difference of allegiances within the marriage.
Well, yeah, we need to be a bit careful, don't we, after yesterday. Yeah, nice to see that you're happily married and stay together, and there's no Metallica concerts coming between you. Paul and Glor, happy anniversary. Yeah, contrasting fortunes yesterday in the Quattro Group Supersport race for Jack Kennedy, the 5-time champion, who has got a wonderful record around here at Snetterton. I dug some stats out. He's won 12 out of the last 29 races now, but yesterday wasn't his day. He crashed out of the race yesterday afternoon, and I'm not too sure which was more damaged, the side of the Honda where it went down, or the air fence which took its brunt for the fury of Jack Kennedy, or the gloves that got launched into oblivion when he was so frustrated with crashing out yesterday. But Jack will bounce back today. He's a winner of 70-odd races in the Supersport Championship over the years. He's got a wonderful record here at Snetterton, so I'm sure he'll bounce back. But poor old Hazard Truelove, he's BSB's answer to Burt Reynolds at present is Hazard Truelove, because old Heidi likes to sport a bit of the old facial hair. He's doing a passable impression of Cat Weasel, the wrestler, is Alan Hyde in the commentary box these days. But I'll tell you what, if you're a NASCAR fan, you'll know that a lot of the NASCAR drivers are now sporting the old 1970s bushy moustaches, and if you think of Burt Reynolds in those wonderful films Smokey and the Bandit and Magnum and everything else like that, then old Hazard Truelove, he's got the old moustache which is going on, which is just about as big as his nose and mouth as it is. And old Hazard benefited from a couple of incidents yesterday. His teammate Ben Kerry crashed out very late on in the race, and Harry Truelove, the younger of the two racing brothers out of Lincoln, then he took the third and final podium position on the podium for the McCann's Yamaha squad. The race yesterday in Supersport, whilst we're talking about that, was won by Luke Stapleford. It was a little bit of not an angry Luke Stapleford, but a reticent Luke Stapleford that said afterwards, well, we've had some minor rule tweaks to try and slow us down a little bit, but, well, they obviously haven't done any good because the Ducati's still winning. He was a little bit... he was... probably been a little bit reticent about the latest rule changes, was Luke Stapleford, but he took the victory, and it was a thrilling victory because it went down to the last lap when he out-muscled, out-battled and out-scrapped Ollie Bayliss, the rider that's come in from the World Championship to replace the injured Bradley Peary. And that's it, the name Bayliss, that's correct, that's the son of Troy, the former world and British champion, who I'm not sure he's with us this weekend. I think he'll be with us at Brands Hatch in a couple of weekends' time. I think he's going to Donington next week for the World Superbikes. But Troy Bayliss' son Ollie, who came to prominence here at Snetterton 12 months ago, he won at Knockhill on his debut a couple of weeks ago, and he was on for a victory yesterday until Luke Stapleford had something to say about it when he put the Scars Racing Ducati up to the top of the podium. Well, the checkered flag out then as far as the R&G Motor 4 British Cup and the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes, and it sees Jack Dunnerby, yesterday's race winner, who takes the victory, his fastest time out there, ahead of Jack Burrows. And then we've got George Bowes, we've got Harrison Day, the son of the former Ducati Tri-Options Cup 4-time champion Josh Day. That's Harrison Day, who manages to bump himself up to third fastest in that one. Tyler Humphreys. We've got Ryan Frost in there, Clayton Edmonds, Mason Foster, Luke Fitchett and Hudson Cooper rounds out the top 10 in the Moto 4s. In the sport bikes, we've got Marley McKenzie. Well, it's good to see Marley McKenzie back at top of the sport bikes. He had a crashed during qualifying. He handicapped himself a little bit, and then for whatever reason, he had an incident, technical issue during the race, which relegated him down to 7th position yesterday. So the championship leader in the junior sport bikes, Marley McKenzie, the rider from just north of the border, who up until yesterday had won 5 out of the 6 races, then he is quickest of the junior sport bikes out there. So that session comes to a close, these fast and furious warm-up sessions, which we get through pretty quickly. But that concludes the national junior sport bikes and the Moto 4s for this morning.
Loads of messages have come in, Larry. We'll do it after a break.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bon Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bon Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto 2 wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2-friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
It's 9:26 here at Snetterton. The sunshine has peeked out for a few moments during our 26 minutes, coming up to 27 minutes of track action so far this morning. And it's predicted that it's going to peek through the clouds again a few times today. So do make sure that you look after yourselves and carry a bit of skin protection as the day goes on. It's difficult when you're viewing at a race circuit to get some meaningful shade if the sunshine is out. And you don't realise that the sunshine, although it's behind the clouds, is still pretty strong at this time of year. So do take care of yourselves and keep yourselves hydrated, and that's the way you're going to have an enjoyable day here at Snetterton today. Can see the flags over in the distance, Larry. I'll tell you what, they're blowing around. It was blowy yesterday. Can you see just out here there's a caravan which has got 4 flags.
Just about bending double, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, yeah, the wind yesterday, as I reported from pit lane, it wasn't very strong at all in pit lane. It was a little bit of a sun trap. But as soon as I walked out onto the grid, it was decidedly noticeable. And the promotional staff were having trouble hanging on to the brollies and everything else, and you could see that the wind was strong. It was a headwind down the Senna straight, effectively, but it was a tailwind down the Bentley straight, which if you were going to have a choice here at Snetterton, then that was probably the way you would have it. And the beauty about it wasn't a crosswind, because that it was, you come through Coram Curve and go through one or two of the infield corners, it can just cause one or two problems. And as Bradley Ray said on the grid, he said the problem is the wind is gusting. So you arrive at a corner or a straight one point, and it's perhaps not as strong as what it is the next lap, which makes it a little bit unpredictable. But the wind has picked up once again here today, and it's just keeping those temperatures perhaps a little bit suppressed. But hopefully we can get through today without any problems with regards to the weather, because we've had one or two deluges here at Snetterton over the years. So hopefully we can get through without too many problems.
And we are getting through your messages as well. Hi, my name is Kelly. This is my first time at BSB, brought by my partner Darren. Tickets for his birthday. It's been an amazing experience so far. Kelly, thank you very much indeed for writing in. Great to have you here. What a great present as well. Just having a look at our YouTube stream. And we've got live camera. We've got gimbal girl Laura down in pit lane bringing us some pictures from the bikes getting ready for the next session out on circuit, which is for the Pirelli National Super Stocks. Their warm up over 8 minutes. Get through a couple more of your messages on WhatsApp before we get those bikes released onto the circuit. We're here with my mate for the first time at Snetterton Circuit. Is it possible to wish Jordan an early 25th birthday? That's from Ty. Yes, it absolutely is. Happy birthday to Jordan and Ty. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and great to have you here for the first time at Snetterton Circuit. Good morning. Could you wish Jane a happy birthday again, please? She had a shout out at Knock Hill, but she'd fallen asleep when her message was read out. Good luck to the promoters and Josh Owens in the Super Stocks. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Oliver, for writing in, and happy birthday to Jane. And stay awake. Well, it's early enough in the day, Larry. I think we can still be awake at this time.
We're doing our best to stay awake because last night down at the local nightclub, Alan Hyde, we just went for a quiet half a shandy. But
cracking night.
When you go out with Alan Hyde, unfortunately, ladies and gents, it usually ends up in the local nightclub, and it's before you know it's 4 o'clock in the morning and you've got a pizza under your arm. Well, it was a little bit later than that when we got Alan Hyde extracted from the nightclub last night. So if he does go absent without leave this morning, you'll know it's not true, folks. It's not true.
For those people that know me, they would know that's the least likely thing to ever happen.
And after old Scoop had 1 or 2 issues with sleeping the previous night, then I slept like a baby last night, so there was absolutely no way. I think I was in bed for something like 9:30, which
so
is very like me.
The question is, there's a bit of a football match taking place at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. Are you staying up for that one?
Well, when old Scoop leaves here at probably 7:30 this evening, once we've done all the various duties, I've got something like, on a good trip, 4 hours, on a particularly bad trip, probably a 5-hour trip back up to North Yorkshire. Poor old Duncan Vincent, he's got another 3.5 hours on top of me on top of that, so it's something like an 8-hour trip for poor old Duncan back up to central Scotland for him. But a couple of my mates just sent me a message saying we'll be in the pub from midnight. Do you fancy joining us? So
rude not to.
We'll see what sort of a day. The championship logos might be just getting a little bit of exposure in a pub in Northallerton tonight. So
well, good luck. I wonder if
if my wife Sue is listening, I might not be home for tea tonight, so I might not be home for tea. So I've got the key. I'll let myself in if that's the case.
I wonder if you'll be joined by your MP. That would be cool.
Well,
wouldn't it?
Our local MP up there in the People's Republic of Yorkshire is a certain former Prime Minister, former Chancellor, Mr. Sunak, Rishi Sunak. And he lives literally around the corner from myself, and I quite often see him in the local town where I live. And when I'm out walking the dog, sometimes past the time of day, he's a big active member of the local community, and quite often see him in one of the local pubs actually down
that's
there
cool.
as well. So
very cool.
There you go. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but he does a good job for the local community up where I live up there in North Yorkshire.
Right, out on circuit, we've got our next warm-up session. It is the Pirelli National Super Stocks. So we often say, Larry, during a warm-up session, you can achieve a bit during morning warm-up, but the biggest thing that you need to achieve is to keep everything in one piece.
Yeah, stay upright, because just one outing for the super stockers as well as the sport bikes. This the Pirelli National Sport Bike Championship and the Pirelli National Super Sport Championship, Super Stock Championship, get it right. Just the one outing for them this weekend. Sometimes we have double headers, usually we have double headers, but because of the various other classes that we've got running here today, the track time is at a premium. So just the one outing for the sports bikes, which were out first thing this morning. Their race is scheduled to go this morning, and then the stockers, the super stock machines out there, which they go in the middle of the afternoon today for their race. Just one of the outings there. But yesterday we saw a wonderful pole position for a rider that's been through the mill a little bit, both with injury and through losing his ride through sponsorship and everything else. A rider that I've got a lot of time for. He comes across from Bam Banbridge in Northern Ireland. His name's Simon Reid, Speedy Reedy, as we call him, the son of the former Formula 2 world champion Brian Reid. And it did the heart good because he didn't ride very much at all last year, if at all, if my memory serves me correctly, because he lost his sponsor, and prior to that he has been carrying an injury. But he set the fastest ever super stock lap record around the Thruxton circuit to take that pole position, which he will sit proudly on. The rider that sits second on the grid is Declan Connell, who comes down from Dunfermline across there, very close to the Knockhill circuit up there in the Kingdom of Fife in Scotland, and he set second quickest time. But it wasn't without its drama, because he actually tipped off during the qualifying session, and he had to arrive in the qualifying area, the Parc Fermé, without his motorcycle. So the Rapid Drive Life Honda will be repaired and good to go this morning. Indeed, he's out on track. Is Deco Connell, currently 7th quickest. The rider that finished in 3rd position on during qualifying and will sit on P3 on the grid is the championship leader, and that is D-Bomb. David Allingham, nicknamed D-Bomb, comes across from the small village of Greysteel, across there Eglinton in County Londonderry in Northern Ireland. So 2 Ulstermen and a Scotsman on the front row of the grid, and D-Bomb on that SMS Nickel Oils BMW. He just said that they didn't quite have the setting dialed into the bike that they would want, and so this is ideal, is morning warm-up for things like that, Al, where you can just get perhaps try a slightly different suspension setting, slightly different gearing setting, given that perhaps the wind has either dropped or it's increased from yesterday, perhaps better chaining, better set of front pads in, or if you need to perhaps just try a slight combination to do with the electrics on the bike or whatever. It's this 8 minutes gets you probably on a long circuit like like Snetterton, where it's round about 1 minute 50 a lap. You're only literally going to get 4 laps maximum here, so lots to do in a very short period of time.
Oh, the sunshine's popped out, and that's a nice thing. This time yesterday morning it was really quite hot, wasn't it?
It was
hot and sunny.
We had to resort to the old factor 50 on the forehead. We didn't take any sun cream to Knockhill or Scoop. When you're in pit lane, it's not so much the sun that you tend to suffer from. When it's a little bit warmer and the clouds are high in the sky, it's wind burn. Given that pit lane is usually like a little bit of a wind tunnel, yes, and you don't think that you're burning in the sun. You get back to the hotel room, look in the mirror, and there you are, you're like an old Belisha beacon. So even Old Scoop put the old factor 50 on yesterday, but yeah, it's whilst there's no sun out as such, then it is still going to get a little bit warmer.
You've got a really healthy colour, Larry. Yeah,
and I think you don't. I get a little bit annoyed at times when we live in a nanny state where you're told what you can do, what you should be doing, what you shouldn't be doing, what laying close for your safety and all this sort of stuff. Coffee might be hot and all this sort of stuff, and we're not here to lecture anybody, but it just goes without saying that in the midsummer here in England's driest county is what Norfolk is. If the sun does pop out and it is starting to feel a little bit warm, then just make sure you just pop a hat on, or just get the old sunscreen out, or get the umbrella up, or whatever, because as we said, the medical centre is there to patch up 1 or 2 riders if they happen to ding themselves to earth. We hope that they're not very busy at all, but the last thing that we want is for the old med centre to be full of sunstroke Brits who've just overdone it a little bit in the heat. So whilst it's not going to get to those extreme temperatures that you had down here in Norfolk a couple of weeks ago, then just take those precautions, just cover up, plenty of water on board, and get a little bit of shade under an umbrella if the sun does come out later on today, because we are expecting highs of around about 26 degrees today, so it might be shorts and flip-flop weather for us even, Alan.
I think you might be right, Larry. Can we have a shout out from Pabs to Dirty Bob? Thanks for bringing me great weekend at the races. Great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And hi, guys. Can you say hi to Chad and Ethan, please? They've been here since Friday, yesterday, and I've been able to join them here today to enjoy the racing. Looking forward to a great day today, and that comes from Annette. Great that you made it for race day here at Snetterton, Annette, and sounds like the team are all together. So that's Chad, Ethan and Annette all together here for BSB at Snetterton, bringing people together, Larry.
That's what it is. We unite people who are otherwise not united, and again, just on the subject of logistics here at Snetterton. It's going to be a big crowd here at Snetterton. Not too sure whether or not it might even be a record crowd here this weekend. And whilst the access and egress is managed very, very well by MSV and the local authorities and what have you, over the course of a morning, it takes probably 3, 4, 5 hours to filter the thousands of people into Snetterton. And that means that when we all want to leave at 4 or 5 o'clock this evening, we're all not going to get out in 5 minutes. So do be a little bit patient with the staff who are doing your very, very best to get you out there as quickly and as efficiently as possible. From my experience, the egress here at Snetterton is one of the best that we visit in the course of the British Superbike Championship. So just bear with us. And if you are jetting off early, then you want to catch the last action of the last couple of races, then why not tune the car stereo in to 107.3 FM, 107.3 FM. And if you have got the little digital radio, that is what to tune into, because that's what you can hear over the PA speakers, as well as around the world on BSB radio. And if you want to do that, then just tune the old car radio in 107.3, and you can pick up all the audio that you're hearing around the track now on your way as you exit the circuit, and probably for a few miles down the road as well. So you're not going to miss anything here on BSB radio.
Had a really unusual message came in yesterday, Larry, and we were all scratching our heads, myself and a very, very good sound engineer who I've worked with for many years, because somebody said, we can't hear you on the speakers. We can hear one commentator, but we can't hear the other one. Ultimately, I managed to track it down. He was at Brands Hatch.
Yeah.
So he kept the number.
The impossible we do today, miracles take a little bit longer. So if you are at Brands Hatch or Silverstone, we have been getting one or two messages in from the Car Grand Prix at Silverstone today, because obviously Alan's platforms do overlap in a number. Alan Hyde, you will have heard the voice, ladies and gents, if you are a touring car regular here at Snetterton, or indeed any of the rounds of the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship, because Alan Hyde is the old Scoop Carter of the touring car world. He is the person that patrols pit lane, gets a chat with the drivers before, during and after the various races, and conducts the various podiums. So if you are thinking, I've heard that voice before, then that is him. And also his repertoire extends to international airports nowadays. So if you are passing through one or two of the international airports and you get a bing bong,
I don't know if I'm still there or not.
Then Gatwick Airport was Alan,
I'd like to think I was still there.
Alan Hyde talks to you and guides you in the right direction to where you need to be before your flights.
The UK's first line of defence. Yeah.
That is a worry. That is a worry. When the words hide and defence come to hide. Last night in the nightclub, when them two bouncers were picking on me, you weren't anywhere to be seen, were you?
I don't get involved, Larry. Not worth it.
Anybody that knows Alan Hyde knows that they call him Little Al for a reason, and that is the Little Al. Little Al was originally Al Unser, wasn't he?
It was, yeah.
There in the
right.
IndyCar League. So, well, that concludes the one for the Pirelli National Superstocks, and it sees Scott Swan, the housewife's favourite, that's there at top of the pile. He is another Ulsterman that's across here. He took the victory at Knockhill, or one of the victories at Knockhill, ahead of Speedy Reedy, and then we've got the Scotsman Lewis Rollo, we've got Matty Truelove, the elder of the two racing brothers, Tommy Oliver, who was making his first ride of the season, David Allingham, Ash Beach, Deck O'Connell, Ash Barnes, and Luke Mossey rounds out the top 10. A word for the local hero is Cam Dixon. We'll try and get a word with Cam. Not sure I can promise that I'll be there, because he's a little bit further down the grid, but I'll do my very, very best to have a chat with Norwich's very own Cam Dixon, who is 14th quickest during this morning's warm-up.
There you go, Larry Carter up here in the studio, the BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki studio. We'll be joined in the commentary box in due course this morning by Duncan Vincent. The next bikes out on circuit, the Quattro Group British Supersports for their warm-up, and then British Superbikes go out for a 10-minute warm-up at 10 o'clock. So work out where you want to be, everybody, and don't miss a thing. 107.3 FM with BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki on the speakers around the circuit and around the world, of course, at BritishSuperbike.com.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out, search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Next warm-up session out on circuit, and literally, Larry Carter, the ground rumbles as we get Supersports leaving pit lane, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we mentioned about the Supersport race a little bit earlier, and a superb victory for Lucas Stapleford, who set a new lap record on his way to that victory ahead of Ollie Bayliss and Harry Truelove. But yeah, they're going out for their race. The feature race is a little bit later on this afternoon, and certainly looking forward to that with 1 or 2 riders, namely Jack Kennedy and Ben Curry, who had a big fat 0 in the points column after yesterday, looking to get their championship charges back on track. Well, Alan, I'm going to set our good people around the track and around the world. Well, unfortunately, if you are around the world, you ain't going to be able to participate in this one, because this is exclusively for people who are trackside and in possession of a race program here this weekend.
I know what you're going to say.
Page 49, folks. And like I say, the question is, if you've not got a race program, is why you haven't got a race program. It is an 84-page definitive guide to your weekend's action here, and also it is something that you can use in the pit walk for the autographs and everything else. But I'm going to ask you to turn to page 49 of the race day program, because a little challenge for everybody around the track here, especially if you can get the answers in this morning. At the bottom of the page, you'll see the big quiz. Something that we do in all of the programs this year. It's just a little bit of fun for everybody. There's no prizes or anything else like that. But old Scoop racks the old brain and goes to the old statistics and everything else like that. And I've come up with 6 questions for you on here pertaining to predominantly Snetterton. So what we'd like you to do is just along with the partner, the kids, the Aunt Mabel who's here on her first ever BSB meeting, aged 98, is just one of you act as quizmaster and one of you, or the rest of you, act as contestants. But what I'd like you to do is partake in the quiz and just answer the 6 questions. There's a number of points up for grabs, but what we want to do is we want to try and get a winner today, Al. And what we'd like you to do, yes, we'd like to get a winner, is when you have partaken in the quiz, and we're relying on you for your integrity and honesty on this one, text in to WhatsApp 07482 877 877 with how many points you've got. So if Aunt Mabel has got... what's the maximum we can get on this one? The maximum is 20 points. If Aunt Mabel has done a sterling effort of 19 points out of 20, we want to know about it. So, text Alan Hyde into the studio with how many points you've got in the quiz. And we also want to know if you've got a big fat 0 as far as that is concerned, because we would like to give you a shout out for giving a challenge.
What page is it?
49, Al.
49,
yeah. And we're going to set Alan Hyde this question as well. Duncan Vincent, being the know-all that he is, he tends to get a maximum, so he's excluded from the quizzes, Vincent. But we're going to get Alan Hyde there, because it's not just about racing. There is a little bit about local history in there as well. So what we'd like you to do is just text us in on that WhatsApp WhatsApp message 07482 877 877 or email us at studio@bsbradio.com and tell us how many points you've got, and we'll do a little bit of an unofficial leaderboard.
I see you've got a little assessment.
Yes, we've got a little bit. Yeah. Which category do you fall into? I
Less
would imagine
than 4 points.
Yeah,
don't give up the day job.
Don't give up the day job. Yeah, don't give up the day job. So there you go. Just a little
That's
bit of fun.
very good.
Another reason
That's
to
cool.
get a copy of the race day programme. Priced at just £8. It is your definitive souvenir from what will be a wonderful record-breaking weekend here at Snetterton. Alan Hyde already going through it, scratching his head.
I'm puzzled.
He's puzzled, yeah. Yeah, he's... and no Googling either. If we... No Googling. This has got to come just out of the old memory banks. So just a bit of fun to add to your race day experience here. See how you do in the big quiz.
First flying lap is completed. Did you know it was only yesterday that I realised there's a railway line runs just over the other side? I saw it. They must have cut some trees.
Yeah, I did notice that a while ago. We also got, going back a few years here, given that we have the local American Air Force bases, I think at Lakenheath and Mildenhall, occasionally you see the old American bombers going across, and they are at a fairly low level occasionally. At one point in time, I was a bit worried that the old Super Fortress was going across in the airspace, sometimes occupied by our illustrious leader, Dr. Jonathan Palmer, and I was a little bit worried that the old chopper might get caught up in the turbulence at one point in time.
Yeah, because they're big, aren't they?
They are
very
massive
big indeed.
If we are treated to something like that. Not seen one for a while nowadays, but given that it is only, probably as the crow flies, probably around about 20 miles away down there towards Barton Mills, then we may just see some American Air Force activity in the skies here.
While you're on the subject of Air Forces, I'll repeat the message that Tim Harvey, an ex-marshal, not the Tim Harvey, but a local expert on the history of Snetterton Circuit. This was an Air Force base for the US during the Second World War, and he said yesterday, hi guys, on the 250th anniversary of the USA, please give you a nod to the 96th Bomb Group, USA AF, who are Air Force, who are based here in World War II from June 43 to December 45. And if you'd like to visit the 96th Bomb Group Museum Facebook page, you'll find out loads of information about the museum that is right here at Snetterton. It is a fascinating walk around.
Whereabouts is it, Alan?
So it's as you come in. I can't really describe it because the landscape of Snetterton has changed a little bit over the years.
So the main spectator access route into the circuit, and it's just it's there.
It's around there. There's a memorial to those that lost their lives, and a fascinating insight which is kept going here at Snetterton. And I was very lucky. I was up here for a manufacturer week here, and I was told that there was a museum here. And I was given the key, so they said go and have a look. And I spent an afternoon in there. It's a really cool and a lovely little memorial as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I come in the Coram Gate entrance, so I don't come through the main entrance.
You park over there.
For ease of access towards the radio studio. But and again, it's part of the wonderful development that is Snetterton. It's been it's one of them circuits that has so much history to it. The configuration of the track goes back many years back to post World War II, one of the many airfield tracks that has emerged, and this is one that still remains. And under the hands of Jonathan Palmer and his team at MSV, then it's continual investment. They reconfigured the circuit from the original layout to the 300 version. That's where the name 300 comes from, because there's three circuits here: Snetterton 100, Snetterton 200, and Snetterton 300. And basically, one is 1 mile long, one is 2 mile long, and the other one is 3 miles long, effectively.
It's a long circuit and technically demanding as well. Tim's listening, actually. He just heard us talking about the museum and said, for local folk, museum is the ground of Eccles Hall School. Thank you for mentioning today. We really appreciate your help, and that comes from Tim. Thank you, Tim. I will forever mention it because it's a really cool thing. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go with the quiz, Tim.
Yes, have a go.
Especially question 6, because I think you might be quite good at that one.
Page number 49 of the programme, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's to do with local histories, and I would imagine that Tim might just be in with a shout of that one.
You don't just throw this programme together, do you?
Well, we have the great privilege, ladies and gents, just a little bit of insight there. For the past 15 years or so, I've been involved with the British Superbike Championship most of my life. I used to race in it back in the day. I've been involved in team management. I've been involved in team communications and PR for many, many years. And for the past 26 years, I've been the voice of pit lane down in Gasoline Alley, doing the podiums and everything else. Well, around about 15 years ago, we were asked if we would be interested in helping with the production of the race day programmes, and we had lots of ideas. I have a background in publishing as well. So we came up with one or two ideas, and Tristan Harris, who is a long-term employee of Motorsport Vision, him and I got together and we thrashed out some content and everything else. And what you see is the evolving progress of that. And what we try and do is try and appeal to everybody that comes along on a race weekend, and that's from the first-time visitors wanting to know what the likes of Kyle Ryde looks like and what the colour of Scott Redding's bike is and all that sort of stuff. We put all that information in to the programme, along with the seasoned veterans who know that Josh Brooks has got 57 race victories and where was his last one at and all this sort of stuff. All that information is in the programme. We also, this year specifically, given that it is the 30th anniversary of the British Superbike Championship, given that it started in its current format in 1996, we are tipping a nod to yesteryear, and we do a retro piece in there from this meeting 30 years ago. And also over the years, you'd perhaps see these in football programs where a team played a certain team over the years. We do it what happened at Snetterton 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago and 20 years ago. So all the aspects are covered. Every race is detailed in detail. We have the lap records and everything else, and there's a circuit map in there as well as the timetable. Welcomes from the sponsor and from Jonathan Palmer himself. Lots of adverts in there which you can help supporting those who support the sport as well. So yeah, it takes us a long time to do. We spend a lot of time doing it, and my contact details are in the front of the programme. If anybody has any comments, good or bad, by all means send them through. If there's any recommendations, anything you would like to see in the programmes, then fire them to me. I'll pass it by the powers that be at MSV, and if we can possibly incorporate that, we will.
Good stuff, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. It is a proper magazine, isn't it? It's not just a race weekend programme. It's a mag.
Yeah, for £8 nowadays, what does that buy you? A pint and a half of beer in a pub, half a curry in the curry house. I'm not too sure what £8 buys you these days.
Not an awful lot, no.
Yeah, a couple of coffees at the local outlet or whatever. But it is your permanent souvenir. And in there is a page to grab every autograph of the Superbike riders, their profile, their pictures and everything else. And if you are visiting Pit Walk, to remind you that it has been brought forward 10 minutes to 11:40 the Pit Walk, so it's not the 11:50 as stated, it is now 11:40.
11:40 to 12:15 the Pit Walk.
You can get and again a little challenge to you. If you manage to get all of these Superbike, well, you won't, unfortunately, because one or two are unfortunately out on the sick list this morning, but get as many as you can and come back and tell us on BSB Radio how many autographs you've got.
Superbikes are on circuit. Bayliss tops the times for the warm-up for the Supersports, and Superbikes are out on circuit next.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at britishsuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
Working our way through the morning warm-up sessions, and then we will be racing all the way from our first race of the day, which is at 10:40 this morning. Pirelli British Sport Bikes get the racing underway at 10:40. 11:20 the Marin British sidecars, and then that's when we get the pit lane walkabouts and the on-track activities for our guests, and that's 11:40 until 12:15, and then racing all afternoon from 12:30 with the rocket off BMW F900 R Cup, the main event, 10-lap race before the first of our two races today for British Superbikes, and the pit lane opens for that at 1:05. Race gets underway at 1:20. That's the 12-lap race, and a longer 16-lap race to look forward to, the penultimate race of the afternoon. Speaking of British Superbikes, they're lining up down in pit lane. They're counting down to be released out onto the circuit, just being held at the end of pit lane now. Green flag is waved, and Larry Carter, Superbikes on circuit.
Superbikes on circuit, and what a cracking race we had yesterday. But we are without two of the stars of the show, unfortunately, and the reason for that is, if I explain what happened yesterday, we had the start yesterday as normal. Then, unfortunately, at the second turn, there was a coming together between a number of motorcycles, which involved Graham Irwin, Rory Skinner, Charlie Nesbitt and Glenn Irwin. The race was subsequently stopped. The riders were attended to, and as a result we were given the information afterwards that whereas Graham Irwin and Rory Skinner were perfectly okay, sadly Charlie Nesbitt has sustained an injury to his hand. He's got a broken metacarpal, I understand, and having done that myself, it is a fairly painful injury. It's a broken finger effectively. Then he has been ruled out of action today, so sadly we won't be seeing the number 86 of the Tag Racing Honda of Charlie Spud Nesbitt, and likewise unfortunately his season just doesn't get any better for the number 2 of Glenn Irwin. Glenn, who was involved in that incident, he came down pretty hard on his pelvis, and it was round about this time last year that he injured that self-same component of his body. He was subsequently taken to the med centre for initial assessment and transferred to the local hospital at Norwich for further treatment, and the organisers put out an information bulletin to that end effectively yesterday. Now I did have a chat with the media officer Laura Stevens this morning and asked if there'd been any update. She said other than both riders being ruled out unfit, Glenn does remain in hospital where he's just undergoing further tests and examination. He's likely to be there just for maybe a day or so, but they will be putting out a statement as to exactly what the extent of that injury is to Glenn Irwin. But sadly, as far as the number 2 Nitrous Competitions Ducati of Glenn Irwin, who we kind of thought had turned the corner up at Knockhill when he got a podium after what's been a very, very tough season for him, then sadly he's on the sidelines again, so we won't be seeing the number 2 of Glenn Irwin or the number 86 of Charlie Spud Nesbitt here this weekend for the remainder of the weekend. But our very best wishes go to them for a full and speedy recovery, and whether or not Charlie's back at the circuit I'm not too sure, but if you are listening, Glenn, well, as we said yesterday, these things are sent to try us. Unfortunately it's just not been his weekend again, but one thing for sure is that I always say with Glenn Irwin is if you chop his arms off, he'll ride a motorbike with his teeth. He's that character and he's that resilient, he's that strong, and our very best wishes go to Glenn Irwin for a speedy recovery. It's just sometimes don't think lightning strikes twice at the same place, Alan. Unfortunately for Glenn Irwin here at Snetterton, it's just proved to be his nemesis.
So unfortunate. Glenn needs a full season, doesn't he? He needs a real attack at this championship without these such unfortunate interruptions.
Well, he's getting all the bad luck out of the way, isn't he? So that after last season, ironically, the injury here at Snetterton caused the rift, can we use that word, between himself and the PBM team he was riding for at the time. They said that we honestly don't think that you're fit enough to... You might be fit enough to ride, but we're worried that you're not fit enough to crash again. I think that was the situation. And Glenn said, look, I'm perfectly fine. I'm going to be riding at the next round. And lo and behold, they decided to go their separate ways, and he got a ride alongside Kyle Ryde in what was then the Nitrous Competitions Yamaha squad. And Glenn managed to get back to reasonable health and shape. But Yamaha was never the bike that he was comfortable on, so when the team announced that they were going to go down the Ducati route this year, that was something that he was very much looking forward to. And indeed, he was gradually getting back after a tough start to the season, whereby they lost their way a little bit with regards to machine setup and what have you. He was back on the podium at Knockhill, and we kind of thought that he might have turned the corner, but alas, it wasn't to be, so our very best wishes go to Glenn Irwin. Now, yesterday's race was an absolute cracker once it got underway, because there was a couple of dramatic incidents during the course of the race. Initially, we thought that Storm Stacey might be on for a podium, but unfortunately that AJM Batham's Ducati lost, I think it split an oil line or a fuel line, and the next thing is that the bike was engulfed in smoke. Storm did the sensible thing and pulled straight off the track, whereby there was a little bit of flames, and that was quickly extinguished by the Port West Race Safe marshals. And he was out of the race, which left Max Cook gunning for victory on what would have been his debut BSB victory, but then the old 10-pence bolt broke. The gear linkage we saw hanging down from the bike, he rapidly slowed, and as a result that Max Cook on the AGN Bimoto was out, which left a scrap at the front between Bradley Ray, who set the fastest ever lap here at Snetterton during qualifying, and is a six-time winner. He is unbeaten since 1922. 2022 is Bradley Ray. He was scrapping for the victory with latterly Scott Redding, who was there, handily placed on the last lap, and also battling his way through the field from a little bit of a lacklustre start was the reigning defending champion and current championship leader Kyle Ryde. Well, it was all boiling up to a last lap decider between Bradley Ray and Scott Redding, when unfortunately the Senkat Yamaha of Christian Idden let go in a big way coming through Coram Curve, and the net result was that with one lap to go, the red flags came out and the result was declared in the favour of Bradley Ray, who took his first victory of the season ahead of Scott Redding, with Kyle Ryde salvaging third position, and with it those important points. So that was the way that they ended up yesterday. Bradley Ray said he was expecting a challenge from Scott on the last lap, but it was good to get his 7th successive Snetterton victory under his belt.
Quite a record, that, isn't
when
it?
you consider that going back to the year that we sadly lost Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, and that was the last time that somebody beat Bradley Ray on a superbike around Snetterton, because he won all 3 races in 2022. He was in the World Superbike Championship for 2 years, then he came back last year and he won all 3 races here for McCann's Yamaha last year, and now he's won the first of the 3 races this weekend, so that winning streak continues for Bradley Ray, and I was delighted for him and Steve Rogers and the McCann's Yamaha squad to get that first win of the season. Looking at the times at present, it is Kyle Ryde. Kyle's really struggled this weekend for whatever reason. Snetterton's not his friend. He's never ever won a race around Snetterton. There's only 2 tracks on the British Superbike Championship calendar that Kyle Ryde has not won a race on. One's here at Snetterton, one's at the Circuit Sticht in Van Drenthe across there at TT Circuit Assen. And when you consider that we didn't go to Assen from year 2020 through until 2025, the first time we went back last year, whereas that was the sort of prime time in Kyle's Superbike career, so I'm sure he'll be looking to rectify both of those wrongs, both by taking a victory here at Snetterton, which would be his first ever win here at the Snetterton circuit on a superbike, and also at Assen later on in the season. And likewise, poor old Max Cook, he is knocking on the door of a debut victory. It didn't come yesterday. He had a very, very good chance. He's been on the podium 5 times this year, has Max Cook. for the local sponsors, AGN Steelstock, just based a few miles down the road. So they very much at their local track on that Kawasaki engine Bimoto. Then he is second quickest in this morning's warm-up. And the rider that finished behind Carl Ryder in 4th position yesterday, that is Leon Haslam, the pocket rocket, who was having a good fist of things in the early stages of the race. He is currently in 4th quickest. But that race yesterday, Al, it had everything, didn't it? They had all the drama, the excitement, and everything else. And who will ever know if Scott Redding could have managed to just use
just one more lap, is what he said.
And he said, didn't he, in the post-race? He
did.
He said, I knew what I was like. I knew if I got a good drive out of this corner, and I did. And I was setting up Brad to make a move on him. Then I saw the red flags come out. So he said it just wasn't to be yesterday. But
it was interesting because at the start of the race he lost a couple of places, didn't he? He dropped down and then marched his way back up.
If you recall during qualifying, he said it's all about tyre management, and he says we've been. One of the things is in a couple of the sessions he was a little bit further down the order than what we were perhaps expecting, and the reason for that was he was probably using scrub tyres, so that he knew what they did on lap 18 and lap 19 and lap 15 and lap 16, and they do sort of like do the various, they go through the pain to get the gain effectively.
Yes, yeah.
And Scott knew that he would have exactly what type of motorcycle on lap 15, and he had that bike. Brad had already said that the best of the Yamaha had perhaps gone from under him, so it would have been an absolute scrapping last lap battle that we saw. And Carl Ryder, he said, I'll take this. He was in 6th position at one point in time in the early stages of the race, was Kyle. And we thought that it was just going to be a damage limitation. Well, he managed to salvage a podium out of it. And it's times like that, it's races like that, when it comes to Judgment Day, when it comes to make your mind up time, when it comes to the points tallying up at the end of the season, that you perhaps look back and say, yeah, you know what, that 3rd position at Snetterton, when Max Cook had a problem, Storm Stacey had a problem, and Glenn Irwin crashed out and everything else, we might just look at that as being a definitive point in the championship for Carl Wright come the season end.
The good news for Storm Stacey fans is his bike looks okay today, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think they were running some evolutionary parts in that engine. I think Duncan, he's got his eye very, very close to the teams, and he did bring us some information, did Duncan, say that they were using the latest motor in that one, whereas has been a transition point between the 25 Ducati V4Rs and the 26 V4Rs, and I know that Graham Irwin was originally running the ex-Scott Redding motors in that number 8 Metfona Cab Ducati, and they've come out with a new motor this weekend, a new 26 motor this weekend. So that is checkered flag then out for this, the warm-up for the Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli, and it sees Carl Ryder, the reigning and defending champion, won 7 races and been on the podium in the other 3 of the 10 races so far today, who is quickest at 1:46.428 on the Nitrous Competitions Ducati. Ahead of him is Magical Max Cook, who is there for the Nigel Snook and Darren Fry AGN Steelstock Bimoto squad. He's P2, just 0.3 of a second behind Carl Ryder. Then we've got the cowboy, the Rydham kid, the comeback kid, Scott Redding, who is there for the Hager PBM squad in 3rd position, ahead of Pocket Rocket, 4-motor repeater Ducati, and that is Leon Haslam. And then nice to see Rory Skinner there. He was the unwitting victim of that coming together between those riders on the second turn yesterday for the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha rider, and that is the Scotsman Rory Skinner, ahead of Storm Stacey, rejuvenated, and he was on for a podium yesterday, make no bones about that one. Storm Stacey could have well claimed that podium, but it wasn't to be. Then we got yesterday's race winner Bradley Ray ahead of the local hero for Honda Racing, and that's Ryan Vickers. Flying Ryan there in 8th position. The Ukrainian who had his best result of the season in 9th position yesterday, and that is Ilya Mikhalchik for the IWR Rocket BMW concern. Then we've got the Moto 3 World Champion from 2015 for the second of the Cheshire Mouldings Yamahas, and that is Danny Kent. Ahead of the rider for Senkat Yamaha, whose machine expired yesterday, that is Christian Idden. The second of the AGN Steelstock Bimotos in the hands of front row Jojo Talbot. And rounding out the rest of the 21 riders is the Osho, Jason O'Halloran, Lee Bob Jackson, Josh Brooks, two of the Dow Racing Hondas there together. Eugene McManus, who scored his first points of his career in 15th position for the Mastermark Honda squad. Then we've got his teammate Rhys Irwin ahead of the one and only remaining Target Racing Hondas in the shape of the Hollywood, Fraser Rogers, Richard Kerr, who missed yesterday's race on that SM Racing machine because of problems, ahead of Graham Irwin, and rounding out the top 21, the 21 bikes that we had on track, that is Braden Elliott, who also for Neil Pearson was in the points yesterday for his first BSB points.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at Kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 107.3 FM here at Snetterton Circuit. If you are just arriving, a very good morning to you. One more morning warm-up session before we get racing underway. 2 races, and then we'll have the pit walk at 11:40 until 12:15, and then racing all the way from 12:30 with the bikes that we're about to see going out on circuit. The BMWs race at 12:30, and they are about to come out on circuit for their warm-up in just about 4.5 minutes' time. Time enough to get through a few of your messages. Thank you very much indeed for sending them in on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is the number. Watching on YouTube, and the weather looks good. Looks like Duncan brought the carrot of happiness with him. Nikki B watching back at home and a smiling emoji. I think we need to explain to everyone here at Snetterton what the carrot of joy was.
One of the staff at Knockhill had this bright idea that they'd been looking online, and there was some thought that sometimes at Knockhill we've suffered with the weather, and I think that is it goes without saying that occasionally it is a little bit inclement north of the border. We've had some wonderful days at Knockhill, but we've also had some very wet days, so they decided to preempt that by looking online, and one of the suggestions was if you bought a carrot and buried it with certain rituals and everything else, that it would fend off the rain for the weekend. Yeah. Well, they did this on the Wednesday up at Knockhill, and we had a deluge on the Friday which saw a lot of the rain cancelled, and the old lucky carrot was about to be shredded into 1,000 pieces, I think. But anyway, the sun came out for race weekend, and a lot of people putting that down to the lucky carrot which was buried at the Knockhill Airpit.
Alan Gale, the series boss of the BTCC, the British Touring Cars, said he'd have a kilo, please.
Currently a JCB on the inside of the hairpin, yeah, and burying a carrot plantation at Knockhill. Yes. So that is the reference to the lucky carrot. We don't have the lucky carrot here with us in Snetterton. This is the easterlymost point of the championship, and also just a little bit of a fact is that this is the driest county in England is Norfolk, and the reason for that is that most of the weather storms come in from the Atlantic, which come in over Ireland, which is why that you get quite a lot of rain across there in Ireland, and into the northwest of England. So again, perhaps why the northwest around the the Welsh coastline and up through the Manchester Liverpool area, you sometimes get some quite heavy showers across there. And by the time that the storm fronts have travelled across the UK, they're more or less dissipated by the time they get to Norfolk, which is why that it is on record as the UK's driest county is Norfolk.
Historically, whenever I drive up to Snetterton, you see all the field watering apparatus, which is very, very impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, the word's irrigation, Al.
That's the word. That's the word.
Any takers on the quiz at all? Obviously, it's proven a little
Not
bit
as yet. No.
little bit difficult.
No.
Page 49, the quiz. Get the old brain cells thinking about that. Email us in to studio@bsbradio.com or send us a message on WhatsApp 07482 877 877 with whatever you want. But if you've tell me how many points you've got on the quiz, we'll give you a shout out.
We'll say hi to Sue, Chris, and Andy and Sherry. Sherry sent the message in. Big thank you to all the marshals for volunteering in all weathers. Yeah, it's pretty difficult when it's wet and you're in your pro bands all day and your waterproof gear and all that kind of stuff. It's also pretty difficult when it's warm as well.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I do a little bit of car racing in my time, and when you're wearing the three-layer Pro Brand or Nomex or whatever, they're not the coolest things, aren't the old Marshall suits? So, yeah, at this juncture, we don't say it often enough, but a massive thank you to each and every one of the Port West Race Safe marshals and medics around the track. We can go racing without a lot of people, certainly go racing without pit lane reporters and presenters, but we can't go racing without the heroes and heroines in orange who do such a wonderful job. If you want to get involved in years to come, racesafe.org. Racesafe.org is the official website of the UK Marshals, and in my opinion, and I'm sure many people agree with this, we have got the very best in the world. So thanks to each and every one of you for doing such a wonderful job. And thoughts, especially when the weather is a little bit warmer out there, just exactly, they can't just go and strip down to the shorts and t-shirt. They have to remain within the protective clothing throughout, and a sincere thanks to each and every one of you.
We're getting through a few more of your messages before we get the BMWs out on circuits, and we're very close to that. This one from Darren and Leanne, watching up on the Bentley banking, recovering from another great night last night with the teenage pensioners on tour. We're cheering on Carl Harris and the True Heroes team, who are amazing at what they do. Thanks for the shout out. And Leanne was a little bit broken last night, Larry, and we've got a photograph to prove it. That's a very odd sleeping position.
Now, if we were nasty people, Alan, we would perhaps forward that on our various social media fields, Leanne, but it looks a rather comfortable position that you've managed to get yourself in there. Let's suffice to say that.
Legs and torso are at 90 degrees.
Yeah.
That's the best description I can come up with.
You normally sleep horizontal in beds, don't you? But obviously Leanne decides on a different way of sleeping.
Bit of vertical, bit of horizontal, and we've got it all covered. Right, our final warm-up session of the morning is out on circuit. You heard them in the background. The Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Their warm-up over 8 minutes this morning. After this, we're going racing with the Pirelli British Sport Bikes and the Marin British Sidecars before we get the pit lane walkabout underway. And the BMWs are the first race of the afternoon at 12:30 today, Larry.
Yeah, if you're looking at the race programmes, this you're thinking, well, this is not the Rocket Off BMW Last Chance qualifier. Well, we didn't have one, but quite simply that we have 39 BMWs. The track capacity here at Snetterton is 40 bikes, so there was no need for one. So hence why the schedule has been slightly changed this morning, and this reverts to a warm-up session, and everything else is concertinaed forward by around about 10 minutes. So take 10 minutes off the time between now and the first British Superbike Championship race, and that is the time schedule as written, as printed in the race day programme. So this is the BMWs. They had a couple of heats yesterday, and we had the all-encompassing ball draw for the grid positions, and lots of drama, lots of intrigue, lots of stories coming out of the BMWs in the past few weeks. none more so than the disqualification of Nicky Coates from there at Knockhill. It was a slight technical infringement. It was done in all innocence. Anybody that knows Nicky Coates knows that he ain't a cheat, and that is something that he's not. And it was just a slight technical error where he turned around and said the rules are rules. The ECU was just marginally over what it should have been. It hadn't been tampered with, it hadn't been adjusted. It was as it came out of the showroom, but such are the strict tolerances now that worked within that it was marginally deemed to be slightly over what it should have been. So as a result, he was scrubbed from the results, and he's gone on record as saying absolutely fine. It's a brand new bike that he's got this weekend, and he just said in jest, he said, I hope fine again. So Nicky Coates, who will be up for this one. Barry Burrell is another rider to keep an eye on. Baz, who is the reigning champion, he said he was starting the season in National Superstock until unfortunately they did the number crunching and they realised that the figures just couldn't add up, or he couldn't just justify what it was going to cost him. So he said, it looks like I'm just going to do selective rounds. He made his road racing debut across the Northwest 200 this year, and I think he did the TT as well, and he's obviously going to just try one or two different things. But then the lure of the BMW Championship got him back, and he arrived up at Knockhill, and he went up, and not only did he arrive at Knockhill, he took victory at Knockhill to the point that he thought he was another late entry into the programme, although we did manage to get this one into the programme. He said, I was a little bit of a loose end. I realised that you kind of only live once, don't you, and racing motorcycle gets underneath the blood, so I thought I might as well put another entry into to Snetterton. So not sure whether we'll see Baz for the rest of the season, but great to have him back here this weekend.
Controversial messages coming in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877.
Nothing to do with marriage, I hope, Alan.
I'm afraid so.
No,
yeah,
he's not been on, has he?
No, everybody else is getting involved with their own suggestions.
This is the Tony and Kirsty situation. We're conspicuous by their absence this morning, Tony and Kirsty.
Yeah, I think he decided to go to Metallica, to be honest. This one says, hi guys, I have a question regarding the Metallica versus BSB saga. Why can he not do both? The concert isn't a million miles away. It's at the London Arena from Snetterton. Is it because he's a bloke and he can't multitask? Enjoying the coverage as always from Ireland. That comes with regards from Gilly.
Gilly, controversial Gilly.
Yeah, very controversial.
Fair point, but very controversial.
The thing is, if you're going to a concert, you need to prepare. You need to take in the whole atmosphere. Big concert like that, you need to get there in the early, middle of the afternoon, have a bite to eat, have a drink.
Well, you've been a big heavy metal fan, Alan, as we know. It has its connotations there. By the time he gets his leather trousers on and his leather waistcoat and everything else, point. He visits the tattooist to get the old scribbles topped up, the tough stickers topped up and what have you. And the biggest point is going to the hairdressers to get the long mop of hair transplanted on.
Takes an hour to get the leather trousers on.
It took more than that this morning, I heard. So sat here resplendent in his Metallica gear. Perish the thought. You know what? The old AI could do a job on that, couldn't they? I'll get a picture of Alan Hyde, because I did the old mustachio on you.
You did
when we
yes,
did that.
You did.
It's amazing what AI can do. So I'm going to just have a little bit of a play with that one. Alan Hyde in his
off to the Metallica concert,
looking a bit like Lemmy out of Motorhead or Ozzy Osbourne or whatever. The late great Ozzy Osbourne. So yeah, it's a valid point that Gilly's got. I'm not sure I agree with her, but anyway. But yeah, the fact is that our illustrious married couple, there's the for sale sign got in the front garden this morning. The dog and the kids have been put up for adoption and all sorts. At least we did our best, didn't we?
Yeah, we did our best. We've done our best.
So we don't encourage marital disharmony here at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
On the contrary,
but we'll do our best to fix. We're not very good, but we are cheap and available. We're available for weddings, funerals, bar mitzvahs, or whatever else you want to throw. Just send a message to Alan Hyde, and he'll come back. Our prices start very, very low.
Very low.
Everybody's got the price, and we're pretty cheap.
2 minutes to go in the BMW warm-up, and that board being displayed down in pit lane. And because it's a long lap, we've got 2 flying laps having been completed by half a dozen of the bikes, and it's Barry.
One of the Smith twins that race out already down there, and that is Christian Smith, the elder of the two. We vary on the number 88 ahead of the second of the Smith twins, and that is Kieran, Josh Corner, Thomas Strudwick, Kenny McLeod, all the way down from Stornoway in the Inner Hebrides is Kenny McLeod, talking about racking up the miles. He's an active service member who is based at RAF Lossiemouth up there in the north of Scotland, but originally he was from the Isle of Lewis and Stornoway, and Kenny McLeod, who proudly retains that. And that is where the True Heroes teams are based. But he was quick to say, no. He said, that's where the team's based. I'm not from Lincoln. I'm from Stornoway, and I'll thank you to... Done. Then we've got Jack Tyne, Nicky Coates, Rob McNeely and James Dutton rounds out the top 10 from this morning's warm-up. Al, with just 20 seconds to go, I'm going to have to get on the hoof because I've got to get rigged up, and my next job is to try and grab a word with one or two of the riders on the sport bike grid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to love you and leave you. Hopefully you've had an enjoyable morning with us here on BSB Radio, and you'll be next hearing from me from down there on the grid, hopefully.
Larry Carter, thank you very much indeed here in the BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki studio. Larry's going to make his way, takes off the headset and gets himself sorted out with radio. 107.3 FM is how you can listen to us around the circuit here on the radio. In fact, if you're coming in by car or heading off around the circuit, you can tune in an FM radio, 107.3 FM. I do believe that the Snetterton office, the circuit shop, if you like, has those on sale. Pre-tuned 107.3 FM is what you need to find on your FM radio, and you can keep tuned in all the way around the circuit. It's a long circuit, loads of great places to watch around Snetterton, and if you are a photographer or videographer type person, there are loads of great places to get some really good videos and photographs as well. That's it for the warm-up sessions this morning. Checkered flag already taken by the top 5. Barry Burrell at the top of the times at the end of that. The only sub 2-minute lap around the Snetterton 300 circuit in warm-up. 1:59.803 for Barry Burrell at the top of the times, and that brings to a conclusion all of our warm-up sessions. We're going racing after this, and it is for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes. They are due to start their race in 10 minutes time. Duncan Vincent will populate the commentary box and guide us through all of the action. In fact, I think by the sharp intake of breath, he's already there. Morning, Duncan.
Good morning, Alan. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I've been up here patiently putting together all my grid sheets and all my little bits of information that I need for the racing. I'm really enjoying having a listen to you guys get through morning warm-up. I can't believe you've got some marital disputes already, and I'm a little bit disappointed that Tony's not been in touch, but we won't hold that against him.
No, I think he regrets sending in the first message, to be perfectly honest.
I tell you what, though, I have got an announcement that I should probably make, and it's a very big happy birthday, and it's to Dan Goodman, who goes in the next race. He's 17 today. So whether Larry is hearing that, third row off the grid, position at number 8, Dan Goodman, 17 years old today. If Scoop does get a chance to get back to speak to him, he could wish him a happy 17th birthday. Isn't that lovely?
He most certainly could.
Can you remember being 17, Heidi?
17, no.
Yeah.
No, not a chance.
I see, I can. It doesn't seem that long ago for me.
Oh, no, I can remember 17 because it was my desire to learn to drive a car, and I did so in 2 weeks and took my driving test and passed. So, yes, I do remember my 17th birthday.
Classy. I'm looking out the side of the commentary box. I can see the TNT Mafia below me. Steve Day, James Hayden and Matt Roberts. And on the other side, Mr. James Whittam, who's about to meet them in the middle of the track. I wonder if they know they're all going to cross paths. But Alan, ready to go for the first race. I've got my grids ready. I've got everything I need. A little bit of water as well. And if you want, would it be right time for us to take a quick commercial break?
I think we will, and we'll catch up with a few of your messages before we get racing underway as well. They're on WhatsApp. Let's stack them all up, and we'll have a lunch break today when we'll have some guests here in the studio and your messages as well. So get the messages in, and we will get to them as the day goes on. 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2020. Aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
This is the sound of British Superbikes online and on FM radio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Pit lane, they're heading out to line up on the grid. Larry Carter is down there. He'll be chatting to the riders down there on the grid. Your messages morning from Jacko and Tracy, who are also enjoying their very first BSB at Snetterton. First trip in their camper too, and they're not divorced yet, with a laughing emoji that finishes that. Guys, great to have you here. Jacko and Tracy, have a great weekend, and hopefully the brand new camper van is doing its job this weekend. Enjoy it. It's a great way to go to any motorsport up and down the country. Enjoy it, everybody. Right, we're about to enjoy our first race of the day, the Pirelli British Sport Bikes, to guide you through the build-up, and also with Larry down on the grid for the interviews. Let's get over in the commentary box to Duncan.
Thank you very much, Alan Hyde. The British Sport Bike Championship with Pirelli. Pole position, his first pole position for Harrison McKay, and he delivered a 156.2 yesterday, ahead of the World Championship runner Verray Fleerackers. Third position in the championship and third position on the grid. Asher Durham rounds out row number one. Cam Dawson, Taylor Rhodes and Carl Harris go on the third row of the grid, alongside birthday boy Larry Carter, Daniel Goodman. Dan Goodman, bike 71, 17 years old today, happy birthday. And then Lewis Smart rounds out that front third row of the grid. Ed Best, Ted Wilkinson and Finn Smart-Whedon, who's had an upturn in form on the fourth row of the grid, with row number 5, Brodie Goth, Peter Willis and Harry Cook. 56, Charlie Atkins. 17, Zach Shelton, and 76, Rhys Stevenson go from the 6th row, with second place in the championship, Harley McCabe, on bike number 79, on the 7th row of the grid, alongside 51, Rossi Banham, and 35, Zach Weston. Lennon Doherty is on the 8th row of the grid in 22nd position, but he did have a very strong morning warm-up, getting inside the top 10. He goes from 22nd alongside his countryman Aaron Davey and Luca Allen, 77. The 9th row of the grid, 25 Kieran Kent, 23 Joe Ellis and 24 Aaron Robinson. The 10th row, Charlie Barnes on 26, 57 Max Wilson and 14 Hayden Clinton. Row number 11 sees Rossi Brown on 80 alongside 19 Craig Dance and 33 Brandon Keane, with Jack Knights, who had a birthday just at the start of the weekend, on number 6 on the 12th row of the grid, alongside 70 Samuel Munson and 69 Joshua Proudfoot. The 13th and final row has 53 Max Chambers, Enrico Belsito on 13 and 41 Nick Cronin, rounding out a 39 grid of bikes, Larry Carter.
Yeah, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, and right down on the grid. And I just said to Salty Sellers down here, the wind's not as strong as it was yesterday. Then all of a sudden, we're struggling to stand up. But he said, I've never felt so nervous. He said, I've been on the line of an Isle of Man TT race, and I've never felt so nervous as I do for his charge, Harris Mackay down here as well. Let's just grab a quick word. with Harrison. Harrison, congratulations on your career first pole position. It's time now to transform that into what best result you can get. Hopefully you can push for a podium.
Yeah, I weren't expected to be sat on pole position this soon, but we're all happy. The bike feels good, I feel good, so we'll see what we can do, but either way I'll still be happy.
You've got the talent to do it, mate. You can do it. I'm sure of that one. Well, one rider that's going to have us saying it, and he is an addition to the programme. He's such a late entry. He is the World Championship runner, number 65, Ferry Fleerackers. Ferry, welcome back to Snetterton. Here you go, race day. You got a feeling for your chances to win this one?
I hope so. I'm going to give it my all and just try to win and battle with the one in front.
That's all you can do. Well, good luck with that. Well, the other rider that's going to try and have a say in things, I'm sure there'll be plenty, is Asher Durham, the thrasher down here. Asher, give you Harrison and Ferry.
Yeah, that's it. It's a bit different to see the people I'm around today, but I'm sure the guys behind me will find something more in the race. So just get my head down, have a bit of fun. That's all you can do, Asher. Absolutely, we expect that one. Dave Tyson down here. He's got big plans for a Suzuki GSXR in the Super Stock or Superbike Championship. Cam Dawson down here. Just pipped by your teammate for that front row of the grid. Cam, going to put things right in the race?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I didn't do that early fast lap in qualifying, I would have been quite far down. I had an accident and really niggled my shoulder. So, yeah, look, we're in this race with a little bit of a hindrance, but look, I'm ready to go and ready to get stuck in.
Wish you well, my friend. Well, we ain't going to sadly have a chat with Taylor Rose or Carl Harris. And what a story it's been for Carl Harris. Don't know if you picked that up on the social media last night. He asked if anybody could go back to Donington Park to get some parts for him because he had that off yesterday, and then there were some suspension parts that he was missing, and there was offers unlimited saying, Carl, we'll drive from Snetterton, what do you need? We can pass Donington Park in the morning on our way to Snetterton. Tell us exactly what you need. Not too sure who the Good Samaritan is, but he's got him out on the grid, and Carl Harris is there on the grid. Sadly not going to wish Dan Goodman a happy 17th birthday. Dunk, I did pick that one up, so our very best wishes to Dan. What a way to celebrate your 17th birthday than being on the grid of a British sport bike race.
Well said, Scoop. Yeah, exactly. Happy birthday, Dan, once again. His dad popped up to the commentary point very quickly, then disappeared. I just saw him running off the grid as well. But the grid is set, and it sits in front of us. Mark Hanna holds on to the handlebar of young Harrison McKay's bike. Harrison then leans forward to take those bars. His first pole position in the British Sport Bike Championship. And what a way to do it. What a place to do it. He's won round here on a Talent Cup bike. He was first across the line. The result may have changed after that, but he was very, very sound and solid round here, and he knows the circuit well. And he's also ahead of the World Championship runner, which I think is a huge kudos in his cap, Larry. Ferry Fleerackers is no mug. He is a very fast man and very calm on the grid, Larry, when he speaks to you. I really like the way Ferry and that team operate.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Ferry Fleerackers. It's the third year we've seen him in the British Championship. He came across at the back end of 24. He won a race at Brandon. I think then he was scrubbed out of the results for a technical infringement. Then he did a full season last year, missed out on the championship to his fellow Lowlander, and that was the Dutchman Kaz Beckmans. But he's back here again. He said we've got a long break in the World Championship now. This is the only round that we're planning on racing in the UK so far, but things might change. I'll tell you what will change, Dunk, is if he wins this one. We might see him at Brands Hatch.
I think you're 100% correct, Larry. Yeah, and it might open up the doors for a few others to come and be part of our championship as well. Asher Durham, though, he's on a bit of an upturn of form. He had a glow-up in Scotland where he got a first and a second at Knockhill. And Asher really showing the power and potential of that power slide Suzuki. I'm interested in what Cam Dawson said to you, though. Cam Dawson, he was out there and he actually put it out. He's niggled that shoulder, which is not good news for Cam. Let's hope that doesn't come.
No, I wasn't aware of that either.
Yeah,
that was news to me, Dunk.
Yeah, so that's news, Larry. They'll head off for the warm-up lap. Taylor Rose, a really good second row start alongside Carl Harris, who technically crashed twice yesterday in the same session. He slipped off at the Wilson hairpin as they make their way for their warm-up lap. But also, Larry, as we were more aware of, he had a fairly sizable crash going in towards Coram, the second to last corner. Big, long, ever-tightening right-hand bend. Down he went, and the bike, I saw some pictures of it, it had taken a sorry hit. So, well done to the Rocket Rookies team for getting that back together. Alfie Davison, though, does lead the championship from 24 points over Harley McCabe, and then Asher Durham in third. Cam Dawson's fourth with 38. Aidan Davey in the CF Moto 54 points off the championship lead. Zach Shelton had a disastrous not-kill, DNF'd in both races, finds himself down to 6th place in this championship, and he is one of the other winners we have had. We've only had 3 winners this year: Alfie Davidson, Asher Durham and Zach Shelton. So it's very important that Zach Shelton on that XMT Triumph can turn that kind of little slump around and get back into the fighting spirit. He goes from the 6th row of the grid though. That's a tall order, Larry. The 6th row of the grid. This is a busy track, and the thing is, as we saw yesterday in the Superbike race, the pinch point happens very early on the lap. Wilson's turn number 2. Let's hope that we manage to get through everything on this one A-OK today. But I know the sport bike is another favourite of our studio host, Alan Hyde. What do you think of young Harrison McKay, Hyde? He's been on the pole position for the first time.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah, can't wait for this.
Watching the safety car take the bikes round the back of the circuit, following them round, I should say, as they come underneath the Cheshire Moulding Bridge at Brundle and in towards Nelson. We're not allowed to have favourites, that's for sure. But I do have certain colour schemes that we were naturally kind of drawn to, and the Armada Marine Cables is one of them. The next one is actually the CF Moto. I've always liked the colour scheme on that, and let's keep our eyes out for the Sencat Aprilias that we have out there on track. Also, be interesting to see exactly how this one unfolds, because there's so many storylines bubbling away underneath the surface. Ferry Fleerackers arriving back into the championship. Bit of a cat amongst the pigeons, that. The regular championship racers won't particularly want to see him there, because they know he could potentially inflict a bit of damage on their championship run by taking away some valuable points. But Harrison McKay stepped up to the mantle yesterday, put himself on pole position. He has been quick all the way through the weekend. It wasn't just one good session that young man's had. He has been fast in every single session. As I say, he's won around here on the Kovara Project's Talent Cup bike. He knows how to get it done. He needs to get into a bit of a rhythm. I caught him just before I came back to the commentary box. Guess where we met him, Alan? Yes, you'll know. We met him as we were coming past the toilet again.
Of course.
It's when I meet everybody.
It's what we expect.
I said, look, how are you? He goes, I'm trying not to be nervous, Dunk. I goes, just be cool. Be yourself and smile, and you will do it on track, because he is a very talented young rider. This championship, though, is stacked with talent. Our championship leader's only in the 3rd row of the grid. Alfie Davidson. Watch for the Iron Competition bike coming through as we're under starters orders. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. First race of the day on Superbike Sunday, the British Sport Bike Championship race. Revs go up, 11 laps, go down towards Riches. Cracking start from Ferry Fleerackers. He will take the lead on the run down towards Riches. McKay and Durham slot in there. Not the greatest start from Harrison. He's been done by young Carl Harris and by Cam Dawson and Asher Durham as well, as they go round the first corner in towards the first pinch point on the lap. Eddie Best coming up the inside. Let's hope everybody does behave themselves coming in here, and yes, thankfully everybody manages to negotiate Wilson and behave on the way through and the way out that corner. They head along towards the next corner, the nice left-hander of Palmer. They're still all fighting for position. A little bit wide through the heart of the corner was Ferry Fleerackers, but he manages to get that bike through and away. The B-Art team first arrived on our shores with Aprilia power and Aprilia machinery, but they now have opted for Suzuki, and it's easy to show what bike they're on in this class. The colour of the front number board, if it's a yellow one, it's Suzuki. It's basically the historical colours that manufacturer uses. McKay goes underneath Davidson. Lovely power move from Harrison McKay right at the back of my commentary point. We saw that before they go over the second part of Oggies and on to the long back Bentley straight. You can see the Aprilias with that kind of violet purple background to their boards. Kawasaki obviously green. Yet to see a Honda in this class. You never know what the future does hold as they come down that back straight in towards Brundle. From Brundle they will go underneath the Cheshire Moulding Bridge, and everybody just starting to get into the rhythm and not wanting to put a foot wrong at this moment. Young Harrison McKay has managed to get ahead of Carl Harris. And the big question about Carl Harris is, how is that bike? Will it last the race? Will it be giving him exactly what he wants after that fairly big off he had yesterday? You never know what's lurking underneath the surface, but the Rocket Rookies team put together a really, really good bike under him all the time. And let's hope everything is A-OK. We'll keep our eyes on number 9, Carl Harris. Currently in 5th place. Good start to the race for Carlos, but Ferry Fleerackers starting to see if he can actually break the toe of everybody behind him. Asher Durham with already a foot off the peg. Oh, Harrison McKay now up into 3rd place. So he's already got ahead of Cam Dawson, and he's now looking to go up the inside of Asher Durham in towards the hairpin, but thinks better of it on the lovely teal coloured Aprilia. We'll see that.
No, I'm Fender, by the way. But no,
sorry.
I'll just go with what you say.
I think it was seafoam green. But we'll go for teal. I used to say Leighton House green, but we're actually going to call it teal because that's what Sam Cox asked me to say. The Armada SE31 Racing Aprilia up into third place and making eyes at the back of Asher Durham. Thrasher, as Larry does like to call him. But Asher starting to find his form in this championship under the careful guidance of Dave Tyson down there, along with a lot of other people in that Power Slide Suzuki team. But Dave did drop the fairly big announcement. Was it an announcement or was it just a statement yesterday? Either way, we'll need to watch out for Powerslide making an appearance in the National Superstock Championship in the not too distant future. That will be exciting. Harley McCabe. Where do we find Harley McCabe? Because that's a very good thing to look at. 16th place for Harley McCabe. He finds himself on the back of, if I'm not mistaken, Peter Willis. There was a look at the end of the straight there from Harrison McKay, but he decided to think better of that. It's a very fast entry point to Brundle at the end of the Bentley Straight, and he didn't want to force that too much. But what he can see is Ferry Fleeracker starting to escape from Asher Durham, and young Harrison knows he has the pace. He's trying to go round the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Stunning stuff on Asher Durham. That, ladies and gentlemen, was a manoeuvre that has been very much planned, but he then just asked for a little bit too much power, and it pops him up out of the seat, and Durham comes straight back through. But that was an incredible pass around the outside of Coram. Here he comes back up the inside into Richie's. Harrison McKay with a whole heap of pace today, but Asher Durham, brave as you like, with a few legs flying from the pegs in true Durham style, holds on to that second place, but he's now behind young Harrison McKay as Harrison. Ferry Fleerackers makes a mistake going in towards Wilson and loses all that time that he had in the lead, and that's like Christmas for young Harrison McKay. He now homes right up towards the back of Ferry as they make their way through Palmer. Well, that was an error that we're not used to seeing the number 65 of Ferry Fleerackers make. Maybe a little bit too hot, trying to squeeze. And he's made another mistake in towards Agostini, and he's straight onto the grass. Fleerackers, has he got some issues on the down change on that Suzuki? Because that's not what we expected, and it opens up for Harrison McKay. And when the man who's been fastest with you all the way through the weekend makes a mistake and runs off the track, that gifts a huge opportunity now to Harrison McKay. I do think they had made some sort of little agreement to try and stretch the pack and get away and race towards the end, but that's just been completely blown apart. Fleerackers now finds himself behind Finn Smart Whedon, and that's not where he wants to be, but there's trouble at mill for Fleerackers because away at the front now is Harrison McKay from Asher Durham, from Alfie Davidson, the man with the fastest lap of the race, sitting in third place. Cam Dawson in a fourth place, just at this moment ahead of Carl Harris, but that's quite tentative. They're very close together, with Taylor Rose, Charlie Atkins, Ed Best, Finn Smartweed, and then Ferry Fleerackers in that 10th position. So Alfie Davidson has managed to get himself up into third place, but he's not used to seeing a couple of guys disappearing up the road ahead of him. We're coming past the area where Alfie Davidson tipped off in free practice, managed to put himself down and through the Recticel. Fleerackers continues. He's managed to get himself now ahead of Steady Eddie Best. And if you can see one of the large screens, watch the error in towards Agostini. Down the gears, down the gears, down the gears, down the gears. Yeah, something not engaging properly there. He was still going down the gears as he was heading way past his turning in point, and he was still upright. So not good for Fleerackers, but he does seem to be carrying on. 56.232 for Harrison McKay on the last lap, making him the fastest lap of the race. That's number 90 who's managed to slide off at the Wilson hairpin. That's Harry Cook, who switches off his Jones Dorland Racing Aprilia and picks it up from the very difficult side, actually. That's not the easiest way to pick up a motorcycle, from the opposite side from it lying on the ground. But out of the race goes Harry Cook. Alfie Davidson now slides himself into that third place. And who's that? Is that Craig Dance also on the ground? I think Craig Dance had been caught up in that. Bike number 19, the man from Minster-on-Sea, NWR Racing Aprilia. Craig Dance still on the ground at Wilson, but looking for some assistance to get the bike moved by the marshals. Up on his feet and walking away now, thankfully, Craig. So Craig Dance and Harry Cook both involved in that at Wilson. Was it the same incident or was it separate? Let's have a look. Well, down goes Harry Cook And then Craig Dance must go down just at the back of that, does he? Well, Harry Cook was trying to pick the bike up and enter Craig Dance, and he falls off. Oh dear, oh dear. So Craig Dance falls off under a yellow flag. That will not be liked by Race Direction. You're meant to have a degree of caution as you pass a waved yellow flag or yellow board. But thankfully Craig Dance up on his feet and walks away from that one off the NWR Racing Aprilia. As we look and watch them coming through Coram from the side of our commentary box window, we can see Alfie Davidson looking okay in third place, but coming under pressure from Cam Dawson. He's by no means pulled away and passed him after, or pulled away and gapped him after he passed him. And if anything, Carl Harris, Taylor Rose and Ferret Fleerackers are coming back towards those guys who are battling Davidson and Dawson side by side and towards Richie's. Dawson back ahead on the power side Suzuki. Now, Cam Dawson said to us that he was a little bit sore and tentative, but it doesn't look like that as he makes his way into the brakes on Riches. And Carl Harris up the inside, a little bit out of shape, but he stops it. Stops the Suzuki well. New lap record for Fleerackers last time round for Ferret, a 155.872. So that's under Cass Beckman's existing lap record, and it shows that the charge is very much on now. I think the red mist has probably somewhat descended in that young man's visor, and that's not what he was looking to do, to make a mistake. He was expecting, I would imagine, being in the lead of that race, to just control it and hopefully stand on his top step off the podium. But unfortunately for Ferret Fleerackers, there is work to do. He tries to come under Taylor Rose going in towards Hamilton. It's not really an overtaking place. The next corner is into Oggies up the inside, but he's a little bit late, but he manages. He manages. Well, we all breathe in while we watch that on the big screens and around the circuit, and if you were there, you would probably have done the same, but it's a good overtake from Ferret Fleerackers. Meanwhile, at the sharp end, down unfortunately on the ground, number 80, Rossi Brown from Nuneaton, the P1 Race Evens Limited Triumph Daytona, and that looks like it was at the exit of the Agostini hairpin, as Fleerackers now just scythes his way past the championship leader Alfie Davidson as well. So that's two overtakes in the one lap for Ferret. Can he also get Carl Harris on the run in towards Coram? As we have a replay on the big screen, you can see, unfortunately, Rossi Brown, down he goes, and he got his arm run over as well there, so that will be a little bit sore for Rossi Brown. But thankfully, hopefully not too much pain for that one, but he did get clipped here as they went down at the Agostini hairpin. Now look at this battle passing me now. Dawson, Harris, Fleerackers, Suzuki, Suzuki, Suzuki. Carl Harris manages to edge past Cam Dawson, and Ferret Fleerackers uses a double toe and goes round the outside of them both in towards Riches. That, ladies and gentlemen, was a power move. Possible overtake of the day as well. It is the first race, so we'll hold that one and we'll make sure we write that on a bit of paper for the Ferret Fleerackers overtake at the start of the 6th lap. He's managed to come through all of these people. It shows he has the pace, but he will be ruining that error he made earlier on. The gap at the sharp end is now going out to a second. Harrison McKay has a second over Asher Durham. Ferret Fleerackers is 3.8 seconds behind Asher Durham, so there's a bit of work to do for Ferret. Let's see how much of that he can chip into. A 10-place improvement from his starting point sees Harley McCabe starting to get into the top 10. He's now into 9th place for the man who sits second in the championship on the Fibertech Aprilia by MLav. And as I watch them go through the back of Oggies, there's a green board flashing. That must mean that somebody has gone adrift across there. And we'll pick up with that in just a second. I can't see the green board is now gone. So maybe that was still the marshals having to deal with the Agostini hairpin where Rossi Brown went down. Rossi Brown has been badged as OK. Craig Dance being assessed, and Harry Cook badged as OK as well. But we did see Craig Dance up on his feet and walking away, but just getting a check over from the greatest medics that we have trackside, and as Larry Carter says, the greatest marshals, medics and officials that we have. We're very fortunate to have them at the BSB week in, week out, as we catch Ferret Fleerackers with that lovely style that he has, making his way in towards Murray's. Let's see what the gap is across the line, because it was 3.8 seconds from Asher Durham back to Ferret Fleerackers. And Durham, down in the background, is that Rhys Stevenson? No, it's not. It's an orange and black, I think it's NWR bike. It could well be. Yes, it is actually. It is Rhys Stevenson. The flag of Lincolnshire on his head. The rocket has gone down. Has he gone down on the way in or at the apex? Well, it looks like the rectus is still in one piece, which is always good. But unfortunately for Rhys Stevenson, down he goes. at Murray's. The gap at the front up to 1.7 seconds. The gap from Durham to Fleerackers down by 0.2 of a second, down to 3.6. Rhys Stevenson, unfortunately, he just folded the front going through Murray's, and then down goes the number 76 Triumph, the Rocket Racing Triumph, the man from Alford. We do like Rhys Stevenson, very, very smiley young man. We've seen him grow up through the ranks, haven't we? The sport bike class, a little bit of facial hair being sported by Rhys now. He does look very cool, and a new tattoo as well to celebrate his racing achievements, which he has done recently. So worthwhile catching up with him in the paddock, and he'll tell you all about it as Harley McCabe tries to come under the championship leader and doesn't, fails to. But this is a big moment in the race. We've got Alfie Davidson fighting with Harley McCabe for 7th place. Behind them they've got Charlie Atkins as well. Ferry Fleerackers takes a tear off from his helmet as they go down the Bentley Straight, and Davidson is now behind behind Harley McCabe, and Charlie Atkins also goes through on the Sim Cirrus Kawasaki. Alfie Davidson, Larry Carter, he's having an off weekend. That's the only way we can really say anything about this. Alfie Davidson, the championship leader with a 24-point championship lead, coming in here, finds himself now down to 9th place. Did not expect this.
Yeah, he's going backwards, isn't he, Dunk?
As we watch him coming into Murray's. Has he got anything for Charlie Atkins up the straight? That was Harrison McKay across the line. The gap has now gone out to 2.3 seconds. I would hope Mark Hanna is hanging out a nice 2.3 seconds. Also, 2/3 distance complete. This is a pivotal moment for young Harrison McKay. I can look down the pit lane and I can see the Armada team standing there watching. The gap, though, interestingly, from Durham to Fleerackers, that's come down a little bit as well, down to 3.2 seconds. I think, though, in my heart of hearts, there's a bridge too far for Ferry Fleerackers to get up towards the back of Asher Durham. All Harrison McKay needs to do is control this race, and that's the top three as it sits. McKay, Durham and Fleerackers. Then we've got Harris, then Taylor Rose. Taylor Rose on a fabulous run this weekend on the number 67 Triumph. Much improved. Or exactly, this is what we know he can do, and this is where we expect young Taylor Rose to be, in 5th place in that top 5. Ahead of Cam Dawson, Harley McCabe. Rose had a bit of a look at Carl Harris here, but it was only a half look, didn't force the issue. McCabe 7th though, Charlie Atkins 8th, Alfie Davidson 9th, and Super Ted Wilkinson in 10th place. Then we've got Eddie Best, Peter Willis, Finn Smart-Weed and Dan Goodman. Aidan Davies having I have to say, a bit of a howler as well. Along with Alfie Davidson, Aidan Davey not showing the potential we'd expect from the man who sits 5th in the championship. However, on days where you cannot pick up maximum points, you have to maximise what you can get out of a bad weekend, and that's what Aidan Davey and, I have to think, Alfie Davidson are doing at this moment in time, because we saw Alfie Davidson going down early doors in free practice number 1. We get a replay of Lennon Docherty being lifted up in towards turn 1, then tries to stay on the outside of Zach Weston, and then the Doc comes back and passes not one but 2 of them in towards Wilson. Lennon Docherty not going down without a fight. Great to see that, getting a bit of a wave from Zach Weston as well. The Doc on the Sen Kart Racing Aprilia, side by side through turn 1. Carl Harris and Taylor Rose. Taylor Rose goes round the outside and makes that one stick. Lovely, lovely move from Taylor Rose. A power move again. There's Cam Dawson, watches on us. Up the inside comes Carl Harris, but Carl needs to hold that one back ever so slightly. Ever so slightly, in case he just caught into the side of young Taylor going in towards that Wilson hairpin. Wilson hairpin, a tight corner. We've seen a lot of action this weekend. But Ferry Fleerackers is starting to push away from Carl Harris, which is now actually Taylor Rose, who's ahead of Harris, and the gap's 3.1 seconds to Asher Durham, but the gap at the sharp end, 3.2 seconds. Harrison McKay has stamped his authority all over this race. We're towards the closing stages of the race, and as we look down again the pit lane, we can see Harrison's mother in the pit lane, Tammy, just keeping everything crossed. Dave Sellers on the pit wall, and Sam Cox will be around there as well, looking after their young charge, who is in prime position to look at taking his first victory. Let's not curse it, and let's look at just sitting on the fence with that one, because myself and Larry have had so many opportunities, unfortunately, We say good things about people, and then the other thing happens. So 3.2 seconds lead for the Armada SC31 Aprilia of Harrison McKay on 61. Nice good pit board going his way from Mark Hanna and Dave Sellers. 64 Asher Durham on the Powerslide Suzuki in second place, and 65 Ferry Fleerackers on the B-Art, almost rolled off the tongue, B-Art Suzuki. I see the leaders coming out of the last corner, up towards the line. We're about to start lap 10 out of 11. That's Harrison McKay. There goes Asher Durham. We look further back. They're very spaced out. This is an unusual sport bike race, I have to say. The top three are normally velcroed together, along with the whole 5 or 6 other bikes. But this one, such is the pace of young Harrison McKay, he has stretched them at the sharp end. And I have to say, he's looked so good all the way through it. Harris now ahead of Rose. Those two battling for 4th place, battling so hard. It's not even a podium place, but they're battling for these valuable championship points. Remember, the new lap record goes to Ferry Fleerackers, the young Belgian rider, a 155.872, and that will stand because it has been set in a race. But he'll be ruining those 2 small errors that he made, where we didn't see the one at Wilson, but we saw him coming back from being very wide, and what we did see was the one at the Agostini hairpin, where he managed to, unfortunately, just fish for gears. Exactly what Aidan Davey does on the way in there, and Aidan Davey runs deep and wide and gives away a good few places in his battle, who he was involved with. I think that puts him back to 19th place now, where Rossi Banham was, so it's not been a good race for Aidan Davey. It looked like, oh, and down. Who is that? Is that Finn Smart Whedon? It is that Finn Smart Whedon. Folds the front, down he goes. Young man who joined us in commentary yesterday. Bit of an upturn in pace for Finn this weekend. That's not what Dave Tyson and the Powerslide Suzuki guys will want to see from one of their young riders. Caught out on the Ben Curry bump, we shall say there, Heidi. That's where we saw Ben Curry go down yesterday in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race when he was in a safe 3rd place on the last lap. And he's not very well today. I'd like to point that out as well. We'll cover that in the not too distant future when it's time. Looking for Harrison McKay. Here he comes. Crossing the line. The last lap has now begun for Harrison McKay. He is 3 miles away from taking his first British Sport Bike Championship race. The Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. One of the fabulous categories we have as a feeder series for other championships in the BSB paddock. And Harrison McKay coming to the sharp end. Got picked up by Sam Cox in the off-season, and along with the personnel that have been put around him, very impressive little team. As Taylor Rose dives underneath Carl Harris through the apex of Wilson. That's mostly because Carl Harris left a big gap on the inside after he didn't make the apex, and you don't need to give Taylor Rose too many options. He will be through in an absolute heartbeat. This is a good battle for 4th place, considering the top 3 are somewhat spread out. But I'll look out the back of the commentary box window in order to catch Harrison McKay. Comes into my view now, hits the brakes for Oggies, gets back to his apex at Oggies, and then goes through the first part over the slight crest before he goes out towards Wilson. He'll be now onto the Bentley back straight, and he'll be heading down that back straight, clicking gears, thinking about the next corner, Brundle, and then into Nelson. Carl Harris had a bit of a warning from the back of that Rocket Suzuki. The Rocket Rookie Suzuki just gave him a little warning, and it's put a bit of daylight between Taylor Rose and himself. On this, the final lap, Rose being defensive on the white line on the left-hand side. As he comes down the Bentley straight, pulls back across. Carl Harris unable to go through because he was so far back. But does he have a look up the inside at Nelson? No. Unable to do so. Meanwhile, we look out the side of the commentary box and we see coming through Coram for the last time is young Harrison McKay. He's in towards Murray's. He gets back to the apex. He picks the bike up, coming up towards the finish line. The team are on the wall to celebrate. He takes his first victory. He goes through the gears up towards it. Harrison McKay dominates, absolutely dominates the Pirelli British Sport Bike race. 2nd place for Asher Durham. 3rd place for Ferry Fleerackers. A great race from all 3 at the front. Fleerackers will be upset about the small errors, but he didn't have anything for Harrison McKay. Carl Harris did get that 4th place ahead of Taylor Rose, with Cameron Dawson coming home in 6th place.
Harley McCabe gets himself up into 7th. That's a great salvage from Harley McCabe. And Lennon Docherty looks like he's going to, on the line, separated by a wheel, gets 18th place from Rossi Barnum. That was a good battle. Those two look quite happy with what they have just done. Good comeback ride for the Doc there, getting himself inside the top 20 as we focus on that crossing the line. But we did get down to Cam Dawson, who was 6th. 7th place for Harley McCabe. Charlie Atkins in 8th. Alfie Davidson 9th, and the birthday boy Larry Carter, Dan Goodman, gets a good 10th place for his 17th birthday. But Harrison McKay taking the spoils of victory on his in-lap, waving to this very big crowd that we have here early on at Snetterton, and didn't he deliver for the race team? That was absolutely fabulous from young Harrison McKay. An example of just what a talent that young man is, picked up by Sam Cox and that Armada SC31 race team. There's not going to be a dry eye, Larry, in the winner's enclosure. It is a long in-lap, so let's hand back down to Alan Hyde in the studio for a quick commercial break.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bon Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bon Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Perfect timing as the riders make their way for the first time today into Park Fairmead to be joined by Larry Carter.
Well, I'm just waiting for the reception for Harrison Mackay, because we've got just about the entire paddock here is absolutely delighted for this one, notwithstanding the fact that Asher Durham's finished second and Ferry Flearacker's third. Here he comes. Well, there you go. Whether or not you can just, anybody that's down here will just see 100 people out here surrounding the podium for Harris Mackay. That is as a popular one as what we've ever seen here at Snetterton. But we'll grab a word with him in due course. Let's just see if we can find out what went wrong for Ferry Flearackers. Just talking to the BAR team. Ferry, it looked like you made a couple of mistakes out there. Otherwise, you may have won that one. What was the problem?
The bike wouldn't go into gear 2 times, and then I went wide. But pretty happy with the race overall. We did a fast lap and could close the gap a bit, so pretty happy.
Yeah, it's been great. It's wonderful to have you back in the championship, Ferry. Please do come back again and see us in BSB at some point.
Yeah, we will see. Maybe another round, we will see.
Yeah, okay, we'd love to see you. Thanks, Ferry, and good luck in the rest of the World Championship as well. Well, there is Asher Durham down here just having a chat to Dave Tyson and the rest of the Power Slide racing team. And Asher, well, important points, Asher, that. You needn't worry too much about the losing out the victory there. That's more important points in the bank for you.
Yeah, very good points in the bag. Yeah, the team's been great all weekend. We've got some pretty trick master cylinders on from Hell Performance, and yeah, we're pushing all the time. Good for the championship, like you say. So I think the Aprilia's just had a little bit on us, on the punch everywhere. I just couldn't see it in the slipstream. But like I say, good points for the championship, and I'm happy to get my 3rd podium in a row. Yeah, happy.
That's it. And top step next time, maybe. So you never know.
Exactly, that's it. We'll push.
Yeah, absolutely. We expect nothing other than that. Well, TV's just grabbed a quick word with Harris and Mackay there, so what we'll do is we'll just wait for them to finish, and then we'll move in. Mum Tammy, Dad Dave, Salty Cells used to race himself many years. In fact, I think he ended up digging himself to earth at one point in time at Thruxton, if my memory serves me correctly. But the sidecars then just move off for their race. We had to just about end the sidecar race in darkness yesterday. We had to switch the PA off, and the sidecar race continued without the PA on due to the planning regulations here at Snetterton. But we saw a victory for Lewis Blackstock, and he'll be looking to try and do that again. Harrison, just grab a quick word there. First of all, mate, let me shake you by the hands, because this one's got to stick, mate. This one's got to count.
Yeah, definitely. Weren't expecting a win, but we've done it. So we've had the pace all weekend, so super happy. I just went out and enjoyed it, and when you're enjoying it, you always go quick. So yeah, super happy.
Yeah, this is the first of many. Let's hope for that. And the championship charge starts now.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Yeah, we're going to go do the podium, mate. You're going to stand on the top step, and this one, as Mum Tammy says, this one is going to count. And old Salty Sellers says, hang on a second, we've not been through post-race scrutineering yet. So there is just by deference to the fact that there was a technical issue when he won a Talent Cup race here 12 months ago, and he had to then sadly hand the old trophies back and be stripped of the points that he'd gained. But this one, I'm pretty sure, is going to count. And if he can manage to find his way through the throng of well-wishers here, including Duncan Vincent, who's been down to his friend Harris Mackay, the very best congratulations, and he is here. So, well, let's get them here then. Let's get them up here for round 7 of the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship, and it's a welcome return to the podium for BA Art Racing and for Belgium. Third position then to Ferry Fleerackers. The Belgique rider, last time a Belgian rider was on the podium at Snetterton, because he didn't make it last year. There's another one for you. Second position then for Powerslide Suzuki, a third podium of the season for the Thrasher, Asher Durham. And what a day that will live long in the memory, because it is his first sport bike victory for Armada SC1 Aprilia. It is the race winner, Harrison Mackay. And who's going to collect the team award? Sam, are you going to collect the team award on behalf of the Armada Cables SC31 racing team? That is Sam Cox, the team owner and part-time racer, who's going to collect the team award. So third position then, presented by Natalie Mill, the brand and engagement lead at Zinn, the title sponsors of the series. For Ferry Fleerackers, the Belgique rider takes another trophy across to the lowland. Second position then for Asher Durham, adds to his victory, another podium for the season. And this will be a special place in the trophy cabinet for sure, because the race winner is Harrison Mackay. And Sam Cox collects the team award on behalf of the Armada SC31 racing team. And one would imagine that the celebrations would be long. Well, boys, whether or not you want to get busy with the fizzy, hold the trophies up. That's it for the cameras, live on TV as well, as they will be celebrating, no doubt, for a while to come, because that is history in the making. A career first sport bike victory and national victory level for Harris Mackay. And Asher Durham, he ambushes Mackay on the podium. And the Balietti Prosecco. He says, I can't open it, Mum. Oh, come on, Tammy, go and show him what to do. I can't open it, Mum. There we go. Well, if you had out about you, Harrison, you come and soak your mum down here. He manages to get it open eventually. And Asher Durham gets returned the favour. And nice to see Harley McCabe come down here and offer his congratulations to the winning 3 riders. Well, that concludes the first podium then. Already the outfits are ready to go on the grid. And with that, back to the commentary box and Duncan Vincent.
It's me, actually, Larry.
Sorry, Al, back to you.
Absolutely fine. I'm just going to let people know what's happening down on the Meet the Riders stage at the Zinn Zone. Dave Neal conducts some great interviews over the course of today. Already we've had Luke Mossey, Ben Curry, Brad Ray and Storm Stacey appearing. Right now, Lee Jackson is being interrogated by Dave. 11:30, Scott Redding, Luke Stapleford at 2 o'clock, Jason O'Halloran at 2:15. Ryan Vickers at 2:30 and Leon Haslam at 2:45 today. So Dave's going to be busy down there on the Meet the Riders area on the stage down at the Zinn Zone.
All the news, all the stars, all British Superbikes. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts. And so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out, search Carol Nash.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits 2 wheels can bring.
Search for British Superbikes on YouTube on race weekends. You might like what you see. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Marion British Cycles are off on their warming up lap. Larry Carter down in pit lane, and in the commentary box is Duncan Vincent.
He certainly is, Alan, and enjoyed that sport bike race, especially seeing somebody get their first victory, especially when it's your little friend. That's always special, and a great podium celebration down there, hosted by the one and only Larry Carter. Now, I have an amended grid for the Marion British Sidecar Championship, so hello and welcome to all the sidecar family who are tuning in, some from afar, I can tell you that. But on pole position we have the dominant pair of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, alongside Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. Rob Biggs and Ferry Seegers are on the second row of the grid, with Phil Bell and Phil Hyde. Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy line up alongside John Holden and Phil Napton, with Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook on the fourth row, with the green Mini of Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens. It's a blue Mini, isn't it? But the green machine is very much easy to spot. Andy Peach and Josh Hope are on the fifth row of the grid, with Patrick Farns and Connor Parkin, and Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkswell, the last bike on the grid, with 16 bikes only, because 3 of them have withdrawn. 7, Brian Gray and Jody James, Gordon Pottinger and David Dodd, and Sean Hegarty and Jack Napton. Unfortunately, with that engine issue yesterday for those guys, the engine issues for those guys, they will not be on the grid. We saw Brian Gray actually getting pulled off the grid yesterday. Remember the smoky outfit towards the end of the day, Alan? That was one that was causing a little bit of concern.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, concern in the commentary box, and sometimes you have a bit of smoke at the start and it may clear, but Brian's bike was getting considerably worse the further round the lap it got, Al. So, he got the famous meatball flag, as Scoop calls it, the black flag with the orange disc, the mechanical flag. So basically get off the circuit as quickly as you can. And Brian did that and made his way back into the pit lane with a little bit of assistance from some of the Port West Race Safe marshals. But here we go. The championship sits in the hands of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. They have a 60-point championship lead over Stephen and Rhys, Kershaw and Gibbons, who sit in second place. The LCR Yamaha of Blackstock and the LCR Triumph of Stephen Kershaw. I did speak to Stephen last night and said, so what is it like? He goes, the Triumph's great. It just doesn't have the top end that the Yamaha has got. So we did see a dominant victory with some 23 seconds. Was it 25 seconds yesterday, Alan? It's a huge winning margin that Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence had. They were effectively racing themselves, and it's leopard print on the side of the bike, not anything else. Here we go. Red lights on. And it's go. Away they go. A great start from Biggsy and a great start from Phil Bell. We're going to be 3 wide for Kershaw. Stephen getting sandwiched, squeezed by the Bell, Phil Bell, as they go down there. Good grief, that was a little bit uncomfortable in the morning for Stephen Kershaw. Phil Bell coming from the second row of the grid, And he had a whole lot of road on his other side, but he wanted to squeeze Stephen Kershaw into Rob Biggs. Biggs locks up into Wilson, and how did he manage to miss Phil Bell and Phil Hyde? They had the chair wheel locked up for a long, long way, then had the whole thing sideways on the way into that Wilson hairpin, but they all managed to get through. Biggsy has dropped to position. He's gone behind Stephen Kershaw, and Kershaw now wants to make amends and get past Phil Bell as quickly as he can. He pops out. Bell tries to walk him across towards the middle of the road. You have to get out of bed a bit earlier to try and block Stephen Kershaw, and he goes through on the inside. Lovely stuff. A little panic look over the shoulder, though, I have to say, Alan, from Rhys Gibbons, just to make sure they had that manoeuvre done, and they had. But what that's done is not a great start for Stephen. It's let Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence off the lead as Biggs has a look up the inside of Phil Bell. Phil Hyde has the back of the number 18 Phil Bell bike very much covered over the back wheel to try and steer through Oggies up over the crest and make the drive work as well. Very exuberant bit of pasturing from Connor Parkin there, almost with his head on the ground as he goes round towards Wilson. He's that far over the bike. Let's see if he's still doing that on lap 10 out of this race, because he'll be quite tired by that point as they make their way down the Bentley Straight in towards Brundle. Breaking all the way around this corner, we catch up with John Holden, who's behind Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. They're on the 117 bike. Well, they were meant to be number 55, and they were also meant to be a Formula 2 bike. So that's what Larry Carter got for the programme information. And at the last minute, they have decided to come out as 117 on the Formula 1 bike, so the big long bike. So, yeah, slightly different. They've not got the short chassis. They've come out with the long chassis, and they're charging up behind the back of Rob Biggs, who's kind of stuck behind Phil Bell at this moment in time as they come up the main straight. There's just a little bit more of Phil Bell that pops out from behind the bodywork, and Biggs is shaking his head as he comes up, not happy about something as he crosses the line there. Whether he was getting something on the pit board he didn't like. But Rob Biggs, who we saw in third place yesterday, goes ahead of Phil Bell and puts himself up into that third place on the Express Tyre Service LCR. A big lock-up from Stephen Kershaw, and Phil Bell retaliates up the inside. Lovely stuff. And that was a well-controlled move from Phil Bell. He went up the inside. He didn't have anything locked up. There was nothing out of shape. Biggs just basically opened the door and said, there you go, Phil, if you want the space, you can have it. And through he goes. They come through Palmer, that lovely left-hander with the chair wheel just levitates just a couple of inches off the ground. And Stephen Kershaw has disappeared from this battle, but Bell now has Biggs up the inside. Biggs, can he get back to the apex? Oh, Alan, was that nose cone to bum cheek there? I think it was. I think Phil Bell just touched the back of Ferry Seegers, the back side, if I can say that, of Ferry Seegers with the nose cone on his LCR as he went through the Agostini hairpin. Incredibly close stuff. But ultimately, it's Rob Biggs who now is in third place, and Phil Bell goes back down to fourth. But then we've got Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, who are coming under all sorts of pressure from number 2, John Holden, and Phil Napton. John Holden returning to sidecar racing. He said to me a while ago he was spoiled with Andy Winkle. He didn't realise just how good he had it with Andy Winkle. And when Winks retired, John Holden went into this kind of limbo, trying to find the sidecar pasture, could never really pinpoint a good one, and ultimately walked away from sidecar racing, went a bit car racing in Legends cars, because he couldn't get a passenger. Then along came Phil Napton, and he's just happy with what he's got, so it seems to be working again. It's rekindled his love for the sport. And we should say his better half is very much Fiona Baker-Milligan, who will be down there. Fiona Baker-Holden, I think it maybe is now, actually, down there in the pit lane. I did see Fiona moving about this weekend. And Fiona was a very, very good sidecar passer in her day, but had to retire through injury, unfortunately. The daughter of Tony Baker, who is possibly one of my heroes in sidecars, because been there, seen it, done it, and built it as well, did Tony. As we catch up with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:58.5 for Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. They have a 4-second lead at the sharp end on lap 3. Stephen Kershaw has 4.7 seconds over Rob Biggs and Ferry Seegers. And then everybody else comes into play. And that's basically how it is. The pace that Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence have put down this weekend has been something sensational. They have just driven away from everybody in every session. And it shows you they are world-class racers. But we look for the battle for fourth place. We've got Bell, Crawford, Holden, and just off the back of John Holden, can we say Holland? No, Ben Holland just a little bit out of it, but come through Agostini hairpin with a whole lot of style, with the passenger chair wheel hovering over the grass on the apex, with that one absolute perfection as you come through there. But he's coming under big pressure from Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook on the 26 as they make their way through the middle part of the lap and in through Augies. The ARS chassis that we see in the hands of Rod Atkinson. Yamaha Power, ARS, been around for quite a few years now. The sidecars basically all have the same fundamental design. There's just little bits of design philosophy from the designers to make them slightly different. And that was Holland going straight on there. Holland went straight on at the end of the back straight. Let's hope that they can rejoin someplace. Yes, they are. They're driving around the inside of the bomb hole in front of all the hospitality units. So whether they have a technical issue that... did you see how far off the track they were, Alan? They weren't just a little bit off the track. They were miles away from the actual racetrack, which is maybe good if you have some sort of issue. Yes, they have. They've parked up outside the front of the Motor Rapido Hospitality. Who knows? Lee Marshall might drop them a little bit of a drink if they're lucky. And a great shame for Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens, who retire the number 60 from this race. They're on the Ride chassis, chassis produced by Dean Ride. And I've got to say, Kyle Ride's dad is a fabricating genius as well. He has helped Rory Skinner this weekend. They've helped fix Rory Skinner's swinging arm after Rory's bike was damaged yesterday in that turn 2 melee in race number 1. Now, interestingly, Holden's just got past Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, and he's putting a charge on here as John Holden. I'm going to call him the veteran, because he is. He might not like it, but he's charging up towards the back of Phil Bell and Phil Hyde. He's managed to get ahead of Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy and gap them quite easily. And John Holden looking back at his best on the number 2 SSD stainless steel design with Carl Cox Motorsport ride that they're on, the Triumph powered ride. The 765 engine in the back of that, the lovely style of Phil Napton over the back there. The bike complaining a little bit over the bumps, but they home themselves up towards the back of the LCR of Phil Bell. And this could be another position for John Holden, having a really good strong run. He's in the slipstream as they come down the Bentley Straight. Holden pops out from the slipstream on the Triumph. He's looking across at Phil Bell as they come down the straight. They're passing each other 120 miles per hour, but no, Bell can't. Well, Bell does hold on to that. He can't give the place away with that ease. And he manages to break that a little bit later going through Brundle in towards Nelson. But John Holden, with a bit of intent, he wants to get that place away from Phil Bell and take that 4th place on the road. They go past the stricken number 60 of Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens, which is outside the front of Leon Haslam's hospitality unit. I do hope that Lee has managed to give them a little bit of a drink down there. Definitely, the guys definitely deserve it. It's hot inside cars. And Holden seems to have so much more corner entry and mid-corner speed than Phil Bell. But then it does look like the Triumph just doesn't have the get up and go up the straight and into the pit lane. Sitting up out the last corner comes Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy. That's a disaster for those guys. As Holden up the inside into turn 1. Beautiful manoeuvre on Phil Bell. He slithers a little bit wide of the apex, but he holds that one. Lovely stuff from John Holden, the veteran campaigner. As up the inside of him now comes Phil Bell. Can Bell make the apex? Yes, he can. That's the classic Phil Bell retaliation move that we've seen quite a few times recently. He got Rob Biggs with that one and caught Biggsy with his leathers down, shall we say. I think we can get away with saying that on radio. But John Holden there, he knew that was coming. There was a double take look from Phil Lapton as well.
Would you like me to run it through the Ofcom rules?
It's probably best you do, actually. Oops. Sorry, Stuart Mills, circuit manager. Your radio licence is safe in the hands of Alan Hyde. Please do not worry. Lap 5 out of 10. Back to the sharp end, we should mention this. Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. So remember yesterday, Alan, it was way up in the mid to high 20s. It's only 9 seconds today.
Yeah.
Stephen Kershaw very much keeping Lewis Blackstock in sight, albeit 9 seconds is still a chunky gap. Rob Biggs and Ferry Sagers, they're in a very, very lonely, I'm going to say 3rd place, but it's still a podium position. They're 6 seconds off the back of Stephen and 5.5 seconds ahead of Phil Bell. They've got to just basically nurse that bike to the end and make sure the points are there for them, because they do sit 3rd in the championship coming into this race after picking up a good 3rd place on the podium yesterday. But I have to say, John Holden's got some sort of idea of what he wants to do to Phil Bell, and I don't think Phil Bell's going to like the outcome of it, but he's right with him. That in the background was our number 1 Dow-backed LCR Yamaha of Blackstock and Lawrence. And once again, thank you to Rick Lawrence again for the little droplets of information that he does give through to me in the commentary point. It always helps so much when we get a little update. It's like Rick's almost the paddock coordinator of the. It's like he's got the phone of doom, actually. He tells me all the problems everybody's having, and he texts them up to the commentary point. Bell's put a bit of time between himself and John Holden as they cross the line. That classic colour scheme that we have seen for so many generations of Bell Racing sidecar. And Phil Bell, just another one who has come along. His other brother Michael had a shot of it as well a good few years ago. Michael was a good racer in the Scottish Championship scene and around the country. But Phil definitely... Michael will agree with this, the slightly faster of the two. And Michael watching Phil and probably helping out in the team now, I would imagine. But we've seen so many generations. Jeff Bell, Ian Bell, Phil Bell, Michael Bell as well, all dressed in those colour schemes, the famous Ian Bell motorcycles. And there's not a day goes by that the sidecar community don't miss the great Ian Bell. And very much in our thoughts every time we see that colour scheme on Phil's bike. And he sits in fourth place, holding back the very hard charging John Holden. We see Rob Biggs making his way on towards the Bentley Straight now. The gap that he has to Stephen Kershaw, some 7.8 seconds, but it does look like last time round Stephen Kershaw put a personal best of 1:59.774. I think that's the first time Stephen's gone sub 2 minutes this weekend. 1:59.774. So it shows you that they're never stopping chasing what they're looking for. Let me confirm that. Alan could maybe help me with this as well. We're looking back through some sheets now. Yeah, a 2 minute flat for Stephen Kershaw. Now, Stephen, something happened going through turn one. Has he had to power cycle the bike and get going again? I wonder if the lanyard might have popped off and cut the engine out there, because that was a 7-second lead. It's now drastically come down over Rob Biggs. Biggsy can now see Stephen, and sometimes the drivers have a little bit of a lanyard which is connected to a kill switch, and that is in case the driver has an accident, comes out the bike, it kills the engine automatically. Stephen was fidgeting about with something down on his left-hand side, and 9 times out of 10 it's connected to the tub of the sidecar. So there's one for Larry Carter. Scoop, you can ask the question at the end of that one. It looks like Stephen had to power cycle the bike, and not the greatest thing that you have to do mid-race. Nobody wants to be doing that, that's for sure. As we look at the qualifying results, Stephen Kershaw, fastest lap. We haven't seen him in the 1:59s until race number 2, as we see the very flamboyant style of Rob Biggs and Ferry Seagars making their way through.
It was a great shot on telly, wasn't it?
That was brilliant. In fact, I'm going to take that back. They did a 59.8 in the race yesterday, so they have gone quicker than yesterday's race today, which is the progress they'll be wanting to make. The only thing is, Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, they're not doing 59s, they're not doing 58s, they're doing 57s, 1:57.997 around here. The lap record still sits to Ben Burchell and Tom Burchell, a 1:56.8. That stands from 2021, actually, yeah. It's a fairly old lap record. But we catch up now with the battle for John Holden and Phil Bell. Holden still chasing and putting the pressure on Phil Bell. Phil will be just hoping to pull away towards the end of the race and seeing if maybe John Holden can fade. But John looking back at his best, back to his youthful best, as he has a good long look down at the dashboard and tries to tuck in as they make their way down the back straight. You can see the drivers just they just pop out the top like a bit of a muffin sometimes, Alan. It's maybe not the best way to say it, but Phil Bell has got broad shoulders. That's what it looks like. He's got broad shoulders, and also the leathers fill up with air as well, so they do expand a little bit when you're doing 120, 130 miles per hour down that Bentley Straight. But he's coming under pressure as they make their way round Coram on lap 8 out of 10. Round the ever-tightening Coram corner. The pastures out to the right-hand side. Then they've got to time it perfectly to go back to the left. And that left so important. If they don't get out to that left, that cherry wheel will pop up. And look how much quicker Holden and Napton are through that area of the track. They work in perfect harmony, and up they come. Slipstream for John Holden. He's gaining into turn 1. The only problem is, a little bit like the smaller capacity bikes, the sidecars can brake so late, Alan, because they've got those big wide tyres, and there's 3 of them, and there's a bit more weight.
Yeah, there certainly is. Big contact patch.
Yeah, big contact patch, which means they can brake so much later, a bit more like a car in towards that area, and that's what lets turn 1 be a very difficult place to overtake. The braking zone, rather short, to say the least. But John Holden, on his ride chassis, all over the back of the LCR of Phil Bell as they come through Palmer and head down towards Agostini. He pops out goes up the inside. This will be an overtake for the position. Holden, but Bell does cover the inside, only just, I've got to say, looks like he left half a gap, and if you give John Holden half a gap, he'll take a whole gap from you with a little bit of help from the grass on the chair wheel, as Phil Napton will be loving this one, and they come up and in towards Oggies. Again, another overtaking place, but the sidecars have such a short braking distance on the way in, not really in the greater scheme of things is it going to work. Rod Atkinson still sits in 6th place with Andy Peach behind him in 7th, and Patrick Farnes is in 8th place ahead of Charlie Moss in 9th. That's the 9 runners that we have on track. Unfortunately, Lee Crawford and Scott Hardy, we lost them 4 laps ago on lap 3. And Ben Holland and Wayne Stevens, well, we saw them retiring at the end of the Bentley Straight where they parked themselves up outside the front of Steve Wilfmore's Motor Rapido Ducati Hospitality. And I'm sure they will have been given a nice cold bottle of water from the lovely staff down there so they can watch the rest of this sidecar race from a very, very long way away from the track, from where they've actually parked, as in towards Murray's. Once again, Phil Bell under all sorts of pressure. That was Stephen Kershaw and Rob Biggs you heard going through in the background. Lewis Blackstock has already been and gone. 18.8 seconds now the lead for Blackstock. We're getting back up towards the 20-second bracket, but we're on lap 9 out of 10. Here comes Holden. He's in the slipstream again, getting pulled in towards Ritchie's. It's unfortunate for John. He's fast in all the wrong places. He is fast in the places that make it really difficult to overtake, but he gets a good run through Ritchie's. He could do the old dive bomb manoeuvre up the inside. Here he comes. He shows half a machine, but Phil Bell covers that one back to the apex. It was like Phil Bell was almost waiting for the inevitable to happen, but Holden unable to make that one work and make it stick as well.
Duncan, I just happened to notice that the advantage for Lewis Blackstock at the end of the previous lap was 22.5 seconds. It's now down to 18.8, so he's definitely rolling it off. Just keep your eye on that one, because is he in trouble or is he doing this purposely just with a couple of laps to go? But he's lost 4 seconds to Kershaw on that previous lap.
Yeah, well, his last lap was still quicker than Stephen Kershaw's. He's now lapping some 2 seconds off his best pace. His best lap's a 1:57.9 and his last lap was a 1:59.2. Stephen's last lap was a 2:03. So there is a bit of, still a lot of time to be given away if they want Stephen Kershaw to catch up. But Kershaw has managed to build a little bit of that gap back up to Rob Biggs to 5.2 seconds. But Larry, it would definitely be worthwhile asking Stephen Kershaw at the end of this race what happened at turn 1. I thought the lanyard might have popped off the bike, which cut the engine, and that could have put him in a little bit of trouble. But we'll keep our eyes firmly on, or we'll keep our ears on that as we watch. The final lap is now very much started. That's the leaders going in through turn number 1 as Phil Bell, still under huge pressure from John Holden, comes through Nelson and heads towards the bomb hole. Let's have a look and see. Last time round, 59.5 for Lewis Blackstock. Here comes Stephen Kershaw. The Triumph does sound nice in a sidecar. Of course, the exhaust pointing back towards us. Here's Biggsy. And you could hear the distinct difference in engine note. The 3-cylinder Triumph are very much a drone. And the high-pitched screamer, if you like it, off the inline 4. Here comes this battle for 4th place as we move into the final lap. And Phil Bell is going to have to keep his wits very much about him. But as I've already said, Alan, John Holden's fast in the wrong places. And he's not going to be able to make that manoeuvre. The Rod Atkinson, Shane Colebrook across the line, as is Andy Peach and Josh Hope and Patrick Farnes and Connor Parkin in the background. And then there's a bit of a gap back where we have to wait for Charlie Moss and Kirsty Hawkswell. But I'm also very much keeping my eyes on the race leaders who make their way around the Williams and onto Bentley, the back straight, heading down that back straight. They'll be heading towards Brundle and Nelson, and we'll pick them up in a couple of seconds. I'll get the binoculars ready to look out the side of the box, because Phil Bell does look like he's put a bit of a charge on towards the end of this race, as the leaders do now come in towards that area I was talking about, Brundle and Nelson. But it does look like Phil Bell has managed to put a bit of a band-aid on the issue. The leak has been controlled, and it was 0.3 of a second across the line. It looks a lot more than 0.3 of a second on this, the last lap for John Holden. But through Coram, for the last time, it's going to be another double in the Marin British Sidecar Championship, and it's going to go the way of Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. They have been dominant this weekend. They've owned every single session, every time they've been on the track. They come up and take another victory in the Marin British Sidecar Championship. Fantastic. And they throttle it off towards the end. Stephen Kershaw will take that second place. He's coming into Murray's. sliding gracefully with Rhys Gibbon in his back, the chair. Don't think Rhys was quite expecting that amount of exuberance towards the end. But here comes Stephen with the Express Tyre Service sponsorship. He'll be happy with that second place. They've made progress. They have gone faster than they did in race number 1. And Rob Biggs, another good podium finish for Biggsy and Ferry Sagars across the line on their LCR to take some valuable points. And John Holden tried everything. He threw the kitchen sink at it, but he's unable to get past Phil Bell as they'll cross the line together. Phil Bell will take 4th place and John Holden will cross the line in 5th. Rod Atkinson and Shane Colebrook should come across the line in 6th place, with Peachy and Hope and Farrance and Parkin rounding out the top 8.
Not that I'm immature or anything, but do we get a handstand today?
Yes, Alan, we will get a handstand at some point.
Thank you.
There you go, on cue. Oscar Lawrence was listening to you. TV director Richard Coventry doesn't miss a trick, says Cov. He's absolutely on the money. But there we go, that's the Martin British Sidecar Championship race number 2 for their weekend. They get an early finish, a little bit like Sport Bike, and it's Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence who take the victory from Stephen Kershaw and Rhys Gibbon, with Rob Biggs and Ferry Sagars in 3rd place. Fabulous stuff from the sidecars. We'll now pause. I better jump in one of those cars. A couple of laps of circuit, Alan, and we'll be back in a little while. Shall we have a very quick ad break, or what do you want to do with this?
I think we should.
Online, on FM radio, and live streamed on YouTube, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Powered by Kawasaki, this is BSB Radio.
And let's get straight down to Parc Fermé and the celebrations with Larry Carter.
Yeah, the sidecars just taking a little while to do their outlap. That's the end of track activity for this morning. We're now into the very short lunchtime pit walk recess. As we mentioned, everything just being concertinaed up by around about 10 minutes this morning due to the non-running of the BMW Last Chance qualifier. So if you're thinking that the pit lane walkabout, you've still got 5 minutes, well, it is actually technically underway now. So whilst we just wait for the sidecars to make their way down pit lane and here into the Parc Fermé area, here is the race winner, Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. As ever, worth the admission money alone, isn't it, watching the antics of Oscar Lawrence?
Yes.
It's one of the highlights of my weekend, actually.
Me too, yeah.
Nothing to do with the racing, is it? It's the BMW ball draw and it's the antics of the sidecar race winners on the slowing down lap.
It's absolutely superb.
Make it all worthwhile. Well, there is the riders. They're just making their way up there. Lewis Blackstock, well, quite simply, 26 seconds today. It was yesterday, 18 seconds, best part of a minute for the defending British champions and the riders who've leading this British Championship. Let's just have a quick word with Lewis. Lewis never managed to have a chat to you yesterday because we were all switched off on the PA, but Congratulations. You can, with all due respect to the opposition, you can only beat what's there, and all you can do is win the race. But 26 seconds yesterday, I think it's 20 seconds today. It's got a bit processional out there.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good place to be in. It just shows what development we've done with the bike this over this
Because
winter.
last year you had a double DNF. Was it the clutch?
Yeah, the clutch went, and then the front sprocket come off. So eventually they're both tight, and I put a brand new clutch in for this weekend. So.
Oh well, you got the double V. That's 7 out of 7 as well in the championship. That's job's half done, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. It's not done yet, but it's on its way. So yeah, it's good.
And a special mention for Stormeye. She's not been through a good time just recently. I'm pretty sure that she'll have been watching these results back home.
Yeah, I hope she's watching, and that's for her.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, she's probably listening as much as anything else. Oscar, can I just say that it's worth the admission fee watching the post-race antics of you in there. so much support around the circuit for you.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, there was loads of crowd today, so thought it'd be nice for them to give them a show, and it was stacked with people, so nice to see.
Do you think we can do the repertoire, add a somersault or something else into that on the
I don't know if I've got much more in the locker, but the handstand might have to do, mate.
That's right,
Unless
yeah.
you can come up with something.
Well, there is Steve Kershaw as well. I think we are just going to grab a quick word, just a very quick word with Steve. No answer for Lewis this weekend, Steve, but important points in the championship for you.
Yeah, 2 second places is puts up to second in the championship, and points make prizes. So, yeah, no answer for Lewis. Working hard with the Triumph. We thought it would struggle at Snetterton, and it did a bit. But we keep working at it. We're happy enough. It's handling well. We'll keep pushing.
Did you have a problem halfway through that? Because
I did. My lanyard
we thought it
come out, and I had to shove it back in again. So 100 mile and 120 mile an hour trying to get it back in this tiny slot was quite difficult.
Right, we're going to get the podium underway then, so let's get the riders up here then in this round 7 of the Marine British Sidecar Championship. And onto the podium for a second time this weekend and a 4th time in the season goes the way of Express Tyres, Santander Salt, and Rob Biggs and Ferry Sagers. Up onto the podium for Rob and for Ferry, as indeed it's the exact 1, 2, 3 as we had yesterday, as the dusk tended to circle here. Second position then for Express Tyres on the Triumph. That goes the way once again. Steve Kershaw and Rhys Gibbons. Hello, Steve. Well done, Rhys. Onto the podium for them. And taking a victory for the 7th time this season, unbeaten in the Marine British Sidecar Championship, your race winners, Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence. As they climb onto the podium, and as ever, it's a very convivial affair on the sidecar podium. Trying to get 2 competitors on each step, it is a little bit of a squeeze there, isn't it, Oscar? Just so it's barely enough room for one rider. Well, Rob Biggs has done the sensible thing and just stood off of the podium slightly, but they get the 3rd position for Rob Biggs and for Ferry Sagers, their 4th position of the season. Steve Kershaw, Rhys Gibbons, the Scotsman, and he gets that 6th podium of the season, up to 2nd in the championship. But have they got an answer for the race winners? Once again, for the 7th time this season, the race winners, Lewis Blackstock and Oscar Lawrence, as they get their award. Pose for the photographs, and like most of this, in fact all of the meeting going on the various TV channels as well. As Oscar Lawrence already, if you want to join us down here at Parc Fermé, you're very welcome, but we can't guarantee that you'll stay dry. If you want to join us for any of the podium celebrations, and you're very welcome, just look for the big red Hell performance truck at the rear of the green office administration building and the back of the race control building. You'll find us. That's where the podium is for most of the for all of the British Superbikes and most of the support races. 1 or 2 of the other junior support races have a separate podium for branding purposes. But there, you're very welcome to join us. It is an open paddock here at Snetterton, and you're very welcome to get up close and personal. And you may know, if you're not driving, you might just be able to sample an odd swig of the Baglieti Prosecco supplied by Lanchester Wines as that makes its way out into the crowd. So there's the top 3 then in the Marine British Sidecar Championship. If you don't manage to get these results, then check them out on tsltiming.com, tsltiming.com, just with a bit of navigation onto the British Superbike Championship, drop down to Snetterton, and that will give you all of the results, 80-odd pages for each and every race there, with various timing sectors, results, pole positions, qualifying positions and everything else. We don't have time to give them out, so that's where we go. That's where we advise you to go, is to the tsltiming.com, website for all of the results. We're going into a very short lunchtime recess, and then we're going to go racing again with the BMWs in round about half an hour's time. So with that, time to just recharge the batteries, make your way across here to pit lane for the walkabout, and Alan Hyde will have one or two guests in the studio.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, we are hoping to get a couple of guests joining us up here in the studio here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. However, the only caveat I'll give to that is it's a busy race day, and sometimes we get guests that are scheduled to join us, but other things take over as far as their official duties for the weekend are concerned. So potentially they might have to change their plans, but we do have a couple of guests lined up. So keep our fingers crossed that we'll have them joining you on 107.3 FM here at Snetterton Circuit. But one thing is for absolutely sure, we can get through some of your messages that you've been sending in today on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is our number. Element Passive Fire Protection are here supporting Alex Pearson in the BMW F900R Cup. Great result yesterday. Elbows out on the first corner today. Thank you, Josh. One thing that I will ask you to do if you're sending a message in, please could you make sure that you add your name to the message as well. We do need your name, only your first name, not your surname, only your first name, and then your message on WhatsApp to 07482 877 877. This one says, we'd like to wish Matthew a very happy birthday. We hope you're enjoying your day at Snetterton. Love from Simon, Katie, Tasha and Tony. Thank you guys. Thanks for writing in. 07482 877 877. Hi, can you say hello to Chris and Amelia here for the first time celebrating Chris's 20th birthday, and that comes from Will. Will, thank you very much indeed, and Chris and Amelia, hope you have an absolutely super day here at Snetterton. And this one says, best of luck to Finn Smartweed in the sport bike race today from Judith and Neil. Of course, we've already enjoyed our Pirelli British Sport Bike race, and unfortunately Finn not having the race that he would have wanted. But however, he is very much one of our welcome guests on the mic in the commentary box, along with Duncan. So we may hear more from Finn over the course of today when we get to the final race of the day for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. Right, let's get through a few more of your messages. This was more good luck for Finn from Club 74 in Lincolnshire. Tracy, thank you very much indeed. Don't forget to put your names on the messages. And this was another wish of good luck to Finn. Good luck today in the sport bike race, listening in from workshop as we can't be there and we're busy working on race bikes for his big brother Tom, so blame him. Love from Andy and Heidi as well. Great to have you listening. Sorry we couldn't dish up a better result. It's come over a little bit overcast as we are about to get the pit lane walkabout underway. We've got our live mobile camera down in pit lane if you're watching on our YouTube stream, and I'm sure it's going to be a very, very busy pit lane for the pit lane walkabout. Dylan and Morgan here at Snetterton watching at Palmer's, wishing James Ellison and Fatboy Finn the best of luck for their races today. Dylan, thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, it was a prediction of a short amount of rain, probably about an hour ago. Well, it didn't come true, so that's very good news indeed. We're very pleased about that. Thank you, Ian. Thank you for sending your messages this weekend. You've been really super in the information that you bring. And if you are watching on our YouTube stream on the official British Superbike channel on YouTube, you can see the riders already out there at the tables in front of the garages and busy signing away autographs. One quick word of advice if you're coming down on the pit lane walkabout: there are an awful lot of you here at Snetterton today. It's likely to be busy, so if you have a favourite rider, go there first. Join the queue, get your favourite rider first of all, and then anyone else is just a bit of a bonus. Good morning, Snetterton. This morning we're sending a huge shout out to Finn Smart-Weedon. Head down. You've got this, boy. Thank you, Zena. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And Finn really did have quite a fan club writing into us earlier. Couldn't give a shout out to Finsmart Win and the best of luck in his sport bike race from Sharon and David. We'll be watching opposite the pit lane entry. Sharon, thank you very much indeed. Good luck to Chase and the racing team and our sponsored rider Josh Corner from R-Line Motorsport over there in Spain. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and the BMW race is the first of our races when we get racing back underway here at Snetterton today. It's 107.3 FM, and we'll keep your messages coming in. WhatsApp 07482 877 877 07482 877 877.
Now let go of everything I ever heard, 'cause I couldn't give the love you deserve. By the gunner you shouted, oh my God. It seemed churlish, but it's what I was owed, I suppose. Every flagstone of this town bears our prints, and all the bars round here serve my ghosts and carcasses. I wish I knew these things when I was young, 'cause now I've just grown so numb. We take whatever we can to get the reason back, so please don't rein me in. Don't rein me in. I'm working myself up to a nice warm bliss. All my memories of you ring like tinnitus. If I stop, it's just pain. Please don't rein me in.
There's nothing brave in walking alone. Love in exile is nowhere to go, so come on home. Don't run away from my tenderness. You're so afraid of that heart inside your chest. We were doing so well, but you were scared to be held. Took the easiest way out. I see the tears of a man too proud to reach for a hand. I'll let my love keep you safe now. So please don't rein me in.
Please don't rein me in. Now I'm working myself up to a nice warm bliss. All my memories of you ring like tinnitus. If I stop, it's just pain. Please don't rein me in. No, I'm stood here chewing every word's inside, telling everybody but you how much I love. So now I'm working myself up to a nice warm bliss. All my memories of you ring like tinnitus. If I stop,
Sam Fender and Olivia Dean here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. It's the sound of the British Superbike Championship all year, not just here at Snetterton, but 107.3 FM, specifically here at Snetterton, and of course around the world at BritishSuperbike.com and on the official British Superbike channel on YouTube as well, with our live stream pictures from pit lane, enjoying a busy pit lane walkabout and the opportunity to meet the riders, get a a photograph and can see some Scott Redding hats making their way down pit lane, and a photographic opportunity as well. That's really cool to see. And so too we saw pictures of Storm Stacey busy signing away your autographs. So keep it tuned if you're watching on our live YouTube stream. It takes the official live timing page from tsl-timing.com and our own live pictures as well, that we've got a mobile camera down there in pit lane at the moment, seeing just how busy it is, and it's very busy indeed. And we're getting through your messages as well on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877 is the number. Good morning, chaps. Could you give a shout out to Chad Shine Bright Like a Diamond Shiner and tell him start pedalling faster. Big love from Greg. Thank you very much indeed, Greg. Thank you for sending a message in on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877. Morning, love listening to your commentary and banter, guys. Keep it up, and wish number 91 Leon Haslam and 88 Lewis Rollo good luck for today from Adam. Thank you, from Corfu. Yes, we heard that you're in Corfu yesterday, Adam, and hopefully you're thoroughly enjoying your time over there, and thank you for tuning in all the way over there in sunny Corfu. Can you give a shout out to June and Gareth from I can't pronounce that, I'm sorry, South Wales, somewhere in South Wales. We're having a great time, even though it's a very long journey. Well, June and Gareth, great to have you here, and well worth the journey, I think you'll agree, but that is a long way, isn't it, cross country. This message says, hoping Scott Redding can get the job done this afternoon, then I'll be cheering the boys on this morning, in the morning. Come on, England. Shout out to Cragsy, Moose, Si and Norm. Another top weekend so far. Well, I hope that continues. Thank you very much indeed, guys. Regular messages to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki this weekend. This one says, afternoon to Mick and Karen, who have ridden here today on their new bike, a BMW K1600. Karen getting used to being pillion, and Mick's ribs getting used to being poked. Very good. And a very cheeky smiley emoji as well. Please could you say happy 51st birthday to Paul Baker. His brother bought him tickets for his birthday. Huge racing fan since he was a child, and his mum used to be part of the trackside St John ambulance crew as well. That comes from Sharon. Sharon, thank you very much for messaging on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877. The pit lane walkabout continues. We've got our mobile camera on the YouTube channel. Our very own Duncan Vincent is one of the pilots of the beautiful BMWs that are giving some VIP guests the opportunity to experience the 300 circuit here at Snetterton with the power of a BMW, and that continues while pit lane walkabout continues as well. Here on 107.3 FM, two guests are due in the studio. So far, neither of them have turned up, but we'll keep you entertained, and your messages help us to do that as well. 07482 877 877 is the number on WhatsApp, and we take your messages on emails as well. This one from Dale in Dundee on email. Hi guys, long time no speak. It's been a busy few months. Shout out to all the marshals, medics and everyone that puts BSB together. Keep all the laughs and banter going. It's cheering me up. It's been a difficult few months, but you're keeping me going. Dale in Dundee, we're here for you, and don't feel alone. We are here to entertain and inform as well. So great to have you listening, Dale, and thank you for writing in on email. And this one says, in fact, the message has gone away. Let's get it back. It's Jeff and Stu, just by Bombhole. Can you tell what the two riders that ride the circuit with the safety cars before and each superbike races do? That is one for our commentary team, and they will explain exactly what they do on their pursuit laps early on. In the build-up to the Superbike race. And can you also tell us what bikes they're on, what tyres they have on, and whether the riders have the right sliders on, please? Go Storm Go. That comes from Jeff. Jeff, thank you very much indeed for emailing in. This one says, good morning, Alan, Larry and Duncan, listening from very wet Scotland. You guys have much better weather. A message for Larry. I love all the programmes you put together for racing meetings. My front room main wall looks like a colourful guide for BSB meetings. Just one thing. Rhys Owen has a new nickname. If you look on the back of his helmet, Wee Man. That's the one. And as usual, give a massive shout out to the one and only smiling assassin, Rhys Owen, on the Master Mac Honda by Hawk, and also Ivan and Colin and Steve and the team. Good luck, guys, and to all the Rhys Owen fans at Snetterton today. Thank you, lads in the studio. You're doing a fabulous job as well. That comes from Kate from the Rhys Owen fan club. Thank you very much indeed for sending all of your messages in. Keep them coming on WhatsApp and email. Email is studio@bsbradio.com, and on WhatsApp 07482 877 877.
Just listening to that, Al.
Oh, yeah.
Point noted, Kate, what we'll do is, as we say, is if people bother to tell us, then we'll do that.
Oh, yeah, you asked for feedback, didn't you?
We do ask for feedback.
Yeah.
Rest assured that for the rest of the season, provided we get approval from the powers that be, we shall include Wee Man as the nickname for Rhys Owen.
There you go, just to prove you were. Are you down in Pit Lane, Larry?
I'm actually doing a couple of jobs in the media centre.
Are you? Yeah, very good. Great to have you popping in. I'm very grateful that you're listening, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. 107.3 FM, it is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, keeping you company up until we get racing back underway. The build-up for the first of our races this afternoon will start in around about quarter of an hour's time. The Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup, their main event this weekend. 10 laps around the Snetterton 300 circuit, and the race due to get underway at 12:30. All the action here will be live on 107.3 FM, BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
He was a stranger. He walked in looking for danger. When he stares at you, he can chain you down and make you fall in love. Heaven knows it. They made him out of fire and roses with an attitude, but he's sweet enough to put him on your tongue. He can be everything you've ever dreamed. Ooh, Mr. Electric Blue, I wanna dance like you. How did you get so cool? And oh, you got electric soul. You let the good times roll, Mr. Electric Blue. They say that he fell from space or some supernatural place, Mr. Electric Blue. I know I believe in you. He's a man's man, a good, hard-working American, but he ain't the guy you'd wanna fight. He'll make you bite the dirt. And he said, watch the way you talk to me if you want to keep your two front teeth. Ooh, Mr. Electric Blue, I wanna dance like you. How did you get so cool? And oh, you got electric soul. You let the good times roll, Mr. Electric Blue.
Busy pit lane walkabout beginning to come to an end here at Snetterton now, and that means that we can get the pit lane ready for the first of our races for the day. It's an important little break that we get in the middle of the day on race day. one of the main reasons that we have a little lunch break is to allow the marshals to get some sustenance and have a drink and all those little comfort breaks that are essential from what is a very, very busy day on post. So thank you to all of our Port West race safe marshals dotted around the circuit doing a quite excellent job and a very well deserved early lunch break for them, and also our opportunity to meet the riders and get a photograph and an autograph as well. So that's the reason that we have this break in activity over the course of a race day. It's all important so the marshals can get something to eat to get themselves ready for a full afternoon of racing, which gets underway 12:30. The Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Then the pit lane will open at 5 minutes past 1 for the first of our British Superbike races today. 12 laps the first one. That's due to start at 1:20 this afternoon. 2 o'clock for the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. 2:50 for the Pirelli National Super Stocks. The Quattro Group British Super Sport Championship feature race, 14-lap race at 20 to 4 this afternoon. Pit lane opens for the second and final Superbike race of the day, the third of the weekend. 4:15, that's when the pit lane opens, and the race gets underway over 16 laps at 4:30, and our final race of the day at 5:20 for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes. That's how the day looks here at Snetterton as far as the race timetable for the afternoon goes. They're already beginning to clear people down in pit lane. We can see that on our mobile camera down there in pit lane, and Laura doing a great job bringing us some of the atmosphere of what looks to be a very, very busy pit lane for Pit Lane Walkabout. So that's really good news, Laura. Thank you very much indeed. This message says, just want to say thank you to Simon Potter for the weekend tickets for my 60th birthday for myself, Steve, and thanks Carl for joining us for the weekend as well. Steve, Carl, great to have you here. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and happy birthday as well. Good luck to Ryan Campion on board the D&K KLN Racing Honda from Katie and Jordan and Be Smart. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, hi, having a brilliant time at Snetterton. Please can you wish Jeff and Ricardo all the best from the Bart team for the Superstock race later. Love from Mark, Alex, Grace and Pete. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, good luck to Lucy. You go girl. Love from the Johnsons. And I can't work out if this was today or yesterday. Good luck to Mason Johnson. Lots of love. The Johnsons, we're watching from the Trafford Centre as it's Mum Jess's birthday today. Thank you very much indeed. And this one says, belated happy birthday to Sammy for yesterday, celebrating by being in the crowds from Jimmy, Andy, Graham, Bex, Mandy, Mark, Ewan and John as well. Messages on WhatsApp. There's still a few moments to get these in, you know. Please say hello to 3 generations of racing fans. Thank you to my son-in-law for a birthday treat and bringing the family, as it's his and some of the grandchildren, first time bike racing. I loved a lot of them, from Tracy, Daniel and Elizabeth. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. And this one says, please can you wish my wife Rachel happy birthday for Tuesday. That comes with love from Paul. Paul, thank you very much indeed, and happy birthday Rachel on Tuesday. I hope you have a really nice birthday. This one says, hello, I've been coming with my dad every year since I was 8, from the race of aces until now. I'm now 50 and Dad is 78. Love you, Dad. Jamie, good luck to Scott Redding. Yeah, Scott's got a few supporters coming in on WhatsApp, that's for sure. Hi, could you say hi to William Story? It's his first time here and loving it, trying to do all the tracks around the country. Absolutely loving it. Kay, thank you very much indeed. And hi to William. And this one says, hi, please can you wish our dad Ray a happy 80th birthday. He's here watching today. That comes with love from Kate and Carol. Thank you, and a nice smiley emoji. Okay, last one. For now, can you please ask Simon to stop eating all the stinky potatoes and quiche? There's a burger van right behind him. All my love from Dave. Thank you very much indeed. I don't want to finish on that one for now. Hi guys, I just wanted to say how happy I am to see Jason O'Halloran back, and many more of you, I'm sure, feel the same way. Mick, thank you very much indeed for writing in. Yeah, Jason has the O Show has a huge amount of support as ever. It really is good to have him back in British Superbikes this year. BMW's reversing into pit lane. That's good news. So 2 BMWs reversing down into pit lane. I think that means the passenger rides are now complete. Safety car remains out on circuit with the lights on top of it, getting ready for our first race of the afternoon. It's 12:15. In about 5 minutes time we're going to begin the build up for the first of our races this afternoon, which is really good news, and we'll also get the opportunity to have a couple more of your messages as well. They're on WhatsApp. It is the number 07482 877 877 07482 877 877, and maybe a chance for one more tune as well.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on. Off from my city, off from my home. We're flying up, no ceiling when we in our zone. I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop. And under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, 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 come on. Ooh, it's something magical. It's in the air, it's in my blood, it's rushing on. I don't need no reason, don't be control. I fly so high, no ceiling when I'm in my zone. Cause I got that sunshine in my pocket, got that good soul in my feet. I feel that hot blood in my body when it drops. Ooh, I can't take my eyes off of it, moving so phenomenally. You're more like the way we rock it, so don't stop, stop, stop. Under the lights when everything goes, nowhere to hide when I'm getting you close. When we move, well, you already know. So just imagine. Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. Come on. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. And ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. I can't stop the feeling. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. So just dance, dance, dance. I can't stop the feeling, yeah. So keep dancing. Oh, yeah, yeah. I can't stop the. 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 Nothing I can see but you when you dance, dance, dance. Feel good, good creeping up on you. So just dance, dance, dance. All those things I shouldn't do, but you dance, dance, dance. Ain't nobody leaving soon, so keep dancing. Everybody say. I can't stop the feeling. Oh, no, I can't stop the feeling. I can't stop the feeling in my body. Break it down. Got this feeling in my body.
counting down to get racing back underway here at Snetterton 107.3 FM. We are around the world at BritishSuperbike.com and on the official BSB channel on YouTube as well, with our live pictures and live timing courtesy of TSL. A few more of your messages before we get things ready to get bikes out onto the circuit to line up on the grid. Larry's going to be down there having a chat to a few of the riders down there on the grids. They emerge just in front of my studio, which is adjacent to a race control here, so I've got a really good view down on the arch. The bikes are released from pit lane now, 12:20, race due to get underway at 12:30. Get through a few of your messages and then we'll head back to our commentary team with Duncan and Larry as well. Shout out to Stuart, having a nice relaxing day before he pulls in delivery tomorrow back at work from Brad. Thank you very much indeed to Brad. Have a great weekend. Our first Snetterton, Ian, Rick, Tracy and Jane. Come on England. We've got a while to wait before that. 1 o'clock in the morning, tomorrow morning. It's about just over 12 hours away from the England match with Mexico. Can you give a shout out to my wonderful wife, Cherilyn? And that comes with cheers from Shane. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And a shout out to Jamie, having a great day. First time back in about 12 years. Waiting for the children to grow up just next time. Remember the chairs. Love from Lisa. Very good, Lisa. Lisa and Jamie, great to have you here. Welcome back. Welcome back. A lot of first timers at Snetterton here today as well. This one says, hi, having a great time. Based down at Brundle and Nelson. I'll ask that question, Mia. Don't forget to put your names on the messages, please. Need to search around for that one. And a shout out to Rich Dovey, BSB first time fan at Snetterton for us both. Enjoying his birthday present from last year. Loving it so far. Come on, Storm Stacey and Ollie as well from Chloe. Thank you very much indeed, Chloe. By the way, don't ring the number on WhatsApp. If you ring the number, unfortunately your number gets blocked for a little while, and that's an automatic thing by the app. So only send messages on WhatsApp, please. 07482 877 877. Shout out to Gail, who celebrated her 62nd birthday yesterday, sitting at Palmer today. And any reason why Kyle Ride is wearing odd boots this weekend? That comes from Kevin. There is a reason. I can't remember what the reason is, but there is a reason. I'm sure Larry will fill us in on that. Let me just make a little mark to pin that question, and then we'll come to that when Larry's down there on the grid a little bit later on. Happy 65th birthday to my bro Andy from AD at Murray's. Go Scott Redding. Yep, Scott's got plenty of fans here today. And can I get a shout out to my daughter Lily Marie? She's a massive Storm fan and has made me spend a small fortune in his shop, which is an ever-increasing size shop, isn't it? Hi, Lola and Ian here. Please can we have a big shout out to my dad? He goes by the name of The Goat, and we are loving it here today. Thank you very much indeed, Lola and Ian, thank you very much indeed for writing in, and The Goat as well. Morning guys, can you say thank you to Suzanne and Stuart for our Christmas present of BSB weekend experience. Love from Dad and Joe as well. And this one says, first time at Snetterton, having a fab weekend. We'd like to wish Carter Brown number 74 the best of luck in Supersport. That's from Katie and Smiler as well. And second one, can you please wish my partner Justin a massive happy 49th birthday from Louise. Thank you very much indeed. Right, it's 23 minutes past 12. We get racing back underway here at Snetterton at 12:30. So why don't we get down to the grid? I can see he's there, poised and ready like a coiled spring. Larry Carter.
We are indeed.
Coiled spring.
Got to show some enthusiasm at some point in time, haven't we, throughout the course of the weekend? Well, Josh Corner is down here on pole position. Josh, you're still looking for that first victory in the main class, but you've got the championship lead. Safe points here, or are you going to go for the victory?
No, we're absolutely
here today as well, so we wish you well with that. Thanks, Josh. The boy upstairs, of course. Chrissy Rouse, the late, great Chrissy Rouse, never be forgotten. And that is the CTR, Chasing the Racing, the podcast that was started by Chrissy and his good friend Dom Herbertson and has been taken over ably by Josh Corner. And I think even Duncan Vincent was a guest presenter last night. Well, here is the National Breakdown crew. Have we got a tow home yet sorted out?
Well, in a way.
In a way, but it might be costing you a fortune.
650 quid. So
we can start a GoFundMe page if you want.
I would love that. That's all right, because I don't have it.
All for not ticking
the cheapest quote we've got so far, so hopefully we'll get something, get someone to pick us up this afternoon, but yeah, that's absolutely going to rinse us, so we'll do what we can do.
Yeah,
we'll get back somehow, but honestly, everybody's been mega. We've had loads of help in the paddock. They've all been awesome, so you know who you are, so a big thank you to everybody that's helped out. And I just want to say a big thank you to Chris and Claire Moffat as well that sponsored this round, CNC Racing, so yeah. Well, actually, no, I'm crap at wheelies, but I'll pull a few skids for you out there.
James Ellison there, his fan broke down on the way here, and he said, I didn't tick the £2 extra for do you want breakdown cover, do you want recovery as well as breakdown? So he says, I'll tick that one in future. Well, here is Kieran Smith down here. Kieran becoming the model of consistency this year in the championship. The only thing that's missing is a podium and a win.
Yeah, I need to get a few more podiums in the main race. It's lacking on the in the main race a little bit, but the heat races we've been pretty good, so hopefully we can get a good start and get our heads down, and maybe we'll be on the box today.
And as long as you beat our kid, that's all that matters, isn't it?
Absolutely.
That's all about us. His twin brother Kieran is that's Kieran. His twin brother Christian is there in the field. Well, we've got 2 minutes to go, and still no sign of old Mr. Horsepower himself, Nicky Coates, down here. So. Just keeping our eye out, Duncan. Your vantage point is better
fashionably
than
late.
mine.
A lot of bikes late out the pit lane, Larry. We've got a few holes in the grid, as you can see.
We're going on the warm-up lap in 1 minute, 1.5 minutes time. So whether or not that is the case, we can see that Christian Smith is there. The front row, we went Bobby Vary as well. Here comes Bobby Vary. He hasn't a clue where he needs to be.
He's lost, isn't he? He needs to be up beside you in the second row.
He needs the old sat-nav. Well, the rest of the field is starting to make their way through. We're not going to get a chance to have a chat to them, Duncan, because as I say, it's nearly a minute to go till we go on the warm-up lap.
Do you want a bit of info, Larry?
Yeah, go on.
I got a bit of info from the legend that is now becoming Macy Preble. We know Curly,
she's known as. I don't know if you know that.
Curly.
Yeah.
The one with the gammy leg, Larry.
Yeah, the one with the gammy leg, yeah.
It's Christian and Kieran's 21st on Tuesday, and she says, would it be possible for you to give them a little shout out during the race? Because they will have a birthday on Tuesday. And we know it's not today, but yeah, we like to celebrate birthdays and send love around the paddock. So there we go. For Tuesday, happy birthday to 24 and 75, Kieran Smith and Christian Smith. Although Christian will have his birthday first.
Yeah, 2 minutes, by 2 minutes, yeah.
Absolutely, and I hope he enjoys those 2 minutes of his own birthday. Okay, and Nicky Coates Dino has finally made it onto the front row off the grid. It's the one and only time we'll use that. Ryan Rainey was up me again this morning, Larry, and I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there. Glenn Irwin may be tuned in for this. Glenn, if you are, get well soon, buddy. I was down in the garage this morning having a chat with Ryan and the team. Get well soon. We miss you. We would rather you were here all day. But let's see how your good friend Nicky Coates gets on. He's in the front row off the grid for the main event for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. They make their way away for the warm-up lap. 10-lap main event. Pole position for Josh Corner. Championship leader Josh Corner as well. Kieran Smith, third in the championship, sits in the middle of the front row alongside Nicky Coates, who is, well, he's got unfinished business and he sits fourth in the championship, only 14 points off the lead though. James Ellison, well, he's maybe not good at wheelies, but he can pull some skids for people out there today. And thanking his sponsors for this round, although Larry is about to start a GoFundMe page to try and get him home because he has got a broken down vehicle here and he hasn't got a way of getting home. Second in the championship, 75, Christian Smith, middle of the second row of the grid, with Bobby Vary alongside him against the pit wall. Then we get to Barry Burrell, the form man in this championship. Comes back to the championship after missing a round, and he's already 7th in the championship, only 29 points off a championship lead. Keep your eyes on the Halliwell Jones BMW, number 1 from the third row of the grid. And Thomas Strudwick and Jack Tynan alongside him. We've got Dale Thomas, 93. The legendary is Kenny McLeod, 34, middle of the 4th row of the grid, with Rhys Coates, 2 against the pit wall. Then Rob McNeely, James Dutton and Harley Preble on 44, rounding out row 5. Row 6, Davy Grace, Liam Vela and Andrew Williams. And row 7, 8, James Seath, 19, Simon Bastable and 45, Luke Foreman. The 8th row, 21, Lee Devonport, 81, Jordan Bannon, and Aaron Dakin is 29 against the wall. The 9th row has Harry Gower, Alex Pearson, and Darren Fry. The legend there is Darren Fry, 73, 94, and 3 on that row. The 10th row, 62, Alex Vela, 9, Jordan Ashington, and 66, Joe Carnell. And we keep on going. The 11th row has 16, Josh Smith, 17, Paul Barker, and 50, Leon Wilton. The 12th row, 98, Ben Ribicki, 47, Nick Heath, and 92, Jim Lee. With Alex Pease, 23, on the 13th row, with Andy Booth, number 13, and 812, the lovable Chris Duggan, making the 39th spot his on this maximum grid. So we didn't have the last chance qualifier race for the BMW. We had 1 heat, 2 heats, then a warm-up and straight to the main event. Numbers just a little bit low that we didn't need to have that last chance qualifying race. So it does take a lot of pressure off the mid to back field. But as we have seen so many times, as Josh Corner lines up in pole position on the Chasing the Racing number 97 BMW, pole position is a huge advantage, and that's what he's wanting to capitalise on today. I spent a bit of time with him last night, Larry, doing a podcast where we had a really special guest, and he got me to co-host with him, and he's in fine form. He gave himself a bit of a beating up yesterday. He wasn't happy, but he's looking forward to this slightly longer race in the BMWs, and starting from pole position, couldn't believe it when his ball was drawn out for that slot, so it does give him that little advantage. The fast guys are all at the front, and that's how it is, because they're all there after having successful heats. Alan Woods clears the track with the red flag. We're under starters' orders. The red lights are about to go, and they're on. And it's go down towards Richie's for the first time. Of Askin Corner launches the BMW perfectly, as does Christian Smith. And Barry Burrell made a good start as well. He's cutting across the middle of the pack, and Burrell tries to make a couple of places up, but slots into 5th as they go through turn number 1. Everybody now heads towards Wilson, where we keep our fingers firmly crossed and hope everybody behaves. Corner leads into Wilson's and manages to hold the lead and get through. Does everybody else behave further back? Yes, they do. And a really good display of riding from the rocket off BMW F900 R Cup grid. Well done, everybody, getting through Wilson's. That's the pinch point on the circuit. They get through Palmer's and come down to another one, though, which is the Agostini hairpin. And you've got to be clever about this one, because it's so easy to make a mistake into here. Corner's a little bit wide, and down he goes. No! Josh Corner folds the front on the way in. Oh dear, he lies at the side of the track. Unfortunately, that was an error on Josh's part, and he knows all about that as he folds the front and goes down. Just talking about how difficult a corner that is. It's a flat hairpin. You brake hard all the way towards it. If you can see the big screen, you'll see exactly what was going on. He unloaded the back on the way in, and that pushed him a little bit wide anyway. Still, I would imagine, trail braking towards apex. Down he goes. Larry Carter, that's our championship leader, out of the race. High drama.
Well, he was a little bit nervous on the grid, if anything, Dunk. I just sensed that. He was a little bit apprehensive, and his race has only lasted a quarter of a lap.
Take on Josh's shoulders. He's big enough to take that, but he is much better than that as well. We carry on.
Nerves can be an enemy, can't they?
Absolutely, Alan. Alan, it happens with us when we go commentating. We start the day a little bit shaky, and you've got to try and lead that race. The bike did unsettle itself a little bit. He lost the back on the way in, and then that overloads the front tyre. And down he goes. It's Kieran Smith that leads the way at the front with the white helmet. But here comes Thomas Strudwick out from underneath him to take the lead. And guess who's in 3rd place? Good old 5-star. That's the nickname we're going to use. 5-star. The man from Newton Abbey in 3rd place. Nicky Coates. And he looks comfortable there. Behind him, he has got James Ellison. Behind James Ellison, the incoming Barry Burrell. Then Christian Smith, with Kenny McLeod trying to go round outside of Christian Smith. Good move from Kenny. Well done. If you can make that work, Kenny, I'll be impressed. And then behind Kenny, we had, if I'm not mistaken, Bobby Very, who goes from the 2nd row of the grid. Bobby's gone backwards in this one. And Kenny McLeod didn't manage to make that move work. It did, actually. He did know he's now battling with Bobby Very. And you better watch, because Jack Tynan's very much in the mix as well. Oh, big effort to go down there from Kieran Smith. He lost the back on the way in, and that caused Nicky Coates just to hesitate, and through goes James Ellison after Coates has a little bit of a warning from the back of his F900 R Cup BMW. So a little bit of a shuffle at the sharp end with Ellison now up into second place. And you never know, we may get a wheelie out of Ellison if he gets a bit of a result as we come through Oggies in towards Wilson. It is Thomas Strudwick who's starting to check out at the front. I bet this wasn't on a lot of cards back in the betting office as Strudwick makes his way down the back end of the circuit towards Brundle. Ellison has Kieran Smith behind him. Nicky Coates fans out as well. Coates comes up the inside of Ellison, and round the outside of Ellison goes Kieran Smith. They're a bit deep and wide in there, both riders, as they go through the heart of Brundle, and that lets Ellison come back through on Nicky Coates and Kieran Smith. Lovely stuff from James Ellison. That was just good racecraft, and he demonstrated that he saw the guys in front going in too hot, and he knew that was going to affect them through the next two corners, and Ellison goes back ahead of Coates and Kieran Smith. You need to watch, though, because the Halliwell Jones BMW of Barry Burrell is homing it in, as is Christian Smith, just sitting there, minding his own business. Maybe preoccupied looking forward to his birthday on Tuesday, but he needs to focus on the race and get a little bit of a wriggle on as they make their way up. Pit board numbers lying on the track there, which somebody had come out of a pit board. And it gets kicked up as Nicky Coates comes underneath. No, he doesn't, James Ellison. And he doesn't either get past Kieran Smith. Smith lays the bike across the nose of Coates, even though Coates looked like he had that one well and truly covered towards that part of the race. In towards Wilson. Look at that. Who is the best, Alan Hyde, at backing a BMW in towards Wilson here? But tell me. Barry Burrell. Nobody looks better than Barry Burrell when he backs one of those big BMWs in. He has it on the slide, on the angle, just a little bit angle, not too much, and he always makes an apex. Down to the Agostini hairpin where we on the first lap, he folded the front through the apex, and we've just seen Barry Burrell now outbreak Kieran Smith and put himself into third place. This is a warning shot across everybody else's front end, because Burrell has passed two big hitters in the last two corners, as Bobby Very has a go at Nicky Coates, but has to pull back on that one before he collects the back wheel of Nicky Coates' LDC BMW by Firmly Pits Racing. And that's not what you want to be doing, Bobby Very. So he did manage to pull that one back. And Christian Smith now very much hot on his heels. Here comes Very up against the back of Nicky Coates. Remember, Nicky Coates is on effectively the press bike, had to borrow a bike for this weekend, so it will be a little bit alien to him as Barry Burrell tries to go through on the inside of James Ellison, but Ellison has that one covered as they now make their way from the exit of Nelson down towards the bomb hole, the corner with the big dip and the ripples that go through that corner as well. Then you come up towards Coram and there's even more ripples all the way around this. We've seen some really great slow motion pictures of the superbikes going through there in all sorts of kind of shapes and sizes. Burrell up the inside into Murray's. Well, that was never in doubt. Lovely manoeuvre. He gets past James Ellison, two of the most experienced guys on track. Barry Burrell and James Ellison now go bar to bar up the main straight, and Kieran Smith tries to make use of that. They all go for Ellison. He goes through, so does Kieran Smith, and so does Nicky Coates. All that hard work that Barry Burrell done in the last lap has just been undone on one straight as he tries to come back up the inside of Nicky Coates, and he does so. Coates not wanting to force the issue too much. Kieran Smith left enough room for 3 or 4 bikes to go through the inside, and Barry Burrell now passes a handful of bikes. I think Burrell went past another 2, and Coates lost 2 places because he's now behind Bobby Very on number 88. Bobby, the man with the very bright, luminous yellow, highlighter yellow, we could call them, leathers. And you can see him now pop out from the back and look up the inside. And again, Barry Burrell, wow. Is he going to stop that one through the apex? No, not really. Did look good on television, though, Alan. We'll give him that one. Sideways towards the apex for a very, very long way, Barry Burrell. Slithered past James Ellison. And James, talented, experienced man, would have been giggling all the way to the apex as Barry Burrell overshot that one. Barry then goes through the inside of Oggies, and James Ellison tries to drive back on the exit of Oggies towards Wilson, and does. And all this infighting, chaps, you're just giving Thomas Strudwick a nice bit of a headway at the start of this one. As we're on lap 4 out of 10, Strudders has a 1.2 second lead over the line. He's probably wondering why nobody's showing him a wheel yet. That's because they're tearing lumps out of each other for that place on the podium behind them, second and third. Bobby Very now gets himself into third place. So it's Strudwick, Burrell and Very. James Ellison, Nicky Coates, with the two Smith twins then hot in pursuit of Nicky Coates. Kieran ahead of Christian. Now let's see what Barry Burrell can do this time as he comes through Coram in towards Murray's. He needs to get a good run through Murray's and make his way up the centre straight here, trying to tuck everything in and getting a good run. Because he made the overtake last time at Murray's, it left him vulnerable on the exit of the corner. This time, he's in command, and look at the gap they've managed to pull away. Bobby Very, as they come up the straight, Alan, look at that. Crossing the line, Burrell and Very have managed to drop, and I mean drop in a big way, James Ellison. So Nicky Coates wants to kind of speedily get past that if he can, so he could try and home up towards the back of these guys. And Bobby Very used the slipstream to perfection to get past Barry Burrell. And Bobby Very now goes into P2 on the number 88 Bobby Very Racing Bike. Ellison misses his apex by a fairly big chunk going through Wilson, and lets Christian Smith ahead of him. Behind Christian Smith we now have, is it still Kieran Smith? As we have a bit of a look. No, it's behind James Ellison. Where is Kieran Smith? Kieran Smith's actually ahead of Nicky Coates now. So they had a whole lot of shuffling done on the home straight, passing our commentary point.
Big news, sunshine's out.
I know, the sunshine has popped out, wasn't it? It's looking good above us. That's where we want to have it, absolutely. As we watch them coming through the insert of the circuit infield. The lead Thomas Strudwick had was 1.2 seconds. It's now, well, it was 9/10ths of a second across the line. He's lucky if he's got 900ths of a second. Such is the pace that Bobby Very has put down to get up towards the back of Struthers. Maybe Struthers just running at his own pace, quite happy. Can he up the pace when these fast guys get towards him? Strudwick is one of the fast guys in this championship. I'm not taking anything away from young Thomas. As they come down the straight, Bobby Very pulls out from the slipstream as a look at the inside, but Struthers able to cover that on the brakes on the way through Brundle and pull it back towards the apex of Nelson. Accelerate along the little short shoot before we dive into the bottom of the bomb hole as we see a replay on the big screens of James Ellison gifting Nicky Coates and Christian Smith a position at Wilson Hairpin just by missing his apex, and will jump at the slightest weakness they see in front of them. Let's see what Struthers has got up the main straight when he's got a bike in his tow. Big look over towards the big screen for Thomas Strudwick as he come out the last corner there. I like how riders are starting to use these large television screens to their advantage. And up the inside, no. Bobby Very, yes, he did actually. Looked like he backed out from my commentary point, but Bobby Very goes to the lead and right out to the exit curb. Did he have to roll the throttle a little bit just to make sure he stayed in the confines of the track? Well, he holds onto the lead and makes his way through the heart of Wilson. This is a wake-up call for Strudwick. He's been the man at the sharp end for the majority of this race, but can he now show that he is the man who can step up to the pace that Bobby Very has brought to the front of this race? Because Bobby's already starting to stretch away from Thomas Strudwick, and Barry Burrell won't be happy with that. But all the overtakes that Barry Burrell has made, somebody has gone straight back through him, so he's probably thinking he needs to do a little bit of different tactics in this race, see if he can overtake in a slightly different place. Nicky Coates still hangs on the back of this battle in 5th place. It's Very, Strudwick, Burrell, Kieran Smith, then Coates on the number 65 bike. Behind Coates, Christian Smith, but he's a little bit detached from this battle. Christian doesn't seem like he's got the power or the speed today. And off the back of Christian Smith, we've got James Ellison, Jack Tennant, Kenny McLeod still in the top 10. And then Dale Thomas rounding out the actual top 10. You can see those guys making their way down the Bentley straight in the distance as we hit the brakes for Brundle. Coates again as a look up the inside of Kieran Smith. Decides not to try and go through on the inside. The option was there for Nicky Coates, but it's high risk, that one. Very high risk to go through on the inside of Brundle. Laps of the race to go. Andy Booth has entered the pit lane on bike 13. Great shame that Andy's not going to finish this race in the BMW Rocket Off F900R Cup. Here comes Burrell around the outside of Strudwick. Lovely stuff, but we saw Barry do this before, and he compromises the exit. Strudwick takes a tear off from his number 25 and just straight through on the inside. Straight back past. Looks like Thomas has got 29 on his bike, but it is number 25, the actual number. And Barry Burrell tries to come back through and inside into Richie's, but is unable to do so. So every time Barry Burrell passes somebody in towards Murray's, the last corner, they simply drag past him on the way to the finish control line. So maybe Barry Burrell's weighing this up. little couple bit of a dress rehearsal towards the end of the race to say, okay, I can't leave it to the last corner to pass somebody. I need to make my manoeuvre during the lap and hold them at bay. Very on the side of the tyre. Has that BMW moving about as he come out of Palmer's. He's on the brakes now for the Agostini hairpin. Quick check of the dash, gets back towards the apex. Remember, that's where we lost our championship leader, Josh Connor, on lap number 1 of this rocket off BMW F900 R Cup main race. Connor folded the front going through the heart of that corner. Bobby Very, seriously wide going through Hamilton, and he knew that because there's a quick panic stations look over his shoulder. Through comes Strudwick and through comes Burrell. Well, that's one way for Barry Burrell to get a position. When somebody hands it to you like that, that's what you want to try and take. Got to say, Bobby very lucky to remain on the track there. If you get on top of that curb at the exit of Hamilton, it can compromise you. Barry Burrell, but Kieran Smith round the outside, Nicky Coates round the outside, up into third place. Lovely move from 5-star to slot himself ahead of the defending reigning champion Barry Burrell. So the man that led over the line last time now finds himself in 5th place. Bobby Very. It's been a bit of a trying lap. It's Thomas Strudwick who goes back to the front from Kieran Smith and Nicky Coates. So on lap 7 out of 10. A bit of a dress rehearsal towards Murray's for Kieran Smith. No, he was just out the back of Thomas Strudwick. Maybe stopping anybody coming around the outside of him and then managing to take the perfect racing line again as Nicky Coates pops out from the slipstream of Kieran Smith. Strudwick down towards turn 1. Kieran Smith goes round the outside and takes the lead. Big manoeuvre for Kieran Smith. And he manages to make the second late apex at Riches and then defends along the short shoot in towards Wilson. But here comes Thomas Strudwick back along the inside. But he won't get through there because Kieran Smith late on the brakes and manages to stop the bike at the apex of the corner. I've got to say, this is the best I have seen Kieran Smith racing in quite some time. He has got the bit between his teeth today and hitting his markers and making the correct overtakes at the right time as we get to lap 8 out of 10 in this main event for the rocket of BMW F900 R Cup race through Agostini hairpin. Kieran Smith hasn't got a breathing space behind him. Well, that's the thing. He has Thomas Strudwick in his wheel tracks. Then Strudwick likewise with Coates. Burrell in the same place, right on the back end of Coates, and Bobby Very just a little bit detached, but not too much, nothing too much to worry about. Maybe a bike length back from where he would actually like to be as they make their way through the second part of Augie's into Wilson's and onto the Bentley Straight. Good exit from Kieran Smith. He's managed to work away and build up a little bit of a gap here. He is the man with the fastest lap of the race. That 158.858 as they make their way in towards the bottom of Brundle and then Nelson. The existing lap record was a 159.3. I think we may have... Did we beat that yesterday though, Larry? You could be the one with the stat man for that one because Kieran Smith's 58.8, one of the fastest laps we've seen this weekend underneath the old existing lap record. But I think we may have shattered that yesterday. Smith is on an absolute mission here. If he can put that back marker between himself and a couple of them, it will help. But Chris Duggan stays well out of the way. Good bit of riding from Chris here. Actually, doffed my cap to him. He knew what was happening. He saw the illuminated boards and he made that nice and easy for everybody to get through as we go into lap 9 out of 10. And what Kieran Smith has done, he has stretched the gap to 0.4 of a second across the line. Nicky Coates now goes into second place. He rides the ripples through the heart of Riches and goes to second ahead of Thomas Strudwick. And here comes Barry Burrell now up the inside of Thomas Strudwick and places himself on the apex, and Strudders has got nothing to do. He could have almost touched the back tyre with his right hand on Barry Burrell's bike as he came back through. And look at that, Strudwick knows that he can come back on Barry Burrell through the heart of Palmer's, but Burrell hangs it round the outside. That was a brave move. High risk, but ultimately high reward for Barry Burrell.
Yeah, we didn't get a lap record yesterday, Dunk, so the current one of Cooper still stands.
Cooper's 59.3.
Unless it's been bettered in this
one. Yeah,
one.
58.8. 58.8 in this one for Kieran Smith, so they were a new lap record. So Kieran Smith just showing, Larry, that he has got the pace today and he's controlling this race from the front as Barry Burrell now slides into second place ahead of Nicky Coates. The wily old fox making himself known at the sharp end again, making his presence felt in front of the young pretenders who want to take away his crown. One thing that Barry Burrell has to do is simply beat everybody. He must win. He's already given away a whole event of points as Port West Race Safe Marshals pick up Jason Pay's JNR Electrical Racing BMW and make it safe at the side of the track. He's badged as being okay. I'd like to point that out for anybody who's listening in for Jason. But look at this at the front end. Got to say, very impressive with Kieran Smith. He's starting to pull away, putting a bit more time between himself and Mr. Champion, Barry Burrell, the man with number 1. But Burrell, such a strong run through Coram in towards Murray. In towards Murray's the last corner. Let's catch them coming up the straight towards us. The last lap board is now illuminated, and it's now or never for Barry Burrell. He's in the slipstream. It's a battle between Smith and Burrell for the win by the looks of things as they cross the line, and Burrell goes back to the front as they go in towards Ritchie's. Kieran Smith tries to come back round the outside. Well, bravery isn't an issue for Kieran Smith, 24, but Barry Burrell is an issue as they make their way through. Ritchie's in towards Wilson the hairpin. Burrell covers off the inside, backs it in. Does he make the apex? He was backing it in from a long way. Yes, he does. Lovely stuff. This last lap will be very important for everybody in the championship. Nicky Coates needs to get points as well. He was excluded from the results at Knockhill. He needs to try and get some of those points he gave away. Finds himself 4th in the championship. Down towards the Agostini hairpin. Barry Burrell leads from Kieran Smith and Thomas Strudwick. Just hold my breath as I get back towards the apex of that corner, because we see how easy it is, or we've seen how easy it is to fold the front of one of these BMWs in that last area. But Burrell through Hamilton's putting a bit of a charge on here, but we've had personal best sector for Barry Burrell actually going through that middle sector, and Thomas Strudwick. So saving the best till the very end of the race is Barry Burrell and Thomas Strudwick. Strudders 37.3, the same as Barry Burrell in that middle, in that first sector. What have they got in the middle sectors? It looks like Barry Burrell make their way down the Bentley Straight for the last time, onto the brakes, in towards Brundle, through on the inside of Smith goes Strudwick. Lovely stuff. Oh, they're all wide. They all go wide, and back on the inside goes Kieran Smith into second place. Nicky Coates caught up in that, as was Bobby Very. But it looks like they have handed this one with the fastest middle sector of the race goes the way of Barry Burrell. He really has stamped his authority on this one. Stand by if you're at Murray's. It's all about to happen. Coates is trying to go round outside to salvage a podium, and he does on Thomas Strudwick. Can he stop it? Yes, he can. Lovely stuff for Nicky Coates. A classy move from the veteran campaigner, but they come up towards the line. It will be Barry Burrell who wins the race. Second place for Kieran Smith, and Nicky Coates salvages a podium. Fabulous for Nicky Coates. Strudwick in 4th. Very. Then Christian Smith and James Ellison all cross the line together. And that's one happy Barry Burrell. We have just seen punching there. Purple sector through the middle part of the lap. Purple sector through the end of the lap. New fastest lap and a lap record for Barry Burrell and a race victory. Well, he didn't have pole, Larry. You can't call that a gentleman's set. But it's a pretty good effort, I have to say, from Barry Burrell. And he knows it, celebrating, waving to the crowd on that last lap. A lap record now official on our screens. Wow, fabulous stuff for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Barry Burrell wins from Kieran Smith and Nicky Coates, with Thomas Strudwick in 4th and Bobby Very in 5th. Christian Smith comes across the line in 6th place ahead of James Ellison, and Kenny McLeod a good strong 8th place on the True Heroes BMW, ahead of Rhys Coates in 9th and Jack Tynan in 10th place. That's our top 10. For more on the results, feel free to head over to TSL, and you can download every single PDF that has been printed and produced today and yesterday and Friday at this event. We'll draw a breath in the commentary box. Before we hand down to Larry Scoop Carter, we'll hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio for a quick commercial break.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K-Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
What a superb race for the BMWs. 107.3 FM. It is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Let's get down and hear the reactions from the riders with Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. Still waiting for the riders here. They come into the Park for May area. Matt Roberts does his best to try and get run over by Barry Burrell ahead of Kieran Smith, and just waiting for Nicky Coates to make his way in here. You kind of got to feel a little bit sorry for Kieran Smith because he's never won one of these races, and that's probably as close as he's going to come. But for his efforts, he's got the Rider of the Day award, so he's got a couple of £100 to take back home with him for that one, as he And the main important thing is, as we spoke to him on the grid, he's beaten his elder brother by all of 2 minutes as they celebrate their birthday later on in the week. But Baz Burrell just about to take the crash helmet off. And this is a rider that had finished with the BMWs. He said, no, that's it. We're just going to pick and choose our racing. I'll tell you what, Barry Burrell, considering that you'd retired from the BMWs, that's 2 wins in as many rounds, so you're going to have to come back and do a few more.
Do you know what, Larry? It's a hard thing to step away from, isn't it? I mean, I tried 4 or 5 years ago just to concentrate on just business and stuff like that and just get away from racing, but it's, like I said to you yesterday, it's a drug, and yeah, struggle to get away from it, and convinced myself I'm definitely not doing brands. So in fact, me and the missus have got a 50k ultra race, running race the week after, so we can't need to do a bit of training for that. But no, I've absolutely loved it. Come by myself, doing everything yourself, and won the main race. What can I ask for?
Well, yeah, well, we miss you at Brands, but I'll never say never. I think that's a case of that. But yeah, and probably the prize winner is going to go for a brand new RA crash helmet as that hit the deck. Where's Kieran?
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, Kieran.
Oh.
A lot of us were rooting for you on that one to try and get this elusive first victory, but it wasn't to be. But you got yourself a couple of £100 into the bargain.
Yeah, K-Tech Rider of the round feels pretty good. We spoke on the grid and I said hopefully we can stand on the step today, and we managed to convert nice and consistent, proved a few things from the heat race, and here we are, P2.
Yeah, and happy birthday from everybody for Tuesday, by the way, for you and Christian.
Cheers, thank you.
Well done. And here is Nicky Coates. Well, you salvaged them points, boy. You needed them if ever you needed them.
Yeah, look, it was hell of a race, wasn't it?
It was a cracker race. There was 7 of you involved in it.
Yeah, I know. Well, I seen myself back in 5th at one stage and knew there was probably 1 or 2 behind me, so it was hard. I seen Josh go down in the first lap, and then obviously the first thing comes back in your mind is finish this, but the racer head comes on and you want to battle for every position and point, and it was an enjoyable race. Hard to have a strategy really for it, you know. I maybe used my cards a wee bit early on the outside of the chicane at the end of the back straight, about a few laps to go. They were kind of covering that or trying to pass each other after that, so I managed to go from 4th to 3rd in the last corner, so I was happy to pull that off. I tried it 2 years ago in Thomas, and I ran wide and he got me back, so I've fine-tuned it a wee bit now, and thankfully I got the 3rd place and valuable points for the championship.
Just one other thing, Nicky. I know that you'll be in touch with your good mate Glenn Irwin before too very long. We had the update today, so he's just going to be in dock for a couple of days undergoing scans. If you do see him, if you do speak to him, on behalf of everybody here at Snetterton, just pass on our best wishes and hope for a speedy recovery.
Yeah, thank you, and get well soon, Glenn. Show that resilience we know we've got, and he'll be back on the top steps, and yeah.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Well done. Thanks. We're going to do the podium. There is Christian Smith, just going to congratulate his younger brother Kieran on that podium. He was involved in the battle for the podium, but unfortunately he didn't get it on this occasion. So we'll go with a podium just as soon as we can drag old 5-star down here. Nicky Coates just passing the rest of the equipment over to the team. So, yep, I think we are just about ready to go then with this for the race 3 of the main race in the Rocket Off BMW Motorrad F900R Cup. And onto the podium for a second time this season for LDC BMW by Frimley Pritz Racing. That goes away of Nicky Coates. Well, Nicky, up onto the podium. Well done, Nicky. There's not within earshot of the old PA system just down here, so they can't quite hear that. Nicky Coates in third. Second position for GP Titan Tech by Betham's Racing, and that goes to Kieran Smith. As Kieran joins Nicky on the podium, and with his second win in as many rounds, he's going to miss the next one, but he'll be back for Halliwell Jones BMW, the race winner, Barry Bell. Steve Plater, the ambassador for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, will make the podium presentation to 5-star Nicky Coates, the experienced rider from Northern Ireland. He is in third position. Rider from Reading, Kieran Smith, in second position. And the rider originally from the land of the Prince Bishops up there in County Durham, but now making his home at Cosby in Leicestershire. The race winner, Barry Barrow. Thanks to Steve Plater for making the podium presentation. The Balietti Prosecco is about to be uncorked down here, so we'll leave the riders to celebrate. You once again out into the crowd there. The kids absolutely love it. I just feel sorry for some of these parents. Just say, little Johnny or little Mary, there, you go and take the brunt of it. We'll just stand behind you.
Human shield.
Yeah. But you're welcome to join us, as we said here. Just look for the big red double-decker hell truck. We're just behind that. You are very welcome to join us, but we can't guarantee that you will stay dry. Right, that's the BMWs all done. A small matter of British Superbikes coming up next, Al.
Certainly is, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. It's always a really good atmosphere around the podium here at Snetterton because it is so accessible. So Larry's absolutely right. If you are in the vicinity, head for the very big red truck and you won't be far away from the festivities over the course of today, including for British Superbikes. And they are coming up next. Just about 4 minutes until we have the pit lane open for bikes to head out onto the circuit. I've got a question for our commentary team. Larry and Duncan, I'll ask you both the same questions which have been posed on WhatsApp over the course of the quite short lunch break. One question was the purpose of the laps of the circuit by the cars just before the start of the race, the closing lap essentially, to make sure that the circuit is ready for racing. It's a high-speed lap, so just some kind of confirmation what those laps for the BMWs are. And the other question, and I know there is a reason for this, I can see Larry's down there on the grid, so hopefully you'll be able to answer, Larry. Why does Carl Ride wear odd boots? Not matching boots.
Yeah, I can tell you that. It's primarily superstition out of necessity. The opening round at Alton Park this year, Carl was finding out that he was wearing out the right-hand side of his boot more so than the left-hand side. Well, he has obviously various different types of boots, but the only thing is they're all different colours. So what he decided to do was he decided to use a newer boot on the right-hand side and one of the older ones on the left-hand side, so there weren't matching colours effectively until he could get a matching pair. And he only went out and won the first race, so he thought, well, this isn't a bad omen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue running with the odd-coloured boots for the remainder of the season because that's obviously a good omen. So that's the reason. It's a little bit like when John McGuinness used to wear the Jim Moody knee sliders. He was without one at the Isle of Man TT. He just ran into Jim's ordering. Jim had a Scottish Saltaire knee slider. John ended up winning the race, so he ran for the rest of the TT races with a Saltaire knee slider. Steve Hislop used to have a Lucky Green T-shirt that he used to wear, and unwashed Istanto had as well. He used to give people a wide berth on that one sometimes, but until such time as he crashed, he always wore the Lucky Green T-shirt. It's superstition mainly to answer that one in a nutshell.
And also the laps before the race starts, and they're completed also by bikes, aren't they? BMWs.
Yeah, well, this is the as in British Superbike Championship, and whereas the course cars are provided by BMW, then so are the motorcycles as well. So it is purely promotional for the BMW are the one of the partners in the British Superbike Championship, and as well as the BMW course cars and safety cars and intervention vehicles that we've got from BMW, they also supply the outriders on the BMWs as well for their products and with their branding, all without the Alpine Stars gear on as well, who are another title partner. So it is really just for promotional purposes, and just tipping a nod to the fact that it's not a car championship, we are the British Superbike, so why not have superbikes outriding around the formation line?
Very beautiful bikes they are as well. They're lined up and ready to go. In fact, I think it's Stuart Higgs's car, which is a BMW, a very resplendent BMW in the paddock, which I think has been having an awful lot of photographs taken of it at the weekend. They are a very valued partner, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Chris Glendinning is the one of the safety car drivers, an accomplished car racer in his own right.
Good guy, Chris.
Chris, we're getting lots of questions into BSB Radio about the BMW brand. You have the pleasure of driving is it the M2 or the M3 that you've got here this weekend?
It's the M3 that we're using today. You probably noticed we were using the M2 yesterday. And yeah, it's a great association, and they are the perfect cars for this job.
Yeah, absolutely. There's plenty of power and what have you. But even so, even when you're leading them round on a safety car lap, effectively, the bikes are still making a lot of time up on you.
We'll never ever go quick enough for them. That's absolutely for sure. But what you've got to remember is, when there is a safety car deployment, it's really about extending the lap time by 30, 60 seconds to give the officials, the marshals, the medics the time to do the work. And then keeping the pace up so that they can manage their tyre temp.
And I think you've got one of the jobs that lots and lots of people here would like. Is it up for sale yet?
It keeps me off street corners.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for that one. Well, there you go. There's the definitive explanation for that from
Thank you, Larry.
The safety car driver, who you'll see if we do get a safety car intervention, Chris Glendinning.
And he lets me drive them, Larry. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I don't know how you managed to wangle that one, Vincent. You've obviously got friends in high places. Oh, you've crossed palms with lots and lots of silver.
I was in the M2 doing some corporate activities in the lunchtime break, and it was a lovely car to drive. Chris is probably parked that for today because I think he used most of the tyres up yesterday, and hence the reason I got given that to drive, Larry. You know what it's like with old marbles and the worn edges and tyres around these Snetterton laps, but bikes making their way out to the circuit, so we will give you the grid for race number 2 for the Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Scott Redding is on pole position, and he's alongside Bradley Ray and Max Cook. Kyle Ryde has Storm Stacey and Leon Haslam for company, with Ryan Vickers, Joe Talbot and Christian Eden on row number 3. Josh Brooks is alongside Jason O'Halloran and Lee Jackson on the 4th row, with Danny Kent, Eli Michalczyk and Fraser Rogers on row 5. Rhys Irwin has his teammate Eugene McManus, the 2 rookies alongside returning Braden Elliott on row 6 on the MP Racing Honda. On the back row of the grid, Rory Skinner, Richard Kerr and Graham Irwin. Graham Irwin starts from the back of the grid after a race direction sanction that went his way for careless riding, where he was put to the back of the grid and given 5 penalty points. Chunky penalty points, Larry, to be given. That's a lot of penalty points.
Normally it's 3, but 5.
Max Cook has had the aftermarket component fixed and kept in the garage as a memento reminder of how good they have been. Christian Eden has a new engine in that Senkat Yamaha, and it was the oil cooler that split on Storm Stacey's bike yesterday, which means the new Ducati Corsa engine, Larry, was saved. They managed to stop the engine when the oil pressure got to 0, so an oil cooler failure, not an engine failure on the Batham's AGN Ducati Scoop. This is bubbling up nicely.
Yeah, this is the sprint race over the slightly shorter duration, other than the feature races which go which bookend this one effectively. But yeah, great work by Storm Stacey. Knew immediately that bike had got a technical issue, got off the track, and as a result, the race continued without any problem. But he's another one like Max Cook. He just needs a little bit of luck, whereas Max has got 5 podiums this season. Storm is still looking for the first one, and where better than here at a packed Snetterton. It is a packed Snetterton, folks. As ever, we get a massive crowd here in Norfolk for this one, and you guys haven't disappointed yet again, coming out in your tens of thousands here to support the British Superbike Championship. Well, the front row is now just starting to assemble. We can see Bradley Ray is the first one down here, just waiting for Scott Redding and Max Cook to make their way through. So we'll move in and just have a quick word with Brad Ray. He takes the crash helmet off. His crew chief, Marco Woodage, just offers the last word of advice here as he just relaxes the leathers, just undoes them, just takes a swig of the energy drink. Mr. Unbeaten here at Snetterton, Brad, is it going to continue here? You've obviously got the pace to go race winning distance, but the shorter race, how's this one going to pan out?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher, I think, than the race yesterday. I think the boys are going to have some pace. Max was strong yesterday, Scott was strong at the end of the race, and obviously Carl looked like he improved. So, yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting race.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, good luck, Brad, and hope the winning Roden can continue with that one. Well, getting the pole position down here, and there is a message on the front of the bike. Let's just see what it says. Just can't quite see from that angle there. Grandad. Oh, Grandad. Okay. So it's Big Frank's 90th, is it, Jordan? It is. All right. Well, happy birthday if you're listening to Frank Bird Sr. up there, the man that was behind the PBM team for many, many years. 90 years young is Frank Bird Sr. And a happy birthday, Grandad Bird, it says from Jordan. That comes from the kids, Frank. So hope you're keeping well, and you'd be always very, very welcome back at a race meeting, you know that. Well, the rider that is in the PBM corner this year is the cowboy himself, and that is Scott Redding. He's just putting the last few bits of tape on here. Well, cowboy, you got pole position for this one, a slightly smaller race, shorter race, I should say. So hopefully you can rectify the wrongs from yesterday when that red flag came out a lap early.
Yeah, let's see. I was surprised to be on pole, to be honest, but happy about it. We'll see for the race. Obviously a shorter race, but yesterday ended up being a short race. But we'll see. These guys are the first few laps, so I got to try and manage that the best I can, and then try and come strong at the end again.
Are you going to ride him, cowboy?
Yeah.
Of course he is. There we go. We got it there.
Back.
Sorry to keep a word in the way
Oh,
there.
thank goodness he did the yeehaw today, Larry. I was worried about that
Exactly.
yesterday.
Yeah, it was Captain Serious yesterday with Scott Redding, wasn't he? So, well, one rider that has got to right the wrongs from yesterday as well is Max Cook down here. If I can just squeeze through there, guys, as the grid gets ever busier down here. Max, unfinished business from yesterday as punishment didn't fit the crime there, did it, yesterday? Just a small component failure. You proved that you had the running pace to go at the front then. Same again today?
Yeah, we had a great day overall yesterday, and yeah, qualifying was great, the race was mega. But yeah, it's nobody's fault, it's just part of bike racing really. But yeah, obviously we know we had a great race, so we've just got to do the same again today, and yeah, I'm going to dig in deep for this one.
That first win is just round the corner, Max. Hopefully it can come in this race.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. He's got a smile on his face. Nothing phases him, is he? He's, you could tell him the Titanic has sunk and he'd still have a smile on his face, wouldn't you? Well, Carl ride down here. Getting lots of questions in about the footwear attire and what have you you've got down here, Carl, with the lucky boots on. You've got the lucky daft hat on as well today as well. So yesterday was one of them races whereby you could have ended up 6th or 7th, but you managed to salvage a podium. So obviously you were quick during morning warm-up. Have you got a dial to set it into the bike?
I feel like the bike's going to be a bit better than yesterday. I'm not going to say it's be easy, but I think I've got more of a chance of keeping up. So yeah, just get a good start, get my head down. This race is going to be lightning fast, so yeah, not going to be easy.
All right, let James have a chat to you there. There is Storm Stacey down here for Lord Stacey. Just moving there, Graham, if I can. Thank you very much. Well, what a day yesterday, wasn't it? Up there challenging for the first podium, Storm, and a slight component failure on the bike. Put it right today, though, and obviously you've proved you've got the pace this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend overall, really, apart from the failure yesterday. Never thought I'd have this kind of pace around here, but the bike just feels so good and feel comfortable with it. So that just shows tenfolds that it's about being on the right bike at the right time, and just looking forward to seeing what I can do in this race. Obviously shorter one here, you've got to dig in and try and make passes when you can.
Yeah, and at least you got the thing off the line as well, which hasn't been your forte this year.
Yeah, no, it's getting better. I mean, the clutch is biting from a completely different point to where it was biting yesterday, and every day it changes, so we'll see where it's biting now, and I'll either get a good start or a rubbish one.
Yeah, one of the two. Good luck, mate. Nice to see Lola Spielberg down here as well. Keep it going, Lola. You're doing a great job. Well, here is Leon Haslam down here. And Leon, you showed wonderful pace in the early part of that race. The shorter race will probably suit you a little bit more, but looking to improve a little bit from yesterday.
Yeah, I was a bit disappointed, to be honest with you. We've had good late race pace all weekend, and then after 3-4 laps, we was going the wrong direction. We really struggled on entry and rear grip. So yeah, we had a good little battle with Kyle, but you know, we didn't have the pace, especially from half race onwards. So hopefully a few changes we've made now can help that.
Look forward to seeing you up there. Thanks very much, Leon. Leon Haslam, the 2018 British champion and a rider that a lot of people have come to see this weekend, is here. The first of the Honda Racing UK Fireblades is a rider from just 10 miles down the road, down the A11. A wonderful result yesterday. Where do we end up? Top 5. You'd have settled for that at the start of the season, but here at Snetterton, you want a bit more.
Yeah, exactly. You know, first of all, say hello to everybody out there and the fans. I've had great support this weekend, and that really helps us when we're struggling a little bit. So, you know, thanks to everyone for that. Top 5 is good. It's good. It's not where we want to be. We still want to be up there, fight for the podium and for the win. We've still got some issues, so we're making some changes. The guys are working great, giving me a great bike, and let's see if we can make another step today.
Look forward to hopefully challenging for that podium. Ryan Vickers, the rider from just down the road at Thetford. Another rider who had cracking results yesterday is Joe Talbot, the Superbike rookie. P6 yesterday, Joe. That's where you like to be, where you should be, but hopefully you can repeat that today.
Yeah, got lucky in a few situations yesterday, but I was there, and no, it was good. I learned a lot yesterday, so it's what I'm here to do, is here to learn, and I feel like I'm confident for this one, so let's see. And I feel good.
Thanks very much, Joe. And the rider that had no luck yesterday whatsoever is Christian Idden. Christian, a technical failure yesterday, scuppered your bid, unfortunately. You said you were feeling a little bit under the weather yesterday. Any better today?
No, worse.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, well, we'll leave you to that. Yeah, he definitely struggling down there. And one other rider, see if we can just grab a very quick word with a bad boy himself, Josh Brooks. Josh, it's been one of them weekends, hasn't it, where it's not quite worked out for you. You've got a lot of success around Snetterton, probably the most experienced rider around here. So hopefully give it a go this one. Yesterday, you salvaged the top 7, which wasn't a bad result.
Yeah, that's right. We're just trying to either be the top Honda or as close to. And Ryan at the moment is setting the pace for Honda. So he wasn't too far up the track from me yesterday, so I'll see if I can tag on with him, and we'll do the best job we can.
But look forward to that, Josh. Thanks.
Larry, drama. Go on, Lee Jackson's bike pushed down pit lane. Lee Jackson walking down, putting his heller on. The number 14 Dow Honda is now back in the pit box with the team.
That explains why there's a place on the grid adjacent to Jason O'Halloran. Not going to get to speak to any more riders, but do a very quick grid walk. The World Endurance Champion, the rider that won his first ever BSB race here at Snetterton, is there. Jason O'Halloran. Alongside the next row is the Moto3 champion from 2015, and Daddy Kent, the World Championship rider and last year's Superstock champion Ilya Mikhalchuk. Alongside here, Roger Marshall just tapped me on the shoulder. Next along is Hollywood himself, and that is Fraser Rogers. Gaining points yesterday, the reigning Supersport champion from last year on the Master Mac Honda is Rhys Irwin, and wonderful points for Eugene McManus, the Supersport lap record holder at Brands Hatch. He is in the points there once again. There's Braden Elliott as well. He's got Superstock 1,000 national level victories to his credit. He got points for the first time yesterday for the MP Racing Honda concern. Rory Skinner's got it to do from the back row of the grid. He's got a podium here at Snetterton over the years. Richard Kerr on the grid on the AMD back, CNL Fairburn Harkey Racing Honda, and right at the back of the grid is Andrew Irwin with that penalty. Good luck, Andrew, the 2017 British Motocross champion. 21 of the finest racers on planet Earth. He is set to do battle around this wonderful Snetterton 300 circuit, the historic place that has seen so many wonderful battles, and to call it the voice of British motorcycle sport once again in 2026. Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter. Yes, drama at the start of this one. Lee Jackson pushed off the grid. We will watch for him coming down to make a pit lane start. And the grid has now been cleared. The last couple of mechanics taking the tyre warmers off and taking the bikes from their stands. Well, we spoke to Bradley Ray. We heard from Scott Redding as well. A lot more relaxed on the grid today, Scott Redding. See, he's quite surprised that he actually got pole position. But I think they need to watch the man on the number 30 AGN Steel Stock Bimota. He was so quick yesterday, and this sprint race could just be what Max Cook needs. Is it time for Max Cook? Is it time for Bimota? We shall soon find out. This is a sprint race, 12 laps around Snetterton. It's action-packed, it's fast, it's frantic. It will not take long. We do keep our eyes firmly down that pit lane to see if there's any movement from Dow Honda. They won't bring them out until the warm-up lap has been completed. But here we go. It's race number 2.
official tyre of British Superbikes live tyre update.
Pirelli update for the sprint race number 2. 28 degrees of track temperature, 24 ambient. All riders SC1 front and rear. Larry Carter, I can see you down there in pit lane. You're with Lee Jackson's bike.
They are still working on it. I think it's a front brake problem for Lee Bob Jackson, but they are working on it down here. But whether or not he's going to get, it's a very late. It's going to be a pit lane start, but whether or not that's going to happen, they're still working on the front of the bike, Dunk.
Larry, that's a disaster for Lee Bob Jackson. We did see him walking down the pit lane. There was a frantic rush to get the bike down there. But here we go. We're ready for sprint race.
He's going to make it, Dunk.
Race number 2. They are going to make it. Good news, Larry. We'll watch them coming down. As long as he gets down within the start time of the first lap, he should be okay. All eyes on Scott Redding, Bradley Ray and Max Cook as they line up on the front row of the grid. We can see in the internal feed Lee Jackson just getting a few finishing touches done to his bike before we go live. Revs up. Go for the sprint race number 2. Scott Redding with a good start. Max Cook also levels Bradley Ray on the run down toward Ritchie's, and will Max Cook take that second place? Kyle Ryde round the outside, but he's gone in a bit hot, and Max Cook slides underneath him. Now hold your breath, we all head along in towards Wilson. Everybody behaving themselves. This time Redding runs in a bit deep, so does Max Cook. Down. Who's that going down there? A bit of a bang on the back of the head, as well as a couple of bikes just tripped over each other in the heart of the corner. A great shame as we make our way round for the first half of this lap. Keeping my eyes also to see if Lee Jackson has made it down, Larry. I don't think he's come down pit lane.
Yes, he did, right at the end.
Did he?
Joined just as they were leaving the grid.
Thank you very much, Larry. There was so much noise. You normally hear a bike coming down. Ryan Vickers is in trouble in this race, I can tell you that. He was one of the guys who was tripped over. His exhaust has been pulled off that bike, and Lee Jackson has now made it out. But we wait to see what happens here as the Port West Race Safe Marshals spring into clear-up mode at the Wilson hairpin, and it looks like everything getting cleared up and moved away from the scene of the crime. Unfortunately, we'll pick up with who has gone down. No information as yet. The safety car has now been deployed. There's an arm out from Kyle Ryde and from Scott Redding. Brad Ray, they all start to throw a leg out just to acknowledge that they've seen the safety flag more than anything. Riders 17, 25 and 91 who's gone down there. So Eli Michalczyk, Josh Brooks and Leon Haslam, some of the most experienced riders in the BSB paddock, have been caught up down at the Wilson hairpin. Great shame for that one. They all just kind of tripped over each other at the very last minute of the apex. And not great. That's not what we like to see. But Ryan Vickers also being involved in that. Larry, he will be heading your way into the Honda pit box. His exhaust has been removed from the side of the bike. I don't think they should be able to fix that. I think that'll be a race-ending one for him, I'm afraid. We cross the line. The bikes need to go and catch up with the safety car, Chris Glendenning, who's just at the other end of Ritchie's, round turn 1. And Scott Redding will now have the safety car in his sights into the big double-waved yellow area that we have there.
Here's Vickers. As you say, the exhaust is at right angles to the bike. A good old size 11 goes in to try and rectify it. But whether or not they're going to have to replace that exhaust system, he's not wheeled it into the garage. If he does that, he's out of the race. He is servicing it on the apron. And the Honda Racing UK mechanics are just working on that bike. I'm probably around about 50 metres away from it just at present. But they are just seeing if they can do it. Obviously, he'll want to try and keep on the lead lap. We hear that a lot in NASCAR, don't we? But he will not want to go a lap down, will Ryan Vickers. But he steps off of the motorcycle, and I probably share your disappointment and negativity, Duncan. I think that probably it's a game over for Flying Ryan.
Massively, because it's moved it. It's bent the hanger, Larry, and pulled it sideways, but that's also going to have kinked the pipe. So ultimately the flow won't be the same to the exhaust. They're now trying to bend an exhaust bracket with your hand. So if you bend it, it's like when you get a bit toffee. You bend it once, then you bend it again, it becomes weaker. Now there's going to be a replay on the big screen of what we saw here. Everything looked perfectly fine until we see Leon Haslam coming in. And what happens? In fact, it looked like something went wrong with Ryan's bike. Did Ryan's bike stop mid-corner? And that caused, Ryan had to check up for Christian Iden. Leon goes into the back of Ryan. Leon took a fair old whack on the back with that one. Down went Josh Brooks and then Eli Michalczyk at the same time of that incident. So a great shame for those three. But no, Ryan Vickers' bike didn't stop. He had to check up massively mid-corner for the Senkat Yamaha. Anyway, safety car will be ending. I can still see Vickers in the pit lane standing next to his bike, Larry. You know what it's like if you bend a bit toughy once, you bend it again, it becomes weak.
Yeah, coat hangers the other analogy there, isn't it?
Exactly, coat hangers, yes. You still use coat hangers, Larry?
Do they still have them in hotel rooms? Have they all been nicked?
I don't know. They're probably in Larry Carter's house in the People's Republic of Yorkshire. Safety
Here's
car
in.
pulls in. Chris Glendenning clears the track with James Hales, and we're about to go racing up towards the line to come. That is the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Pure power making the way in towards Ritchie's, and it's a Ducati 1-2 that we have here. Reading from Raid from Max Cook. A really good start from Max Cook in third place. Bradley Ray in fourth. The top Yamaha, Christian Iden, looking like he's trying to do something, and Storm Stacey very much behind him as well. Whistles blowing in the pit lane. Nothing that's going to bother us, just a safety car deployment heading back down the pit lane, Larry, so we can calm down at that one. Never like to hear whistles in the background as they come through Palmer and head down towards Agostini. Scott Redding has held Kyle Ryde at bay. Kyle had a big push on, and he was fast this morning in morning warm-up. That's what we need to keep our eye on as well. Kyle did look pretty impressive in morning warm-up, and I did hear a call about him having different coloured boots, and I think he's got the same colour boots on each foot. Dave Neal will keep me right on that throughout the course of this race, but I'm positive he's got 2 yellow boots on today, Kyle Ryde, and he does stand out from the crowd. Look at Max Cook, though, sitting pretty in third place, and they're actually all dropping Bradley Ray, but here comes the nitrous competition Ducati of Kyle Ryde. The defending reigning champion pops out, but Redding is strong. You have to get up early to try and get one over on Scott Redding. And, well, he said he was surprised to have pole position, but he looked so strong towards the end of the race yesterday. He, John Mott and James Mead working feverishly in that garage behind their brand new hands-free touchscreen computers that they've got in there, Larry. That's something for you to look at. A lovely new setup that Johnny Mott...
a blast from the past, don't
Yes, hands-free, exactly. And we'll see a bit of that maybe later on at July Brands Hatch. Who knows? Up towards the control line they come. Redding from Raid, from Cook from Ray, with Christian Iden under huge Storm Stacey pressure. Storm Stacey up the inside of Christian Iden. Lovely. Storm Stacey surprised he's got pace here in the dry. Storm Stacey is the real deal in 2026, and that Batham's AJ and Ducati is just so good in the hands of that tall young man with so much talent. Oodles of talent is what he comes along with. And the Batham's AGN bike will be very much in safe hands with Storm Stacey. Technical issue yesterday. These things happen. It's all part of the teething process of building a new bike. I asked them in the garage this morning during warm-up, how far away is your bike from the likes of Kyle and Scott's? And they laughed at me and says, it's not even the same bike. I said, okay, fair enough. We have got the same engine. That's it. So very impressive to see the job that they're doing down there in that Batham's AGN garage. Speaking of AGN, the AGN Steel Stock Bimota of Max Cook sitting pretty in third place. I had a feeling yesterday about Max Cook. He looked so good, and Dave Neal, I think you firmly agreed with that he was looking absolutely excellent.
No question at all. The AGN Steel Stock Bimota in Max Cook's hands. He was pushing on for that win. He was pushing on for the podium. These things happen in racing. He was very pragmatic after the race, in shrugging his shoulders, but you know inside it did hurt, because we know that first race victory for the Bimota and for Max Cook isn't far away. Dave
Neal, voice of the Zin Zone, who joins us live in the commentary box. He gets the riders, 10 riders each day down on that fan zone, giving a live chat to big crowds down there, and great to get the insight back into the commentary point as we see Scott Redding. Different lines through Coram. You can see Redding with the nice wide line, trying to keep a tighter apex was Kyle Ryde, and Max Cook just kind of floating in and out of wherever he wants to go. Seems to be able to put the Bimota on any line he sees fit, whereas everybody else seems a little bit like they've got to stick to what they know works. Bradley Ray, his title of Mr. Snetterton is at threat right now. He has won just about everything in the last couple of years being here, as we get a new lap record for Max Cook, a 146.575. 146.575 for Max Cook. We'll write that down on our sheet, and we will remember that one, because that's a pretty impressive lap from the young Bimota rider. But yeah, Brad Ray doesn't like seeing people ahead of him at Snetterton. And right now, he's not got one, not got two, he's got three, and he's got three powerhouses ahead of him. And he also needs to be acutely aware that coming up behind him is Storm Stacey. Storm has dealt with Christian Iden and pulled away, and he's pulled himself up towards the back of Bradley Ray. Now, this is fabulous if you're a Storm Stacey fan. I'm a fan of BSB, and I like this because this is what we want to see, the natural progression of Storm Stacey. Look at how much he's gapped Christian Eden as they come down the back of the Bentley Straight. He is on a charge up towards the back of Bradley Ray. One thing we don't have to worry about in this race is tyres. It's a sprint race. We know our tyres can perform deep into a long race. And here at Snetterton, this sprint race, 12 laps will be going pretty quick, but it's Reading who leads the way for the Hagar PBM Ducati squad over the Nitrous Competition Racing Ducati of Kyle Reid, who's coming under pressure from Max Cook. Max wants to get past. He's looking not impatient, but he just seems to have a better handling motorcycle. Will he go up then saying it to Murray's? No. He knows he has the legs on the Yamaha up the straight. What's the ZX10RR engine like against the Ducati as we go? Well, it's not bad, but he's getting pulled back in the slipstream by Bradley Ray. And that was a bit of an issue for him as Brad Ray goes through on the inside in towards turn number 1 with a new lap record from Bradley Ray. He does a 146.567. So from 567 for Bradley Ray. The lap record being lowered by hundredths of a second lap after lap in the Zin British Superbike Championship. Bradley Ray with a big move in towards turn 1. It's a longer braking distance into turn 1 on a Superbike than it is on the smaller capacity. So it is a valid overtake as Graham Irwin rejoins from the grass. I think that would have been at Wilson, the long lap loop he's just come across, and he gets himself back onto track after possibly running on. At least that bike back together, fixed after yesterday's incident that we saw on the opening lap of race number 1 at the Wilson hairpin. Now, Max Cook needs to watch here. He's just drifted off the back of Bradley Ray after that overtaking towards turn 1, and Storm Stacey is there. And look at this, behind Christian Eden, the second of the Bamotas, Joe Talbot in a good, strong 7th place. His interview said, I've learnt an awful lot, I know what I need to do. And then look behind them, we've got Rory Skinner and his teammate very much trying to work their way through the paddock. Rory Skinner's come up 10 places from where we find him. 8th for Danny Kent, 9th for Rory Skinner. Skinner on a charge from the back row of the grid. He started this race, Rory Skinner, in 19th place. So great to see some sort of salvage job coming out of Rory Skinner. That swinging arm was massively damaged on his bike yesterday. It needed to get taken off. It was sent away to Sean Ryde and it was welded back up and made sure it was true and straight. But that's the type of damage that they were having to deal with down there. It was cracked and split open. Across the line they go. Storm Stacey's dropped a bit of pace on that last lap. Just drifted off the back for some reason. Storm Stacey's lap time was a 46.8. 46.7 for Max Cook, 46.5 for Brad Ray, 46.6 for Kyle Reid, and a 46.6 for Scott Redding, our race leader. We're just in a little bit of a holding phase right now, Dave. Nobody's wanting to show where they're strong on the track, but Max Cook, for my liking, being in 4th place is a little bit too far back.
He is a little bit at the moment. When coming up the start-finish straight, up the centre straight, the boys in front punching a big hole in the air, which helped Brad Ray with the drive up into turn 1. They've got to play a bit of a patience game, but at the minute it looks like Scott's trying to stretch them out. They can't wait for the last lap in a sprint race. They've got to make it count before then. They have that. They can't leave it all till the very end. If everybody leaves it till the very last lap, everybody making the same overtakes, and it won't work. Redding, though, does look very strong. Kyle has followed him for the entirety of this race. Skinner now ahead of his teammate. That's a good ride for Rory Skinner. I think we may see a glimmer of a smile, just a glimpse of a smile from Rory Skinner, because it's not that he's not smiling today, but he's not smiling, and that's not Rory. He's absolutely not smiling. And I spoke to him before the start of the race, and just go out there and enjoy it. Make some passes, just go and prove it to yourself and prove it to the team. It was a tough day for him yesterday, but this is a great response. I can't tell you how he described the day or the weekend to me this morning on air. I'll maybe tell you off air, but I think you could all understand that it's not a radio-friendly comment, Alan, so we'll just bypass that one.
Thank you for self-editing.
It's no problem. Here they come out of Murray's. Let's see who does what up the main straight. The two Ducatis punching the hole in the air now. Bradley Ray, the slipstream is there for Max Cook. He starts to gain towards the end of the straight, but he's just a little bit too far. Whatever work they have done in the garage overnight for Bradley Ray is now starting to work, and it's keeping Max Cook at bay. New lap record, Scott Redding, 146.493. 146.493 is Redding Power now deciding it's go time. We're on lap 8 of 12. I have enough tyre. I know what my bike is capable of. It's time for us to show these guys if they want to play ball, they've got to follow the cowboy. as Larry Carter always gets the yee-haw on the grid. He wasn't as serious today. He was a lot more relaxed, and a relaxed Scot is usually a fast Scot. A relaxed rider is usually a fast rider. Max Cook just asking a lot from the Bimota rear tyre as he gets out of the Agostini hairpin, and it pumps quite a few times. You can see a slight gap appearing now from Bradley Ray back towards Max Cook, and Bradley Ray has eyes for the back of Kyle Reid. Is Kyle at his limit? That's something we need to look at. If Kyle's at his absolute limit just now, there may be a problem from the McCam's Yamaha behind him with the pink helmet and pink numbers down the back straight. That Yamaha has definitely got the speed that the Ducati has. That's pretty impressive. Bradley can drag up in the slipstream. Maybe couldn't pull out and pass. Maybe he didn't want to pull out and pass. You don't want to show your hand too early. But on lap 8 out of 12, this is a lap that Scott Redding is putting down. And you can see visibly a gap as they come into my view at quorum. We take the binoculars and we look at the side of the commentary box. The difference in lines. Bradley Ray lining up a manoeuvre on Kyle Reid. No, he thinks about it, but didn't go through. He was close enough to make that overtake, but he didn't want to compromise himself on the exit of the corner. That would have left him lame, and then Max Cook might have passed him. It's about picking your moments correctly, wisely, and executing them with absolute precision as the bikes bounce over the ripples going through the heart of turn number 1, Ritchie's, and then along the short chute into Wilson. The Ducati of Reading sits planted and pretty on the brakes, as does all the other bikes coming in. Oh no, another technical for Storm Stacey. These are growing pains, ladies and gentlemen. That's all it is. It's growing pains for the Batham's AJN Ducati. The good thing is this time there's no smoke and fire. So it's a step forward from yesterday in Storm, showing that the pace was very much there. But unfortunately, a technical issue has stopped Storm Stacey on lap 9 out of 12 on race number 2 for the Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Back to the sharp end. Scott Redding looking majestic at the front. Kyle Reid, I just hope he hasn't hit his ceiling. And if he has, that glass ceiling is about to be smashed by Bradley Ray, who will come past in a heartbeat. And Max Cook is there to pick up any pieces. Behind that, Christian Id and Joe Talbot, then Roddy Skinner. Skinner was catching Talbot. That's a gap that we need to keep our eyes on. It was only 9/10 of a second across the line last lap. Away from Danny Kent in 8th place, Jason O'Halloran in 9th, and 10th place. What a ride for Eugene McManus. That's a brilliant ride for Eugene. I met him in the usual place, Alan. You know where that is. And I said,
do.
Yeah, yes. He said, I just didn't ride very well yesterday. I'm faster than where I am, and I know I should be. Because I was just starting to go back to super sport mode, so give myself a bit of a slap. Bradley Ray up the inside of Kyle Reid. Lovely stuff. But has he gone in too early? Is that going to let the Ducati then repass on the straight? But it's a good move from Bradley. Here comes Kyle Reid. He pulls out from the slipstream. He passes on the run-in towards Ritchie's. Lovely stuff from Kyle Reid. Oh, Bradley Ray runs wide. He touches the back and down he goes. Bradley Ray goes down at turn number 1. Collects the back of Kyle Reid going through the corner. Down he goes. Slides into the grass. Well, don't think he's too happy about that one. Or did he get away with that? Down he goes. Well, watch a replay on that. It looked like a fairly decent overtake from where I was looking in the commentary point. But Bradley Ray walks away from one of the fastest crashes we've seen in quite some time. Just clipped the back of Kyle's Ducati, pulled the wing off the McCam's Yamaha, folded the front and down he went. Let's hope there's no damage to the back of Kyle Reid. Watch the big screen for the replay. Here's the overtake initially from Bradley Ray. Lovely controlled up the inside, but because he's done that, he's lame at the end of the straight. Through comes Kyle. Gives a bit of room, and Bradley, I've got to say, did he just run into the back of him? Well, there's two sides to every story, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to see Bradley Ray up on his feet and walking away from that one. And that McCam's Yamaha took a fairly big beating. Reid managing to survive with that one. One of the dangers there, Dave Neal, is Kyle picking up a puncture from the wing touching the back tyre.
That's what we have with the wings these days, isn't it? There's added extras that we've got to take into account, but that was always going to be the difficulty with 4 of them fighting for the podium positions. Only 3 can take it, and now we're down to the 3 that will stand there.
Yeah, Kyle will have felt that as well. He'll have felt just a bit of a thump on the back of his bike going into turn 1. He'll probably come round and, amazing work by the Port West Race Safe Marshals. The yellow boards are already gone. So they're going to come up there. They'll probably see Brad at the side of the track if he's not hopped on a taxi bike. But here comes Max Cook. What can Max Cook do to Kyle Reid? Has that rattled Kyle Reid as we go into lap 11 out of 12 in towards turn number 1? There's Bradley Ray standing at the side, staring at the bikes going past. Bradley Race, not a happy boy, Larry Carter. Not a happy camper at all. A shake
Check
of the head.
Out, Dung. Check the footnote out.
Incident involving 28-1 at turn 1 under investigation. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Under investigation. So, difficult to see from where I was watching, Larry. Did Kyle chop the nose off Bradley, or did Bradley run into him?
I don't think so. I think it's one of them things. Kyle, if anything, moved across a little bit more than what he should have done.
I think it's a Jack Kennedy incident from last year.
I think it's if it was
long lap penalty for Kyle Reid, causing a crash.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Kyle Reid, long lap penalty on lap 11 out of 12 for causing a crash. The big board will be illuminated on the gantry directly in front of me. It is long lap number 1 flashing on that. That will put Max Cook on to second place on the podium. He's done a cracking ride anyway, Max Cook, but Kyle Reid is going to be pretty... well, he's going to see that. I don't know what he's going to be. He's going to be pretty livid, Dave Neal.
And with that, the championship is ignited.
Oh, brilliant. Sending the firecrackers. Reading Power arrives. Cowboy hat and lasso. Max Cook picks up the pieces, as we said. It was there to happen. Round quorum they come, past the front of the hospitality units, tight to the inside line. Kyle Reid, a little bit more in the middle of the road for Scott Redding. Kyle's about to see this long lap penalty. A very quick decision from race direction here, I have to say. Very quick decision. As we come through and up the main straight, Reading Power will come through. He'll see that board and the shoulders may shrug and chuckle a little bit. Kyle Reid sees the board. It's illuminated for him as they go in towards turn 1. Has he got enough on Max Cook? No, he has not. He's had the long lap penalty on the big illuminated board, and his dad's put it on his pit board as they head along in towards turn number 2, and he doesn't take it, and he's on the last lap. He's going to take the time penalty, Larry. He's going to take the time penalty because we are on the last lap. And what's the equivalent? Is it 6 seconds, I think I saw in the final instructions? I'll let you do a bit of digging on that for a scoop, but Kyle has decided not to take that long lap penalty. You'll probably find he'll put himself off and maybe down to 4th place, depending on what we have here. Braden Elliott just steps out of the way, going down towards turn 1 from everybody who's heading in towards Ritchie's. The MP Racing Honda. Great to see Braden back on track. And Braden Elliott, we've got to say, up in 13th place, getting some valuable points for Neil Pearson. He will be liking that one, as long as the bike didn't just stop passing me, which it might have done. Okay, we're through the middle part of the lap. We're on the last lap. Scott Redding leads the way from Kyle Reid, who's a long lap penalty underneath him, hanging above his head. Max Cook is in 3rd place. Christian in 4th. Rory Skinner 5th. This could elevate a few of those guys up, depending on what the time penalty comes back to say. We look towards the far end of the circuit. Kyle is putting on a seriously big push towards the end of the race, keeping Scott Redding very honest as they come through the bomb hole. If anything goes wrong here, Max Cook is in a position to pick up a lot of places and points as Redding comes through quorum. He's more than experienced. He knows not to put a foot wrong here. In towards the last corner. Reading Power gets through, drives up towards the line. It will be a win for the Hagar PBM Ducati of Scott Redding, and it's a masterclass at Snetterton for Scott Redding. 2nd place on the road for Kyle Reid. 3rd place on the road for Max Cook, who is straight away elevated into 2nd place on our screen. Rory Skinner across the line. Good grief. In 4th place. What a ride from Rory Skinner from the back of the grid in 19th to 4th.
That's outstanding.
The lap time on Rory Skinner as well. Best lap in the race of 46.9. He will be on the 2nd row of the grid for this race. That was something just a little bit special. He may be on the start of the 3rd row, but impressive stuff from Rory Skinner
into
towards
the
end.
46s at last for him.
Yeah, maybe that little pep talk from you, Dave Neal, helped him out. But it's all about Scott Redding, who wins for Hagar PBM Ducati. Max Cook picks up a 2nd place. Larry, the equivalent time penalty is 3 seconds for the long lap. Though converted to a 3-second time penalty for Kyle Reid. So that drops him behind Max Cook. So Redding, Cook and Reid, your top 3 officially. Rory Skinner, a sensational run to 4th place. That really is a good run. And Christian Home in 5th place, feeling considerably under the weather as well.
Salvage job from Ryan Vickers, Dunk.
Oh, good point. That's a very good point. Vickers did get back out there and get 18th place.
But Lee Bob Jackson.
But what Ryan did do is he got a good lap time in there. Yeah, well said. Ryan Vickers, good lap time, and Lee Bob Jackson. Well said, Larry. 9th place for Lee Jackson. Hadn't managed to get that far down. Joe Talbot in a good 6th place. Danny Kent 7th. Jason O'Halloran 8th. Lee Jackson from the pit lane in 9th. And James McManus Eugene McManus in 10th place. Kudos to Eugene, good points. Fraser Rogers, Rhys Irwin, Graham Irwin in 13th, picking up points ahead of Richard Kerr. Braden Elliott biased as 15th. Even though the bike stopped on the last lap. And Bradley Ray sits under a tree down at Ritchie's and now heads towards the van. You know what, guys? I'm just delighted that Brad's okay. That was a fast off. Look at the big screens. Make your own mind up for what happened here. I'm 6 2/3 about that, Larry Carter, and I'm just going to keep quiet because it's probably best that we don't say what we want to say.
Wish me luck with these interviews, boys.
Yeah, good luck with that one. As ever, Larry Carter, you extract the best out of people. If not, if you lose your fronts, it'll be okay.
You came to me and I sort of like said, racing incident for me, and immediately it popped up on the screen as a penalty. But a very, very quick decision there from race control. I agree with that one. The stewards were obviously watching that, and they deemed that perhaps that move across the track from Carl was a little bit intentional, and the net result was it just took Brad's racing line away from him, and the net result was that the number 28 was on the line. So,
Larry Carter, thank you very much. I'll say goodbye to Dave Neal. Thank you very much for joining us once again in the box, Dave. That was perfect insight. And Larry Carter, I wish you good luck with these interviews. I really do. You're going to have your work cut out down there. You're going to have a happy Scott Redding and a happy Max Cook. But it's going to be interesting with Kyle.
Well, Kyle's forever the diplomat, isn't he? I've never ever seen Kyle ride in a bad mood, I don't think, to be perfectly honest. But this might just test his resolve, given that I think it was probably purpose that he didn't take the long lap. I think he was aware of it. So, yeah, the shrug of the shoulders comes in, and it's definitely a furrowed look on his face as... Well, the OMG used to run a team called WTF, didn't they, which stood for We're the Future. I think the look on Carl Wright's face might just have a different commentation on that one. But Scott Redding takes the victory. Max Cook is there as well in second position. He's tempered with a little bit of disappointment because he so much wants this victory to try and just cement his place. But Presty's crew chief and the rest of the team there as well. Nigel Snook is in there as well. It's kind of sort of like saying, what's going on? What is happening there? Because we just don't know. Well, Kyle Ride, just having a chat with Shannon Etheridge there. Kyle, just talking to the team and what have you. So, yeah. Do you need him immediately?
I'll just grab him straight away.
Okay. Right, straight away then, if you can, so I can grab a word. Because what they tend to do is TV tend to grab them and then hold them for 5 minutes whilst we do that. There is Max Cook. Max, congratulations. Again, a little bit of a bittersweet result with you, given that you're still searching for this race victory, but happy enough with P2, even though you probably didn't realise you were P2 at that point.
No, that's it. I think, yesterday we had such a great day and just super unlucky with the gear shifter failure. But, so happy to put it on the podium today. So, P2 is, mega. Obviously, realistically, well, it was like third or fourth, really, hoping Brad's okay. Brad's fine. Brad's okay. Oh, that's good to hear. Really happy. Obviously, owe it to all the guys and girls of the team at Adrian Steele stopped the motor. So Adrian Steele stopped home round as well. So well happy to put it on the podium for him today.
You look at a grandstand view of that incident. Do you think the long lap penalty was fitting as far as Carl was concerned?
I mean, I did see it and all. It's hard in today. You know, the TV don't do it justice how fast you are rolling into there. But you know, I know Carl wouldn't have meant to do that at all. You know, we all ride so clean. But you know, speeds are quite high into there. The edge of the track at turn one is quite ripply as well. So yeah, just one of them really unfortunate. But yeah, they're all right.
Well done, thanks, Mark. Same for the diplomat there. Hey, Scott Redding, well done, cowboy. You led that one from the front. It was all happening behind you, though.
Yeah, when I got the good start, I was like, I don't really feel comfortable out here. And then I just thought, just do your own pace, see what you can do. I was making a few little mistakes. I haven't really got the pace early on, but I did the best I could. I saw the gap kind of opening and closing. And I knew I had G4 on the board, so I knew there'd be battling going on. I thought the best place is to be out front. I didn't really, I wouldn't say not ride 100%, but I could have rode a lot cleaner. My plan was not to lead, so it went out the window already at turn one. But we secured the win, and I'm buzzing with that.
Well done, Scott. Well done. Thanks very much. Carl, just down here. Carl, I know you've had a chance to have a think about things. You saw a long lap penalty. Your take on what happened out there in turn one?
Yeah, honestly, Larry, I finished the race, said well done to Scott, and then I looked at the screen to see who'd come first, second and third, because I seen long lap on my board, and I thought it was last corner green punishment, because me and Scott definitely did it more than 3 times. So I don't know. I'm really sorry for Brad because I didn't feel anything. I passed him before the line and just broke as late as I could. And yeah, it was only after the flag I seen that it was sat in a deck chair and it was my fault. So yeah, I mean, I can't see what all the officials say. I'm just happy I've got a trophy because I deserve one in that one.
Yeah, and did you see the long lap penalty and you purposely decided not to take it?
I seen it on the last lap, and obviously the adrenaline's going. I was trying to win the race, and I knew it was a 3-second penalty, so I tried to eke out enough gap to still come second, but not quite enough. But yeah, the speed and the bike was a lot better, and the race 3 should be good this afternoon. And just sorry for Brad. Yeah, well, that's absolutely totally professional, as we would expect. Response from Carl Ryde. I can't say I don't think I did a lot wrong, but as far as that is concerned, I'll do that. Here is Stuart Higgs. Just see if I can grab a quick word with Stuart. A very quick decision there, Stuart, to award the long lap penalty to Kyle.
Well, everyone, we have access to a lot of material. I mean, the race direction group with me is not necessarily me. I'm looking on the rest of the race. We've got multiple angles with our VAR system, and the view of the race direction group was that, you know, the obligation is on Carl to complete the move, you know, alongside. Hadn't quite got fully past going into turn 1. Then was obviously tracking left so he could get the optimum line, and Brad is doing everything he does regularly, and then is trying to avoid it, and he had to do something exceptional to try and get out of it, and couldn't, and he goes down. So the balance of responsibility, and that's what it is, the balance of responsibility lies with Kyle, and so, you know, in play.
Yeah, story of the race, no controversy whatsoever.
It goes there, and
Absolutely. Well, we move on. Once again at Snetterton. Let's get them up here then on the with Pirelli and onto the podium for the 11th time this season for Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition. Notwithstanding the long lap penalties. And that meets with the approval. And we'll ask Harry Parkinson, who represents the team, Hager PBM team, will join his rider on the podium. And we'll ask Natalia Mill, sponsors, to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Carl Ryde, 72 times now on a BSB podium and a 6 here at Snetterton, still looking for that first win. Max Cook, a 6 career podium and a first here at Snetterton for Max Cook. And taking the race winner, the cowboy, Scott Redding. The comeback kid on top of the podium, and Harry Parkinson collects the team award. Thanks to Natalia Mills. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners. National anthem. Just as he did in his championship winning year in 2019, Scott Redding tops the podium here at Snetterton. He puts the cowboy hat back on and he's about to let loose with a magnum of the Prosecco. Carl Ryde, he looks like, I don't know what's happened to your bottle of Plonk there, Carl, but there we go, out into the crowd. There's hundreds of people down here celebrating, and they get absolutely drenched with the Balietti Prosecco from our friends at Lanchester. I didn't even get a bottle of the bubbly that time, so I'm not too sure what happened there. Oh, well, I'm not too sure about the on Max either. First drink, isn't there? As well. Here we go. Ignite.
Thanks very much. Podium. Our next race of the day, dramatic race, our first race of today for the British Superbike Championship, and the 16-lap race due to get underway at 4. The next race.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike champion.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge. Whether that's Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
R&G Cycles is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Here we go, next race of the afternoon due to get underway in 3 minutes' time. It's the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. Let's get back to the commentary box and Duncan.
I need another minute or two, Alan.
I think we all do.
Good grief.
Wow.
Wow. Race number 3. That is why we love the British Superbike Championship. Simple fact. And there we go. Bikes making their way around for their warm-up installation lap. And this is the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. Championship right now is led by Ryan Frost with a 13-point championship lead over Jack Burrows and Jack Dunnaby. But we've seen 3 victories from Frost. We've seen 1 from Burrows, and Dunnaby has 2 because he picked up his second victory yesterday in emphatic style. Jack Dunnaby was really chuffed with his win, so much so he almost popped his shoulder. It was he crossed the line after taking the victory. And there was a little bit of tearage down there in the winner's enclosure with his mum, which was a lovely thing to see. The grid for today, well, it sees Ryan Frost on pole from Mason Foster, and Luke Fitchett gets his first, if I'm not mistaken, front row start. Or did we see Luke on the front row at Donington? Larry Carter, keep me right, please.
No, I think it's his first front row done.
Clayton Edmonds. Wow, what an upturn in form for Clayton Edmonds up there on row 2 ahead of Marco Holt. Holt the Bolt, and then Jack Dunnaby. Thorley Trevorrow on row number 3 from Jack Burrows and Axel Revisal Lomas. On the 4th row, George Bose, Harrison Day and Tyler Humphreys. The 5th row sees Hudson Cooper, Isaiah Devine and Jensen Bishop. On row number 6, Daniel Stevenson, the younger brother of Reece Stevenson, Lily Rhodes and Archie Hopper. Max Rhodes is on the back row with Ollie O'Gorman, who's the younger brother of Casey O'Gorman. And then it's Lucy Curtis on the last place, 21st place on the grid for Lucy Curtis. Well, to a Moto 4 race, which gives us...
Still drawing breath, Doug.
Larry,
what succinct answers weren't there? There, you know, I was just thinking, I've got a lot of experience in this caper down here, and how do you approach something like that with race direction, with the riders involved? I will get Bradley Ray's take on that, of course, but all you can do is just ask the questions that you want the answers to yourself, isn't it? That's my policy when it comes to that, and all fair play credit to Kyle Ride, to Stuart Higgs, and everybody else for just giving us the laydown. No frills, no airs and no graces. It was just facts, absolutely, and we move on. That's what we do. And at the end of the day, that race is consigned to the history books, and we look forward to the next one.
The championship in the Superbikes, Kyle Ride now has a 15-point championship lead after that race. Scott Redding in second place, charging Kyle Ride down. Bradley Ray with a no score. That's Bradley Ray's second no score of the year. Kyle Ride and Scott Redding haven't put a foot wrong. Up in the 5th place, Rory Skinner 6th, Ryan Vickers 7th, Storm Stacey, Christian Eden and Glenn are in the top 10 in the Zin British Superbike Championship as it stands, and keep everybody up to speed. But no, I like how you spoke with Kyle. Kyle, very open, very honest, and I love how we heard from the series director Stuart Higgs, and that's it. It's simple as that. Facts are there, but we move on at a pace. R&G Moto 4 British Cup, we're under starters orders, we get the revs up. Their race number 2. What a start for Jack Burrows, and he had to do a start because Burrows is in the 3rd row of the grid. He started to make his way up alongside the city lifting bikes, but he's in a dangerous area because that is the pinch point going in towards turn number 2. He's got Jack Dunnaby alongside him on the inside. Or was that Luke Fitchett with the yellow flashes on the mudguard? It's Jack Dunnaby, the orange flashes on the mudguard. Oh, Clayton Edmonds had that thing all out of shape on the brakes on the way in there. Shades of Superbike race number 1 yesterday, but thankfully everybody gets through in one piece. Dunnaby was very close to that one. Clayton Edmonds had that thing out of shape and on one wheel right behind little Jack Dunnaby, but it's Ryan Frost who leads away from the rookie sensation Luke Fitchett on the 2nd of the Cavara Project RS bikes. Runs a little wide through the heart of the Agostini hairpin, and he's got his teammate Jack Dunnaby directly behind him on the road as they come up and in towards Hamilton for the first time of asking. Frosty, whoa, Frosty, wide up over the cap. I think he was in the dirt there actually, Ryan Frost, using so much of that it looked like he went up and over the top. How did that not affect him more than it actually did? But Ryan Frost throwing absolute caution to the wind there as he went through Hamilton and on towards Oggies, and so much so that it slowed him down. And here comes Luke Fitchett catching him down the straight. Luke Fitchett is going to lead for the first time in 2026, and his teammate goes straight past him, Jack Dunnaby. So, well, short-lived, it very much was, but it's Dunnaby, Frost, Fitchett, Edmonds, Clayton Edmonds. This is so good to talk once again about Clayton Edmonds being at the sharp end of a R&G Moto 4 British Cup race, and he's got Mason Foster right behind him. Then a bit of a gap back to Marco Hulk and Jack Burrows. Been delayed a little bit here. Burrows needs to fight through the start of Coram, and Marco slots in behind Jack Burrows. That's one of Jack Burrows' favourite overtaking places in towards that area of Coram. Heading along the centre straight up towards the crest of the centre straight they go, crossing the line. This is where the slipstream plays a great part for these the bike across the flat race. It's going to be an epic one right towards the end, and all this slipstreaming and battling does help Jack Burrows. Look at number 16, Jack Burrows fighting his way back up, the man who's at second in the championship, working his way back towards the front. He's got his teammate, well, he's not his teammate, he's got Mason Foster behind him, and number 16 Jack Mason Foster, well, Mason's coming out of the Mortimer Racing camp, but we do see a lot of these camps very much closely affiliated in the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. A little bit of movement from the back of Jack Burrow's bike. And Clayton Edmonds has been shuffled to the back of this pack, which is not great for Clayton. He's now behind Marco Holt as they make their way through the heart of Hamilton and then in towards Oggies. This is an important part of the lap now. Dunnaby, who is at the sharp end and looking pretty good, pretty handsome as they make their way down towards. Needs to not do that, needs to look at his pit board, or was he already starting to look and have a little bit of a wonder of where the rest of the guys are, because here comes Burrows trying to do something to get himself up to the back of the top three. The top three now, Ryan Frost, Luke Fitchett and Jack Dunnaby. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Jack Burrows on the RK Racing Burrows Engineering, number 16, the lovely colour scheme. One of my favourite colour schemes around. Again, in this class, we do see on the Burrows bike as Dunnaby lifts up his teammate, goes into second place. Luke Fitchett doesn't fight that too much. It looked like he could have gone back through and inside, but was happy just to give that a little bit of a miss. And all the time, look at that. Look at the hard work that Jack Burrows has had to do. Always just sits on that bike, tucks himself in so well. He's a little bit taller than most of these guys, and maybe a little bit lighter. Here comes Dunnaby. Pops out from the slipstream and goes to pass Ryan Frost, and does so on the run in towards turn 1, and through goes Luke Fitchett as well. This is a lovely showing from Luke Fitchett. I have to say, we haven't seen too much of this in 2026. A rookie to the championship, but sharp end of racing he very much is. His dad Duncan, one of his biggest fans, as you would imagine, and he would love to see Luke on the sharp end of this race. The top end, top step, or the top couple of steps of a podium, anything would do that young man's confidence a world of good. But he's got the big three around him. He's got Ryan Frost behind him. He looks up the inside on the brakes, and Frosty up the inside of one. Ooh, he manages to hold that in place. Looked like he was about to get a bit keen trying to do Jack Dunnaby as well into that overtaking zone. But Ryan the Rhino Frost on the 5. It goes Jack Burrows. Lovely stuff from Jack Burrows. Coming back towards him on the inside is Luke Fitchett, but the nose, then tucks in, and it's Marco Holt. And managed to get himself up onto the back of the leading 5 and leading 4. Now he makes it 5. Then it's Mason Foster. Then it's Clayton Edmonds. Tyler Humphreys, who had a really good, solid run yesterday. Tyler now finds himself just off the back of Clayton Edmonds in 8th place. A little bit of work to do for Tyler Humphreys, but yesterday's result for Tyler saw him come across the line in 4th place, just behind Jack Burrows, or the next group behind Jack Burrows, as they all make their way round Coram. Look at Burrows round the outside. From the commentary point, that looks so good. And he tries to go up the inside of Dunnaby, but he can't. But he does go right round the outside of Ryan Frost. And that's a brave person to go round the outside of Ryan Frost. Frosty knows exactly what he's doing. Side by side up the straight. 3 by 3, actually. 4 wide almost. They then have a little bit of a shuffle as they go in towards Ritchie's. And into second place goes Marco Holt. New lap record, a 201.385 for Marco Holt. 201.385. That's beaten Evan Belford's lap record, which has stood from 2023. And ultimately, the swap over onto the new Control Pirelli tyre has had a bit of a say in that. We're seeing lap records getting broken around all the circuits in the UK after the transition across onto Pirelli. And as my good PR friend Harley Stevens will say, power is nothing without control. And we'll leave that one right there as Marco Holt now goes to the sharp end, takes the lead from Jack Dunnaby on. He goes a little bit deep into the Agostini hairpin, needs to watch. He's in the dirty wide part of the track, and he now has to slot in behind Jack Burrows. Will Luke Fitchett get him as well before Hamilton? He will. For that young man. And Jack Burrows now slides past Ryan Frost. These two so many races when other people were too busy taking lumps out the person next to them on track. Luke Fitchett pops out from the slipstream on Ryan Frost. Frosty walks him across towards the internal white line down that back straight on the left hand side. They come back to the right hand side now. Burrows, Frost and then Fitchett as they come in with Marco Holt on the back. The city lifting by RS Racing, number 37 of Marco Holt. The lovely red and yellow colour scheme that's been around for quite some time with the The nice white RI helmet, very easy and distinctive to spot him. The Dunnabee has probably broken the slipstream of these 4 guys following, but sometimes if you line, or not sometimes, if you line bikes up 4 abreast, or 4 wide, sorry, 4 in line, I'll get it right yet, they do create a good slipstream, and they will be able to pull Jack Dunnabee back as he's not creating a hole in the air as he crosses the line. The gap was 1/10 last time across the line. It's now 0.8 of a second. If Dunnabee can get up to around a second, 1.2 seconds with this lot tearing lumps out of each other, that could be very favourable to that young man who comes from Ayrshire in Scotland. And here comes Burrows back up the inside of Frost, and Holt up the inside of Burrows. He goes through into the inside. Lovely stuff. They are overtaking each other, but I don't see them causing too much problems as Jack Burrow runs off the edge of the track, and Luke Fitchett just can't capitalise in that very small error that he put in there. Ryan Frost putting everything on the line on 63. Dunnabee down the gears with those brighter than yellow boots that he's now gone for. Good friend Lennon Docherty's idea of make sure you wear the brightest boots possible and stand out from the crowd. And that's what we're seeing Dunnabee do, but we're also seeing Ryan Frost putting on a huge push towards the middle part of this lap as we're on lap 5 out of 12. Frosty desperate to try and catch up with Jack Dunnabee, and if he can drag himself up there, we're guaranteed that the rest will all follow in the slipstream as the big screen shows a lovely overtake from Marco Holt just to put himself into that beautiful, tiny little area. And then the error, from Jack Burrows as he rode off the side of the curb, up past the no man's land area, and unfortunately put himself in a bit of strife. As we look back to see Clayton Evans and Mason Foster underneath the Brundle area, underneath the Cheshire Moulding Bridge of Brundles. And I expected the gap to have come down a little bit. It's come down by 0.2 of a second. However, Jack Dunnabee is really on a charge here. He's put a personal best first sector in, and then counteracting that was Jack Burrows, but it's Ryan Frost who's put personal best first and second sector in. Never mind that though, Marco Holt's put a purple middle sector in, and he is bringing himself up towards the back of Ryan Frost. And in turn, they have both dragged Jack Dunnabee back and half the gap that Dunnabee had for that lap. It was 0.8 of a second at the start of that lap, and it now goes down to 0.4 of a second. Another new lap record for Marco Holt, 201.086. This is great for the City Lifting team. This will give them all a little bit of a nudge in the arm. Frosty, well, he was quite aggressive there, tried to put that little NSF 250 in an area where it wasn't welcome from Marco Holt, and Marco to lift himself up and just run that little bit wider than he would like to have run. He runs high on the exit curb at the edge of Palmer, and that gives Frosty a chance to regroup. Possible look down the inside for Ryan Frost. Here he comes down the gears as quickly as you can up the inside, but no, Marco Holt holds Ryan Frost at bay, and still Jack Dunnabee leads. Jack Burrows is managing to get himself almost velcro into the back of Ryan Frost's Fibertech Honda number 24 with the pink top to his helmet. And Burrows, out over the top of the curb. And that gave the bike a nasty kick. He was very, very lucky to get away with that one. And that's what we saw earlier on happening to Ryan Frost. I'm pretty sure you will see a replay on the big screen, so keep your eyes ready for that. In towards the braking zone of Brundle with the new lap record holder Marco Holt in his wheel tracks, and that's how close they are now as they make their way from Nelson in towards the bomb hole. Luke Fitchett's just unable to keep up with the high-end pace that we've seen on this race, as we're now at the halfway point, lap 6 out of 12. And Dunnabee now was Holt very much with him. He's had a quiet couple of laps, Jack Dunnabee, because he managed to build himself up 0.8 of a second. It was down to 0.4 last time across the line, and well, we could all see as he come up past my commentary point, if you're on the opposite side of the track in the centre straight, the gap is absolutely nothing. In fact, Marco Holt pulls out from the slipstream and tries to go past his quasi-teammate. They both run under the RS Racing banner with different sponsors. Ryan Saxby looking after the City Lifting side of things, and Peter Lucy very much at the helm of the Cavara Projects team, and that sees Marco Holt lead for the first time here at Snetterton, and that was a lovely here. Harrison Day is down Orange bike, middle of your screen. Down he folds the front. That replay is brought to you by R&G, the title sponsor of the Moto4 British Cup. What a shame for Harrison Day, and, well, you may remember that name, Day, because his dad, Josh Day, was a pretty hot super sport racer in his day, and we've seen him also in the Ducati Tri-Options, and now a renowned painter as well. Dale Race Paints, keep your eyes out for that, but you'll need to do a little bit of touch-up on Harrison's bike as he unfortunately falls out of this race. We haven't seen too much of that this year for him. He's been they come. Dunnaby's managed to get himself back into the lead, and here comes Ryan Frost trying to make a manoeuvre. Dunnaby would love to have a cheeky little Snetterton double. That would go just perfect for the long drive back up north for him into Ayrshire, but it's not going to come easy. Not with Marco Holt, Ryan Frost and Jack Burrows very much in the mix. Burrows looks like the man who's having to work the hardest at this. He really does seem to be the person having to dig deeper in certain parts of the track. And a little bit like what we saw with John Holden in the sidecar race. He looks like he's fast in all the areas where it's not necessarily the best point to pass at. And if you do pass, you become kind of almost at threat right after that. As we see coming out of Murray's there, look how much. I mean, for me, he loses about 7 or 8 bike lengths up that main straight. And that is quite costly as Frosty goes past Marco Holt, puts himself into second place. Eyes up the back of, would it be his nemesis? Well, it probably could be. Jack Dunnaby, Frosty lays the Fibertech Honda by MLav on the inside of Jack Dunnaby, and Jack Dunnaby has absolutely no answer for that as they go in towards the Wilson hairpin through the middle part of the lap on lap 8 out of 12. This is where it's going to start getting that little bit spicy. Marco Holt, who sits in third place, just watching all the action. I did ask yesterday to Henry McCartney, who sent me a lovely message, by the way. Henry, if you're out there watching, I do hope you're enjoying the race. He said, Duncan, thank you for having me in the commentary yesterday. I would like to watch the race with my friends today, if that's okay. What a nice lad. I said, that's absolutely no problem. You go and enjoy the race. He was a star yesterday in commentary, and we look forward to seeing Henry McCartney back in the not-too-distant future. Youngsters heal up so much quicker than other people. Henry McCartney will be out there having a bit of a watch, and it's not to see. He also said he was really nervous, and that's something that racers, when they're looking at it from the different side, Larry, we've seen that in the past, that they do kind of see a different take on a race when they're maybe in a commentary box. And for young Henry to say he was super nervous at 14 years old, I really did respect him for that. On to lap 8 out of 12. Almost about to start lap 9. Fibertech MLav Honda off Ryan Frost leads the Cavara Projects. Honda off Peter Lucy's Young Charge. Jack Dunnaby in second place. Jack Burrows goes through on Marco Holt as they're going towards Murray's. And a lovely overtake that was. Marco Holt down to fourth place. Jack Burrows up to third place. So now side by side up the main straight. And Marco Holt actually gets a late slipstream of Jack Dunnaby and tries to go through and inside. The corner speed through there for these smaller bikes. They're crossing the line doing 113 miles per hour, but they just accelerate all the way up, have a little bit of a break, and then tip it on its side and through they go. Dunnaby goes back to the sharp end, passes Ryan Frost. Frosty sits in second place. He knows that he's got a hard charger behind him, and that's Jack Burrows. Burrows will not need much of an opportunity. As they come through Palmer, we see them picking it up, and all different kinds of racing lines come into play as they come down towards Agostini. Is Dunnaby going to lose 2 spots to Frost and Burrows? Yes, he is. Through they go on the inside. But we saw this yesterday with Jack Dunnaby, happy not to lead the race. Even in certain parts of the track, he'd be coming up the centre straight and popping his knees out just to slow him down, give him a little bit of a windbreak. But that's when there was 3 guys. 4 bikes up there at the sharp end with him, and he's got to be absolutely perfect. So Dunnaby might not want to languish down in that third place, to know that Marco Holt, who is the new lap record holder, who clearly has a good fly in the ointment, down the back straight, lap 9 out. Goes round Jack Dunnaby and Jack Burrows. Both Jacks now go behind young Marco Holt. He runs a little bit wide off the exit of Nelson, but yeah, Burrows can't capitalise on the mistake by Holt. Dunnerby, it wasn't a panic look. He just wanted to make sure that he knows that Luke Fitcher is gone and he's there and there's nobody else behind him. Time to start a plan for Jack Dunnerby, who sits in 4th place. Yesterday's race winner in the R&G Moto4 British Cup as they come up to once again cross the timing line. Remember, Ryan Frost leads the championship from Jack Burrows and Jack Dunnerby, with Mason Foster in 4th place as Burrows hits the front. Jack Burrows hits the front from Marco Holt. Ryan Frost down to 3rd place. A look over the shoulder from Frosty, right into the eyes of Jack Dunnerby. So this is turned on its head from what we had a lap or so ago. Burrows was the one who looked like he was maybe just struggling ever so. One victory from Jack Burrows and 3 second places and 1 third as Marco Holt goes extremely wide through the heart of Palmer and down the little straight they come towards Agostini. They have got Lucy Curtis ahead of them on the road, who will go lap down. Was Burrows wide there? Was Burrows wide? No, he managed to get back to the apex. It looked like he was going in a little bit deep from my commentary vantage point, but thankfully Burrows managed to square off the corner, carries good speed up and through Hamilton as we hold our breath every time Ryan Frost goes through there. And Marco Holt just on the wrong side of Frosty, almost tripped over the seat unit of Ryan Frost, but managed to get back onto the racing line. And all this sees Burrows starting to put a bit of a charge in. Jack Burrows, with his tail up, sees Lucy Curtis ahead, wants to try and get Lucy down behind and between them if he can before he gets towards Brundle area. But that's not going to happen. Lucy Curtis breaks and starts heading in towards that area of the track. The blue boards have been waving and the blue flags out. Lucy stays well out of the way. Good bit of riding for Lucy Curtis there. Maybe Jack Dunnerby just tripped over Lucy a little bit, ever so slightly. A shake of the head from Jack Dunnerby as he's lost just a little bit of ground now in possibly one of the most critical phases of the race as we come up to just a lap and a half to go. Not even a lap and a half to go for the 4 of these guys at the sharp end. Burrows, Frost, Holt and Dunnerby. Dunnerby, well, whatever he's got underneath him, he needs to extract it now. He needs to try and pull as much as he can from the leading slipstream. These 3 slipstreaming away and pulling away from Jack Dunnerby. Behind Dunnerby, Luke Fitchett still sits in 5th place. Only just in fact, no, because Tyler Humphreys a little bit further back. It's Lucy Curtis that crossed the line with him. So Fitchett, Humphreys, Remisel, Lomas, Edmonds, Foster and Bowes, the top 10. Looks like Jack Dunnerby's managed to salvage just a little bit of something going through Ritchie's and in towards Wilson to get himself back up into contention with these guys at the sharp end, because it looked like a big gap as they were coming up the centre straight for the last time of asking, but they have managed to get himself into contention, and that's all he was asking for. You can see he was a little bit upset with what happened, but one of these things, Lucy Curtis out there tried to stay as much out of the way as possibly could, but yeah, sometimes you just unfortunately lose a couple of, maybe half a second there. That's all Jack Dunnerby lost. But he's working incredibly hard through the middle part of this lap to try and catch back up, because we are Moto4 British Cup race. Delighted that we have the Moto4 tag that we can run in the UK. There's only certain areas around the world in different countries that are allowed to get that Moto4 tag, and we are one of them in the UK. Some in Brazil, across the far side of the world as well, in Asia, and very much here in the UK, the R&G Moto4 British Cup. A hotbed of talent for these youngsters as Ryan Frost leads the way through the bomb hole on lap 11 out of 12. We then have Jack Burrows, and then behind Burrows, well, very much in the mix of it, is Jack Dunnerby. Holt underneath, they split. Ollie O'Gorman round Coram. What a manoeuvre. It looked like Holt was trying to go through on the inside of Frost as well, but couldn't do so. And Ollie O'Gorman didn't do anything wrong there. Played it perfectly, stayed to his racing line. The younger brother of Casey O'Gorman has just gone a lap down in this R&G Moto4 Cup race. But we are into the final lap of the race. This is a big moment. Burrows comes through on the inside and leads in towards turn number 1, Ritchie's. He manages to get back on the gas and accelerate along towards Wilson. Marco Holt on the outside. Ryan Frost up the inside. Jack Dunnerby now passes and goes through, takes a position away from Marco Holt, puts himself into 3rd place. Dunnerby, with one manoeuvre swiftly, puts Holt off the podium into Palmer. Big crowd on the bank from the R&G Moto4 Talent Cup racers as they come down behind Tyrrell's restaurant in towards Agostini. Round the outside goes Frosty, but no, Burrows says no. Oh, Burrows runs deep. Jack Dunnaby has the world open up for him and he goes through, but so does Marco Holt. Marco Holt takes the lead from the rest of them as they make their way in towards Hamilton. Lovely stuff. Frosty tries to go up instead of Dunnaby but can't do so. And that was a little bit of a grudge match between Jack Burrows and Ryan Frost. Burrows did not want to be overtaken round the outside by Frosty, so he braked just that little bit later, and it ultimately cost him as he come down the back straight. Dunnaby goes to the sharp end. He drafts past quite early in the straight in towards Brundle. Can he hold it through this tricky part of the circuit? Here comes Ryan Frost. Frosty trying to go past 1, 2. He goes alongside Marco Holt and takes the position. Everybody avoids the green at the edge of Nelson. They come round through the bomb hole and start accelerating along past in towards Coram. It's Jack Dunnaby in the driver's seat. What will happen here? Will Frosty try and go underneath him? Burrows trying to go round the outside of Holt. Holt was trying to go round the outside of Dunnaby in towards the last corner. It's going to be a slipstream and epic. As Burrows comes together just a little bit with Marco Holt up towards the line. It is Frosty slipstreaming. It's Dunnaby who takes a double at Snetterton. Fantastically timed racing for Jack Dunnaby. Frost. Marco Holt in third place. Jack Burrows finishes in fourth place with Luke Fitchett across the line in fifth. Tyler Humphreys sixth place ahead of Clayton Edmonds and Axel Remisel-Lomas in eighth place. Mason Foster in ninth and George Bowes across the line in 10th place. But that was some sensational end to the race.
Wow, what a finish.
Oh, you're back. Hello there.
Check messages slightly delayed.
Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you were still down there. I thought that's what you meant. The overtake attempt from Jack Burrows on Marco Holt at that last corner. Jack had to do something. He'd found himself off the podium in fourth place. It looked like there was a tiny bit of contact and it just got a little bit loose, shall we say. But wow, what a finish. We're going to see a replay on the big screens. You'll see them coming through Coram here. It was perfect position from Jack Dunnaby. But look at the bravery from Jack Burrows round the outside. And this is the big question. I said contact. Was there or was there not? Holt turns back towards the inside. And no, there wasn't. It was actually the back wheel of Burrows started to slide. Looked like there was contact, but both guys just avoiding that by absolutely nothing, I have to say. But thankfully Jack Burrows stays on the bike, but effectively he knew there his podium attempt was over. So I take that one back.
What a save.
Yeah, what a save. I'll give that man a round of applause in our commentary box. Not every day you get away with that. But it's Jack Dunnaby from Ryan Frost and Marco Holt. We've run through the top 10 for you. Outside that, Hudson Kai Cooper, Thorley Trevorrow, Isaiah Devine, Jensen Bishop. We have got Daniel Stevenson, Lily Rhodes, Archie Hopper, Max Rhodes, Ollie O'Gorman and Lucy Curtis. Unfortunately, Harrison Day not finishing. We'll pause in the commentary point, we'll take on some water before the next race, and we'll have a very quick commercial break.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Didn't let it put the brakes on your ride? McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as and Kawasaki
Alan, live on BSB.
What a race. Let's get the reaction down in Park Fairmay with Larry Carter.
Have you ever seen a bad British Motor 4 race? Known as the British Talent Cup, but this new class for the Moto 4 machines then certainly is delivering in all aspects. But what a cracking last lap. And I was just going through the motions. One of these guys is going to be unlucky, and it turns out that it was Jack Burrows, just asked a little bit too much of the rear tyre. But one rider that is there is the championship lead, is Ryan Frost. What a rodeo ride that was, Ryan, on the last lap.
Yeah, it got a bit hairy there. I didn't expect Jack to make the dive bomb, but obviously it's the last lap. I should have been. But no, it's a good race. Obviously Snetterton's normally our bogey track, so to come away with 2 podiums and extend the championship lead's great.
Absolutely, well done. Marco, we haven't seen you on the podium since
Race, I went for a move round there, so I didn't want him to come past me, and then Ryan and Jack nearly hit, so Ryan checked up and then I had to go wide, but and then Jack sent a big move on me on the last corner, but yeah, no, it was a really good race, really happy. Hopefully there's more podiums to come and more wins.
Well, we expect that as well. After telling you what, mate, that was a ride of the season as far as you're concerned. Just waiting for Jack Dunnerby to finish with the TV interviews. Nice to see we've got the celebrities with us down here. Michael Choo Choo Laverty. Well, Michael, great to see you here at Snetterton. Obviously, another weekend that you're filling in.
Yeah, another. I was going to say a busman's holiday, but this actually feels more like work than doing my TNT job. So we've got Superstock coming up and then Superbike as well, so busy day, just darting around seeing everyone, but all good fun.
As I said, there's a third Thursday in December when me and you go out for a pint, mate. If you can leave that one free in the diary, I keep saying that. Yeah, because every other day of the year is busy for Michael Laverty, so there is Jack Dunnerby. Jack, just as we go to the podium, just grab a very quick word, as he's just having a chat to the team. Jack, just talk to me as we go to the podium there. Yeah, what a scrap that was. Great to do a double here at Snetterton.
Yeah, it was such a good race. I got off to a really good start. I felt good on the bike. Kind of settled into my own pace a little bit, and then I kind of got set back by a back marker, but I managed to claw the gap back, and I came across the line in P1, so I'm really happy.
Yeah, we saw that. It was Lucy that just sort of you were in the wrong place at the wrong time, weren't you? Just going through the right-hander of the. Well done, Jack. As Duncan said, a trip back up to Maybole in Ayrshire for Jack Dunnerby. Well, we are ready to go then. We're race 7 in the R&G Motor 4 British Cup. Let's get them up here then. It is a slightly detached podium for the ones we use normally. Onto the podium for the second time this year for City Lifting and RS Racing is the Bolt, Marco Holt. P3, that's it. Well done, Marco. Second position for Fibertech Honda by Michael Laverty Racing. That's Ryan Frost. The Rhino climbs onto P2 and taking his third win and making it a double here at Snetterton. The race winner for Cavera Projects and RS Racing, and for Scotland, Jack Dunnerby. And the Cavera. Again, we'll ask our good friend Richard Hutchings, the R&G BSB Technical Centre and Operations Manager, to make the podium presentation on behalf of the title sponsors. And it is Holt the Bolt who gets that second podium of the season to add to his one at Oulton Park. Second position to the championship leader, the Rhino, Ryan Frost, who claims that for the Michael Laverty Fibertech team. A winning for Ryan Saxelby in the Cavera Project squad. A second win of the weekend here for Jack Dunnerby. And the team as well, the RS Racing, that stands for Ryan Saxelby, the Cavera Projects, the domain of Peter Lucy, the long-term sponsors of that team, as that is the podium then for the R&G Motor 4 British Cups. Thanks to Richard Hutchins for making the podium presentation there. We'll let the riders go off and celebrate with the teams. No bubbly for these riders, that's part of the rules and regulations. So with that, I think we can hand back. I'm not sure, is Al still in the studio? Yeah, I wasn't sure whether you'd been whisked away on other duties, Al.
Oh, there was an update. The press conference for Scott Redding continued a little bit longer, so I'm delayed to 3 o'clock, so you've still got me for now, so I can catch up with a few of your WhatsApp messages. Thank you very much indeed to all of you that have been sending them in on 07482 877 877 07482 082 877 877 on WhatsApp if you'd like a shout out on the radio today. Thank you to Steve for booking our first wedding anniversary to Egypt in September of this year. That's where he proposed to me and we had our honeymoon. We're from Cambridge and we love coming here. Thank you to everyone involved. That's from Annette. I wish you a very, very happy trip to Egypt in September, and great to have you here, guys. Thank you very much indeed for writing in. Josh Corner and the rest from Middlesbrough. Thank you, guys. Thanks for writing in. And this one says, Dave here, he's put the smelly quiche away now and actually bought us an ice cream. Quick thanks to Simon. It's his first time we've seen his wallet in daylight. Thank you very much indeed, Dave. An ongoing thread of a conversation on WhatsApp there. And thank you to my wonderful husband for bringing me and my 5-year-old son to Snetterton this weekend, and to our son who has 2 weeks left in reception at primary school. Keep going and enjoy your 6 weeks holiday. Love you both. That comes from Lou. Thank you, Louise. Great to have your message here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. This one says, afternoon. Please say hello and a big thank you to my son Theo, who is keeping me company today because my husband Tony has gone to see... Oh. I'll start this one again. Afternoon. Please say hello and a big thank you to my son Theo, who is keeping me company today because my husband Tony has gone to see Metallica instead of coming to Snetterton. Thanks, from Kirsty. So I think that's the end of our story then, isn't it? It's stuck. To our
It's
story.
not a love story anymore, is it? It's over.
Sorry, I've just had the cans cocked off. I've got somebody used to bring.
Information is slightly more important. You go for that.
Yeah, just pose a question. There was a bit of a coming together, wasn't there, in the first row of that race? And we saw that Josh Brooks and Leon Haslam had gone down. And they did take a bit of a knock. I posed the question, any news? He says, yeah, both are fine. They're being past fit for Josh Brooks in the next race.
Well, I wish I had good news for you, Larry, because
listen to this, Larry.
Please say hello and a big thank you to my son Theo, who is keeping me company today because my husband Tony has gone to see Metallica instead of coming to Snetterton. Thank you, from Kirsty.
We thought we got away with it, didn't we, as well?
Afraid not.
Kirsty, is the for sale sign up in the front door? Has the dog been put up for it? Is a dog at the rehoming centre? And all I can think of is that the locks will be changed. When Tony comes home from the Metallica concert tonight, the locks will be changed. The car will be off the drive and everything else. Thanks for the update. It's not the outcome that we wanted, though.
Well, the good news about that, Larry, is when Tony does get back, it will have been so loud he won't be able to hear anything anyway. So absolutely fine.
When she's shouting at him,
he's going to get another ringing in his ears, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. Well, I'm glad we can conclude that story.
Well, that's great.
Anyway.
And in all seriousness, thanks to Kirsty and Tony for that interaction. It's been a bit of fun this weekend, hasn't it?
It really has,
all that. So I'm sure that everything is okay. Don't take everything, as ever, folks, don't take everything you hear on BSB Radio just too seriously, because we don't take ourselves too seriously at times.
Certainly not. Hi to Colin and Joanne from Elmy Cycles, Ipswich. Great to have you here, guys, and good morning from Oklahoma. Up early this morning to cheer on Ellison in the Rocket BMW 900 race. Thank you, Jenna. Far and wide we reach, don't we, on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and it's great to have your messages as well. I can see, Larry, you're down on the grid. Bikes are very soon about to be released from pit lane, and they are now, so the green flag waves. Can you wish my dad Justin a happy 49th birthday, second one? Can you wish my partner Justin a massive 49th birthday from Louise? We couldn't hear you as the bikes were going fast and going past, and they were very loud. Yes, they are. So happy birthday to Justin, and that comes from Louise. Hi, great weekend as usual. Good luck to Rory Skinner, Jason O'Halloran and Scott Redding. Also asking our mate Stephen to get a new programme. He's still using the one from Alton Park. Thanks from Anna and Steve. I'm not sure these are recyclable programmes for each round, are they, Larry?
We talk about costs there. I know we've all got to save a couple of quid every now and then and use the cheaper tea bags than we normal. whatever. Sorry, who did that?
Anna and Steve.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Anna and Steve, is I'll contribute towards the housekeeping budget. If you're a forthcoming round of BSB, just make yourself known to the paddock office and tell them it's okay for a programme to be given to them from Larry. So there you go. So we'll have about 400 people now going and claiming a free programme, won't we?
An updated programme. Can I wish Andy a very happy birthday? That's from Kyle, his favourite postie. Thank you, Kyle. And a shout out to Zabby and his dad up here. And thank you very much indeed, Zabby and Dad. And this one says, Sean Christie here. Can you guys wish Lewis Rollo good luck for today? From East Lothian. Thank you very much indeed. Great to have you down here, and hopefully you're having a good day. There we go. I think we're up to date for now, Larry.
Yeah, just a little tip there. People saying that they can't hear the commentary for the bikes. Well, the bikes are within these the noise tolerance, but the best PA system in the world ain't going to drown out 40 motorcycles with performance exhaust on it. So why don't you do what Old Scoop does? If you want to listen to the commentary, then just get yourself a set of cans, some cheap cans or some earbuds or something like that. A little pocket radio like I've got. That's exactly how I communicate with Alan Hyde and Duncan Vincent. Just a cheap radio from Argos, and just to plug the old earbuds in or to connect them via Bluetooth, and then you can hear everything that we say. And the beauty about doing that is that you can take the cans off or switch the radio off when you're sick of us. That is one of the beauties of doing that. But a lot of people do sometimes say that, and there are some. I'm not sure whether they've got them at Snetterton, but the preset
I think they have. I think so. I think I've seen them in the shop.
The little preset radio units, which you can buy. They're only a few quid, and you can take them around. We do vary on the radio frequency from circuit to circuit, so you might just have to juggle about with the frequencies like I do. But yeah, I've got a little pocket radio, a set of fairly cheap cans, which Alan Hyde is going home to repair later on this weekend. And
been doing research already.
Then it's great because you can hear absolutely everything, and you still hear the background noise of the bikes. Well, with your permission, Alan and Duncan, I can move in with the pole position set of the fastest ever man on a super stocker around Snetterton. It is Speedy Reedy, Simon Reed down here. Well, Simon, as we said yesterday, you owe yourself a decent result. It's been a little bit of a tough time recently. You were on the podium, I think, at Donington Park, but it's time to get there and try and win this one.
Yeah, look, I just have a good bunch of guys around me. I'm really enjoying my racing. The Alpha Racing M1000RR is just a joy to ride. Things just clicked yesterday, and I felt like I rode really well, and we also got the. It's always a different situation, but yeah, look, we'll give it our best.
We wish you well, my friend. Thanks for that, Simon. Good luck. Well, that was the Irishman. He's the Scotsman on the front row of the grid. It's Deco Connell, and he tipped off during qualifying yesterday. Deco, everything okay? Ready to go with this one? And it's about time to deliver that podium potential that you've been threatening all season long.
Yeah, ready to go. Good qualifying. Stuck in, see how we get on. It's going to be a race, and I'm up for it.
Yeah, you're always up for it, Deco, that is for sure. Good luck, mate. Thanks for that one. And the championship leader down here, doing a passable impression of Scott Redding down here with the old cowboy hat on. And that is D-Bomb, David Allingham down here. David, not the position you want to start the race from, but you've got the championship leader, which everybody else wants, but some more solid points today won't do the harm cause any good.
Yeah, we didn't have the best qualifying session, but we've made the right changes now for the race, and all focus, mate. It's back to business. Let's try and get the race won and try and extend that championship lead.
That's what it's all about, D-Bomb. Good luck. Thanks for that one. Well, there is the second row of the grid. Luke Mossy just having a chat with James Whittam. Move in with Matty Truelove down here as the 5-minute podcast. Got a chance to have a word with a couple of others yet. The tag team announcing that they are going to Ducati next year. Not sure what that means for the Super Stockers. Well, I'll tell you what, Matt, our kids had a podium yesterday in the Super Sport race. They'll be bragging rights all night in the Truelove household. It's time for you to put things right now.
Yeah, Whittam just said the same, but I mean, luckily we get on really well, so we're only celebrate each other's podiums. So I just need to do it again now, so everyone's happy.
Absolutely, I'm sure you can do it. That is the case. And he used to be a good old mate, Ashley Beach. Well, it's been a while since we talked. He's got a smile on his face, he always has. How are you doing, my old buddy? We haven't been speaking for a while. This means that you're this far up the grid that you get to the unfortunate to talk to me. How's it going, Ashley, this weekend? Obviously pretty well.
Yeah, it's going all right. We're chipping away slowly. Yeah, I think we're confident. If we can make the first, get off the line, sit with them for a bit, I'm confident that we're always strong towards the end of the race. It's early on where we struggle, so hopefully now we can, sort that out.
So you're on the podium. Be nice, wouldn't it?
That's what we're here for, isn't it? Yeah.
That's absolutely it. The most experienced rider in the Superstock field. I did a demographic once. I'll have to dig it out again. How many races that Ash Beach has done, but it's well into the hundreds of Superstock races. Luke Mossey down here. Luke, classify this as your local track round here. You've had a bit of success in the past, but it would be good to get that first victory of the season here.
Select won a race yet this year. Look, we're only at round 4. We've still got plenty of time, and we are thinking about the championship a little bit. We're sitting in second at the moment. We've got some good circuits coming up for me in the Honda. Hopefully we can get a win today, but playing the long game. As long as we can get a trophy, I'll be happy.
That would be great. Good to see there. Well, the third row of the grid is there. The Scotsman is there with Lewis Rollo alongside another one of the Northern Irish contingent, and that's Scott Swan. And then we've got Josh Owens. We had a lot of support in for Josh. And nice to see our friend Lammy Saffins. Sammy Laffins is back with on the Saf Holland Honda instead of his normal mount, the number 7 there, because he is deputising for the injured Finn Arscott. Very best of luck for a good, swift recovery, Finn. We hope we know that you'll be listening, but we hope to see you back before too very long and back in your rightful place on that number 77 Saf Holland Honda. He was injured up at Knockhill a couple of weeks ago. So there we go. Just the one outing for the Super Stockers this weekend. See Simon Reed on pole position ahead of and then we've got David Allingham and rounding out that front row of the grid. Allingham looking for safe points, but could it be that Connell can grab that first podium, or Reedy gets that first win in a lot of years?
Thank you very much, Larry Carter. Yeah, Dec O'Connell sits in the middle of the second row of the grid as we look down from the commentary point. Matt Bainbridge gives him a thump on the back, or a pat on the back, and it just looked like he said, relax and enjoy. Simon Reed's on pole position after a devastating lap that he gave us in qualifying. And David Allingham. Sam Cox, can we talk about the Stetson? Did you notice that David Allingham has a Stetson, or some sort of, I think it was a Stetson, wasn't it?
It was.
It's going for the cowboy look.
Yeah, well, it seems to be working though. That's your front row of the grid. Reed, Connell and Allingham. Luke Mossey, it is round 4. He hasn't won a race yet. They're thinking of the championship. But a sheer Mossey power is what we need towards the end of this race. He knows he has it, and it's just all about playing it cool. You can really dent a championship at the start of the series. You can't win it. So that's something that Luke Mossey knows all about. Then Matt Truelove and Ash Beach. I like that. We've got Lewis Rollo behind that with Scott Swan. And then we have got Josh Owens. Josh Owens, we saw Josh going really fast. He's had a bit of a bruising year to this point, has Josh Owens. But let's see how he gets on ahead of this race. Then Ash Barnes, Tom Oliver and Blaze Baker.
He had a bit of a bruising start to the race here at Snetterton 12 months ago.
Oh yeah, let's
didn't he?
On this, what we're about to see right now, when I think was it Eli Michalczyk didn't get the pit lane speed limiter off the bike, and
nasty.
Yeah, we don't want to go there again, do we, Sam Cox? We very much do not want to go there again. Behind that row, we have then got, I think I said Barnes, Oliver and Blaze Baker. We've got Dan Brooks, Cam Dixon and Ricardo Brink. Now, somebody did ask for an interview with Cam Dixon, but Larry was ushered off the grid. And the hometown hero, Cam Dixon, let's hope we can maybe get a post-race interview with him, because he might get himself up onto the podium. But Cam Dixon, local to this Snetterton track, on row 5. Row 6, Richard White, JVS, Jamie Van Shakliris and Jack Bednarek. That's a shout out to Corny, who is listening back across on the other side of the English Channel. He will be harassing, keeping an eye on things before we head out there. And Thomas O'Grady's on the 7th row with Jake Hopper and Harrison Crosby. Row 8 sees Callum Bay. Oil filter seal broke on Callum Bay's bike. Quick shifter in qualifying, oil seal filter after that. I mean, good grief, the boy's having no luck whatsoever. And he's got a bit of a sore bottom still after his crash at Knockhill. Then Ryan Campion and Max Lofthouse on the 8th row of the grid. Sammy Laffins on the return to the Saf Holland Honda GR Performance Camp is on the 9th row alongside Jeff Van Calster and Lee Healy. Katie Wilkinson, Paul Cunvin and David Williams. Rocket Dave on the 10th row of the grid, with Jake Major Bird all on his own on the 11th row and 31st place. Welcome to the commentary point, Sam Cox. You are now a team manager with a victory under your belt in the Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship. How did that feel?
Yeah, it was so good. I mean, Harrison's been riding amazing all weekend, and you're just building, and it doesn't really it means something, but it doesn't mean anything until you win the race at the end of it. So we were just all keeping our fingers crossed that he could just got to get away and get the win, which is what he got. And it's really been a buzz on the team. And now Tommy Oliver is now going out with that
pressure,
riding the wave.
isn't he?
Yeah, saying, listen, we expect podiums now.
Yeah,
so,
a bit of a
please enjoy
pressure.
a bit. But no, it was an amazing race, and Harrison's been working really hard, and his hard work's starting to pay off. So
yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a team effort at the end of the day as well, because we know that we watch, we see Dave Sailors, we see Tammy down there as well. You know, there's everybody involved in that for your guys, Mark Hanna as well. So I think credit to you. Harrison was in fine form in that sport bike race. Nobody could touch him. Nobody could touch him at all.
How's married life, Sam?
So far, so good. We're actually a month. I think it's a
can you
month today.
recommend it?
It's a month today. We're all going well. And I'm up here, so look into that what you will. But no, yeah,
lasted
it's
a
going
month
really well.
And you said it wouldn't last, Vincent.
You weren't meant to say that on air, though, Larry. That's what you were meant to do. Yeah, but congratulations from everybody at BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and everybody in the circuit for the wedding. There's a bit of an Armada wedding actually for everybody, because Wardy got married as well, if I'm not mistaken. So who's next? Tommy Oliver?
He needs to get a girlfirend first. But
let's
get him a
yeah.
girlfriend, and then we can.
No, let's not.
BSB Radio has its uses.
Let's not rush it. Let's not rush it. Bikes now coming up to the line. Simon Reid is in pole position on his lovely Carl Cox Motorsport BMW run by MLAV. Simon already looks like he's ready to get going for this. He doesn't want to hang about here. Speedy Reedy, part 2 or take 2 or 2.0, whatever you want to say.
Where's Declan?
I don't know where Declan is. Where's Declan Connell going, Larry? Larry, where's Deco Connell?
Oh, he's not on the front row of the grid, is he?
Where's Deco Connell gone? Oh, he's in the pit lane, Larry. He's in the pit lane. Far into the pit lane, Larry. Far into the pit lane for Deco Connell. Space in front of the grid. Absolute disaster. Red lights on and away they go. Bad start for Simon Reid. He gets engulfed by a lot of the pack, not getting away. Simon Reid, and everybody goes past him for about the top 15 places. Simon Reid will then tip into Rich's. That's an absolute disaster. Larry, I'll send you on the hoof to find out what's gone wrong with Deco Connell. And off at the first corner, one of the Saf Holland Honda possibly at the back. We'll pick up on that in a second or so.
Maybe Harrison Crosby, I think there, but no, that was I was so unlucky because Simon has been the absolute foreman as we see Deco.
And that's Deco.
That is so sad to see.
Slipping clutch.
That clutch is slipping,
slipping clutch. You could hear that from here. The clutch is slipping on that Rapid Honda. What a disaster. What a great shame. Accelerating at the pits. He'll be straight back in, Larry, and you'll be able to get a word
The
with him.
Rapid Honda team didn't even know he was in pit lane.
Oh, what an absolute shame. Well, they're looking for it, but big sigh of breath for that. You can't say too much about that.
And look who's leading.
And look who's leading.
Man.
The man with the bad Stetson steps up and puts himself at the sharp end. David Allingham, the championship leader at this point of the season, where we come into round 4. And David Allingham, I mean, that's impressive for him to get that start. Simon Reid got a really bad start. I was actually starting to get a bit worried. It was a flashback. I don't know. Remember, you were here.
He was riding. He had the old cowboy hat on. He was riding a bit of a bucking bronco there as he was pulling off the line.
Certainly was. But Simon Reid did manage to get it away, and he's found himself. Where's Simon Reid found himself? Up to 6th place now. So he's already got a few places back, but he was well into the midfield. Not a great start for you, man, Tom Oliver. We see him in 9th place. Where did Tom Oliver start? He's up 2. Sorry, I'll take that back. A good start. He's up 2 places. Simon Reid just dive bombed past Mary Truelove there, and cost himself a bit of time going through the bomb hole. And I'm expecting Deco Connell back into the pit lane, Larry. I don't know if you're down there yet, but that clutch was slipping on the way out. I don't know if he's even managed to make it round a lap, but what a great shame for the Rapid Motorsport team. They still have one bike in the race, so. And Ash Barnes, well, out there he will be, and 13th place, but his teammate was very much the man of the moment in the Rapid Honda squad, finding himself right at the sharp end, as David Allingham leads from Luke Mossey. Scott Swan into 3rd place. It doesn't really matter about qualifying, to be honest, does it? We shouldn't have bothered with qualifying, because these guys are always going to get to the front anyway.
I was about to say, it was a really weird qualifying where we saw a few names that you don't, fantastic riders, we don't always see them getting pole positions or seconds, and then 2 laps into the race, you get the usual characters at the front. You got Allingham leading Mossy. But I think Simon Reid, that's a great
Lewis
Rollo there.
Wow.
As Simon Reid is tagging on as well, wanting to get through, because he's got the pace. He's had the pace all weekend, and if he can get into his stride before Allingham gets too far away, he might still be able to reel him in, but he needs to make a move quick.
No jump starts on our screen. Simon just needs to calm down a little bit. Simon needs to take his time. He's got a long race. You can't win the race in the first lap, but you certainly can land in the gravel trap or the grass. He's just seen his teammate make a a really inspired manoeuvre on Swanee, actually, in towards Agostini hairpin. And this is great for Lewis Roller. This is giving this man so much confidence every time he steps onto the bike, because effectively he was almost a year out of racing last year after that back injury. Simon Reed now goes past Swanee. That was not in Swanee's mission statement. He doesn't want to be giving places away to BMWs, and especially one fellow countryman. I mean, that will sting a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these BMWs are working so well, and I think they're pretty similar on pace with the Hondas on the straight. But when I was talking to Wardy about following Mikkelchik last year, he said they can just pick up the throttle so early in the corner and really drive it out of the corner. So they're getting a few miles an hour on you just as you're exiting, and then that carries you onto the straight, where obviously at Snetterton there's the longest straights in the country, so it really pays dividends here.
Lewis Rollo started 7th, and we see him in 3rd place. Here comes his teammate, and somebody's down in the background, in towards the Recticel down at Murray's. We can see the Recticel moving in the background, and it looks like it could be... I'm going to just hold that just now. We'll give it a second, but yeah, somebody did unfortunately go into the Recticel. Looks like they're actually...
Richard White's dropping down.
Yeah, Richard
so
White.
Hopper. Was it a double?
Was it 2 of them that's gone down?
Oh, red flag.
Yeah,
red flag.
we're thinking about that. We're thinking about it. We're seeing what's happening just now. Just give it a second. Yeah, red flag has come out. The red flag has come out after we have lost 2 of our riders down at... we can see Richard White up on his feet walking away from that area of the track. The biggest problem is down there, the Recticel does get moved, and because it's the circuit signed off having the Recticel in a specific position, it needs to be there at all times when the bikes are racing on the track. So it's been moved. You can't safely put the Port West Race Safe marshals on track and get to move that, put it back. But also, we need to make sure that Richard White and whoever else is down there is okay.
Jake Hopper, the two teams. Yeah, there you go.
67 and 87, yeah, unfortunately, it is Jake Hopper, the young man from Durham on the MGR Honda.
So what happens with Connell? Can he get...
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. It depends if it's a completely new restart. Larry Carter, this is where we need to hear from our pit lane man. If it's a complete new restart with original grid positions, I wonder if we will see Declan Connell return, but it depends. I mean, that was a
change that clutch.
That's the thing, Sam. Is would you be able to change a clutch within the 10 minutes that we've had since then? Even if
the bike's not in the pit lane. The bike, I don't know if he actually made it back round. That's the thing. It might not have made it round. That's a great shame. Now, Alan, quick question: did you hear a message for Corey Tinker earlier on?
I have read a lot of messages, but I think there was. Yes.
Adam Brown, Corey Tinker, listen to this one. Stop where you are, Corey Tinker. Adam Brown sent a message in wishing his teammate Corey Tinker good luck today, and I thought that was lovely. That was from Adam Brown. So Adam Brown to Corey Tinker, a little bit of love there, Corey. We do hope you're liking that one. That's from Adam Brown. So and there's a get well, or not get well, message, a have fun message almost.
Yeah, because I think Adam is no longer with the Josh Davis
he's not.
Sport team, so that is very magnanimous.
Well, no, he's just taking a break. He's still his teammate. He's just taking a break from it.
He's just having a little bit of a sabbatical.
Bike's coming back in the pit lane. Scoop, and a great shame, a red flag coming out for a couple of riders going down at the exit of Coram in towards, we're going to say, Murray's, and they've gone through the Recticel there. So bikes getting manoeuvred, and Recticel will need to get moved and made safe as well, or put back in the position of where it should be. But yeah, great shame. I don't think they'll get a clutch in Declan Connell's bike quick enough, and they've clearly tried to adjust it on the adjustment that they have. But it's something else, obviously. It's something a little bit more deeper inside the workings of that Honda.
I mean, if they've
CBR.
got a spare clutch ready to go, it is a relatively straightforward job to whip it in and
on a hot engine.
But yeah, I wouldn't like to be the one doing it. Let's say that. But it is sort of a relatively plug and play with a spare clutch. But I mean, it depends. If they just sort of parked it and didn't start working on it, then they're on the back foot now.
Where are Rapid Honda? I think Rapid Honda are across there. That grey awning, grey truck and white awning. The great for radio, that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Myself and Sam Cox pointing just over there. Where? Over there. They're out towards the back of the ABK beer bar. And that's not where Rapid have asked to position themselves. That's where they've been put, beside the bar.
I hope they're not in the bar now.
Well, you never know. Yeah, that's exactly it. But
I'd assume are they not still in pit lane for Ash?
Well, yes, the team are, but Declan Connell is very much not. Larry Carter, feel free to interrupt whenever.
I'm just heading down to the Rapid Drive Live team. I can see various members. There is only Ash Barnes down here. No sign, Davy Ravy Hewson is there. No sign of the rest of the team. Let me just go and see if I can grab a quick word with one of the team bosses down there. This is Claire Armstrong. She's the better looking half of the Matt Bainbridge weekend. Well, that was a bit of a disappointment for Deco there, Claire. Do you know whether or not Matt's been able to get back to the awning to repair the bike? Can he go again if it's a full restart? What's the situation?
Well, we're waiting for an update to confirm if it is a full restart and that we would be able to start. They are working as hard and as fast as they can to sort the issue in the hope that we can get back on the grid for the race restart, all being well.
It sounded like a clutch problem, so...
It was a clutch problem, unfortunately. So, yeah, they're working on it now. So, trying to keep calm.
All right, well, at least Matt's across there sorting the job out. Thanks, Claire. Thanks for that, Claire, who is very much the brains behind the operation, isn't she? She's been very much... Word with Lewis Rollo on the grid. He's down here as well. Always disappointed to see a red flag, Lewis, but ready to go again?
Yeah, I know. We've made a few changes since yesterday in warm-up. Big improvements, P3, and then they're a good start up to P3. So, yeah, totally gutted with the red flag, but hopefully we can get another good start, get away with them and see what we can do.
Yeah, because you owe yourself a podium, don't you? It didn't happen at Knockhill, and you've been threatening to do it since Open Park.
Yeah, 2/4 at Knockhill were definitely gutting, but we weren't far away. It was solid points, better than the weekend I had at Donington. So I will chip away, pick up points, get what we can, but a podium would be nice.
It would be nice. We'd love to see you up there. Make that trip back up the A1 to Haddington, just south of Edinburgh, a lot more palatable tonight. Here is Sammy Laffins. Nice to be back as part of the team, is it not, Sammy?
Yeah, it's a little bit different this weekend, so it is, but yeah, we found some pace in FP2 and then unfortunately we had a crash in qualifying, but we're here to make amends, get a good start again and get our elbows out.
Absolutely, and it's great to be, as I said, part of the team rather than the one-man band trying to do it all on yourself.
Yes, so no, as everybody knows, we rode for Joe in 2022, so it's good to be back with a team that I know and a team that I trust.
Yeah, we passed our best wishes on to Finn, who I think's listening on BSB radio as well, so I'm sure you're wishing him the best for a speedy comeback as well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Can't wait.
Thanks very much, Sam. Thanks for that one. There is Harrison Crosby, and here is old Josh Owens. He's sporting a bit of a. I'm just saying, Joe, I'm liking the haircut, mate. We're liking the haircut here. And obviously, he's got the Liverpool special here. The old razor's been out on the side of the lid. But I don't want to bring too many painful memories back for you, Josh, but not the best place for you last year was at Snetterton. But looking to make amends this year and try and get back up there on the podium.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously last year we were so unlucky and unfortunate. Glad that we got away with it and we could race for the rest of the year. But yeah, hoping to make amends and, well, make amends for this season, really. It's not really, it's not being where we should be. We seem to just be struggling a little bit. So we're hoping this weekend we can start to make the ball bounce and come back rolling. I mean, Knockhill was a bit better, but still just seemed to be just off that back bunch of the podium. So yeah, we need to get them moving and get back on that bunch and hopefully get some more podiums. And
I'm sure you'll do it, Josh.
We can get stuck in this one and see where we end up.
Get stuck in and tell us who did that haircut, and I'll set Duncan Vincent Alan Hyde on, mate.
Thanks.
So, Josh there, not too sure because he's getting a bit renegade in his old age. He's Josh Owens. Here's Max Lofthouse. I'll tell you what, Max, what have you been doing to that front tyre? Did you have it on the old angle grinder in qualifying?
Evidently, I'm just too heavy for a circuit like this on the front end. We've been battling that sort of tyre wear all weekend, so I have been struggling.
Have you fixed it now?
Well, it's looking like it. We're just putting a little bit more pressure in to try and combat some more of that wear now, but it's just the setup that we've landed on. It isn't ideal, I think, but anyway, I'm sort of compromising.
Yeah, well, you're a tall guy, you know that what's happened, but at least you're in the paddock, Max, and that's the main thing, isn't it? So there is Speedy Reedy down here.
Restart over 10 laps, original grid positions, quick start.
Rapid Honda.
10 lap restart, Simon there. Hopefully you can make a little bit better start.
Yeah, look, we tried a different strategy there for the start, so we went back to what we know. So yeah, hopefully.
Well, hopefully a decent start can do that. So 10 lap restart. Whether or not the Rapid Honda team, Rapid Drive Life Honda team, to give it the full title this year, can get that bike fixed for Deco O'Connell, because by my understanding, Duncan and Alan, that means that he would be able to take his position on the front of the grid.
Would make sense, wouldn't it?
Here's Callum Bay. Callum, have you broken enough mirrors now? Do you think that the run of bad luck can eventually finish? You've just about had everything thrown at you over this past few weeks.
I think so, lads. I think it's about time now, to be honest.
in all fairness, I don't really expect to be back this weekend after. I mean, if you asked me a week ago, I was in a pretty bad way, but I'm glad to be back and just in the saddle again. But it's not been an ideal weekend, but nothing like a bit of hard work.
And you've got the gaffer here as well, keeping in touch with things. Hours, mate. Well, the lucky thing is it's going to be 9.5 on the way back.
I know. It's just down the street for me, mate.
If in time for the England match, mate, one of you Scots. I was just going to say about that save of Jack Burrows in the Moto 4 race, the best save I've seen since Gordon Banks. And people of a certain age will
I remember.
Right, I am going to get to speak to him because we did have a request down here. The fan club's been in charge on BSB Radio. Cam on the grid. Didn't get round to it on the grid, Cam, but here we are now, mate. Here we are, your local circuit. Well, I'll just talk to Callum Bay there. He's got a 10-hour drive home tonight. You've probably got a 10-minute drive home.
Yeah, more like 15. I actually cycled here on Thursday because it didn't take very long at all. So, yeah, it's really nice to be at a circuit quite close. Obviously, last weekend we had similar to Callum having to go up to Scotland. So, yeah, really enjoying it, feeling good. So, looking forward to the race again.
When's the season going to start for you, Cam? Because it's not been great. You had an abortive ride in Superbikes last year, and it sort of like didn't perhaps was a little bit too much too soon, but really could do with seeing you up there and towards the podium.
Yeah, I tried my best. I was really looking forward to having a go on the Superbike last year. Unfortunately, I hurt myself, so basically that's what I've been struggling with this year, is trying to get myself back to fitness. Kyle pays for a physio, Becky to come. Again, we just got to get back up to speed and get the confidence back.
Well, there's nowhere better than Snetterton to do it, is there, mate?
No, it's lovely here, nice and close.
Yeah, well done. Thanks, Cam. Great to speak to you. There you go. We've had a chat with a couple of...
15 minutes and he cycled to the circuit. It's easy. I mean, I like Cam Dixon, but it's easy for him to go in the naughty list, you know that.
Nice to see Ricardo Brink as well making his return to... Ricardo, we had a chat at Donington. Welcome to Snetterton again. So another new track for you?
Yeah, it's again a new track, but I really enjoy it here. Yeah, the atmosphere is great. The fans are great here. The weekend is going quite well. We're making steps, so yeah, really happy with the team, and yeah, let's see what we can do in the race.
Might we see you at a few more BSB rounds this year?
Yeah, Brands Hatch, next one I will be, and Catwall.
Okay.
And,
ever been to Catwall before?
No, never. So
you've seen it on video, though.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll be challenging, but yeah, let's see what we can do.
Yeah, we fly high at Cadwell Park with a jump.
I'll take it easy the first laps, but we'll see.
Great to see you, Ricardo. You're very welcome here. Thanks very much for talking to us. Ricardo Brink, the Dutch rider there. It's a very cosmopolitan affair down here. And Jeff Van Kals. Jeff, everything going okay for BSB? We've seen Ferry Fleerack as your teammate here.
I mean, I'm going to try, but podium's not as hard as I can.
And you are okay after that big crash at Thruxton last year?
Yeah, I'm back since I had some more.
Right, it's great to see you here. Thanks for talking to us there. We had a chat with Luke Mossey. We've had a chat with a few.
Is Tommy Oliver kicking around? Can you give him some stick?
Yeah, what do you want me to say to him?
Well done.
Bus thrown under there.
Yeah. Tommy, just to interrupt, the gaffers in the commentary box need to be improving, mate. Otherwise, there's going to be some sanctions in the team.
Been slagging me off.
Some giggle pin fell off the laughing shaft at some point.
I think I've gained the name Bigfoot somehow. I don't know where that's come from, but trying to behave myself now.
Well, when he gets married, mate, I don't think you're on the invite list for the wedding.
No, I think it got lost in the post.
Like ours did as well. Yeah, here's Frankie as well. He's Frankie down here. Sam in commentary box there saying that married life is going pretty average at present. It's not quite as good as what he expected.
I know. Well, we're spending our weekends here. What could he wish for better? You know. But 1 month today it is.
He says that you've changed since you got married. He wasn't sure that he's seen a different side to you since then. So hopefully things will.
I'm trying my best to do my worst.
Yeah,
you know?
Finish him off for us if you could. Thanks, Frankie.
I fear for you sometimes, Scoop. You know that.
Don't let me loose with the microphone in your team, Cox. You know what I do.
I guess I'm walking home tonight, am I?
Yeah, I think we're all walking home tonight anyway.
Hopefully things will continue to go downhill. Not a phrase you hear often.
No, I'm
Look, she's giving us a wave. Well, she's giving you a wave, not me a wave.
It's the first time I've interviewed Frankie on air, though. There you go, Sam.
Well, well done.
I'm glad she actually got some words out. She's quite shy, to be fair. So
is she really?
You did well getting something out of her.
I see your latest race winners down there just giving Tom Oliver a few words of wisdom in his ear, which I do like to see.
Is he slagging me off again?
Again.
That's some vote of confidence in the team boss, that, isn't it?
I feel quite bad because it was me who said that he had a bad start, and Sam corrected me and said, actually, he's had a good start. He's got 2 positions up there. And I thought, oh, well, okay. Doesn't look that great on screen right now, but I do apologise.
Duncan wants more than 2.
I want more. I want 6 places gained from Tom Oliver. Jumped. You know, Sam Cox is trying to buy friendship in the commentary box, Larry. Not only did he bring Duncan a penguin, which was melted, it must have been in his pocket for a few hours, he brought me a can of Real Iron Brew.
The thing is with Cox, he keeps threatening to make a comeback, doesn't he? You know, we've heard it all season long. Whilst we love having him in the commentary box, we keep saying, how much longer are you going to be bothering us up there in the commentary box, Sam? How long before this injury that you had last year, which is obviously the sprained ankle or whatever you got last year, is taking to heal?
Toe, I think.
But you kept you thread. Maybe he's Alton, maybe it's Knockhill, maybe it's Snetterton. Might we see you back at Brands Hatch?
That is the plan, yes. It's,
because you did
Brands Hatch is the one, but I'm a lot quicker in the commentary booth. That's the only problem.
You did the No Limits meeting there a couple of weeks ago. I was watching a little bit of on YouTube, and I haven't lost any of the old magic, I must say.
No, yeah, it was actually went really well in the last race. I hope Tom Ward's listening, but I was slightly faster than Tom Ward in the last race, so if you can believe that.
Was Wardy on 1,000 or what was he on?
He was on a pedal bike, but I still managed to.
Sorry, Heidi. Sorry, Wardy. I'm worried because I'm standing in front of him. I may get kicked in the back of the legs here. You know,
taking that Iron Brew back.
Yeah, it's a long way to go.
Not sure it was Al that wanted the interview with Cam Dixon, but hopefully that is obliged during that stoppage.
Yeah, Larry, cracking stuff. Absolutely fabulous that we got to hear from Cam Dixon, and that's what we look for. Heidi, who was it? Can you remember?
I can't remember. We've had so many today. I'm getting all a bit fuzzy about which one was which.
Why don't you shout out the number, and whoever it is could maybe then radio back into your text you back in.
07482 877 877 on WhatsApp.
07482 877 877. There you go, perfect. So I've got
page
that as
15 of the programme as well, if you want the number.
Yep,
there you
exactly,
go.
page 15 of the programme. All you have to do is scan me, and it's actually in there as well. Good stuff, Scoop. Larry knows he's...
Did we see Connell come back?
I don't think
Connell
we did,
watch?
no. And the Connell watch is got an empty... Unless Christine from BSB is going to put him in his grid slot.
We don't have anyone there.
No, that's a great shame. I mean, Larry Carter, that, you know, luck and the word if and luck go hand in hand, and unfortunately, Larry's just double checking. Christine's definitely not taking that
there,
back.
is he?
No, he's not going to be there. Slipping clutch. I mean, yes, it is something that you can change pretty quickly, but you've got to be meticulous with it. You can't rush putting the casing back on. You've got to make sure the gasket houses. You've got a hot engine with hot oil, and you've got to get the bodywork on and off. So, yeah, in reality, it's probably the type of thing you would do between sessions, not in a red flag. But some of these guys, some of these mechanics are absolutely amazing, and they would be able to do it. But unfortunate for Declan Connell, the minute he accelerated the pit lane, we could hear it slipping, and that was a great shame for that young man on the Rapid Honda. Great shame for Rapid as well, because they have put a great bike underneath he and Ash Barnes, and we're seeing that. So let's see how the race unfolds as we get going again. We're going to have a warm-up lap. It was a quick start procedure, and obviously we don't have Richard White or Jake Hopper in the restart of this race, but we do still have Simon Reid, who gets a second attempt at a start, because his first start...
We got
Deco! Deco's back! Good grief, look at that! Sensational stuff, but it will be a back of the grid start. Unfortunate, but that is something just a little bit special. Larry, you're going to have to find out from Rapid who fixed that and how they've managed to do it. Listen.
Yeah, we've got down here... Here's Davy Hewson. It was obvious that apparently a clutch problem when he accelerated away from earlier on, Dave. Well, what sort of a job was that changing it?
Luckily, that was Daco side of the garage. His mechanics, Tony and Paul and the guys, I think they've been burning their fingers changing that. Exactly what's gone wrong, obviously we don't know yet, because it's all been a bit of a rush, but at least they've got him out there. Shame he's at the back of the grid, but he's not shy on the brakes.
Well, his race was over, wasn't it? So it's a bonus.
Exactly that, yeah. It's the silver lining, even if it's not perfect.
Yeah, all right. Well done, Dave. Congratulations to the team. Well done to the boys, even if they have got the old third-degree burns on the fingers.
That would be Tony and Jamie, probably with a bit of help from JC Dad watching on as well, making sure everything was going in, but fabulous. Well done, Rapid Honda. That really is a job and a half, Sam Cox.
Yeah, really, really impressive. I mean, oh no, we got smoke out the back of his...
Oh no, he's now smoking on the way around here.
Someone needs to...
He's looking down. Yeah, he knows. God. Oh, good grief. How much bad luck can one man get? He's got the black and orange meatball flag. Declan Connell pulls off the track. You know, that's about as annoyed as you'll see Declan, actually. You won't see him losing his temper. But this very knowledgeable crowd at Snetterton, they will appreciate the effort that has gone in from Rapid to get him back out there. And for it to go, well, there you go. Yeah, let's move on. We know what's going to happen. Black and orange for number 33. We'll start from the back of the grid, but unfortunately he's been taken off the track. So that's the hot fingery burny bit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's unfortunately when you rush in to try and get someone out like that. You can, again, I don't want to comment too much because you don't know what it is yet, but it's just such a shame for Deco. He's been riding phenomenal all year. He really deserves, as all these boys do, deserves a good result, and he just doesn't seem to be going his way. But he needs to keep his head down, keep working on. It's going to come at some point.
As we wait for the guys to make their way back up and towards their grid slot, well, it's one of these things, Scoop. It's if buts and maybes. You never know. Motorsport.
It never rains, but it pours, does it?
Well, it does
Deco
that.
O'Connell, he thought he had a second life there, didn't he, with the restart? But sadly, it wasn't to be. Could that have perhaps just been a legacy of the clutch change, Sam?
You'd imagine so.
Gasket being nipped.
I don't know. He did look down. It was. He didn't see the flag. I don't think. There was definitely something wrong with that bike because he was looking down at it as he went for Agostini. So I'm not sure. Not sure what it would be. I guess the guys will get it back and go through it. But the marshals are just checking the track now to make there's nothing on there.
Yeah.
It looks like they're all clear.
Yeah, good to see the marshals checking the circuit round there. You can see the bike is across the back of the circuit beside the big television. Declan Connell has already left the area across there. As we're under starters' orders, we get ready to go. We get red lights on and off, and it's a good start this time for Simon Reed, thankfully. In fact, it was a good launch, but then David Allingham out-launched him up towards turn number 1, where we see Scott Swan dive out as well. And it's Simon Reed into second place. Lewis Rollo trying to have third place, but he was side by side with Swanee through the first corner for the first time of asking. And then we all make our way towards the first pinch point, and on the outside still Lewis Rollo with Scott Swan, but thankfully they all make it through in one piece. Good start that from Simon Reed. The initial launch maybe not great, and okay, Tom Oliver, what a start from Tom Oliver.
I was about
Can
to say,
I say that?
Thank you. Where is Scoop? He's fired him up. Look for us. He's where is he now? Fourth, fifth. That's a fantastic start.
Fifth place from
Scoop. I might need to hire you to do some pre-race chats with my boys.
From 11th on the grid, well, he'll be there. He's not cheap, but he will definitely be there. 11th to 5th for Tommy Oliver. Well, you certainly did put a bit of a wind-up on him and get him going, Larry Carter. David Allingham leads from Simon Reed. And then we have, is it actually Lewis Rollo? No jump starts comes up on our screen. Is it Lewis Rollo or is it Scott Swan? It is Lewis Rollo now ahead of Scott Swan. And then behind Swanee, we have Tom Oliver, Luke Mossy, Ash Beach, Truelove, Owens. And then down the back straight, we see Ash Barnes in 10th place. The Soho Rapid Honda once again on track. But good start. Oh, Reed's in trouble going in there. Just had a little bit of a kick. Is that going to make him wide or can he hold the apex? Well, luckily, managing to hold the apex. Bit of a wobble at the end of the Bentley Straight, Sam Cox.
Yeah, definitely. He's obviously trying to stay with Allingham. Allingham's really trying to pull the pin at the moment. And Reed there just braked a little bit late, and sometimes you can just get a little bit too hard, raises the rear, and you've got to let go of the front brake, but he's still able to put it down to the apex, which is great. But it does look like Allingham is trying to match his pace from the sort of first start of this first start we had, and Reed's trying to go with him here.
In towards the area that caused the red flag earlier on. Thankfully, everybody getting through that. The incident which took Richard White and Jake Hopper out of the race. In towards turn 1, David Allingham looking pretty hot again at the front, but this is what everybody doesn't want, and they don't need this. We're going to get a replay in the big screen of Simon Reed. Wow, that initial grab of the brake, up comes the back wheel, and you have to release the pressure there, Sam, to control that?
Yeah, you just got to let it. I mean, unless your name's Top Rack and you can just endo it straight into a corner, you normally have to release the brake and let the rear come back down again, which is exactly what he did. Still made the apex, so didn't lose too much time, but yeah, it would have been a bit of a frightening one there.
Yeah, especially at that speed. They're doing, well over 160 miles per hour as they hit the brakes into that zone. But the championship leader, David Allingham, leads at the sharp end on his SMS Nickel Oils, number 11 M1000RR. The BMW leads the way in the championship. And he leads the way again at this race meeting at Snetterton. Remember, it's only one race. David, so far in the championship, has had 3 wins. He's not been running away with it, but he is putting up the win tally and looking pretty good as he does it.
Yeah, he's just been really consistent this year. He's carried his form on from the end of last year, where he was even pushing Mickelchik towards the end. He's just carried that into this year, which is great to see. And he's just been, yeah, like you say, consistently knocking them in, and he's always there or thereabouts in the race. So he seems like, I mean, he's put in a purple sector 1 and a green sector 2, so he's definitely getting his head down there, trying to break the pack up.
For what used to be a championship that was like mired with Hondas, BMW 1, 2, 3. That's a big swing. That's a big change. Then Honda behind that. with Scott Swan ahead of Luke Mossey. Mossey has squeezed past Tom Oliver on that lap in towards the Wilson hairpin. We saw that as the distinctive style of Scott Swan shows as we see him coming in towards Murray's. But yeah, Tom Oliver still a really good start this time, good launch. Got to say, Simon Reed, he's about to start to do battle with David Allingham. They haven't really done that on track before, these guys. They're both from Northern Ireland, but we haven't seen them battling on track. They've both come to this point through kind of slightly different angles of approach. As Mossey with a new lap record for Lewis Rollo, but Mossey goes through on the inside of Scott Swan. That is a big lap from Lewis Rollo, a 48.87, 48.779. That beats Alex Olsen lap record, which stood from 2023.
Yeah, it's been a long-standing lap record, but all three of those boys were in the 48s last time round, which was kind of pretty much the pole time yesterday, wasn't it? That sort of high 48.
How many laps will you get out of these tyres in the 48s?
I would like to say sort of 3, 4 or 5, and you're going to start struggling a little bit more. But again, these BMWs, the electronics on these things are so good, and these riders, again, top riders, they know how to manage their tyre. So hopefully they can maintain this pace as long into the race. But the BMWs at the front are definitely pulling away from the Hondas. But the winners and losers of that red flag, I think Mossey was sat in second quite comfortably. So he is a real loser here, and it'd be good if he could get in on the back of this pack in front. But these boys have put in a hot pace, so he's going to have to really get his head down if he wants to get involved in this little battle.
Swanee also a bit of a loser, actually, because he was right up there with the leading bunch, and now he finds himself a little bit marooned further down in that fifth place. But it's not that he's far. Fifth place is still a good result, but it's the distance between him and the guys at the sharp end. The 1, 2, 3 are all together. Those 3 BMWs who really do seem to be pulling away. They were all the guys in the 1 minute 48s as well. 3 BMWs, Allingham, Reed and Rollo, very much setting a pace at the front of this race, which is difficult for a lot of other people to hold on to. Cam Dixon, watch local man at 15 minutes away, cycled here. That stings a little bit, it does. But Cam Dixon right now finds himself in 14th place. Where's Josh Owens? I hear somebody asking him here. That's Larry Carter. Josh Owens in 9th place for Danger Scouse. That's good for Josh Owens, 9th place, but he'd like to be a little bit further up than that if he can. He's got a bit of a bridge. A bit of a gap to bridge up towards the back of Matty Truelove, about half a second, 3/4 of a second. But we see Simon Reed just sitting, stalking David Allingham. The thing is, you don't want to let David Allingham get into a rhythm, because that's when he becomes really dangerous, and he will just put in those metronomic lap times and won't pull away, but it'll make it very difficult for somebody to get past. Again, last time round, 49.2, 49.1, 49.2, 49.0 for Mossey, 49.6 for Swanee, 49.6 personal best for Tom Oliver as well.
Yeah, that's a really good time for Tom. He was his fastest time of weekend has been 49.9, so it's great to see him knocking a few tenths off of that. But Mossey, that last lap was his first free lap of the race. Every other lap he was overtaking people. He's gone green in sector 1, so Mossey definitely has the pace of these boys. Just got that bad start at the beginning and had to sort of fight his way back through. What Mossey really needs now is Simon or Rollo to start putting a few moves on the people in front of him, so it sort of brings them back towards him, because it seems like he has the pace of them. He just lost that gap at the beginning.
Simon Reed DNF'd at Oulton Park. Simon Reed, he didn't have a finish at Oulton Park, and then a couple of point scoring finishes after that, but that Oulton Park one really put a big hole in his championship. Simon finds himself in 8th place, just ahead of Ash Barnes, but just behind Josh Owens, so still in the mix. The Jones Dorland BMW of Ash Beach is 7th, with Matt Truelove 8th, Josh Owens, and then Ash Barnes. But they're all quite spaced out as they make their way through the entrance and exit of Coram and in towards Murray's. It's not a normal stock race, as we're seeing some big gaps. The pace at the front is pretty hot, and it's stretching everybody else. Here comes Simon Reed, though. Simon Reed wants to lead this race as he goes in towards Ritchie's, up the inside of David Allingham, and through goes Simon Reed, but he runs it wide through the entrance point. That's just a little bit of back brake to get himself turned through the corner, and well, Reed shows his intention to lead this race.
Yeah, it's really smart from Allingham there, because Allingham knows that he'll be right on the limit when he's braking. So as he saw Simon come through, he just let him pass and let him run on and just cut him straight back. So really experienced riding, but like you say, it's definite that Reed wants to win this race and he wants to get past Allingham as fast as possible.
Simon Reed, the man from Banbridge over in Northern Ireland, son of Brian Reed, the former Formula 2 world champion, an all-round nice guy as well. Another fastest lap of the race for Mossey, 48.861. And Mossey is bringing Swanee with him as well. Swanee puts his personal best lap of the race in a 48 for Mossey. So he's the first guy in a Honda to drop below that 1 minute 49 bracket, and he's done it later than everybody else. So Mossey Well, we know he's a class rider. He's a former Superbike racer. He knows. Remember, he came back to the championship. I think this was where he actually picked up a victory first time out, if I'm not mistaken. We saw Luke Mossey arriving back. Larry Carter will confirm that in arrears if he did hear that. But that hookup with Clive Paget is one that just seems to work for Luke Mossey. They like each other. He likes how Clive works. Clive likes how Luke Mossey works. So, I mean, it's almost a match made in... a match made in a good place. There we go. We'll leave it at that. Through the bomb hole they come. David Allingham leads Simon Reid. Simon's already had a bit of a look in towards Ritchie's at turn 1, but he took the lead for a very split second, and then David Allingham just cut underneath him as Simon ran a bit deep. But Simon knows he can get a good run in here. David sits in the middle of the road, so I'd expect Simon again to get a better run out of this corner, get right into the slipstream of David Allingham. If he could just level him into turn number 1, that's all he needs to do. But this time, pulls out and thinks better off it as they make their way up and in towards Ritchie's. As they cross the line at us, they are doing 167 miles per hour for David Allingham and Lewis Rollo and Simon Reid. Exactly the same speed, 167.3. That's impressive.
Yeah, really impressive.
Oh, who's that? Sammy Laffins. Oh, dear.
The last corner.
Last corner, Sammy Laffins, and he gets up and walks away from the... Unfortunately, number 7 Honda. We've seen a little bit too much of that this year from the man from Dramara. Dramara Destroyer, we can call him Sam Laffins that. Big wobble for Simon Reid as he come down towards the Agostini hairpin. Thankfully, Sam hasn't taken down the Recticel on the inside of the inside of the Murray corner. Looks like he's gone just past that. We may see a replay of that on the big screen. Keep your eyes peeled. Sam Laffins crashes at turn 12, but okay, watch the big screen. Yeah, he falls down before it. Right in front of Jamie Van Shakliris, and Jamie, great avoidance from all those guys, as Sam will have a bit of a hot bottom after that one, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. It's so easily done there because you're carrying so much lean angle around Coram Curve and you're just trying to drive around it. And what you want to do is brake that a little bit later, but you go to grab the brake and you still carry a lot of lean angle, and it can be so easy just to wash that front. We've not seen a replay of the red flag, but I'd imagine it was something similar with that there. So, yeah, it's a shame for him there. But, yeah, sliding on tarmac on even with levers on can get quite hot quite quickly.
Yes, especially with a couple of bikes that are about to try and go around you, and they've got to second guess where you're going to go. As we see David Allingham coming up to that area off the track where Sammy Laffins just slipped off. I remember years ago, you can see there's an actual bit of filling in there, actually tarmac has been painted green. That used to be mud. And I remember, was it somebody dragged their knee through that? I think Alex Olsen went down on that. That was a good few years ago. Olsen on the IWR Honda at the time, or was it the FHO BMW? But that was one of these things that you think you've seen it all, and then something like that happens. As we watch your man going through turn number 1, he's in a bit of a battle with Matt Trulove.
Yeah, he's in a little bit of a trio, the Hondas back there. I mean, Trulove and Owens, as Owens just putting a really late move on Trulove there. Makes it stick, but Trulove fights straight back. That's great to see. Trulove is a big fighter. That's helping Tom pull away a little bit. But it looks like Josh Owens is having another look into the left, but he's thought better of it.
You're liking that because it gives Tommy a little bit of breathing space.
It's nice to see the Hondas going at it like that. We want the BMWs at the front to start doing the same.
They need to watch out because here comes Mossey. Mossey is coming, although he misses his braking apex point. Their braking point to apex wasn't good for Luke Mossey at all. And he just, when you're working so hard to try and make those tenths of a second and you're starting to do it, then you give away a little bit more by a silly, tiny little error like that.
Yeah, you're always just trying to pinch a little bit, especially into that corner. It's so easily, you brake just that little bit later and suddenly you can't get the thing stopped. So, Mossey's working so hard. It's such a shame he didn't get a good start because he'd have been right in this battle at the front. He's trying to bridge the gap, but he's working so hard to do it. They're all doing pretty similar paces, so can't quite close the gap, but he's definitely trying hard to do so.
David Allingham leads from Simon Reid and Lewis Rollo. 3 BMWs at the sharp end. Luke Mossey charging up to the back of them in 4th place with Scott Swan, a bit of a distant 5th, and then Ash Beach. Behind Ash Beach, a gap back to Tom Oliver, Matt Trulove and Josh Owens, who are all battling together through the bomb hole area of the track. Then 10th place, Ash Barnes. Blaze Baker, a good 11th place for the Whitney Motorsport Racing Honda. And Dan Brooks in 12th. Ricardo Brink in 13th with Cam Dixon 14th. And Callum Bay, the last of the point scorers as it stands, who's just gone ahead of Jack Bednarek to 15th place. Bednarek himself in 16th ahead of Ryan Campion, Harrison Crosby, Jimmy Van Shakliris, Max Lofthouse, Thomas O'Grady and Jeff Van Calster down to 22nd place as we watch and see a bit of a long look from Matt Trulove, but I've got to say, and I'm taking nothing away from anybody here, both bikes look a little bit ragged through the bumpy zone of Ritchie's turn 1.
Yeah, they're pushing it. So there are a few bumps as you go in there. If you watch the BSB races, as Brad Ray hits the brakes into there, you can really see the bike dive down, and he's just riding the bumps all the way through there. So there is a part of the circuit, but at this point in the race, the tyres will just be starting to go off. The engine braking that's just pulling you back in as well will just be starting to step out a little bit more, where there's not that same amount of grip on the rear. But yeah, it's a great circuit this, because there's so many like really hard braking moves. It looked like True Love got through on got through on Oliver there.
True Love made a good move to get through, and I think we had a bit of a look back. We were almost looking at, if I'm not mistaken, that was Blaze Baker we're looking at there. The Blaze Baker battle, yeah, with Dan Brooks just on the rear wheel of his Honda. Blaze Baker steps back from Superbike off the MP Racing Honda, and he really is doing well in this. Another kind of just outside on the fringes of the top 10 for Blaze Baker. Dan Brooks, Ricardo Brink, Cam Dixon. And then we see how far back Callum Bay is. He's right on that as well. And those guys all very much together. Mossy is coming towards the front. Mossy, look at that lap that he's put in there. 2 personal best sectors for Luke Mossy. We're about to see a possible new personal best lap for Luke. He's already at 48.8. Could this be a lap record charge for Luke Mossy as he comes through Coram, trying to graft himself up towards the back of Lewis Rollo, the third of the 3 BMWs that we have at the head of this Pirelli National Superstock Championship race, single race that we have here. Allingham crosses the line. Let's watch and see what Mossy does. Does Mossy put a new fastest lap in? 49.072. So no, drifted away just a little bit, but we're now, what, 8 laps deep. For him to be producing lap times that could rival a lap record are pretty impressive on an 8th lap.
Yeah, he was the fastest man on the circuit there on the last lap out, and he's definitely closing on these two BMWs. It's such a shame that the red flag came out, and obviously we reduced 2 laps because we only got 2 laps left. But I'd like, if it would have been a full race distance here, I think Mossy might have been able to get a second. It looks like Allingham's got enough because he pretty just about matched Mossy on that last lap. But I think Mossy, he's got a bit between his teeth here, and he might be looking at a podium, if not a second place.
David Allingham has really pulled the pin. I don't like using that saying, but that's exactly what D-Bomb has done, and I've tried to use that in a good term. I've done a bit of a tedious link there, haven't I? Or is it tenuous? Alan will keep me right with that one. Tedious is probably the right word. As we come in and through Augies, Allingham looks like he's stretching the pack. David Allingham going for his 4th victory of the year at Snetterton. 1 race before we move on to the next one at Brands Hatch, where we get back to a double-header format and the return of Sam Cox.
Yeah. I'm looking at the pack now. I'm thinking I'll probably be in that sort of Dixon Bay Bednarik battle, so I was keeping a close eye on them as well. But yeah,
if I have to change to BBC Two on the second time screen, you'll be hearing from me. I tell you that. I'll be putting the call out. Get him back to the commentary box as we see Tommy Oliver making his way underneath the Cheshire Moulding Bridge, as it is this weekend, through Brundle and in towards Nelson. He's now just drifted to the back of these 3. These guys ahead of him in the championship week in, week out. We need to remember that for Matt Truelove, for Josh Owens. And kind of almost rent a racer sometimes, we have to say, Tom Oliver, but still a very fast man up there in 8th place in the Pirelli National Superstock. Behind Tom Oliver, bit of a big gap back, I would say, to Ash Barnes. And Ash Barnes, as we move into our final lap now, Lewis Rollo goes through to 2nd place. And I see that out the corner of the commentary box. 2nd place is a change. Simon Reed down to 3rd place. And Callum Bay goes ahead of Jeff Van Calster, and there's a change further down as well. So I'm pretty sure the TV pictures will pick it up for you guys in a second. I watched it going into turn 1. Sam Cox was pointing in that direction. And let's see, yes, now we see it in the big mains. Lewis Rollo ahead of his teammate Simon Reed. And that's going to go down like, not great thing in a nice place. Don't want to say what Barry Sheen would say. Well, up the inside comes Simon Reed. Rollo late on the brakes, holds him at bay.
Oof, he doesn't want to go too wide there because he's got Mossy just hanging off the back of this group. But yeah, I don't think this is over yet. There's a couple more passing places. I reckon if he can get a good run onto the back straight, Reedy will be having a little look into that left-hander as Rollo's a little bit wide. But yeah, Reedy will be thinking all about not this corner coming up now. Oggies, it'll be the next. Oh, actually, maybe he is. Oh, that's tight. That's tight. But this
Lewis
is the next
one.
Have
to give him
at the inside here.
Yep.
Let's hope he hasn't compromised his drive on the exit, because Rollo's now in the slipstream. If he can hook it up, he can get on the back of Reedy. But I think Rollo looks a bit slow out of that last corner, but
there's the overtake into the lead that we see a replay of, but that was a big manoeuvre from Simon Reed. Big manoeuvre from Lewis Rollo and from Simon Reed, as now Luke Mossy goes ahead of Lewis Rollo at the end of the Bentley Straight. Mossy's cost himself, though, by going into hot. Oh, Lewis Rollo, what happened there? What happened there to Lewis Rollo?
He's got an issue. He's definitely lost a lot.
It's like the bike,
on the back of Reedy.
Bike almost stopped. Oh, is he running out of fuel or something? There's something going on with Lewis Rollo here. as he's trying to nurse this one home, but we wait for David Allingham to come out of the last corner. David Allingham is going to add a 4th win to his championship tally. He is the championship leader. He accelerates up on the SMS Nickel Oil's BMW D-Bomb. Shows them how it's done. Simon Reed crosses the line. And where is Lewis Rollo? Where has Lewis Rollo gone? Oh, he crosses the line very slow. Something not right with Lewis Rollo. I hope he's not run out of fuel on that. We've seen that with the BMW before, with Alex Olsen towards the end of a race on an FHO bike. But Allingham from Reed and Mossy, your top 3. Ash Beach got 4th place. Lewis Rollo down to 5th. So you can see Sister Murren looking perplexed on the pit wall. And Swanee down to 6th place ahead of Matt Truelove in 7th, Josh Owens 8th. Tommy Oliver in 9th and Ash Barnes in 10th place. But it's all about the SMS Nickel Oils bike of David Allingham, the BMW M1000RR. He takes a 4th victory of the season and extends his championship lead over Luke Mossy. That was a big statement from David Allingham.
Yeah, you heard it on the pre-race interview, and Larry was talking to him on the grid. He was definitely fired up for this one. He wasn't just saying, I want to get some points. He said, I want to get out there and I want to get my 4th win of the season. And he's gone and done that. Other than that one pass we saw really try and make, but you could see he was going in way too hot and was never going to make it. Allingham's been untouchable in this race, so yeah, he's really, really happy with that, as he's taking the applause from the crowds there as you're all clapping him in down that back straight. But yeah, really, really good performance, and really nice to see Simon Reed. I know he got pole, I know he would have liked to win, but to follow up a pole position with a 2nd place is a really, really good achievement as well.
We need to find out what was going on with Lewis Rollo. We really do, because
it looked like a fuel, because when you've got the fuel in the tank and it's getting low, as you go through the corner, obviously you're leaning over, it starts sucking in air, so when you stand it up, it starts coughing.
Yeah.
It looks like he's struggling to get it back at the moment, but yeah, it's a real shame for him, because I think he had, it would have been good to see him and Reedy. I couldn't have called it, but they were definitely, he would have been looking to get back past, but yeah, he seems to be limping home at the moment.
Yeah, what a great shame for Lewis Rollo. Well, we know he's still got the pace, he's still got the speed, he's got the ability.
He's got the lap record.
Yeah, he's got the lap record, exactly, of 148.779. But he won't care about that. He was thumping that tank with all his might. Let's see what the overtake on the big screens. That's Lewis Rollo up the inside. It was a lovely manoeuvre on Simon Reed. He played it to perfection. Simon Reed, though, it was as equally as good an overtake as they came through the Oggies section of the track. He levelled his teammate, got up the inside, unless there was an issue on Lewis's bike there. But then we didn't see what happened after this. The next thing we saw was Luke Mossy was ahead of Lewis Rollo. And then he definitely had some sort of issue coming out of Palmer's, not Palmer's, coming out of Nelson. I mean, Mossy almost gifted him here. He ran wide, trying to defend. Lewis was ready for the cutback, gets a handful of throttle, and you can hold it, Sam. He accelerates, and then boom,
it just sort of doesn't
the
go.
bike stops.
It's like it coughs on
and then
the
it
fuel
goes
there,
again.
and then it goes. So unless it's an electrical fault, which can give you those sort of symptoms, I think potentially it is running out of fuel, which would be horrible to see. I mean, we had the red flag, so maybe the guys fueled it for 12 laps, didn't put any in, and then it ran out. But yeah,
it's a long in-lap scoop, and we've been debating about it up here, but we'll find out, no doubt, at some point. With that, I'll say thank you very much to Sam Cox. Great having you in the commentary box. So we'll hand down to Larry Scoop Carter.
Yeah, thanks, Coxie. We're also having a little bit of fun with best analysts that Duncan Vincent does have alongside him, so great work by Coxie. And great ride by his ride, Tommy Oliver, on a bit of a one-off. Well, here is Luke Mossy, just rolls it down. It's another podium. He keeps saying that he's just desperate for that win. It's Oak Park last year since he last took a victory, and he's looking to try and do that. But he'll be going back down the A14, back down to Royston in Cambridgeshire, which is where he is based. And he, as the rest of them just move in there. Simon Reed as well, he'll be happy with that one, and can see his dad Brian down there. Eddie Allingham as well just gives Luke Mossy a pat on the back, as that's maximum points. But I would concur with what Duncan Vincent and Sam Cox were thinking. It looked to me as if Lewis Rollo was just about out of juice in that one. So, and here is D-Bomb, the SMS Nickel Oils, the cheers in the background there. That's his 4th win of the season. And the rider that had to play second fiddle to Ilya Mikhalchik in the championship last year. He went to the final round at Brands Hatch with an outside chance of the victory in the title race, but unfortunately the Ukrainian just had done too much during the season, and he had to settle for second best. But he said at the time, he said, I'll be back to win it next year, and that is very much what he is on course to do. There is Luke Mossy down there as he chats to his dad John and the rest of the team down there. Luke, you left that one late to try and salvage the podium there. It looked like Lewis had a little bit of an issue on that last lap, but you managed to capitalise.
Yeah, I mean, the clutch was a bit snappy that second time, so hence why we dropped back quite a lot. But yeah, I had to work hard coming through. Bike was brilliant, just a shame at the start, but you know, when it's shortened like that with 10 laps, you know, it goes so quick and there just ain't enough time towards the end. But you know, we're half a second quicker than what we did in qualifying yesterday, 0.3 quicker than the race last year, so we must be doing something right. Yeah, roll on Brands Hatch in 2 weeks. You know, we've always been a bit of a specialist there, and we know that our Honda goes well there. So, I sound like a broken record, but hopefully we'll get a win there.
Well, you've got some unfinished business at Brands Hatch for the summer meeting. Is Simon Reed. And well, really, it's not the win that you were hoping for, but you've got to be happy with the podium.
Yeah, look, it's a big step forward this weekend. You know, got a better start in the rerun and not too far off D, but just with the stoppages and this and that, I just struggled to get my rhythm. You know, the rhythm that I thought I could have had. But yeah, look, it's a solid race, progression this weekend, and yeah, look, we've definitely closed the gap. That's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's another podium into the record. Well done, Brian, as well. Congratulations to the team. And there is David Allingham. Well, D-Bum, that championship that you missed out on last year, you said to me at the time when you had to give second best to Ili Michalczyk, I'll be back next year and I'm trying to go one better. Well, that's the 4th win of the season, certainly on course.
Yeah, you know what, Larry, we had a fantastic start in FP1, you know, and then we tried to be a wee bit too smart and make the bike a lot better, as you do, and we went back to basically what we had in FP1 there now, and the bike was a hell of a lot better. Sometimes the bike's good enough the way it is, maybe just should leave the thing.
That's it, yeah. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, mate.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what, Larry, I just hats off to my team. My team are fantastic. You know, you've got Keelan McLaughlin, Mark Davies, my dad, Brian McAteer, Eugene Mullen, everybody, like Stephen McShannon, Gary Nicol, mate. Our team's absolutely fantastic. Even my physios, you know, Maria Moore back home's fantastic.
And well, Mark Davies, the crew chief, he was the original dog. He was the dog, one of Chris Walker's original mechanics there. Who would do with the build-up to the Supersport race pending, maybe it's just time to hand back to Alan.
Thank you very much indeed. Sending big hugs to the Irwins this weekend after their crash from yesterday. That comes from Jack C. Thank you very much indeed, Jack. And this one says a shout out to Ella, who has asked for a shout out on BSB Radio, please. She wishes Blaze Baker the best of luck today. And that was from a little while ago, over an hour ago. Hi to Gemma, enjoying her first ever BSB meeting today. Wishing Storm Stacey better luck in race 3, and that comes with thanks from Warren and Gilly from Ireland here again. Just heard the update on the Metallica BSB divorce saga. I did note Kirsty referred to the other half as her husband and not her ex-husband, so there may be hope for him still. Thank you very much indeed. And can we give a massive shout out to Paddy Lee, Amber, Courtney, Jack, Liv and Ruby. We're back again for another weekend at our favourite place. Thank you for keeping us entertained on BSB Radio with Kawasaki throughout the weekend. You are more than welcome. And guys, thank you to Ruby for writing in. And finally, congratulations to Sue and Windy on the forthcoming wedding from Suzanne and Reza. Thank you very much indeed for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Larry,
forthcoming marriage. Have they not been listening to Tony and Kirsty all weekend? They're not having second thoughts.
we could have something to do with that wedding if we get an invite.
Whatever happens, as long as Metallica aren't involved, they should be okay, shouldn't they? Well, we are still waiting for the TV interviews to go here, obviously on some sort of commercial break before we can go ahead with the podium. So it might just encroach into the start of the Super Sport race.
I think
in
it
which
will,
case, I'm not sure that I would actually get onto the grid. So whether or not you want to start the build-up to that, Dunk, whether or not
no problem at all.
The grid and everything else.
Just you give me a little in my ear, Larry, and I'll hand back to you in a
I'll
heartbeat.
give you a shout when we are ready to go with the podium. Dunk.
Yeah, no problem at all. The build-up for the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship feature race, a 14-lap race for the Supersport bikes as they line up on the grid. Luke Stapleford is in pole position as he just pops his RI helmet on the ground and has a bit of a chat with the team around him. Up goes one of the umbrellas for the sponsors, as you would expect. And Luke shields himself because there is a little bit of sun in the air now. I have to say, a little bit of sun out there. And Stapleford finds solitude underneath an umbrella with his good friend Jack. After yesterday's race, they are pretty happy. It was a cracking race for that Scars Ducati team. They find themselves on pole position. Alongside him, though, Jack Kennedy, and he has got unfinished business. We saw a very uncharacteristic mistake from Jack Kennedy yesterday, something that we're not used to seeing. He goes from the head of the middle of the front row of the grid, and Ollie Bayliss rounds out that front row of the grid. Wasn't Ollie Bayliss sensational yesterday? The way he raced Luke Stapleford nice and hard. We then go to the second row of the grid, and keeping his helmet on the grid, underneath an umbrella, under the weather, Ben Curry. He is not a well boy. I went down to see him this morning, Larry and Alan. And he says, "Oh, Dunk, stay back. Don't come near me."
Oh, dear.
It's coming out both ends. I thought, that's all I need to see, and I'm
dear.
away.
Is there something doing the rounds in the paddock? Because Christian Hidden said that he's technically under the weather as well.
Well, they're all good friends, are they not, if I'm not mistaken? So, maybe two good
What
friends.
is it? Keep your enemies close, but keep your friends closer. Is that what they say?
Yeah, so Ben Curry, he didn't look very well either, but I liked the heads up from him, so I stayed well back. He's on the second row of the grid, under his umbrella, keeping his helmet on. Lee Johnson alongside him, and Jack Mahaffey rounds out row number 2. Harry Truelove has Dean Harrison and Oliver Barr for company on row number 3, with Carter Brown, Lucas Brown, no relation, and Becky Hardy, Corey Tinker and Cam Hallmaker. Wadsworth, row 6. Cam Fraser has TJ Toms and Adam Hartgrove alongside them for company in the 7th row. And TJ Toms, not a happy bunny, according to his girlfriend, who was on the pace laps with us at lunchtime. The 8th row, Josh Bannister, Jimmy Richmond and Cam Swain, with James Alderson, Stephen Thomas and Craig Kennelly on row 9. Dave Tyling and Michael Large-Taylor make up the full 29 bikes we have on our grid as we look across.
Can I jump in?
Yes, please do, Larry.
The podium. You've got the grid there. Let's go with the podium then. I'm not going to get out onto the grid for this one, but at least we're going to get the start of it. Championship and onto the podium for the 4th time this season from Elenco by Paget's Honda's Motorcycles. 3rd position then to Luke Mossey. Congratulations, Luke, the local rider from just down the road at Cambridge. 2nd position for Carl Cox BMW by Michael Laverty Racing. It is Speedy. The first of the Northern Irishmen on the podium. And taking victory for the 4th time this season for SMS Nickel Oils on the BMW, the race winner, the cowboy, David Allingham. He's got the cowboy hot on like Scott Redding. And we'll ask Eddie Allingham, his dad, to collect the team award on behalf of the SMS Nickel Oils BMW squad. And once again, Natalia Mill, the brand engagement to lead from Zinn, will make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Luke Mossey. He's happy enough with the podium. He still wants that win. It might come at Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time. So 2nd position then for Simon Reed from Northern Ireland on the Carl Cox Michael Laverty BMW. And taking a victory complete with the Stetson, it is David Allingham, and he kisses the trophy and points to the sky for the 4th time this season, increasing his championship lead. And his dad, Eddie Allingham, whatever you do, don't give Eddie the motorhome keys because you never see them again. And he says that one's for the team. So there you go, boys. Hold the trophies up for the cameras, and then they'll be getting loose with the Balietti Prosecco supplied by our friends at Lanchester Wines. I'm not sure that we're going to get onto the grid. Can't see the time clock from now, but with that...
You're not getting out there.
I'm not going to get out there, I'm a boy.
It would be fun to see you try.
So unless I'm riding in this one, Doug.
Yeah, Christine would have her way with you, and you would be nowhere near that grid, Larry. You might be in the medical centre, but you certainly wouldn't be on the grid. It's funny, Alan, because it's true. That's the bit.
It is funny because it's true.
We await the warm-up lap here. So yesterday we saw Jack Kennedy unfortunately tip off in the Quattro Group Supersport race quite early in the race, but he was quick enough to get a lap in and put him on the front row of the grid, which is one of the most important things for race number 2, the feature race. This will be the longest race we have had today. The Superbike race should have been a fairly long 14-lap final race for the Quattro Group British Supersport will have us underway in just a couple of seconds. But first of all, we have got a warm-up lap that we need to keep our eyes firmly on, because as we move into this race, Luke Stapleford has a championship lead, and that championship lead was very much helped yesterday by the non-finish of Ben Curry and Jack Kennedy. The next best person in the championship, Dean Harrison. Well, Dean moves up into third place ahead of his teammate, Jack Kennedy. But Luke Stapleford has a 32-point championship lead coming into this feature race at Snetterton. The Scars Ducati rider, number 8, look for him with the red and black colour scheme on that Scars Ducati. His team are based directly at the side of our commentary point. You can see them all gathered at the bottom of the stairs. Terry and all his very close helpers. A good little team of people that have been put together for that Scars Ducati team to look after Luke Stapleford. And he sits there with a 32-point championship lead over Ben Curry, who didn't finish yesterday and is very under the weather today. Don't shake his hand, whatever you do, Larry Carter. We've got Dean Harrison in third place in the championship. He leapfrogs Jack Kennedy after Jack's DNF yesterday, and they effectively swap positions. Harrison third, Kennedy fourth. Then Oliver Barr, fifth place. Harry Truelove in sixth. Ollie Bayliss up to seventh place in the championship. He's had a first, a second, and a third along the way. He really is a bit of a trendsetter, and to see him coming across here, we like to see the Bayliss name back in the BSB. It will be very interesting to see where the Bayliss name is for 2027. And behind Ollie Bayliss, we have Lucas Brown in 8th place, Lee Johnson 9th, and Billy Skippy McConnell in 10th place in the championship. But it's a 14-lap race, Alan Hyde. It's going to be a long one, but they have got to do a little bit of work in this one to try and get the handle on Luke Stapleford.
A 14-lap race around the Snetterton 300 circuit. This is going to be hard, isn't it?
It's a lot of miles, that, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I'll let you calculate that on your phone. 3 miles a lap.
Okay.
You wouldn't want to jog it. You wouldn't want to run it. You probably couldn't. Neither could I. We see
No.
Ben Curry coming up to the line. He had no grip yesterday. No grip towards the end of the race. Fell off on the little bump going in towards Oggies. I can tell you there is 2 bumps there. There's one on the way into the brakes at the initial braking zone, and then there's one right as the bikes would be on their side heading towards a turning point, and that's what caught Ben Curry out yesterday. Ollie Bayliss on the front. Grabs the top of it. We look across to see Jack Kennedy. Just sits there as ever, stoic. Never gives any emotion, Jack Kennedy. And Luke Stapleford looks down to the side of his Scars Ducati, making sure he is in the goal
41
spot.
and a half miles.
41 and a half flat-out miles is what we're about to get. We wait for the green flag at the back. Alan Woods clears the front of the grid with his red flag, and we're under starters' orders. Let's keep our eyes on the red lights. Red lights on. And off the way they go. Good start from Stapleford. Good start from Ollie Bayliss. Cuts across on Jack. Tight going into turn 1. Jack Mahaffey underneath Ollie Bayliss. And they all manage to get through in one piece as they head through the apex and on towards the pinch point of the lap at Wilson. Curry goes for the lead and takes it. Ben Curry leads at turn 2. Coming from the second row, that will do nicely for Ben Curry as he gets himself to the sharp end. Second for Stapleford, then it's Mahaffey, then it's Bayliss, then it looks like Kennedy, the first of the Hondas, ahead of Lee Johnston, and then Harry Truelove. Lucas Brown with a good start, then Dean Harrison fighting off Carter Brown for a late top 10 spot. Down towards the bottom of the Agostini hairpin they come. Good start from Ben Curry. Very impressive that he got a good launch with the R9. And also, let's see how the stamina stays with Ben Curry. Let's see if he's got this for the full race distance. Making away through Hamilton in towards Oggies. It's Jack Mahaffey into second place. Now, where's Luke Stapleford gone? What's happened to Stapleford? He's gone back down to fourth place. Stapleford down to fourth now. Mahaffey up to second. Bayliss into third. Stapleford fourth. Kennedy fifth. So Luke Stapleford either made a little mistake going in through Agostini's or in towards Oggies. We didn't see it, that's for sure. And I can't see it from the commentary point. But down underneath the Cheshire Moulding Bridge and through the first part of Brundle before they come towards Nelson. This is setting up to be a nice spicy race. Where's Ben Curry? Happening from a lot of people here. Mahaffey now leads for the first time in the UK. The Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki. This is lovely to see. We haven't seen this before. He comes in towards Murray. Uncharted territory for Jack Mahaffey. And he's leading the way up the centre straight for the first time. Here comes Ollie Bayliss. He pops out now from Ben Curry. Ben Curry just looks across to Ollie Bayliss as they cross the line. And Bayliss does a nice mirror signal manoeuvre as they go in towards Ritchie's. 750 GSXR Suzuki leads the way from the big Triumph, and then the R9 Yamaha as well. And Ollie Bayliss makes doesn't want to waste too much time following Mahaffey. There's a countryman ahead. 3 Australians at the sharp end: Mahaffey, Bayliss, and Curry. That's quite telling. Then a Luke Stapleford in 4th place, followed by Jack Kennedy. But don't rush into the race too much. Yes. Saw what happened yesterday when Kennedy tried to set such a fast pace at the beginning and actually overstepped the mark. Now, we haven't seen any of the small errors that any of these riders did that cost them the positions. That Oliver Barr runs off the edge of the track. I think that could have been Carter Brown. Ollie Barr, not a good start, down to 12th place for OB. Carter Brown, the top of the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducatis. At this present time, Carter finds himself 10th. Oliver finds himself in 12th as they come down the Bentley Straight. Off Williams, down the Bentley Straight. Watch the Triumph. Bayliss in the slipstream. Pops out, pulls out alongside Jack Mahaffey. He looks like he's already in front. He is before he hits the brakes. Lovely stuff from Ollie Bayliss. Mahaffey releases a bit of brake pressure there, trying to maybe have a look and a think about up the inside, but thinks better of it and slots in behind Ollie Bayliss. They go down through the bomb hole past the past the hospitality areas that are down. The securities over the hill, actually, at the Coram gate. And look at this, Bayliss is absolutely on it as they come round Coram. He doesn't want to hang around with Mahaffey, doesn't want to play with anybody else, and he doesn't want to wait and see if Stapleford can come through the traffic and catch them up in this 14-lap race. Up and across the line once again. Triumph, Suzuki, Yamaha. Bayliss, Mahaffey and Curry. Major part of his year, actually, to find out if he can stay here. He needs to have results. That trailing the factory Triumph rider and the World Championship racer, there is Ollie Bayliss. We'll see Ollie next weekend also at the World Superbike event, but right now let's concentrate very much on Snetterton as they come through the heart of Palm towards the Agostini hairpin. Kennedy looking at the back of Stapleford, but right now doesn't seem like he has anything left in reserve. We need to also watch out for Lee Johnston. Lee Johnston could be a bit of a fly in the ointment for Jack Kennedy if he makes a manoeuvre to go through on the Sencat Triumph. Johnston sits happy in 6th place behind Kennedy. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Lucas Brown on the MSG Suzuki. Kennedy half having a look underneath Stapleford as they come through Oggies on towards Williams and then onto the Bentley back straight, but unable to make that work for him. From here comes Johnston. The general pops out from the slipstream but doesn't want to force the issue. Lee Johnston happy to follow through. 9th place in the championship for Lee Johnston. Doesn't want to trip over the man who's going a few places further up. 4th in the championship as Lucas Brown uses a lot of exit curb in the background. Maybe too much exit curb. We'll need to keep our eye on that one. But Lucas Brown has got Harry Truelove, Dean Harrison and Carter Brown for company. Behind that, there is James McManus on the MMB Ducati ahead of Oliver Barr. And then it's Billy McConnell, Mikey Hardy and Corey Tinker. Ollie Bayliss starting to pull away at the front. You'll hear them passing the commentary point. Now, there they go. Tucked into the slipstream of Jack Mahaffey is Ben Curry. Will Curry pull out and pass? No, he doesn't. He watches Mahaffey bounce his way across the bumps. From peak to peak for Mahaffey on the way in, and bump to bump he got through the corner, but the Astro JGR Suzuki didn't look that nice. I've got to say the Hippleback Suzuki looked a bit loose on the way in there. And finally Kennedy goes past Stapleford. Kennedy has followed for quite some time, and Stapleford does not seem to have the pace under him today in this race that we saw yesterday. Stapleford's pace yesterday was quite sensational. Through as well. Johnson lifts him up going in towards the Agostini hairpin and goes ahead of Luke Stapleford. So we need to keep our eyes on this one, see if Stapleford has anything that we can see going wrong, but he's dropping positions. That'll be Luke Stapleford now down to 6th place. He's dropped 2 positions on the 1 lap. What I can tell you, Larry, is something that I bet he's kept quiet. He has pulled his neck overnight. And he pulled out from all his media duties that he was meant to do today for Zin on the Zin Zone because of a neck issue that he's picked up over the night. And we've all had that, Alan. You've all slept for it and you woke up the next day with a sore neck.
It is so annoying, isn't it?
And
so
that's
painful.
Exactly what Luke Stapleford finds himself in. Didn't say that to Larry on the grid. Doesn't want to make any excuses up.
No.
But it's not the same Luke Stapleford today as we saw yesterday. I think it's quite easy for us all to see that. And the fact of the matter that he has pulled his neck and given himself a bit of a sore one. Not great for Stapleford. Very restrictive on the bike when you're trying to move the body about there. It can be a bit of a pain in the neck, actually. There's a good saying. I can't believe I used that
that's
one.
where it came from.
I can't believe I used that one. Lucas Brown has got issues, and that's Harry Trulove on the 44 McCann's R9 Yamaha. Lucas Brown Suzuki has been caught by Haza, and Haza, remember, was a podium man yesterday. New fastest lap of the race goes to Ollie Bayliss, a 150.656, and Ollie Bayliss leads at the front. Very impressed with Jack Mahaffey, by the way. This Hippo Suzuki hanging in there with the might of the McCann's R9 Yamaha. This, I don't want to say aging 750 Suzuki, but we have in the past, Larry. We saw the late Shane Richardson taking some good, solid results in that previously. But they're not the newest bikes, the GSX-R 750s. Some of them were very... But Mahaffey holding his own against Ben Curry. And you know what? What a lesson this is for Mahaffey. He's picking up picking up pointers everywhere from Ben Curry, who may have his own issues. But really, Jack Mahaffey all over the back of Ben Curry. And it does only look like a matter of time before Mahaffey could make a manoeuvre and get through on that lovely yellow and blue Astro JGR Hippo Suzuki. Down the back straight they come. Tucked in behind the bubble goes Mahaffey. He pops out nice and early. He must have a run on Curry, and through he goes. So Curry now slots behind Jack Mahaffey. Mahaffey goes into P2. Still Australia, 1, 2 and 3 as we have them here on the TSL timing screen, brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile, making their way in towards the ever-tightening Coram corner. You could see some of the superbikes were in all sorts of shapes and sizes this morning in morning warm-up, but the super sport bikes tending to deal with that just that little bit neater as they go over those bumps. Bayliss off the end of the exit curb, tucks in behind the bubble and goes. They're going to have to watch. So Ben Curry and Mahaffey, they've got an incoming Jack Kennedy. And Jack Kennedy crossing the line last lap was pretty hot, a 50.9. The only person faster than Jack Kennedy was Ollie Bayliss.
We've had an email in, Duncan, from DJ, who says, please can we ask the commentators to keep us updated what lap we're on, because we can't load TSL when we're out on the circuit with lots and lots of people here. So I'll try and do that as well. We are on lap 6 out of 14, everyone.
Lap 6 out of 14, Ollie Bayliss leads away with a 1.5 second lead. Here's a question. Have we ever, Larry, had an Australian 1, 2, 3 in any class? I can't think that we have anymore. Joins the track behind Carter Brown, and Lucas Brown also goes through on the inside on lap 6 out of 14. So that is a big error for Ben Curry. But when you're not feeling well, when you're under the weather, your mind can just wander and things happen. We see him going in here, down the gears he goes. He just can't stop the bike. Simple as that. Braked a little bit too late and off he goes. Wow, he manages to come back on to third place, Jack Kennedy, Lee Johnston to fourth, and it elevates Luke Stapleford up to fifth place. And what it does for Ben Curry, well, it gives him a bit of a headache because he's now Brown. Work to do. Trouble up. Head towards the last corner, which is Murray's. That corner which has caused us all sorts of headaches on the way in towards it. The last person we saw go down there was Sam Laffins. Sam's good friend Jody did send a message saying he's just got no luck right now, but it will turn a corner. And that's one thing you've got to keep positive for. 50.064. New fastest lap of the race for Ollie Bayliss on lap 6 out of 14 as we move into the 7th lap. Heading along the little short shoot in towards Wilson. Lucas Brown up the inside of Carter Brown. Well, if Carter hadn't lifted his foot there, Lucas Brown would have gone over the top of it, rode over it. Carter Brown repaid the favour on the exit of the corner on the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati, and through goes Carter, number 74. You remember many years ago, Carter Brown had that dead heat with Johnny Garness in the Talent Cup.
Amazing result, wasn't it?
It was
Yeah.
incredible. It really was incredible. Something we've never seen before. And it happened last time at this circuit here at Snetterton many, many years ago. I think it was Larry Carter that was telling us about that at the time. So we keep our eyes firmly on the battle that's happening here with Ben Curry. Ben just looks a little bit tentative. Looks like he's not the normal, usual Ben Curry who would just throw a couple of passes on these guys and deal with it later on. It's not the way. He's just looking a little bit shy of himself, and that's possibly because he is not well. As we watch going in towards Brundle, we've seen Ollie Bayliss with 2.3 seconds of a lead over Jack Mahaffey. Bayliss on the Triumph, Mahaffey on the GSXR Suzuki. The 750 power plant in that Suzuki, with Jack Kennedy on the CBR 600 now in third place. Behind that, Lee Johnson, Triumph, and then Luke Stapleford. If Stapleford's got a sore neck and it's not helping him on the bike, we've got Curry who's a little bit upset and under the weather, and it's not working for him either. Really, for Oliver Bayliss and Jack Mahaffey, Jack Kennedy, they've got to try and make hay right now as Ollie Barr goes up the inside of Dean Harrison. Lovely move from OB.
Now, you were just asking that very question when I was discussing it with the series PR officer, Laura Stevens, and we're asking that very same question. Our records between us say, no, we've never had an Aussie, 1, 2, 3, and we're going back to the dikes of Glenn Richards, Billy McConnell, Paul Young, Dean Thomas. So this would be indeed history in the making, if Ben Curry can make that time up.
Dave Tyling steps off his Yamaha. It could be the Ducati either, depends what in fact the R9 I think it is that Dave Tyling brought this time. Dave Tyling has stopped. We saw him walking away there. We'll see a replay of this. Is this Dave in the background or the foreground as we see him coming in? Top of the screen, not bottom of the screen. He just does it. He does the Ben Curry, but a little bit later on for Dave Tyling, unfortunately. Yeah, I think you're correct. TV director Richard Coventry hit me with the same question, so I hit it to Larry Carter. I can think of Troy Bayliss being here because I can see Ollie Bayliss on the screen. I can think of Glenn Richards, and you know, it doesn't. 1, 2, 3. No, that's it. This is a strong powerhouse of Australians that we have in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, and I know that Jack Mahaffey has a big fan base back down under. As we're aware, Alan, we saw that on the very first YouTube that we ever did. The comments coming in from the other side of the world were thick and fast about Jack Mahaffey. So fabulous news to see Mahaffey got a following and over here doing the business. Carter Brown looks like he's slowly starting to edge back towards Hazard True Love, and Hazard True Love with Ben Curry behind Carter Brown with Ben Curry behind him. It's kind of been stagnant in this little group. Oliver Barr's got up to the back of Lucas Brown, but there's not been a lot happening on lap 8 of 14. A couple of laps to go as Carter Brown bounces the 3B Construction Binge Pro Ducati through Coram in towards the last corner. That's Ollie Bayliss in the background. There goes Jack Mahaffey. There goes Jack Kennedy. Then we get Luke Stapleford just behind Lee Johnson. Johnson was just... His bike was almost not loud enough to be heard over the microphone from the Ducati they went through. Is this Luke Stapleford starting to show some bit of green shoots of progress? We've just had a personal best lap from Stapleford, a 51.172. So Luke Stapleford, 0.7 of a second, the gap up towards the man ahead of him, Lee Johnston. As there was a slight move from Ben Curry and Carter Brown. They've clearly been listening to the commentary, Alan, and started to think, okay, we better spice this up a bit for the spectators because it's a little bit drawn out at the front. That battle for with Harry Truelove for 6th place, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th. Dean Harrison in 11th, just a little bit too far off the back.
Could be tactical, you know, because it's a long race. 9 of 14 they're on now.
It could be, but Larry Carter, that lap from Stapleford, 51.172, that shows that Luke Stapleford has kept tyres underneath him, and maybe being on the bike has just eased off the issue he has had as Oliver Barr. Good grief. Now there's late. There's a bit late, and then there's, wow, I can't believe he made that manoeuvre, and that's what we just had from Oliver Barr. Clean manoeuvre, but he was side by side with Lucas Brown for quite some time through Oggies. Lucas Brown will like that. He likes a bit of close racing. He comes from a Talent Cup, and he knows what it's all about. But Oliver Barr, a little bit of a late manoeuvre on inside Lucas Brown, but as I say, very clean, kind of, as they go through Oggies. Barr now ahead of Brown, up into 9th place as Brown goes down to 10th. Let's watch them coming through Coram. I can see them at the corner of the commentary box. The leader, Oliver Barr. Ollie Bayliss, he'll be liking that. Ollie Bayliss leads as he makes his way up the straight. Here's the Triumph. But a retirement in the pit lane, which is always a great shame. That is Michael Large Taylor, and he is going to park his bike back in his garage at the back of the paddock. Another new fastest lap for Ollie Bayliss. Look, 50.628. I'd love to see the lap sheet that Ollie Bayliss has put in for every one of his laps. And you know what? I'll maybe have a look at that tomorrow on TSL Timing. You could do the same thing and join me. Why don't we do it at 11 o'clock over a coffee? Because I'd love to see how consistent his laps have been running at the sharp end. 50.628. He's just been there or thereabouts for so many laps. And he's now built up a good 4.1 second lead. And Jack Mahaffey, Larry Carter, can I just ask a question? You have to be as impressed as I am with this man Mahaffey. And I know I've been banging on about Jack Mahaffey for quite some time, but this is the fruits of his hard work and hard labour to get across here with that Astro JGR team.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of luck after the opening start to the season that he had, but he is the reigning Aussie Supersport champion, as you rightly say, Dung. But as we often say, they only send the good ones across, don't they?
Yeah, they don't send the Alan Hydes across, do they? No, imagine that.
I beg your pardon?
I meant as in bike racers or sidecar passengers.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
That's what I meant. Don't worry. Don't take that personally.
I won't.
It wasn't a slur on your position in life. A very great man that you are. But yeah, Mahaffey had 2 mechanical defaults at Knockhill. He was out of both races. A fuel pump in the first one. I didn't find out what the second one was, but it could have possibly been the same thing. We've seen him run well in the championship. He folded the front of Doynton. It's the only time he's really blotted his copybook, but he now finds himself ahead of Jack Kennedy and quite comfortable as well. Lee Johnston is starting to make eyes towards the back of that number 4 Honda of Jack Kennedy as we get towards the end of this race. We're about to start lap 11 out of 14 as Ollie Bayliss crosses the line and heads down towards Riches. Then Mahaffey. Then it's actually Kennedy, Johnson, Stapleford, all more or less together. And is Luke Stapleford planning something? He was faster than 3 of the guys ahead of him. In fact, he was faster. The only person faster than Luke Stapleford on that lap was Ollie Bayliss. So Stapleford still has some tyre underneath him on that Scars Ducati, and he has very much got the ability. Number 90 has stopped the technical problem at Ritchie's. That's the first corner. That's Craig Kennelly in the Cup class. And we've just seen Ben Curry is now ahead of not just Carter Brown, but he's also got ahead of his teammate, Harry Truelove. Remember, Hazard was on the podium yesterday. He said, unfortunately for some people's misfortune is other people's good luck. And he was very, very nice when he said that, but it's true. Ben crashing put him onto the podium, and he wouldn't want his teammate to crash, that's for sure, but Harry will definitely take a podium. Hazard Truelove giving us the full Nigel Mansell moustache and keeping it going throughout the course of 2026. Lap 11 out of 14, Ollie Bayliss leads the way. From Jack Mahaffey, 68 leads 73, 2 Australians. Then Jack Kennedy on the Honda, bike number 4 in 3rd place. Coming under pressure from Lee Johnson and Luke Stapleford towards the end of the race. That's a battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Effectively, it's for the last step on the podium. And it means a lot to them all. Will they spray the Baglietti Prosecco, or will they have to watch someone spraying it behind Luke Stapleford? It is now Ben Curry, who's made up 2 places in the last lap ahead of Truelove and Carter Brown. Ollie Barr still 9th ahead of Lucas Brown, who's plotting his revenge, but from 1.4 seconds back on Oliver Brown. Stapleford now right on the back of Lee Johnson, as we just paused here, that beautiful Triumph singing up the main straight as we go into lap 12 of 14. And we get the rest of them across the line. If anything, it looks like Stapleford could have maybe had some sort of manoeuvre to go through on the inside of Ritchie's, but decided against that and didn't want to do it. Stapleford, though, has got the pace. We're seeing him catch up from a distance, and that distance is very much now getting smaller and smaller. And that's good for Luke Stapleford, but something has been amiss. Whether he will admit to actually being in pain with that neck is something that we'll need to find out as well. Dean Harrison now giving Lucas Brown a bit of a hard time as we make our way towards the end of this race. Remember, we're on lap 12 out of 14. Lucas Brown a little bit wide through Palmer's, and that opens up the option for Dean Harrison and Skippy McConnell involved in this as well. Isn't it great to see Skippy on the MMB Ducati at the sharp end as well? Billy McConnell, 12th place. If he could get a top 10 finish, that would be fabulous. Lucas Brown is the carrot just ahead of him in 10th. Through the mid part of the lap, Harrison has a bit of a look, but he's further back. He's too far back to make a manoeuvre and go through on Lucas Brown. And that lovely style of young Lucas. Big header here. Big, tall man now, Lucas Brown. And the style on that MSG Suzuki seems to work so well for him now. Let's see what the Honda's got down the back straight. He tries to pull up to the back of that Suzuki, and here comes Billy McConnell as well, but unable to do anything in the slipstream was Dean Harrison or Billy McConnell. It was a situation the same as they went through. The leaders are coming through Coram. Jack Kennedy looks like he's put a bit of time between himself and Lee Johnston as they come in towards Murray's. Here comes Ollie Bayliss up towards the line again. Lap 13 of 14 starting. This is a fairly stretched out Quattro Group British Supersport race, Alan. It's not what we're used to seeing. Mahaffey crosses the line, Kennedy crosses the line as well.
Yeah, it's a long lap. It's not the technical planning that I thought maybe it would be.
Yes, exactly. I was expecting this to be cat and mouse with a big group at the front, but such is the pace that Ollie Bayliss has given us. He has dropped the hammer, pulled the pin, you use whatever saying you want to, and just gone from the beginning. And that's something we're used to seeing. BSB pit lane opens at 16:25 for race number 3.
That's just 10 minutes behind its scheduled time, so that's really good work to get things back on schedule like that.
That's not bad at all. Ollie Bayliss in towards the Agostini hairpin. Accelerates out from Agostini up alongside the track towards Hamilton. And the gap that Mahaffey's got, what's he got? Jack Mahaffey's got 1.3 seconds over Jack Kennedy. We'll need to keep our eyes on that. Can Jack Kennedy do something supersonic and catch up to the back of Jack Mahaffey? Or will he find himself, unfortunately, just being stuck where he is in that third place? Oh, Lee Johnson goes wide in towards Oggies. He was missing his apex by a good bit there. And that opens up the opportunity for number 8, the Scars Ducati of Luke Stapleford, to do something on lap 13 out of 14. He pulls up in the slipstream, but is just unable to go through. Mahaffey still holds Kennedy at bay, but we'll look for the gap as they cross the line. It was 1.3 seconds last time across the line, and we'll start the last lap next time they come out of Murray's and accelerate up the Senna straight. Tense times here for Lee Johnston, and tense times, I have to say, also for Jack Mahaffey, because he knows who's behind him. It's Mr. Supersport, Jack Kennedy. Stapleford had a half look at going through on the inside of Lee Johnston, but Johnston just covered it enough. There goes Ollie Bayliss. He starts his last lap of the race. Here comes Jack Mahaffey. What's the gap back to Jack Kennedy? It was 1.3 seconds. It is now 1.1 seconds. So Mahaffey is not giving too much away, but Kennedy will see him coming back, and Stapleford goes through on the inside of Lee Johnston on lap 14 of 14, the last lap in towards Ritchie's. And he's kept that one late. He's kept a little bit of something towards the end, Luke Stapleford, in order to just get a few more points. He is, though, more importantly, ahead of Ben Curry, and that is huge for him because he will extend his championship lead once again on a day where he hasn't been at his best. And that's how you win championships, Alan Hyde. When you can win, make sure you do. But if you can't, pick up as many points as you possibly can in the right. It's another half lap done, though. Mahaffey out towards the exit curve at Hamilton, onto the brakes for Oggies, and back he goes. Oh no, Mahaffey goes down and folds the front on the last lap. Down he goes, and he cannot believe that he's done exactly what Ben Curry did yesterday, and he folds the front over that little bump, and down he goes. He is up and sitting there, and I think he just needs a minute more than anything. What a shame. You see the big screens. Have a look at this on Mahaffey. In he comes. All he's got to do is go through. Watch the seat unit. Watch the seat unit bounce there. You can see the bumps he goes. Mahaffey throws away what was almost a guaranteed second place, and they can't believe what they've just seen on the Astro JGR Hippo pit wall. That is another heartbreak. But out of the last corner, up towards the checker flag, this man has been incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner, Ollie Bayliss, wins the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race, and he does it over a big gap. He gifts second place, does Jack Mahaffey, to Jack Kennedy, and Stapleford will stand on the podium. Hard to believe that when he didn't look like he was at his best. Lee Johnson with a good 4th place. Ben Curry salvages 5th. Oliver Barr up to 6th place. Good run for OB to get back up to the sharp end ahead of Carter Brown, his teammate, and Lucas Brown. Billy McConnell inside the top 10 in 9th, and Dean Harrison in 10th place. But Alan Hyde, my heart goes out to Jack Mahaffey.
You can feel the pain, can't you?
I can't quite believe that, and I don't think Jack Mahaffey can either. That's going to sting until we get to Brands Hatch for Jack Mahaffey. That is going to not leave him for a while. We draw breath in the commentary box. Larry Carter, there's out on those same bumps that we saw Ben Curry fall off yesterday on. He maybe was struggling towards the end of that race, because I have to say Kennedy was certainly coming back towards him and catching him up. But the young Australian Jack Mahaffey goes down, and I feel heartbroken as well for the Astro JGR Hippo team. Kennedy goes in towards Oggies. We'll have a little bit of a look over. He has a look over to Mahaffey just to make sure everything is A-OK at that point. And there's Stapleford coming onto the back straight. What can you say about that one then, guys? That was something just a little bit special, drawn out, but it gives us huge amounts of drama towards the very end. With that, I think we'll hand back very quickly to Alan Hyde in the studio before we bounce it down to Larry Carter.
Good idea. Thank you, Duncan.
With all the Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
With all the British Superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Just seen a very happy Ollie Bayliss down in Park Fairmay, and down there to greet him is Larry Carter.
Absolutely fantastic. And nice to see on the back of the leathers is the 3 initials GSE. That stands for Groundwork Southeast, and that is the domain of Darrell Healy, who many years ago, you remember the canary yellow livery that was run for Darrell Healy's team for many years, and incorporated that of Troy Bayliss back in the 1990s. It must be one of the longest family associations in the history of the sport, lasting nearly 30 years. That nice to see that Darrell Healy's group is still involved with Ollie Bayliss. Well, there is Luke Stapleford just having a chat to his team, and a bit of, can I just say that feeling a little bit under the weather, Luke. That was a little bit of a bonus grabbing a podium there.
Yeah, bonus. I think the organisers done a pretty shit job of the rules this weekend, to be honest. What can I say? The team have worked really hard to get a package together that's as good as anything out there, and they do a good job and they get docked for it. So I don't know. I think it's clear for everyone to see that what we've been pulled back this weekend, and it ain't quite fair. So we'll take the 3rd, and it's good for the championship. But as far as the racing's concerned, it's good for nobody, is it? I think I might change my last name to Bayliss. That's what I'm saying.
All right, okay. Well, certainly controversial words there from. He doesn't wear his heart on his sleeve, does he? He lets it come out there. Apologies if there is anybody offended by a little bit of bad language there. But great to see that there is some passion there. There is Jack Kennedy. Jack, it was important to get that podium back after yesterday's little mishap, but yeah, a little bit of a lonely race there for you.
Yeah, lonely race, but difficult race at the same time. You know, I didn't have much breathing space in my pit board, and I was trying to close down the gap to Mahaffey in front all the time. I felt like it kept having an accordion effect with different parts of the track, and then we got to the straights, he left me for dust, but I I kept plugging away. I didn't know who it was behind me. I just seen the gap, but never got much breathing space, 0.5, 0.3. And then I could just hear the different CC bikes behind me as well. So I had to keep the Honda on the absolute limit. I got some really aggressive tyre wear on the front, which made it really difficult because I feel like to get the lap time out on my bike, I need to push the front and brake late. So that really hampered me on the right-hand corners, and I really backed off in the last 2 laps because I didn't want to overstep the mark and took the front like Mahaffey did, because I think he might have had a similar problem, and where he crashed was very slippy as well. So backed off. Thank God I didn't back off too much that Luke got me to the line, but I needed to get points over Luke and Ben in that race, and I needed a podium because the kids would have went mad if I came home without a trophy. So
you've done it,
ticked
mate.
all the boxes except for the win, but it's coming.
It's coming, absolutely. Thanks, Jack. Well, we'll get Ollie Bailey's just on the way to the podium. He's just having a chat to 1 or 2 friends out in the crowd there as we move the riders, because obviously we do want to move things on at a pace. As Ollie Bailey's makes his way down there, we'll get to congratulations off his teammate Max Wadsworth there. Ollie, as we walk to the podium, that was a little bit of a lonely race for you.
Yeah, it was kind of a bit all bunched up at the start, and I seen Jack and Luke started going a little bit backwards just in the first lap, so I thought this might be the time to make the move.
Well, you did that, mate, and such a shame you're going to miss Brands Hatch at the end of the season, because that's effectively double points, isn't it? So it is just racking up the wins, as it were. So as for Ollie Bayliss, he's not going to make it to as far as the championship's concerned, but we're privileged to have him in the championship series. So with a thumbs up from Richard, the podium manager, we get that, so we can then get the riders out here. And it might be a rather disgruntled Luke Stapleford there. He's at the back of the group. But let's get him out here then, because he's the championship leader, a 7th podium of the season for Scars Racing Ducati, and Luke Stapleford. As he makes his way onto the podium. Second position then for Honda Racing UK, 5th podium of the season for Ireland, and Jack Kennedy. 5 times champion climbs onto the podium. And taking his 2nd win after victory at Knockhill. He's back on top of the podium here at Snetterton for Triumph Macadam Factory Racing. And Australia, it's Ollie Bayliss. So the Englishman in 3rd, the Irishman in 2nd, and the Aussie on top of the podium. As we'll ask one of the team members from the Triumph Macadam Factory Racing squad, John Murphy, the managing director of Quattro Plant, will get the team present the trophy to Luke Stapleford. He's got a smile on his face now, but a distinctly disgruntled Luke Stapleford when we interviewed him there. 1 or 2 rule changes that he feels are not favouring him. 2nd position then, that goes the way of the 5-time champion from Dublin in Ireland, and that is Jack Kennedy for Honda Racing UK. And in only his 2nd ride back in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, he's top of the podium yet again. Ollie Bayliss, the World Championship rider, is on top of the podium here at Snetterton, and the Triumph Macadam Factory Racing squad with Mick Wadsworth and Dougie McAdam, they get the team award as the bubbly gets sprayed down here. We do our best to try and get rid of it. Well, we managed to just about keep away from that one. But that is the top 3, and once again the kids at the front of the celebrations here down here in Parc Fermé. You are very welcome to join us if you are in the paddock vicinity for the conclusion of the Zinn British Superbike Championship race, when we will have the Prosecco out in the crowd once again. So that concludes the podium then for round 8 of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. With that, back to the studio.
You're going to be hightailing it down to the grid, because already the pit lane open, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. 4 minutes until the pit lane closes for the British Superbikes. Already all the personnel are down there. The TNT TV crew are down there as well. Georgie, hi Georgie. Another WhatsApp message from Georgie to say, any updates on Bradley's bike? I'm sure we'll find out when Larry Scoop Carter gets down to the grid to have a chat to the riders ahead of our 3rd and final race of the weekend for the British Superbikes. Big shout out to Stu, Sarah, Harv and Julie. Team Jackson from Lincoln, early start, but was always worth it.
Always worth it.
Thank you very much indeed. Hi Doug. And it's been great catching up with my cousin this weekend, Dave Salty Sellers. And well done to Harrison McKay on his sport bike win today. Hopefully see you again at Brands Love from Lee. There we go.
Could I quickly do the grid, Alan, before we hand over to Larry?
Yes, you should.
That'd be all right. Race 3, 16 laps. for the Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli sees Scott Redding on pole from Max Cook and Bradley Ray. Kyle Reid is in row 2 with Storm Stacey and Ryan Vickers, with Rory Skinner up to row 3, Christian Idden and Joe Talbot. The 4th row is Jason O'Halloran, Danny Kent and Leon Haslam. Row 5, Fraser Rogers, Eugene McManus and Rhys Irwin. Row 6 sees Josh Brooks, Lee Jackson and Graham Irwin, with Braden Elliott, Ilya Michalczyk and Richard Kerr on the back row of the grid. 21 bikes in total. Duncan Vincent in the commentary box joined Larry Carter when it goes racing by Eddie O'Shea.
Oh, it's nice to see Steady Eddie's joined us in the commentary box and doing a wonderful job in the world of
Do you want to say hello to Larry?
Grand Prix racing. Well, it's a bit since we last did a grid interview, isn't it, Eddie? So you've come on a little bit since then. I'm still stuck in BSB, mate, so well done.
Thank you very much. Thanks for
You're
having me.
You're doing a cracking job as well. We do catch up with the Grand Prix occasionally when we do have a spare weekend, and Eddie O'Shea doing a wonderful job, and unlucky to miss out on a podium in a couple of recent rounds as well. Well, the winner of this race, who knows was that going to be, but the overall winner of, out of the 3 races, or the overall point scorer, we should say, will be awarded the Quattro Group Race of Aces trophy at the end of this one. And as if by magic, the sun has come out, and it's going to be the warmest it's been all weekend here at Snetterton down here on the grid. We can feel the temperature has risen, the cloud cover is now gone, and it is the cowboy, Scott Redding, who sits proudly on pole position as... he just about to put the, there we go, we've got to get the wardrobe right, the cowboy hat goes on. Jordan, which shades do we want there? We've chosen them ones. Yeah, he's got the standard shades rather than the mirror shades out there. And anything else? We got the and the earplugs. You get a decent job as a PA here, Jordan, as well. What would you do without a Scott?
I don't know, actually. I've been, yeah, good little helper, good team owner, so can't complain.
You've been involved with this team for a long, long time, haven't you? So you certainly know your way around. Well, here we go, Cowboy, ready to rock and roll with this one. You've won one, you've finished second in the other. It would be nice to round the weekend off with another victory.
Yeah, it would be nice. I mean, I feel like everyone's hungry to win, which is good. Yeah, let's see. I'm just trying to work on my weak points as always, try to improve. And see, obviously sun's coming out now, track temperature going up a little bit, which should favour me a bit more. So yeah, we'll see.
See how it goes. Go get him, Cowboy!
Yeah!
Well done there. Exactly on cue there. Do that, Alan Heidi has a little chuckle in the background.
Let's giggle at that.
Just to do that.
I like
and the
that
kids
as well.
absolutely love it. I know that 1 or 2 kids are saying, can you get him to say yeah? So, and it is a family affair here, very much at the British Superbike Championship. Well, Max Cook, he's got a smile on his face. You eventually climbed onto the podium there, Max, and you've proved that you've got the pace to try and win it. Hopefully, no such problems. You can get away. It's a longer race. You proved that you were there or thereabouts yesterday. This could well be your race.
Yeah, it should be really good. Yeah, just same as yesterday in the sport. I think yes, they're just BS2. I think that's 4. Sorry, I think a group of 4. That's my prediction, but yeah, obviously the longer race means slightly slower lap times, but no, I think everyone's going to be giving it their all out there.
And I'm sure you'll be in amongst them, absolutely. Well, that is Max Cook, who expects to be there, and Brad Ray is there. He's just saying, will the bike be ready? Well, of course it'll be ready. They don't have a spare bike or whatever, but Brad Woodidge is just making the final adjustments to the clip-on position for Bradley Ray as he makes sure that all is okay with that one, and he's got a smile on his face. Brad, it was unfortunate that situation, but you've got to move on now and got to get back to try and get back to winning ways here at Snetterton.
Yeah, that's it, mate. Luckily, we've got another race to try and make it right.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Larry, hole in the grid behind you. You've got Kyle Reid, no Storm Stacey.
Wow.
I've just seen Amelia and Lola Spielberg making their way down pit lane.
Yeah.
So no Storm Stacey for this one at the start from the grid anyway.
Yeah, no Storm Stacey. I'm not too sure. There's nobody there to receive him, that is for sure. Well, is it coming home? That is the question. We've avoided it all race long, but one rider that thinks perhaps it is a rider that's just making his having a quick relief of nature, but he's got the England football top on his car ride, and he obviously thinks it's coming home, but he wants to bring it home as well in this particular one. We'll wait for Carl just to finish off what he needs to do, but that is perhaps the legacy of 2 mechanical DNFs, isn't it, as far as Storm Stacey is concerned, and whether or not that is the case. Well, here is flying Ryan Vickers. He managed to put in a decent lap time to get up there. Unfortunate victim of a turn 2 incident last time out, Ryan, which scuppered your hopes, but at least you put a decent lap time in and got yourself up here on the grid to give you a fighting chance in race 3.
Yeah, it's never ideal on the first lap, second corner. It's I don't know, it was one of them, watching the racing back, it was just one of those unfortunate things. It's always a corner where there's you're trying to get more people into it than what it can take, but yeah, guys did a good job to get the bike fixed in pit lane. There was a lot of damage. Did the subframe, did the tank, did the exhaust, like huge amount of damage considering of the small incident it was. Lucky to stay on, so thanks to them getting the bike back out, and I was managed to do a decent time. So here we are, 6th on the grid. Let's have a go.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Well, Roger Marshall, did you win the race of aces at any point in time, Rog?
I can't believe you asked me that.
Yeah, probably about 6 times, did you?
No, once.
Once, okay.
85 and Burnett 86.
I was still in nappies at that point, Roger. So Roger Marshall, who is very much in the corner of Ryan Vickers. Well, here is the youth down there. And he's touching his car's got the matching boots on this time. Did I see the old England football top on at one point there, Kyle?
Yeah, I thought why not. Obviously, big game tonight, isn't it? Hopefully,
Are we off to the pub after this, mate?
I will be, hopefully with a big trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're still, without stating the obvious, still looking for that first Snetterton win. Is it going to come in this one?
I'll try my best, mate. Obviously, the bike was really good in that one. I think if Brad had not passed me in the last corner, I'd had a sniff at Scott, but everyone's trying to win, aren't they? So, yeah, there's 4 or 5 that's been really fast this weekend, so this race ain't going to be any easier, but another trophy and I'll be happy.
Wish you luck, my friend. Thanks very much, Kyle. I'm going to go back and have a chat with Rapid Rory Skinner down here, because he just missed out on the podium. He's got Stuart Shenton just holding the brolly there. Rory, it's been a bit of a mixed weekend for you, hasn't it? From being on the deck in race 1 to nearly getting on the podium in race 2. Obviously, you've got a better starting position in this one and giving yourself a fighting chance.
Yeah, so we could do this last one, Larry. It's been a bit of a tough weekend, I think, to say the least. I was ready to pack up and drive home in my van last night, quite honestly, but hey, turned it around this morning. Boys did a great job rebuilding the bike, so props to them. Ben and my dad and Stuart and Ronnie, they all worked hard, and that's on my Danny's side as well, jumped on the bike too. So yeah, got it all feeling good this morning. Went at warm up, felt good. Went in the race there, 19th to 4th, best result of the year. From the back of the grid, I'll take that.
Yeah, okay, so you're up there. Hopefully that is the case in this one. Christian Hidden just about to put the crash helmet on there. And Christian, if you're feeling a little bit under the weather and you can manage P5, what can you do when you've got a full bill of health?
I feel a little bit better actually than I did before. Just not managed to get any food in me, so that's a bit just lacking of energy. But I definitely feel better than I did. So good start. See how we get on.
Hopefully you can get up there. And Joe Talbot, what a race weekend these, having 2 times 6 position here so far, and currently lying 3rd in the race of aces standing. 2 6 positions, Joe. It's really coming on for you good this weekend. Rounded off with a decent ride and a decent position.
Yeah, exactly. That's the goal in this one. Carry on doing what I'm doing. Main point of the call is just get this start and let's go from there.
Thanks very much. Well, there is Jason O'Halloran. Let's just grab a quick word with Jason, because we haven't spoken much this year, Jason, but great memories of Snetterton. This is where you took your first ever BSB win going back 10 years. But it's baby steps at present, isn't it? 2 8th positions now. This is at least a starting point for the rest of the season.
Yeah, we've made some improvements this weekend off previous weekends. Still obviously working through some issues that we've got and trying to resolve them. But yeah, Honda working hard, I'm working hard, and just keep trying to move forward.
We wish you well, my friend. Thanks for that. Not going to get a chat with Danny Kent or Leon Haslam.
Expecting a pit lane start from Storm Stacey, Larry.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The bike looks like it's back together. They were doing something. The back wheel was out. They were changing some sort of electrical cable. Eddie O'Shea gave me a great breakdown of what he thought they were doing.
Let's see if we can find out one of the technicians from the AGN Steelstock, Michael Rutter's team, to find out what might be the situation there.
We've seen some great gimbal pictures from Laura down there on our YouTube feed, and also stepping away when the television would want to go in there as well. But yeah, what a shame for Storm Stacey. I saw Lola and Amelia making their way down. So the pit crew have been out the garage looking up this end, Larry. So they've obviously been looking at the clock, and they will know that they can they can maybe actually get down and out for the warm-up lap, or would that be a back of the grid start? So they're probably best having a pit lane start, actually. But what a shame. What a rotten weekend Storm Stacey has had. He doesn't deserve it.
So much potential, wasn't there, at the start of it?
I mean, it blew an oil cooler yesterday. It just stopped on him at turn number 1 today. But here we're getting ready to go for a warm-up lap at Snetterton. What a race we have in prospect. Scott Redding is on pole position from Max Cook. Eddie O'Shea has promised to be impartial.
Here comes Stacey.
Here comes Storm Stacey. That's what we wanted to hear, Larry. Fabulous stuff for the Batham's AGN Ducati. I mean, a great shame they should be in the middle of the second row of the grid. Storm has got pace. But this is all part of the growing pains that they need to put together with this bike as Storm comes down and pops underneath our commentary box and has a look.
Got Graham Ward down here. Let me just move in and just grab a quick word. Graham, what was the problem there?
All sorts of problems, laddie. We've just come one thing to another and been on back foot all weekend with it. So every time we fix one thing, something else is just cropping up. So,
but the bike's good to go now. You're expecting no problems in this one. Fingers crossed.
Well, fingers crossed. That's where we are. We'll just take it as it is now. We'd just like a finish.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Graham. With that, back to you, Alan.
The official tyre of British Superbike's live tyre update.
Thank you very much, Alan Hyde, down there in the studio. We do have an update from Pirelli. The final race, 32 degrees track, 25 ambient. All riders on the SC1 front and rear as we would expect. So let's get ready to go. Scott Redding pulls up onto the front row of the grid. He is a man who thinks he will be helped by this sun, which is popping out, and the increased track temperature. Eddie O'Shea joins us in the commentary box for some expert analysis. He'll have his eyes firmly on his effective brother-in-law in the middle of the front row of the grid. Here we go. Revs go up, red lights on, and it's go down towards Riches, and Max Cook will hold the lead and take the lead from Scott Redding as Redding pulls a wheelie away from the line down towards turn 1. Bradley Ray in the mix as well, but it is Max Cook on the Bimota who leads for the first time, and Eddie O'Shea's eyes are like dinner plates inside this commentary box as we come in towards Wilson for the first time of asking Cook from Redding. Ray slides up the inside. Please everybody get through this time and behave, and they do. Well done. Making our way along towards Palmer. Behind Brad Ray we have got Kyle Red, then Ryan Vickers. Flying Ryan, the hometown hero, with a good start up there. A lot better. We didn't see Ryan at all in race number 2 after he was involved in that slight melee and his exhaust was removed. Christian Idden also in there. Joe Talbot and Rory Skinner trying to go around the outside of Joe, but just nestles in behind him. Eli Michalczyk has a bit of an issue going through there, right out to the outside of the track, but he manages to stay on the black stuff as they all head through Hamilton's and in towards Augie's. Eddie, what a good start for Max.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, super happy for him. Hopefully he can keep the tyres in shape and keep this pace up.
That's what we want to see as we see Richard Kerr making his way through onto the Bentley Straight. Max Cook starting to disappear. We saw Max yesterday in the slightly longer first race, or the longer first race. Yeah, it was a full distance one, which should have been. We saw him really coming strong towards the end of that race. Unfortunately, a slight little technical issue, which was out with the team. It was an aftermarket part that let them down. But right now we see him coming through the bomb hole and he's heading Scott Redding, showing him a clean pair of wheels. A 16-lap race that we have here for the British Superbikes. Race number 3 as they come round Coram in towards the ever-tightening end of Coram, and then you're back to Murray's. From Murray's, it's up the centre straight. This is one of the best natural dynos you'll ever get. It's a slight uphill climb, and that's where you find out exactly what your bike has underneath you as you go in towards Richie's. Once again, Max Cook leads here at Stetterton. The Pocket Rocket coming through from the back as well. Just delighted to see Leon Haslam back out there. He took a fairly big knock. Did you catch the incident we had in race 2 earlier on?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was a bit of a nasty one for all riders, and yeah, I'm happy that I believe everyone got out okay now.
Yeah, thankfully we've got them all back on track more or less. A few battle scars out there, but Rory Skinner was one of the standout riders in race number 2 as we saw him coming from the back of the grid all the way up towards the sharp end. A really strong run for Rory. Let's hope everything's okay on that Raceways Yamaha. I'm going to say that now. Let's hope the McCams Yamaha is perfect for Bradley Ray. We saw him tag the back of Kyle Reid and go down at turn number 1. The bike is obviously back together as it should be, but you never know what's going on behind the bodywork, under the skin, where a sensor might take a knock. And it's one of the fears that is always in everybody's thoughts after a crash like that, Eddie.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, after a crash, the bike could have any form of troubles.
Eugene McManus has slipped off at Agostini's. That's not the way he wanted to end his weekend. He had a good second race. He turned into a super sport racer in the first race. He says I was riding the bike completely wrong, trying to ride it like I did a super sport bike for so long. Unfortunately, he won't want to remember race number 3. Max Cook's putting a bit of time between these guys here, and Eddie will be very impartial. He will be looking at everybody in this race. Scott Redding sits in second place. And I don't think we need to get too excited about Scott Redding seeing Max Cook pull away, because Redding comes good towards the end of the race. So we'll just have to hold that thought and see how it all unfolds. Brad Ray in a fine third place after being on the ground in race number 1. Then it's Kyle Reid, Ryan Vickers, Chris Sheridan, Joe Talbot, Rory Skinner, Jason O'Halloran and Danny Kent, the top 10 as they all make their way across the line. The fastest speed across the line, Leon Haslam, has given us 173.8 miles an hour there. And that's coming out of a bottom gear corner. That's some acceleration, Eddie.
Unbelievable. Definitely faster than the bikes that I'm on. These things are absolute animals.
Yeah, the little Moto3 bikes that Eddie races in the Moto3 World Championship, having some really standout results recently. It's been fabulous to watch the progress for you and the grid racing team, the MLAV team, making through the year as Max Cook in towards the Agostini hairpin has Scott Redding slowly starting to chip back. He's taken a 1/10 of a second away. You're watching your brother-in-law holding one of the best in the world on a superbike at bay around Snetterton, and it's funny when you see a racer in the commentary box, they kind of move about a little bit. They get a little bit fidgety because that's your normal place of work that you see on a screen in front of us, or if we look out to the left or the right of the commentary box. But right now, Max Cook has got everybody following him. He's the Pied Piper here at Snetterton as they make their way down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle. From Brundle, they'll come back through in towards Nelson. Storm Stacey update, Alan Hyde. I'll get you to keep an eye on Storm's progress right now.
Can do.
Where is he right now? 13th, if I'm not mistaken, Alan?
Yes, you're right, yep.
So we'll give Alan Hyde, who's in the studio across there, a chance to keep an eye out for Storm Stacey, and he can update us when Storm starts making manoeuvres, because he will
Storm
come
crashed.
through. Oh,
Storm's
dear,
gone down.
dear, so he has.
Sorry.
Oh, good grief, Eddie. What have I done? Alan, we won't need those updates any longer. Storm, thankfully, on his knees, but down at the bomb hole. So it's been a weekend to forget, unfortunately, for Storm Stacey.
Absolutely devastating for him, isn't it?
And that, Eddie, is the commentator's curse, young man. Yeah.
That was unbelievable. Off throttle high side. That looked really, really
you're
nasty.
joking. They're one of the worst high sides you can possibly get as well. There's nothing you can do about that. There are a lot of ripples on the way in towards that corner. It goes downhill and it ripples on the way in. Rider being assessed at the side of the track, Storm Stacey. So just as we bring that up, unfortunately the commentator's curse kicks in there. That's devastating news for that Batham's AGN team. They have gone through the mill this weekend. They really have. And that's not what Storm needs either. It doesn't need to have a big whack. Watch the TV, watch the high side happens. Hopefully we see a different angle from that. If you can see the big screen, guys, you'll see a replay of Storm Stacey in front of all the hospitality units as well, which is not the greatest thing to do, but let's hope he is okay. The lead at the front, meanwhile, is starting to be chipped back by Scott Redding and Bradley Ray and Kelreid. And look at this. Honda UK Ryan Vickers has stepped up as well. Vickers in 5th place is very much in the mix for this one. Being your hometown, Eddie, it can spur you on.
Yeah, absolutely. Your home fans and your home track, you just get a different feeling. It's like an extra bit of motivation, and you just manage to find an extra couple of percentage that you need to stick with the fast boys. Yep,
through that area of the track where Storm Stacey just went down. They're coming in towards the bomb hole just now, and off throttle high side, like you said, for Storm Stacey. Thankfully, they've cleared up all that area. And Eddie O'Shea caught that. I was looking out the window for him coming through Coram, but Eddie O'Shea caught that on the big screen, the mains that we have. Now watch the replay of the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. Third bike in view, Storm Stacey. Oh dear, yes, Eddie O'Shea, you called that one. An off throttle high side going in there. That's absolutely horrible for Storm. And such an anti-climax for a weekend after they have put so much into this. Still leading the way, Max Cook on the AGN Steelstock Bimota from the head of the Hager PBM Ducati, and then the Raceways McCams Yamaha. No, it's not. It's Ryan Vickers. Kyle Wright goes past, and Ryan Vickers straight in there. Good grief. That was close, but that's what Vickers needs to do. Opportunistic overtaking, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is the first we've seen of the Honda this year fighting towards the front end. So I think he's doing a good job, and if he can stay in the front and fight at the front for as long as he can and take the experience, I think it'll be good for him and Honda to continue.
Don't think Brad Ray would have expected to lose 2 spots in one braking zone and one apex there. That was hard. A good move from Kyle, but a good strong move from Vickers. Watch the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle comes up the inside, Brad stays wide, and Ryan thinks, I'm through. I see a tiny gap, and Brad has to just lift up. And how did Ryan not tag the back of Kyle? That was fabulous. From this view, I actually got a bit of a fright, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what happened. I think Brad had no idea that he might not have known that the group was an extra person longer. So I think he definitely caught him by surprise.
Come on, everybody's by surprise. I think we've got to say Vickers was just lucky that Kyle missed his apex by half a foot. Otherwise, that was going to have a different outcome, and it was going to be that same corner again for us.
Just popped up on screen, Duncan and Eddie, for all those Storm Stacey fans. Are perfectly okay after that off.
Yeah, thanks for that, Larry. Great stuff. Great to see that Storm is okay. A fairly sizable off-throttle high side, as Eddie O'Shea commentated on, and gave us. He saw it, and we were all looking out the window for him coming into Coram. But there we go. The commentator's curse unfortunately hits the Batham's AGN Ducati, and that's not what we like to talk about. Max Cook still leads the way. But now Scott Redding's got a slightly different problem behind him. He has got Kyle Wright coming up towards him. Max is setting a pretty good pace as Scott Redding decides it's time to go up the inside. He won't make the apex. He runs deep. He takes Max with him, and he gifts that one to Kyle. Scott's still on the outside, but Kyle gets a gift from Scott Redding, who takes Max Cook and himself wide at the Wilson hairpin, and that's something that we see quite a lot of the time. It now gives Kyle a chance to lead a race, something that he hasn't done this weekend, and it puts Max Cook back into 4th. But that's not a panic. We know he's got the speed, but your face tells the story there, Eddie.
Yeah, it's not what I'd like to see, because he's giving me a lift home tonight. So I'm hoping for a happy Max this evening. But yeah, it's a strange one to go from 1st to 4th, but like you say, he's definitely got the pace. I don't think there's anything to stress about, and Max is super good on the brakes. So.
Yeah, it actually looked like Max was running a bit hot there anyway. I don't know if we caught a funny angle from that from the head-on view, but it did look like he was maybe going to. But Scott Redding definitely helped the situation. What he needs to do now, Max Cook on that Bimota, is try and strike with the iron shot. But look at Kyle Wright. He's been given a bit of a gift here. He's now squirting away at the front end to see if he can get a bit of distance between himself and the pursuing pack as they come round towards the bomb hole. Behind Brad Ray, who doesn't really have much for them in this race by the looks of things. Brad's off the back of the Bimota, and his R1 Yamaha doesn't seem like it's got anything underneath him. Then it's Christian Idden, Joe Talbot, Roddy Skinner, Leon Haslam, and Jason O'Halloran rounding out the top 10. Brooks is in 11th. with Danny Kent 12th. Lee Jackson 13th, Fraser Rogers 14th, Eli Michalczyk in 15th place, Rhys Irwin, Richard Kerr, Graham Irwin, Braden Elliott. Out of the race, Storm Stacey and Eugene McManus, unfortunately. As we watched them going through turn number 1, the corner where we saw earlier on Bradley Ray crashing out of the race. And Rory Skinner's now ahead of that pack in second place. He's got round Christian Idden. So Rory Skinner now up into 6th place on the Cheshire Moulding Yamaha. It's a weekend of what could have been for Storm Stacey. But I have to say, Larry, it's also a weekend what could have been for Rory Skinner. It's just not hooked up for him. He's had so many little issues as Braden Elliott stopped at Brundle.
Yeah, he ended up with his worst result of the season on the deck at race 1 and his best result of the season with P4 in race 2. So certainly has been a bittersweet weekend for the rider from Perth in Scotland.
Long journey home for Rory. Well, I'll slipstream him on the way up the road tonight and make sure I save a little bit of fuel on the way home, Eddie. You're getting a free lift. Well,
Yeah.
I bet you don't, actually. I bet you get an invoice from Max for
Yeah,
that.
Max will be charging me for this one.
As we watch Max sitting in 4th place. This is such a good run for Ryan Vickers, though. It's about time Honda joined in with the party of the 2026 BSB. They've been there or thereabouts, but from Knockhill, there was a step change for Ryan Vickers, and he has improved. So has the team. I sat down for a lengthy discussion last night with Scott Hargreaves in the Chasing the Racing trailer, and Scott Hargreaves telling us exactly what we wanted to know, and he's very open and very honest, is Scott Hargreaves. A lovely new team manager that they've got there, and he'll be delighted to see this improvement from Ryan Vickers. Kyle Ryde's last lap of the race was his personal best lap, a 46.5. The only man circulating in the 1 minute 46s, 146.558. Everybody else in the 47s. And look at the gap he's managed to create, Eddie, from that one lap. He's got just enough, 0.4 of a second over Scott Redding. You don't want to give Kyle Ryde any advantage around any of these circuits.
Yeah, absolutely. It's pretty early doors in the race, but I think Kyle has started to pull the pin. So yeah, I think he's wanting to get this group a bit smaller, so there's a higher chance of him getting on the podium.
I have to say, on Friday, Kyle was all at sea. He was all awash. He was struggling, he and Shannon Etheridge, his crew chief, to pinpoint and nail the exact setup they need on that nitrous competition Ducati. But they work so hard through a Friday and continue that through the Saturday and the Sunday races. You're always trying to kind of keep up with the track, that thing that always changes and always evolves. It's never an easy thing. But Shannon Etheridge, one of the real top crew chiefs that we have, and we have a lot of them in this pit lane. But what is happening here is Kyle Ryde is stretching this pack. There's a gap from Kyle back to Scott, then Scott back to Ryan. But Max is managing to keep with Ryan, and if anything, Bradley Ray is having a bit of a turn of pace, and Rory Skinner's also in a little bit of limbo. He's 2.1 seconds back from Brad Ray, but he's also more than half a second now ahead of Christian Idden. And look at the pocket rocket. He can't keep a good 40-something-year-old down. He's had a bang on the back of the head earlier on, but he's up there fighting, and he's trying to come through on Christian Idden, and the Moto Rapido Ducati goes through on the inside. That was a lovely manoeuvre from a class rider.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the 2018 champion, and it seems like he's still got it in him today.
Yeah, Leon Haslam, one of the guys that we all look up to for quite a long time. Max Cook looking a little bit impatient now behind Ryan Vickers. He may have to have he wants to have the lunge in towards Murray's, but watch the Bimota get the slipstream on this Honda up the main straight. And Max's favourite place was overtaking into turn 1 yesterday. He's in the slipstream. That Honda, though, is pretty slightly up the main straight. Picks its wheels up. Vickers, does he go wide through turn 1? Did Vickers run wide there? We need to try and see that. And did Max Cook manage to go through on the inside? We've got a funny view of Ryan Vickers going through there. No, Vickers does hold that third place. Max Cook a little bit too close for Eddie O'Shea. Jump back from the screen there, and Brad Ray goes through as Max just gets a little bit too keen on the brakes in towards the Wilson hairpin, and unfortunately had to bail out of that one. And then gifts a place to Bradley Ray. Not what you want to be happening, I'll tell you that. Through the Agostini hairpin. Max Cook has got work to do. Kyle Ryde leads the race, so 0.8 of a second is the live time that we have over Scott Redding. Keep your eyes on that. Fastest lap of the race, 46.485 last time round for Kyle Ryde. But Redding responded, dropped into the 46s himself with a 46.7. Eddie, when you're on the bike, can you see somebody in front just starting to edge away, and you know you have to go with them?
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a group like this, when you see someone going so fast, doing Carl doing the 46.4 there, that is unbelievable pace, and everyone will want to be the rider behind him to try and stick with him, so that you've got the best chance to stay with him.
We just saw a replay on the screen of Max overcooking. Oh, that's a good one there. You like that? Overcooking. Yeah, I never said that before. Overcooking the Wilson hairpin. What did he do wrong there? Was that just a little bit late in the break and have to run wide?
Yeah, for sure. I think he would have got sucked in by the slipstream and just unable to get it stopped.
Never said that before. I'm going to try and use that one again for Max, actually, as he picks the Bimota up and the heads up. Brad Ray looks quite menacing in this. By no way is Ryan Vickers safe in that third place in the podium. Brad Ray lost a lot of points in that first race when he crashed out of what could have been a potential podium. And this is something that he want to try and pick the points back up for. New lap record, 1:46.4. Kyle Ryde is stamping his authority on this race. Scott Redding back into the 47s on the last lap. Brand new lap record, 1:46.404 for Kyle Ryde. That's an impressive one for Kyle. And there you go, lap records, they don't give you any points or prizes, but it shows they have worked so hard on that Ducati to fine-tune the settings, and there he goes, delivers exactly what Shannon Etheridge will be wanting, because we're now lap 10 of 16. We're past halfway. These tyres that these guys have got, the SC1 Pirelli tyres, are fabulous. Even at Donington, we saw fastest lap of the race. In fact, maybe lap records coming on lap 22 for 24 lap race. So the tyres really hold in well. It's not like we've seen previously with tyres going a bit south. What do we see a replay of here, Eddie? Is that just a Vickers being a bit keen?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, Vickers bouncing the bike over the bumps, motocross style, in towards turn number 1 at some 130 miles per hour. Vickers has got Bradley Ray all over the back of him as they go through Brundle in towards Nelson. Not named after Nelson Piquet, by the way. If you've done the quiz, you will know that it's named after somebody else, that corner. Nelson Piquet would have been the obvious choice, but it's not. It's named after somebody completely different. So go and have a look at that in Larry Carter's programme as round Coram Corner they come. Brad Ray right on the back of Vickers' bike looks so much better through there now. We saw that bike going through there in morning warm-up and it looked like a pogo stick. It looked awful. Honda have clearly worked away, but this is a slipstream up the straight now. Brad Ray, Max Cook with a big hole in the air, but Max sits up a little bit earlier, doesn't want to try and go through on the inside of Brad Ray, and Brad Ray held back from going through on Flying Ryan. It really is a place where you have to be 100% committed, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely. Turn 1 would not be too nice to go for a move on these superbikes. So I think it would have been a bit brave, but yeah, it's always nice to see a battle like this.
Yeah, not something you want to get wrong, that's for sure. As we pick up with Scott Redding coming down the back of Palmer, down towards the Agostini hairpin. And what we can see is the gap at the front, 2.1 seconds, 46.4 again for Kyle. Lap record pace, 2 laps in the trot, shows you just how good the setup on that bike is. And also, Graham Irwin goes down, that's a great shame. He's down at Wilson for the second time this weekend off the MET Fonacab Ducati, having a little conversation with himself as he walks away. Well, Graham is an R&D rider right now, research and development for that team. As Andrew Irwin is out injured, it's all down to Graham to see what he can do. We'll see a replay, folds the front. Tell you what, he was ahead of Rhys Irwin when he went down. Credit to Graham Irwin. He's been away from racing for quite some time, but unfortunately folds the front at a very low speed, which is an easy thing to do because is it because you brake all the way in? Or you tell us exactly how do you crash at one of those flat hairpins?
Yeah, you have to brake so hard and the forks are so loaded, and if the track's got any imperfections, it's pretty easy to have too much load on the front, and the front will just get away from you, especially in a hairpin like that. We've seen many crashes there this week, and I think maybe the grip could be low, or it's just one of them corners where it's so tight and you need to try and get it turned in the middle corner just to get the best exit you can. And I think when in that moment where you have to pull, I think it's just slipping away from the riders.
Do you see Ryan Vickers, Brad Ray and Max Cook catching Scott Redding like I do? There's a definite push on from these guys. They've got the gap now down to under a second. Redding Power is coming back towards the battle for third place. Third, fourth and fifth. We've got Vickers, Ray and Max Cook all together. And yeah, they have got that little carrot dangling just ahead of them. It's the Hagar PBM Ducati. And they have got Scott Redding very much marked up now. 9/10 of a second. Last time, well, it's come down from 1.2 to 1 to 9/10. Redding will know on his pit board next time round that the interested parties are gaining. And we also saw Leon Haslam having a move on Rory Skinner in towards Agostini hairpin in the background. Did Haslam line that up? He really has had a good push towards the end of this race, Leon Haslam. We wait to see a long shot. Did he get past out the back of our commentary point. No, he didn't. I've seen that going into Oggies. He didn't get through. Leon Haslam still follows Rory Skinner, but he is quite a way ahead of Christian Idden. What are we on? Lap 12 out of 16, keeping everybody updated. What's Max doing? He's just a little bit of a gap between himself and Bradley Ray. You could see the air coming off that Honda and actually affecting Brad Ray's perspex screen and the top of his bodywork. So there's a lot of dirty air behind these bikes. Not the biggest wings on the Honda, but they have still got wings, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're very right. I think they are gonna catch Scott. Strange to see. Obviously, this morning Scott was so capable to do so many 46s, in a row on the bounce, and just struggling a bit today to keep with the pace. Maybe he's a bit shook by the pace of Kyle, but I think the three boys behind him are doing a good job to not disturb each other. I think. We've just seen Brad there bail out of a move, and I think Brad believes in Vickers that if they don't keep fighting in the next few laps, they can be with Scott, and then they can get the opportunity to be in second.
Yeah, if Brad didn't think that Ryan had the pace, Ryan opens a big hole on the inside, and Brad Ray had to take that. He has to go through. He can't stall this momentum that these guys are all building up. But if Brad Ray thought Ryan didn't have the pace to catch up with Scott Redding, he would have passed earlier on, but he's now been gifted a free overtake, and you do not give that up. It's like when somebody hands you free money, you're not going to say no to that. So
absolutely.
Brad Ray now ahead of Ryan Vickers. Vickers needs to just follow suit here and try and hang in behind Brad Ray, because Max Cook is very much there and ready to pick up the pieces if need be. Leon Haslam now has got ahead of Rory Skinner in that battle for 6th place behind Max Cook. Haslam passed Skinner on that last lap, and the gap was 9/10, but it's gone back to 1.2 in that lap. So Redding did put a bit of a dig in. 47.1 for Reid, 47.1 for Redding, 47.3 for Vickers for Ray, and 47.4 for Max Cook. Still an extremely fast pace as we look to see Leon Haslam and the battling Rory Skinner, who's on a bit of a comeback. Both these riders on a bit of a comeback this weekend, actually, after not having the greatest of weekends. Scott Redding down through the bomb hole. It looks a little bit like Bradley Ray's just starting to pull away from Ryan Vickers, and he'll just get that little glimmer of hope as he starts to see Scott Redding get larger in his vision coming back towards him, and that's what he needs on lap 13 of 16. You're about to hear Kyle Reid pass the pit lane, crossing the control line now. His dad, Sean, holds out the pit board. Now what's the gap back to Redding? It's 2.6, and then look at that. Brad Ray has put a good lap in, and he's taken a whole 0.3 of a second out of Scott Redding. Bradley Ray is on the push, Eddie.
Absolutely. Brad Ray is absolutely on it here. Is the closest rider to the 46s, and especially with the 14 laps tyres after a long old weekend on race 3, I think the pace is unreal.
47.024, 1 minute 47.024. Brad Ray almost dipped in to the 1 minute 46s on lap 14 of a 16 lap race here. Scott Redding needs to be getting the update from the Hagar PBM team about what's going on. And also, we'll find out who gets the Army Be the Best award towards the end of this race. And we'll also find out who picks up the Race of Aces. That's what it's all about. I can't believe that Larry actually asked Roger Marshall if he'd ever won the Quarter Group Race of Aces. Here, Roger was almost taken aback by you asking that, Larry, but we'll let that one go. I'd probably ask the same question, Scoop, just to let you know. As we make our way onto the Bentley Straight, Bradley Ray, beautiful exit on that lovely McCann's Raceway Jama, tucks in behind the bubble. They're spacing out now. Brad's pace is picking it up, and he's just pulling away from Vickers, and Vickers in turn pulling away from Max. Max doesn't look like he's got the ultimate end of race pace, which is really, Eddie, what you look for. It's great being good at the beginning, but you've got to be strong at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all in the, it's the whole point of a race. To finish first you must finish, and I think Max is doing a very good job, but I don't think he quite has the late race pace. Whoa.
Look at the gap there at the front now. Look at
must
that.
Have made a mistake.
Yeah, Redding, this time Redding is going to get, I think we'll get +0 on his board across the line. Let's see the lap time Bradley Ray puts in. Bradley Ray goes back into the 46s. 146.916 from Bradley Ray. So he has got the pace. Redding with a 47.4, 0.3 of a second. The gap, there's nothing Scott Redding can do about it now. His second place is very much under threat on lap 15 out of 16, and Max Cook looks like he's regrouping as well and trying to drag the Bobota up towards the back of Ryan Vickers. Do you and Max speak? hang on. What's wrong with Max? What's happened to Max? What's happened to Max Cook? The motor's stopped again. The motor's stopped again as he go through Palmer's out of the hairpin. Has not broken the same thing as it. The gear rod doesn't look like it's hanging down this time. What has happened to the motor of Max Cook? This is a disaster. We can still see the gear shaft is connected there. Max doesn't have a look round. It looks like it's a terminal failure. Max steps off the AJ Steel Stock motor. What has gone wrong? We can only guess at that one, Eddie. What an absolute disaster.
Yeah.
Heartbreak, double heartbreak.
Yeah, there's going to be a long old drive home tonight. I'm absolutely gutted for Max, obviously. He's had such a fast weekend. Not quite had the pace of the front boys. Well, the winners. He's not quite had the chance to win. But, you know, he's been super fast all weekend. It's just he's had these technical gremlins that he can't get away from.
Yeah, you're buying the McDonald's, pal.
Absolutely. I might have to buy a pack of 20 chicken nuggets.
Yeah, and be paying for the fuel. What a shame for the FS3 AJ Steel Stock motor team. Sorry for shouting hang on there. I just noticed that Max, I thought he looked slow in towards that corner, and Max Cook, what a disaster for him. But we need to concentrate on what we've got. We're about to start the last lap of the race. There goes the defending reigning champion, majestic into the distance. And then we have Scott Redding, who's putting up a huge fight here. Redding power, 47.2, and Brad Reid is a 47.1. So there's still 0.2 of a second separating them, but Scott Redding having to dig deep and look for all his experience that he has got to try and cover, first of all the overtaking places, but not give up too much lap time, Eddie. In doing that, he's still got to deliver a fast lap on this last lap, and that's not an easy thing to do.
No, absolutely. It's especially when you've got a rider like Scott, MotoGP legend in the British scenes, and yeah, as we can see him going really defensive there. Brad not managing to quite get underneath him, but I think this is definitely going to have to be a lunge, maybe in the very last corner from Brad.
Yeah, where you wanted Max to go, into Murray's. The thing is, if you do lunge yourself there, you make yourself vulnerable later on. It does look like Scott's just struggling a little bit for grip towards the end of this race, but he has covered 2 of the overtaken points already, Wilson and Agostini, and we can see him taking a very defensive run on the way in. He gets good exit down the Bentley straight and tucks himself in behind the bubble of the Hagar PBM Ducati. Kyle Reid ahead of him makes himself up out of the bubble and heads round Brundle in towards Nelson. Bradley catching, but not really an overtaking place there. Is it going to be the famous Eddie O'Shea lunge in towards Murray's for Bradley? Is he willing to put everything on the line for an extra couple of points, or would he settle for a safe third place? Kyle Reid is looking like he's going to pick up the victory. He's in towards the last corner. Scott Redding covers that well. He knew, he's obviously been listening to you, Eddie O'Shea.
Absolutely.
Out of the last corner, Kyle Reid accelerates up towards the line. What a fabulous comeback from the champ. He wins at Stetterton. Redding second, Bradley third, Ryan Vickers with a fine fourth for Honda UK. That is a good result for that garage. Leon Haslam salvages a good 5th place with Rory Skinner in 6th. Across the line, Christian Eden 7th. Joe Talbot will take another good 8th place. Good points for Joe Talbot this weekend. I think Larry Carter said that earlier on. Then Jason O'Halloran in 9th, and Josh Brooks gets into the top 10 in 10th place. What a race that was. New lap record, fastest lap of the race, and a win for Kyle Reid, a 1:46.404, and he will be a happy man. And nobody had an answer for the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Racing Ducati, and our defending reigning British Superbike champion Kyle was on top form, Eddie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we can play against Mexico tonight as good as Kyle was today, I think it'd be amazing. And
can we not talk about that, please?
I think Kyle, as he said on the grid, he'll be enjoying it tonight. He'll be taking his big trophy down to the pub to go and watch the football match. So I think he's going to be on top of the world.
And the Quattro Group Race of the Aces winner goes to Scott Redding for accumulating the most points throughout the course of the race. So he gets a lovely special trophy to take home with him as well. But Kyle Reid wins from Scott Redding and Brad Reid. Ryan Vickers in 4th. Leon Haslam, Rory Skinner, Christian Eden, Joe Talbot, Jason O'Halloran and Josh Brooks. Outside the top 10, Danny Kent, Eli Michalczyk in 12th. Lee Jackson, Fraser Rogers, Rhys Irwin and Richard Kerr, your last finishers. Heartbreak once again for your brother-in-law, Max Cook. Absolute heartbreak. He didn't deserve that. He was looking so good in that race. You'll find out, and you'll need to let us know what that was. But it's going to be a bit of a prickly journey going home, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Max is pretty good at containing his emotions. Whether he's had a good race or a bad race, he's pretty neutral either way. So I think he'll be fine, and I think deep down he knows it's not his fault. He's done everything he can this weekend. He's put his all out there. So I think he's had an amazing weekend, and it shows that him and the promoter have been really coming a long way. So I think it's been a good weekend for him overall.
So we're now live on YouTube. We say a bit of a bye-bye from Eddie O'Shea. Eddie, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Brilliant to have you and your insight. The bike's making the way for an in-lap, so what we'll do is we'll hand down to Larry Scoop Carter for race number 3 of the British Superbike Championship, and he waits to get Kyle Reid, Scott Redding and Bradley Ray. Scoop, over to you.
That's the first ever Snetterton victory for Kyle Reid, and that just about ticks the box. The only other circuit he's not won at is, of course, Assen, and he has a chance to put that right towards the end of the season. So he's back to winning ways for Kyle Reid. That's his 8th win of the season and his first here at Snetterton. Well, Brad Ray give it a good fist. I did see a little bit of a shake of a head at one point in time from Brad Ray, but he bounces back after that off in the earlier race, and he will settle for the points. There is Scott Redding, Cowboy, the Quattro Group Race of Aces for a second time. He won it back on his debut here at Snetterton back in 2019, on his way to the British Championship that year, before he then went off to the World Championship for a few years. Steve Rogers makes his way into Park Firm A, and just waiting for the race winner Kyle Reid, and that is job done as far as Kyle is concerned. He's back to winning ways. There's not been a round this year that he's not won at, and it's a sign of a champion, isn't it? If you can win at the circuits where perhaps it's not the most favourable, but then that is the case. There is Steve Rogers down here. Steve, got to be reasonably happy with the weekend's work. A disappointment in that second race, but more solid points for Brad today.
Yeah, we can't be disappointed really, to be fair. We got stuck a bit there behind Ryan, but fair play to him, who's riding hard, and we managed to get on the podium, so yeah, not too bad.
Great stuff, thanks Steve. Steve Rogers, the boss of the Race Race Yamaha squad. There is Marco Woodidge's son Brad, who is the crew chief. Well done, Brad. Important there. It just maybe it was a race of just seeing as many points as you could get in that one after the little off. I saw you were perhaps just getting a little bit frustrated when you couldn't get past Max and Ryan at one point.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. I'm riding well. Bike's working really well. I'm riding good. Feel like I can lead races and fight for the win, but I just can't. Just get in the slipstream and go backwards, so I can't do much really. But yeah, it's frustrating, but you just got to try and stay calm, bide your time. Ryan made a mistake, got through, and then I was able to catch Scott. If I went with him at the start, might have been able to pass Scott and stick with Kyle. So yeah, frustrating, but we'll take the podium, take the points, and roll on next round.
On Brad's actually local track. Well, thanks for that. There is Scott Redding. That looked hard work, Scott, taking a big drink of water on board there. But yeah, solid points this weekend for you. On the podium in every race. And what's more, you're the Quattro Group Race of Aces winner as well for the second time.
Yeah, fair play to Kyle. He had a really good pace. He's running obviously the new painting today, and I think the fairing was burning on the exhaust. I could smell something burning for like 6 laps. And I was telling myself, Scott, it's probably the fairing, don't worry about it, but just kept playing on my mind. And then, I made the move on Max, and then Kyle come through, but he just looked like he had the bike set how he normally has it, and I felt like I had a bit less grip, so it was harder for me to kind of fight with him. And I was pushing, and I didn't feel that comfortable, and I thought, you know what, I'll come out with more points over the weekend. I'll take that and move on to the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, absolutely solid points there. That is the biker car ride just being struck up there. Scott Redding goes and congratulates the race winner as Kyle Reid. He's back to winning ways down there, and he was just saying, just didn't quite have the pace for you in this one. But as far as Kyle Reid's concerned, he managed to pull a rabbit over there. Well, you got the monkey off the back there. That's the first ever win at Snetterton, Kyle. Back to winning ways. Normal service resumed.
Yeah, great race there. I think new lap record as well, so it all come together at the right time. After the last one we had, obviously, won a couple of races and then come third in the last. So, no, that was very good race, good pace, and yeah, I feel good.
You've got that trophy to take back home to the pub down there in Jacksdale tonight.
Yeah, I'll be watching England tonight, getting pissed.
I might just join you. It's halfway home for me, Carl. I might see you there. Well, there you go. That is Frank Bird just having a chat to JC Scott. So the half. Reasonable weekends work for you, Frank?
Yeah, pretty happy to be fair. We had second, so yeah, really good. I think we got the most points over the weekend, so yeah, chipping away at the championship lead, and yeah, obviously still a long way to go, but it's a good start.
Will you be dropping one of the trophies in at the Chicky Factory tomorrow for Grandad's 90th birthday?
Yeah, we'll call in and see him tomorrow morning. We'll be back late, so and then we're watching the football as well. Yeah, take the trophy back, and hopefully he's proud of our weekend's work.
Well, I'm absolutely delighted for him, and do pass on my best regards to Frank, and tell him that he doesn't need an invite to come to British Superbikes. If we can perhaps wheel him down to Alton Park at some point in time, we'll wheel out the red carpet for him.
Yeah, I think he'd love to come down, but he's obviously it's his 90th birthday today, so he's getting older by the day. But yeah,
he still only looks about 43, though, doesn't he?
He's 43 upstairs anyway. Put it that way.
All right, great stuff, Frank. Well done. Congratulations on that one. Just waiting for the TV interviews. In fact, Brad Ray's just started the TV interviews there. We've had a chat with Steve Rogers. We've had a chat with Frank Bird, and the only other team still we've not had a chat with is Tommy Hill down here. He did apologise, Alan, for not getting up in the lunchtime recess.
Communication problem.
Yeah, communication. Tommy, Tom, just grab it. That's it. It's all come good in the end there for you.
Yeah, like I mean, he went back to his old self, robotic style, really, lap after lap, hit every apex, and yeah, it's been I think a little bit of a difficult start to most weekends that we've had. But Snetterton's one of them circuits. It's quite flat. It's quite hard to get a feeling that you want, and yeah, the boys have been working hard. There's a few things that we did do overnight, quite drastic, but it paid off. They worked late, and yeah, good job done. It's it's good to see close racing, but obviously Carl's job is to go out there and win races, and he did just that, so it's perfect.
Yeah, when you won the championship back in 2011, Snetterton wasn't your friend there. I remember you crashing out one of the races, but you came good and won the title at the end of the year.
Thanks for reminding me, Larry. That's really appreciated. But yeah, no, it's one of them circuits. It's a little bit of a bogey track for a lot of riders, but as I said, the boys worked hard to try and get him the feeling that he wanted. But it's a nice even playing field to BSB at the moment with the tyre situation. So yeah, it's a great weekend. Obviously, we send our best wishes to Glenn as well as a team. It's been a bit of a difficult one in all, but I'm sure Glenn will be back soon, and hopefully we can all arrive at Brands Hatch to get some more points.
Yeah, well, he reckons. I just had a chat with David Williams, the team owner, and I said pass our best wishes on to Glenn. He says you might see him at Brands Hatch. That's when he's expected to be back.
Yeah, I'd say a bit of a funny story. I mean, there's a lot of riders that are going for X-rays, and believe it or not, some of the old X-rays come back to haunt you sometimes. So an injury you might think you've occurred at a track that you're racing at that weekend. You go in there and have an X-ray. It's actually an old injury or an old break that you would have had on your bone. So yeah, fingers crossed Glenn's going to be all right and on the mend and back on track in 2 weeks.
Well, if anybody can do it, he can. Thanks, Tommy. Tommy Hill, the 2011 British Superbike champion, and yeah, what a scrap that was with John Hopkins, and that never to be forgotten finish at Brands Hatch. Was it 0.06 of a second, 6/1000 of a second, the width of a wheel at Brands Hatch that determined the championship. It wasn't the it wasn't the battle for the win, because Shaky Byrne was 10 seconds up the road. It was a battle for second position, which went the way of Tommy Hill over the great American John Hopkins. And you are going to see something special on the podium, because talk about bringing it home. Well, he brought it home in the first one, but without over-egging the pudding as far as the football is concerned, the England football top has gone with Kyle. He's a massive football fan.
Oh,
and
cool.
If you are in the Jacksdale area tonight, I'm not too sure which the local haunt might be, but get yourself along. There might be a drink in it for you if that's the case, because the defending British champion, he might be like a buckled wheel or a crashed helicopter come 3 o'clock this morning. So pretty sure that will be the case. Alan, we're just waiting for clearance. Carl's just undergoing the final interview there. In fact, we are being given clearance to go with the podium there. So I was just going to hand back to you, given that we are moving things on with this last. And what we'll do is we'll get the riders that just finished off the TV interview, so we can rattle this one off fairly quickly, and then we can start the build-up to this final race of the day. If you are legging it off, ladies and gents, back to the car park, as we said, just be a little bit patient as the team here, the stewards and the MSV staff, along with the local authorities, do try and get you out as quickly as possible. But tune in to 103.7 or 107.3, is it?
107.3.
107.3 on the FM wavelength, on the cast area, on the Goldwing tuned-in system or whatever. 107.3 if you want to catch the last race or the remainder of the action here at Snetterton. We have been given the thumbs up from the podium manager, Richard Fothergill. So let's go here with the podium presentation for the Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli, round 12 of the ongoing series. And onto the podium for a 7th time this season for McCann's Yamaha, it's Bradley Ray! Bradley Ray makes his way onto P3 on the podium. Second position for Aga PBM Ducati, a 9th podium of the season for the Cowboy, Scott Redding! As he makes his way up there, and a massive crowd assembled here because it's got to be a cheer like we've not heard before, because for Nitrous Coins Competition Ducati, an 8th podium of the season, an 8th win of the season, it goes the way of the championship leader, Kyle Ride! And his crew chief, Shannon Etheridge, will collect the team award on behalf of the David Williams Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions Ducati squad. And we'll ask Natalia Mill, the Brown engagement lead for Zinn PMI, the title sponsors, to make the podium presentation. To Bradley Ray, 62 times now on a BSB podium and an 8th at Snetterton. It's his first defeat, as it were. Scott Redding, 41 times now on a BSB podium and a 5th here at Snetterton. And for Kyle Ride, it's a 32nd career win and a first at Snetterton for the reigning champion, Kyle Ride! Shannon Etheridge gets that, and in addition to that, there is the Quattro Group Race of Aces title. We're going to ask John Murphy to make the presentation to the winner of the Quattro Group Race of Aces title, Scott Redding! And a prestigious trophy there with a host of names on it as well. Yeehaw, says the Cowboy. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect, please, for the race winners' national anthem. He points to the 3 lines of the chest as Kyle Ride, complete with the England national team football jersey. The Prosecco goes out into the crowd. Shannon Etheridge gets wasted. Brad Ray gets the photographers as well. As the kids move to the front there, say, come on, Sprouse a bit more, boys. There's Scott Reddy, the Cowboy gets wasted. Kyle Ride gets the bottle down the back of the neck, and Scott Redding soaks the assembled masses down here. And I always think if you manage to get pulled up on the way home and there's a smell of bubbly in the campaign, imagine my well-rehearsed routine. Well, officer, I'm the podium presenter at British Superbikes and I've worn about a gallon of champagne. I haven't drunk a drop of it. Imagine them believing me on that one.
A likely story, Carter.
Mr. Carter. Well, that does conclude the podium presentation for the Zinn British Superbike Championship here at Snetterton. A reminder, navigate your way through the British Superbike website, drop to the Snetterton drop-down, and you can download and record all the information, all the stats, all the results, everything that you need on there. That's what we do at the end of every race meeting, and that's what we encourage you to do. The final race of the day, the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bikes, about to go. With that, back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter. Great to see those scenes down on the podium for our 3rd and final British Superbike race. Let's get up. Vincent.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. You join me, Alan, for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. Thank you very much, Larry. Great scenes down there on the podium. Congratulations to Kyle Ride, who picks up a lovely race win at the end there, wearing the English national football strip. He'll be hoping for a good result tonight. But it's Scott Redding who picks up the Race of Aces trophy from the Quattro Group representatives. Fabulous, fabulous stuff. Point scoring, amalgamating all the points to see who gets the trophy at the end of it. Lovely. That was an angry Kyle Ride in my eyes. That was Kyle Ride with a point to prove. And didn't he do just that? I did go and see And I think you could see that, Alan. There was a slight bit of concern from a lot of people down there. I think Holly Harris just clipped Ryan Newkirk, where Ryan stalled and couldn't get away from the front of the grid. I think Holly just maybe clipped that one on the way past. Larry, I'm sorry for going quiet there, but I had to hold my breath.
Every now and then we dodge a bullet, don't we, Dunk? We've seen it so many times.
That was one, Larry.
We saw Aaron Clifford, remember, going back a few years here at... most dangerous part of any race is going off on the start, going off in the warm-up lap. And I think you said it was the addition to your programme, the South African who won the race yesterday, Ryan van Nooykerk, who is unfortunately the... did everybody get away eventually?
Yes, they did, Larry, they did. Just my heart rate's now...
You as a professional broadcaster have a steep intake of breath like that and know that something rather untoward has either happened or is about to happen. But luckily, we managed to get away with that one.
Bullet dodge, Larry. Let's move on and put that behind us, because I guarantee you the racers will have put that behind. Let's see if Holly Harris stays on track or if she pops in just to see if there's any damage on that. 10 seconds. Well, okay, on the track, we have the 1P mobile. Night watching a certain football match. I think I'll listen to probably the first half of it, Larry, before I get home, so that's not too bad.
Will you have your Mexican sombrero on, Dunk? Because gone through the roof.
Well, it's bizarre.
In Dublin, Edinburgh, Glasgow, and Cardiff, everywhere else.
Corona lager, sombreros and tacos and enchiladas have gone through the roof, exactly, yeah. But no, I'm impartial.
Might you be home for kick-off, Dunk? Because it's what, something like 7-8 hours?
7.5, Larry. 7.5.
So you get away for 6:30 if all goes well. So you should be just pulling through the door when the kick-off starts.
Yeah, straight to bed, Larry. Lake this now. And Luca Hopkins, Ben Jolliffe, Mason Johnson and Marley McKenzie, row number 2. Luca Wilkinson, Lewis Mullen and Freddie Oakley on the third row of the grid, with Isaac.
There is a pit lane visitor. Can you see who it is at the bottom? Is that
Holly Harris?
Might be Holly
Holly
Harris,
was the clippee. Holly was the one that clipped the end of Ryan van Newkerk's bike. Now I hope he... Arnie Carr, Finn Page, Jamie Muir on row number 6. 5, row number 6, Arthur Woodstead, Marshall, Rory Creeth, Ben Hardwick, Finn Harrison and Archie Ormwood, with Holly Harris in the pit lane and Casey Sparry on row number 8. Revs rise, we look towards the lights, red lights on, red lights out, and away we go. And it's a very good start for Ryan van Newkirk. He does get away this time, and they're 3 wide as they make their way down towards Richie's for the first time of asking, and it will be Ryan van Newkirk who takes the lead from, I think that's Lake and Payne, the pole position man in second place. They all make it through Richie's and head down towards the tight. Oh, Marley McKenzie's up the inside. Oh, Marley McKenzie being a bit forceful in coming up the inside. Well, he's not backwards and coming forward, that's for sure, Marley McKenzie, but thankfully everybody does get through. There's a little bit of contact in the top 5 with McKenzie and somebody else. Oh dear, Rory Creeth hasn't got too far though. Number 18, Rory Creeth, bails out of this race. Mechanically, a mechanical issue for Rory, not anything to do with him hitting the ground. And that's a great shame for that young man, as they all again head for the inside apex and the pinch point as they go through the Agostini hairpin. But it's this newcomer, Ryan van Newkirk, the man who Hudson Kenna has brought over to our UK shores, the man who Hudson Kenna says, this kid is the real deal. And that's something that we very much need to keep our eyes on for the remainder of this race. Lap 1 of 9. It was going to be shortened if it was a wet race, but there's no chance of any rain in here today. He never has any dinner with him anyway. Making their way down the back straight in towards the Brundles area of the track before they come back and in towards Nelson. Van Newkirk already starting to stretch his legs at the sharp end. See him moving on to Brands Hatch, Larry, because that's something that this championship would love. Another person in the mix who could mix it with Marley McKenzie. Marley's having an off weekend. He's 7th place at best just now, but he's also been on the ground for qualifying. Remember, he went down at Coram and caused all sorts of damage to that ZX4RR. And Marley, let's hope he's not trying to override. Van Newkirk crosses the line with Lake and Payne. Side by side, we've got Luca Hopkins and Luca Wilkinson with the Lewis Mullen. Then Marley McKenzie in 6th as they go in towards Richie's. The two Dunsley Heat Yamahas getting very close through the apex. Ben Jolliffe has just around the outside seen, or underneath him, Mason Johnson go through. As up the inside goes Lewis Mullen. He lifts up Luca Wilkinson and Luca Hopkins. So that was 2 Lucas in the one move. Lovely, lovely stuff from Lewis Mullen. And then the 2 Lucas get side by side going through Palmer's, but thankfully they both managed to filter back in and get through there with nothing untoward happening, although they were trying to get involved with each other. No bodywork flying anywhere as we catch them coming through the bottom of Agostini's now. Great move from Lewis Mullen to pick up those 2 places. Mackenzie now ahead of both the Dunsley Heat Yamahas, but he still finds himself in 6th place. Has he got anything better? Can he rival a podium towards the end of this? But as I said yesterday in commentary, the only good thing for Marley McKenzie this weekend is it was somebody else that was winning and not his championship rivals who were taking huge points out of him. Ryan Van Newkirk, Laken Payne and Luca Hopkins, that was, or I should say Lewis Mullen, your top 3 as we make our way into the second lap of the race. We saw Craig Dance slide off yesterday, remember. Craig unfortunately put the number 19 bike down at Wilson's. And Craig Dance, who is the teammate to Luca Hopkins on the Team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling Kawasaki ZX4RR. Craig Dance, number 19. Bit of work to do because his teammate Luca Hopkins looking really, really strong as he's managed to get back ahead of Lewis Mullen, holding him at bay. Marley McKenzie's homing right up towards the back of these guys. So there's a little bit of hope for the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki team that they could still possibly get some sort of result out of this weekend, even with the kind of disaster. And I can't call it a disaster because Marley McKenzie has had such a strong start to the year. This is a bit of a disastrous weekend where he has been hemorrhaging points left, right and centre to other people in championship, maybe not his direct championship rivals, but it all comes at a cost. And Marley McKenzie, as long as he can't let the head go down, as long as he can't lose sight of the bigger picture, which is the championship, let's see what happens to Chunk for the remainder of these races. Chunk is his nickname. It's not something that I've just come up with, and I'd like to say that's what his family call him as well. It's not the most enduring nickname or endearing nickname, but it's one that Marley has. I thought I heard somebody coming in the pit lane there. Look down. I do see Holly Harris walking up the pit lane, Larry. I don't know if you are around somewhere. Holly Harris coming up the pit lane. And no wonder Holly Harris has got an ice pack on. Thank goodness Holly is okay after that. That was one of the most terrifying things I've seen today. But depending on where you are, Larry, she's just walking past the podium area with an ice pack on her hand. Holly, thankfully, in the pit lane and looking pretty much A-OK. Has a bit of a look, heading towards the medical centre with one of our medics. She was the person who unfortunately clipped Ryan Van Newkirk on the line, and Holly unfortunately clipped him at full speed. Watching a replay from Richard Coventry of Lewis Mullen scything into the inside where a tiny, tiny gap was there. And did he have contact with Luca Wilkinson? Ever so gracefully, the pair of them get through there. If there wasn't contact, I'll be very surprised. Put it that way, because that looked extremely close. Lap 3 out of 9, we are making our way through the bomb hole and then heading along towards Coram. From Coram, you'll come back round to Murray's. This is past all the hospitality suites, which will now be in full takedown mode, one would imagine, for the teams down there. And Luca Hopkinson has Lewis Mullen behind him. Luca Wilkinson now behind Marley McKenzie. So Marley McKenzie has made a manoeuvre, finds himself up into 5th place, side by side with Wilkinson as they cross the line. No, Wilkinson just pops back in for a second little dose of slipstream and has a look up the inside of McKenzie and goes through in towards turn 1. Lovely stuff, but runs a little bit wide. Marley McKenzie maybe a little bit out of the power band. Does he get back along and up the inside? Marley strong on the brakes. No, Wilkinson holds it. Keeps Marley McKenzie very much at bay going through there, because that has been one of Marley's really strong points throughout the course of this year. But if that's Marley McKenzie saying, this is all I've got in the brakes, maybe he has got a few other problems that we don't know about this weekend. Maybe he's actually masking something, and the crash has just kind of magnified everything and made it a little bit worse for him. But he's now coming under huge pressure from Ben Jolliffe, the other series Van Newkirk step up there. But Ben Jolliffe, number 42, very much on the tail of Marley McKenzie as they make their way in towards lap 4 of 9. Halfway round lap 4 out of 9, McKenzie finds himself back down in 6th place. And actually battling for 7th place now with Ben Jolliffe. But it's Ryan Van Newkirk who leads at the front. Casey Sparry has just entered the pit lane. Bike number 20 down in pit lane, just underneath right in front of the Nitrous Competition garage. A great shame for Casey Sparry. That's the second retirement. We've seen Holly Harris walking away across towards the medical centre to get a little bit of a look at her hand and her wrist after clipping Ryan Van Newkirk when Ryan didn't get going on the warm-up lap. There was a sharp intake of breath from the commentary box, as you would expect. We've seen that before, unfortunately, here at Snetterton. But in towards the last corner, a big dive up the inside from Luca Wilkinson and Marley McKenzie. Those two swapping places again, but Wilkinson leaves himself a little bit open as Marley McKenzie pulls him alongside him, looks across and shakes his head. And Marley McKenzie now under attack going in towards turn 1, and Wilkinson again comes through on the inside. So Marley McKenzie doesn't have much speed in that ZX4RR. We have seen him be one of the fastest guys through speed traps all year, but does not have that this weekend. And he has now got himself into 5th place. Ben Jolliffe follows through into 6th, and Luca Wilkinson has to make do with 7th place, and very much still in the mix of things, fighting away as much as he possibly can with these two other guys that he's in a battle with. Luca Hopkins on the podium, but I'd have to say that Lewis Mullen has other ideas about that, and he's shadowing him every step of the way as they make their way in towards the Agostini hairpin. That's where McKenzie and Ben Jolliffe now find their self through the heart of that. We're on lap 5 out of 9 for the last race of the day here at Snetterton, which is the Quattro Group race of the Aces, race of Aces, and we have just seen Scott Redding take that trophy away. He is the man of the meeting in the Superbike class, picked up the most points and did a fabulous job on taking that trophy for the Hagar PBM team. Struggled a little bit towards that race, so did have a word with the team, and they said he just didn't feel at home on the bike at all through that race. And that's it. It comes down to feeling. Feeling is absolutely everything. But even when he's having a bad day, he picks up a good 2nd place haul of points. That's what you want. Marley McKenzie holds Ben Jolliffe at bay, only just, as they make their way through Brundle, and then Nelson accelerating towards the bomb hole where we saw Storm Stacey have that very elaborate off-throttle high side, which was a great shame for the Batham's AGN man. We do hope that Storm is A-OK, and we'll try and catch up with him maybe via the text messaging service tomorrow. We'll give him just a little bit of time to make sure he is perfectly fine as we come onto the main straight. Lewis Mullen still right with Luca Hopkins. Hopkins having a cheeky little look across at the big screen, and I do like how we see more and more riders doing that. We saw Thomas Strudwick doing this earlier on, and we've also just seen Luca Hopkins doing it, but that goes all the way back to happening at Brands Hatch. I think it was last year, Alan Hyde, or was it a couple of years ago now? Coming out of Graham Hill Bend, so many people looking across towards the big screen.
I think it might have been a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and just seeing how they were getting on. And there goes Lewis Mullen. He makes that manoeuvre and goes through on the inside.
The first time that I came across it was when Kyle Ride won that epic battle there with him and Tommy Bridewell for the championship at the end of 2024, said in the post-race interview, I was actually keeping my eye on Tommy on the big screen.
I think I remember that now, Larry. Yeah,
I
do.
Said, what, you were actually in the intensity of that battle? He said, yeah, I was watching a bit of telly when I was going around.
Yeah, it's always easier when you win, isn't it? Fabulous stuff. I do remember that now with Kyle Reid. I do remember us saying it during the race. I think did you not comment on it first? Is he looking at the big screen?
You could see that he was during that epic race between one of the best ever British Superbike races that we ever saw.
One that will go down in history for a long time, Scoop.
And halfway around, Kyle Wright started watching television.
Yeah. Thankfully, nobody changed the channel. Luca Wilkinson had a fairly sizable moment going through Hamilton there. Bounced his way up the exit curb and then bounced his way off the exit curb as well. A little bit of we should have had Scott Redding doing his cowboy moment there, a yeehaw, because that didn't look like much fun. As we now look to see further back, remember Ryan Van Newkirk still leading this way And it's easy to forget about him because it's only 1.5 seconds up the road, but we haven't seen too much of him apart from when he flashes past me, and he's kept his nose clean. Luca Wilkinson, another dive bomb manoeuvre to get past Marley McKenzie. Marley McKenzie has got nothing to come back with, and through and inside goes Ben Jolliffe. So the early season promise that Marley McKenzie had is still there, Larry Carter, but he has been robbed of his pace this weekend, and he finds himself battling for 5th, 6th and 7th.
Yeah, we just don't know the extent of that fairly big off that he had. Perhaps we were playing it down. He is Superman, he's Marley McKenzie, so he's proven this year. But perhaps there is just an issue with the bike, an issue.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct, Larry. Riders do always play things down, unless your name's Luke Stapleford, that is. He'll tell you exactly what he thinks. Eddie O'Shea was up here, and he was in shock with the post-race comment with Luke Stapleford, I have to say. I said, it's okay, they don't always happen like that. He goes, I've never heard anything like that in my life. But yeah, Marley McKenzie was playing it down.
Imagine that in the sterile world of Dorna, where they're doing the post-race conferences.
Yeah, just imagine Stapleford's interview there. There would be several explosions in the background, and you'd never see Luke Stapleford on television again from Dorna. But he calls a spade, Larry, and he stood up for himself in Park Fermi. But that was then. This is now. It's Ryan van Newkirk who leads away from Lake and Payne and Lewis Mullen into that 3rd place. Then Luca Hopkins, who's just drifted back after that fairly sizable wild rodeo that he had coming through the heart of Hamilton. And then it's Ben Jolliffe, Luca Wilkinson, Marley McKenzie, Mason Johnson, Arnie Carr and Kylan Shuttlewood. Freddie Oakley's been quiet this weekend as well. So maybe Snetterton just doesn't work for some people. Maybe we need to just look at that. Maybe Snetterton isn't great for everybody. We think it is, but it's not good for another man who's been very fast all year, Freddie Oakley. And Kylan Shuttlewood down there in 10th place. Isaac Mark in 12th and Marley McKenzie fighting for 7th place on lap 7 out of 9. Managed to get off the exit curve was Lake and Payne before the green area come upon him. But he did do that ever so gracefully and ever so neatly, actually. Got himself through that little bit of what could have been turmoil. But he managed to get away with it as we watch them making their way around and in towards the last corner of the circuit. In through Murray's. The Yamaha definitely is a match for the ZX4RR. We've got one Yamaha leading the way. We've got a Kawasaki in 2nd and then a Yamaha in 3rd place in the hands of Lewis Mullen. Lewis Mullen being eyeballed up the main straight by Lake and Payne, trying to go around the outside and does. Big manoeuvre into turn 1. Round the outside goes Lewis Mullen. I have to say that was a manoeuvre which he did on pure horsepower out of the last corner to get himself up alongside, and by the time he got to the turning zone, take that position. Lewis Mullen starting to come alive at this stage in the championship. This is race number 2 for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, and the TSL timing screen still tells us that it's Ryan van Newkirk from Lewis Mullen and Lake and Payne. That data brought to you by Omologato and 1P Mobile. With 2 laps of this race to go, we're on lap 8 out of 9. We're halfway through the 8th lap. And Van Newkirk, well, he's got a bit of a buffer, that 2 seconds exactly last time across the line. As we can see him coming out of Hamilton, out the back of the commentary point, he goes in towards Oggies. And then everybody else follows through in suit and makes their way out as well. Looking further back into the pack, we can then see the gaggle, which looks like... is that the Kylan Shuttlewood, Arnie Carr? I think it is, making their way through Oggies before they head on towards the back straight. But we pick up with their leader heading towards us at Brundle, Ryan van Newkirk. Side by side, Lake and Payne comes back at Lewis Mullen, and they need to both watch because look who's homed up behind them. On the Team SBR, powered by DKS Drilling, that is Luca Hopkins. He's gathered himself together after that kind of wild supercross moment that he put himself through. And he's very much now in the mix for this last podium spot. Somebody is going to be disappointed here because we've got 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 2nd, 3rd and 4th batting for the podium. And there's 3 guys going for 2 steps. So, yeah, unfortunately, somebody's going to go away from this one a little bit upset. I'll look at the television screen from Luca Hopkins. Just that saves him looking behind. A double take towards the television screen shows him there's nobody there, so he can now focus purely on doing what he does best and trying to catch down the leaders in this race, or the leaders where he is, as we start the final lap. This is what it comes down to. They've raced all weekend to try and get a podium or a race win. They're not going to catch Ryan van Newkirk. Lewis Mullen comes up the inside. Oh, wow, that was incredibly close of Lake and Payne, and through he goes. But they're not going to catch the race leader. Ryan van Newkirk has gone. So they need to battle for the next couple of best steps that they can get on the podium. And right now, that looks like it's going to be second or third. Hairpin is going to come to the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship and take a lovely little double at Snetterton under the watchful eye of Hudson Kenna, who Larry Carter had on radio at the start of this weekend. Lake and Payne in second place, Luca Hopkins up to third place, so that means the danger man is Lewis Mullen. He is now fourth place and off the podium, and he has been so strong on that number 12, the number 12 bike underneath him for DG Racing on the Yamaha R7. Lovely colour scheme that we see as he tucks in behind. What does he have down the straight? He pops out from the slipstream maybe a little bit early, goes back in behind Luca Hopkins. Hopkins pulls up alongside Lake and Payne. They're on the dust, kicking the dust up on the far side. Here comes Lewis Mullen as well. Is it going to be two places lost for Lake and Payne? No. It's going to be one place. Well, it will be two now. He goes very wide, and through goes Lewis Mullen. And that looks like it's going to go almost coming together. That's going to cost Lake and Payne as Hopkins and Mullen almost come together at the exit of Nelson before they go through the bomb hole. And I have to say, Lake and Payne just a little bit wide through the heart of the Brundle area has cost him dearly in towards Murray as they come. Nice big sweeping line for Lewis Mullen. Will they get the drive towards the line? We'll look for Ryan van Newkirk coming up first. It's a double for Ryan. Flying Ryan the second wins at Snetterton. Up towards the line. Ooh, it's a photo finish between Mullen and Hopkins, and Mullen gets it by 2,000ths of a second. Let's see if that changes. Fabulous stuff. That will need to go to the TSL camera, and we shall see how close that is in a second. But Van Newkirk from Mullen and Hopkins, Lake and Payne in fourth place, Ben Jolliffe a good fifth, Luca Wilkinson sixth, Marley McKenzie, the championship leader, down in seventh place ahead of Mason Johnson, Arnie Carr and Kylan Shuttlewood, with Isaac Mark in 11th place, Freddie Oakley in 12th, Jamie Hanks Elliott crossing the line in 13th place. Couple of more bikes still to come through and cross the line. 37 crossing the line and making their self felt. Arthur Woods making their presence felt, but a whole host of bikes coming through actually. We have Jamie Hanks Elliott, we have also got Ben Hardwick, Finn Page, Arthur Woods, Sid Marshall and Jamie Muir across the line. Checker flag P2 under review. They've changed it. Van Newkirk, Hopkins and Mullen by 1,000th of a second. I want to see the picture of that one, Richard Evans. That is close. Result confirmed. Van Newkirk, Hopkins and Lewis Mullen. As you can see, the big screen will be showing you a replay on that. 1,000th of a second. How close do you guys actually like your racing? Well, we've given you it right here, right now. Alan Hyde, it doesn't get much better than that.
You can't get any closer than that, can you? We don't go any lower than that. 1,000th of a second. Absolutely superb stuff.
Well, we could go a lot lower than that, but Larry does.
That's a very good point, well made. I'm going to take a break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. We've not had one for a little while. Are we wishing you a fond farewell, Duncan? And
I'll probably pop back in a second.
Okay, very good.
Cool.
Duncan Vincent here with the main commentary. Super job all weekend here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 20